The moment I opened my eyes, I was bombarded with accusations, condemned for achieving absolute extermination of my sect, for fulfilling my selfish desires by slaughtering the divine officials. Do you confess your crimes? Imprisoning your senior brother, killing your celestial father. Do you admit your guilt? Blood flows for 1,000 miles, extinguishing 10,000 lives. Blood stains the land for 10,000 miles, making heaven and earth weep. You deserve death. What does it feel like, faced with this barrage of stinging insults? The man seated above casually tilted his head back, took a sip of wine, and smacked his lips in appreciation. Excellent vintage. This scene clearly stunned the crowd below into rigid silence. A moment later, the young woman languidly asked, "Why are there only a few of you here? Where are my dear brother and sister-in-law?" Then she glanced up at the young man wearing a forehead ribbon. He was none other than the Azure Emperor, Luo Ziyin, and the horned figure beside him was the descendant of the divine dragon clan, Long Yin Tan. The young woman above continued to calmly savor her wine. "My dear little brother," she said, "you say I've done all these things. And so what? I have my reasons." As soon as she finished speaking, her wine jar exploded, shattered by a forceful palm strike. Luo Ziyin, enraged, roared, "Dianka, your wickedness knows no bounds. I will eradicate you in the name of the heavenly Tao." But was destruction so terrifying? The young woman above, in the blink of an eye, restored her wine jar to its pristine state. With a hint of amusement, she said, "My dear little brother, we haven't seen each other in years, and you've become quite despicable. Remember when you were weak and clung to me?" But the accounts of the two seemed to clash dramatically as Luo Ziyin snarled, each word dripping with venom. Silence. "My parents charitably took you in, and you repaid their kindness by annihilating my entire family. Today, I will destroy you." Faced with his fury, the young woman remained remarkably composed, sitting perfectly still. Inwardly, she was practically giddy with anticipation. "Finally, I can go home. Come at me." If she hadn't been actively plotting her own death, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths just to return home. If he killed her, he'd be her greatest benefactor. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Luo Ziyin's sword lunged forward, another blade intercepted it, accompanied by a voice. "Hold on a moment." This sudden interruption made the young woman above despair, wanting to scream. "Not again. This happens every time." The one who stopped the Azure Emperor was Long Yin Tan. He said softly, "If she truly is the cruel and tyrannical demon empress, a single sword stroke is too merciful." Noticing his younger brother's confusion, he continued, his voice taking on a disturbingly enthusiastic tone. "The heavenly mirror realm is where the wicked are punished. Once activated, the condemned are forced into eternal servitude. Every reflection in the mirror represents another cycle of torment, inflicted by those outside the mirror until death. This is the perfect method to interrogate the demon empress." This was clearly too much. The young woman above lost her patience and yelled, "What are you doing? Trying to play me? On what grounds?" Her face crumpled in frustration. "Are you trying to kill me? How is this any different from those other lackeys? Clearly, only a fool would stay." Escape was the best option, so she made a hasty retreat. But a voice boomed from below, "Demon Empress, where do you think you're going?" A massive mirror appeared above her head. Tricked again, the young woman could only bite her lip in frustration. "You tricked me." The young woman's constant talk of wanting to go home had a reason. It turned out she was a transmigrator carrying the memories of her past life. Our protagonist, like any other ordinary person, had attended her fair share of job fairs, no less than 10. But her start seemed promising. She'd quickly landed a position at a prestigious company. Eager to face the challenge, she confidently declared, "Yes, I will definitely give it my all." Our protagonist, Dianka, was a recent graduate, thrilled with her new job. She skipped home, happily musing, this company is notoriously difficult to get into. They only hire a maximum of 10 people a year. But the benefits and compensation are excellent. The salary is amazing. "Wow, I'm so lucky." Yanka's luck was almost mystifying. Throughout her life, she'd always felt blessed, as if fate favored her. So, it came as a complete shock when, without any warning, she fell gravely ill and was hospitalized. Lying helplessly in her hospital bed, Yanka thought, "Just when I was about to become my parents' support, I've become a burden again." Her mother was constantly by her side, caring for her. Grateful, Yanka whispered, "Mom, I'm okay. Once I recover, I'll earn lots and lots of money, and buy you everything you want. Her mother gently replied, when you're better, we'll go on a shopping spree, just you and me. Then, she produced a book, and cheerfully asked, do you still want me to read to you? Since Yanka had always loved it, her mother began reading, vividly bringing the characters to life with her expressive voice. You impudent fool! How dare you? The sect leader drew his sword, confronting the arrogant youth, seemingly ready to teach him a lesson. As her mother read, Yanka gradually drifted into unconsciousness. She closed her eyes heavily, a wave of sadness washing over her. I thought if I just tried hard enough, if I put in the effort, I could beat this illness. But as her consciousness slipped away, as her mother's voice faded, she realized a painful truth. Effort wasn't always enough. In the hazy darkness, someone called her name. Yanka, do you want to live? Of course, she wanted to live. Yanka pleaded, I want to. I want to live and take care of my parents. A woman's voice responded, very well. I will grant your wish. With those words, the woman touched Yanka's forehead, and she lost consciousness again. The last thing she remembered was a voice saying, Yanka, the only way for you to return to your original world is to die a natural death in this one. Death here is a form of rebirth. As the voice faded, she jolted awake, finding herself in a small, filthy body. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, she thought, all I have to do is die in this world to go back. Without hesitation, she kicked off and plunged into the water below, not a shred of fear in her heart. This dramatic scene was witnessed by a young boy who cried out, Father. Someone fell in the water. The man urgently called out, Zine, stay there. It turned out the child who had saved Yanka's life was none other than Luo Ziyin, the same Luo Ziyin who would later swear to take her life in retribution. And the scenes they had witnessed, apparently, reflections from the cursed heavenly mirror. How else could it show? Yanka, now the Demon Empress. Even she had a marvel. Stop wasting time, she declared. I agree to go to the immortal execution platform. Infuriated by her arrogance, Luo Ziyin roared. Yanka, don't even dream of it. For your crimes, I will carry out heaven's will and deliver justice. He declared before everyone, promising a fair judgment. Having been berated since dawn, Yanka was thoroughly annoyed. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a surge of magic, hoping to silence them for just a few seconds. The power emanating from Yanka sent a wave of fear through the crowd below. However, the attack was blocked by the mirror's barrier. A little disheartened, she muttered, even the Demon Empress's power is useless here. Though she appeared calm, inwardly, a sea of sorrow welled within her. I knew I couldn't keep up the pretense outside, she thought, but I didn't expect them to be so unconventional. They declare my execution, and now they're just watching. After living here for so long, are they actually hesitant? Yanka sighed in exasperation. I swear, I just want to go home. Just then, the scene in the mirror shifted. A tiny Luo Zine trailed anxiously after his father, asking, Father, is brother all right? The sight of his father brought Luo Ziyin to a standstill, his face alight with longing. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued their fervent gossip. Imagine, Yanka was so scheming, even as a child. Just to escape being a beggar, she resorted to such drastic measures, throwing herself into the river to gain the great Azure Emperor's sympathy. So manipulative. See, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are just born two-faced. But isn't Yanka the Celestial Emperor's daughter? Why was she a beggar in the mortal realm? Another voice chimed in. I heard she's the child of a fox demon who seduced the Celestial Emperor. The demon died when Yanka was 8. This child is truly cunning. After learning her true identity, she sought out the Celestial Emperor, demanding recognition. But how could a mixed-blood demon be worthy of being the Celestial Emperor's child? She should have been eradicated. But the Emperor, unable to bring himself to do it, sealed her memories and divine powers, casting her into the mortal realm. Listening to the fabricated tale of her origins, Yanka couldn't help but feel second-hand embarrassment for the gossipers. Are these people serious? She thought with disdain. Oh well, who hasn't encountered a few windbags in their life? Let them talk. Actions speak louder than words. And so, while the crowd below buzzed with speculation, she leaned back against her ethereal throne, the picture of relaxation. Seeing Yanka's nonchalant posture and the radiant halo above her head, the crowd below, sensing an opportunity, grew even bolder. Look, she's clearly guilty, they exclaimed. Luo, Ziyin seethed at her apparent indifference. If it weren't for father's kindness in taking her in, he thought bitterly, the Luo clan wouldn't have been massacred. Dianka, Yateyu. His mind drifted back to the peaceful days of his childhood. His gentle mother looked down at the grime-covered little girl and asked, "What's your name, child? Who is your family? We'll send someone to take you home." The young Dianka, ever economical with her words, simply replied, "I'm Yanka. I have no family." Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the sword at Lord Luo's hip. Using a sword, she thought, would definitely guarantee a successful departure. But her morbid plan was quickly dispelled by the beautiful woman beside her. Lady Luo gently stroked her head. "Connie," she said warmly, "why don't you stay with the Luo family and keep Ziyin company?" Sensing the woman's affection, Dianka grew bolder. Pointing at the sword, she asked, "Uncle, can you give me that? I want to hug it while I sleep." Her strange request caused Lady Luo to pause. "Connie, are you afraid?" she asked gently. A silent exchange passed between her and her husband. A moment later, Luo Ziyin's father unbuckled his sword and offered it to her. "If Connie is afraid," he said kindly, "then hug it while you sleep. But be careful, it's very sharp." Dianka solemnly accepted the sword with both hands, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. "Mother, father," she thought silently, "will be reunited soon. Just wait for me." Worried about the little girl, Luo Ziyin's mother stayed by her side, watching until Dianka finally drifted off to sleep, clutching the sword tightly. Relieved, she closed the door and whispered, "Poor child." Lord Luo embraced his wife, comforting her. "The Luo family will not mistreat her. Whatever Ziyin has, Connie will have as well." Touched by her husband's compassion, Lady Luo smiled softly. "Connie is truly blessed. You're tired after such a long day. Go and rest," he said. "Your wife will help you." "I'm not tired," Lady Luo replied happily. Meanwhile, our fortunate protagonist, Dianka, as soon as she confirmed no one was around, opened her eyes. Cautiously, she crept to the door, peering out and even wedging the door shut with a bar to prevent any interruptions as she attempted another departure. Drawing the sword, Dianka thought resolutely, "I'm truly grateful for their kindness in taking me in, but my parents are still waiting for their daughter to come home." With that, she decisively swung the sword, slicing across her own throat, determined to end her time in this strange world. But how could it be? Though when Dianka opened her eyes again, she still saw the Luo family. Lady Luo looked at her with concern. "You're awake. You're finally awake," she exclaimed. Lord Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lady Luo gently scolded her. "You scared us to death." Dianka looked around in confusion. "Why am I still here?" she wondered. Suddenly, she remembered the warning. The only condition for returning to her original world was a natural death in this one. A chill ran down her spine as she realized that what she'd just attempted was anything but natural. Seeing her fear, Lady Luo comforted her. "The doctor said you've been suffering from malnutrition for a long time. That's why you're so weak," she explained. Then, filled with self-reproach, she added, "It's my fault. I left you alone in your room. If it weren't for Connie crying for his brother in the middle of the night, we wouldn't have discovered you unconscious until morning." Dianka's eyes narrowed. Unconscious, she thought. How could I have been unconscious? Wasn't I unsuccessful? Since the key to her failed attempt seemed to be connected to the young Luo Ziyin, she feigned innocence, asking, "Did Ziyin know something?" The boy, who had been visibly worried, suddenly became secretive. "It's a secret," he whispered. Then, with a touch of sass, he added, "But if brother comes closer, I'll tell you." Dianka, skeptical but playing along, asked, "Really?" She leaned closer to the child. Luo Ziyin, without a word, kissed her cheek and declared, "Because brother is so pretty, I want to sleep with you." Dianka could only stare at him, speechless. "Because brother is so pretty, I want to sleep with you." The scene within the mirror was incredibly vivid, capturing Dianka's embarrassed expression, perfectly as Luo Ziyin kissed her, causing the onlookers to erupt in a fresh wave of outrage. This is a multi-layered scheme. She threw herself into the river to gain sympathy, then pretended to be strong to reassure the great Azure Emperor's parents, so they would leave her alone. Then, she used her beauty to trick the young Great Azure Emperor into sneaking into her room at night. Finally, she feigned weakness and unconsciousness to make his parents feel guilty, showering her with affection to compensate and lowering their guard. She's truly a master manipulator. Even Luo Ziyin couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Dianka. To ascend to the position of Demon Empress, he spat. You truly spared no effort. Suddenly reprimanded by Z-een, Dianka lost interest in listening. She turned away indifferently. If that's what you want to believe, there's nothing I can do. Luo Ziyin's anger flared at her dismissiveness. The mirror then shifted to a few days later, after Dianka had settled into the Luo family. Just as she'd said, the young Luo Ziyin was incredibly clingy. He constantly praised her with a bright smile, though he was still innocently mistaken about her gender. Brother, you're so amazing, he'd exclaim. I used to be the best in school, but after you came, you became the best. Speaking of which, since the little guy beside her had brought it up, Dianka couldn't help but mutter to herself with a melancholic sigh. A university student who's had a head start. How could I not excel? Forget it. If the mountain blocks the road, I'll find another way. If she remembered correctly, the world she was currently in was the one from the novel she'd read while sick. It was a novel where the male protagonist, after inadvertently making enemies with some dark force, suffered the annihilation of his entire family. He, through some incredible stroke of luck, crawled out from beneath the pile of corpses. Afterward, he found his way to the Sword Heart sect to cultivate, carving his own path. He even recruited a loyal follower who swore unwavering allegiance to him. He was the antagonist, the one who obtained a divine artifact and caught the eye of a goddess, eventually becoming the emperor of the celestial realm. The antagonist in this novel had a truly miserable ending. If I stick with this Luo kid, I should be able to go home smoothly. Smooth sailing was nowhere in sight. However, currently, Dianka found herself blocked in the middle of the road by a group of snot-nosed brats. They swaggered up to her, brazenly obstructing her path. Halt, Luo Ziyins, Dianka's lackey. You've become quite famous lately. However, determined to win over the young Luo heir, Dianka's eyes lit up. Opportunity knocks, she thought. With that, she bravely shielded Ziyin, shouting at her schoolmates, You're just jealous because I'm so brilliant in class. If you have a problem, come to me. It has nothing to do with him. By the way, do you have your swords with you? The bullies, who had been so brazenly trying to intimidate others, were now completely dumbfounded by her question about their weapons. Dianka looked at the bewildered brats with exasperation, clicking her tongue. No swords. Don't tell me you were planning to beat someone to death with your bare hands. The leader, enraged by her taunts, rolled up his sleeves and yelled, What's it to you? Are you eager to meet the king of hell? Originally, Dianka had hoped to use these kids to die a natural death, but seeing how useless they were, she dropped the pretense. Instead, she threatened him right back. Well, why don't you send me there? Her menacing demeanor, so utterly bizarre, frightened the group of children. They hesitated, wanting to retreat. Boss, this kid seems to have a few screws loose. Let's just go. However, their leader was thoroughly irritated by Dianka. He roared, Stop your bluffing. You think I wouldn't dare send you to the underworld? This played right into Dianka's hands. She continued to provoke him. Come on then, come on. This made Luo Ziyin, standing beside her, start to worry. Brother, he whispered anxiously. Sensing that Dianka might be a tougher opponent than he anticipated, the leader turned to leave. However, to save face, he threw out a few parting threats. Just you wait. I'll be back. Dianka wouldn't let him off so easily, continuing to needle him. Is there a place on your way back where you can buy a sword? Then you can come back and try to kill me again. Dianka scolded. Such a coward. What kind of bully are you? Come on, Ziyin, let's go home. But when she turned around, she was startled by the sight of Luo Ziyin's sparkling eyes. Oh my, what's this? Luo Ziyin threw himself into her arms. Brother Yanka, you're so cool. I like you. That night, Dianka couldn't sleep a wink, tossing and turning in bed. Finally, she kicked off the covers in frustration. Damn biology class. She muttered, I can't sleep. Since she couldn't sleep, Dianka tried to recall the plot of the novel. I remember the Luo family. They were also targeted. They're good people. Good people shouldn't die unjustly. Unfortunately, she'd been so sick back then, her whole body aching, that her memory of the plot was hazy. She only remembered the attacker wearing black clothes and a hood. Suddenly, little Ziyin appeared from somewhere, asking softly, "Brother Yanka, can I sleep with you?" Of course, Yanka didn't refuse. Instead, she patted the empty space beside her and said, "Come on, Ziyin." Ziyin's eyes lit up like stars. He quickly lifted the blanket, crawled in, and generously offered the inside spot to her, saying magnanimously, "Brother Yanka, this spot is for you." Yanka tried her best to coax the little boy to sleep. "Sleep, little brother. I'll protect you." She meant to protect the entire Luo family. While Ziyin slept soundly, she couldn't help but gently poke his nose and whisper affectionately, "Such a pure child. I wonder how he ends up becoming the antagonist." When a memory mirror showed this scene, the celestial Emperor Qing Yang couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. "I was so clingy to the Demon Empress back then," he mused. The next day, Yanka was diligently dragging little Ziyin to school. "Come on, let's go. We're going to be late." Suddenly, a man stopped them and asked, "Excuse me, young gentleman. We're trying to find our way. Do you know of a family named Luo? They won a competition recently and just moved to this town." Upon hearing this, Yanka froze. She was certain that this was the mastermind behind the Luo family's assassination. She blurted out, "Don't know them." But Ziyin, beside her, innocently replied, "The only family that moved here last month was ours." The men immediately exchanged knowing glances. But to be sure, they continued their charade, asking sweetly, "And what is your family name, young master? We've been searching far and wide for our lifesavers and haven't had any luck." Just as her little companion was about to reveal their identity, Yanka quickly stepped in front of him and declared firmly, "Wan. Our family name is Wan." After parting ways with the men, Yanka cheerfully sent Ziyin off to school. Waving, she said, "Ziyin, you go to school first." The little boy, sensing something, asked shrewdly, "Brother Yanka, are you skipping school?" Yanka playfully stuck out her tongue. "I have some things to take care of. You go on ahead. I'll be there later." Reassured, Ziyin replied, "Okay, Brother Yanka, but don't lie to me." After watching the little boy obediently enter the school, Yanka cautiously left. She thought to herself, "The hooded men in black have appeared. It seems I need to find a way to force the Luo family to leave this place." However, she was unaware that the men in black were already following her. Yanka walked for a while, arriving at the most secretive restaurant in town. Standing before the large sign, she cracked her knuckles, a calculating glint in her eyes. "If I offend them," she mused, "they'll definitely cause trouble for the Luo family. Then they'll have no choice but to leave. And if they could conveniently get rid of me in the process, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone?" Upon entering, Yanka was greeted warmly, which only emboldened her further. "Are you the manager?" she asked haughtily. The manager, beaming, replied, "Yes. How can I help you?" Seeing him already swayed, Yanka pulled out a piece of paper and casually exaggerated, "I have a secret recipe for new dishes. If you give me 100 silver taels, it's yours." The manager, intrigued, focused on reading the recipe. After seeing the intricate details, his eyes lit up. Clutching the paper, he handed over the silver and shouted, "Waiter." Yanka quickly pocketed the money and then added pointedly, "I have 9 more of these." Immediately, the manager, incredibly generous, boomed, "Waiter, bring this customer 900 silver taels." Having initially agreed on 100 silver taels per recipe, Yanka suddenly changed her tune. Putting on a roguish air, she remarked, "Well, for rare items, the price naturally increases. If you truly want them, manager, prepare 4,500 silver taels and deliver them to the Southern General's mansion. Otherwise, don't blame me for giving them to your competitor next door." The manager's face paled and his lips trembled. "You're saying each recipe is now 500 taels." Yanka firmly declared, "That's right, not a tael less." The manager immediately became indignant and tried to dismiss her. "I'm sorry, but our small establishment has limited profits. 500 taels per recipe is simply too much. Please take your business elsewhere." Sensing that her provocation wasn't quite enough, Yanka continued to fan the flames. She scoffed, "Humph, you can't even afford 500 taels. What kind of business are you running? I predict your restaurant will be closing its doors soon enough." Barely a moment after she left, the manager, as predicted, made his move. He quietly ordered, "Investigate the Luo family. If they're unprotected, capture that boy and make his parents pay the ransom." Satisfied that her scheme had worked, Yanka strolled away, breathing a sigh of relief. This way, she thought, there won't be any casualties. However, the moment she reached the Luo family's doorstep, the silver she had just acquired clattered to the ground. Greeting Dianka was a raging inferno engulfing the Luo residence. Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. After school, Luo Ziyin cheerfully bid farewell to his friends, but still couldn't find his brother Yanka. Sulking, he muttered to himself, "Bad brother Yanka. He promised to come to class, but he skipped school. I'll tell father and mother so they can spank him." Upon arriving home, the young Luo heir called out, "Mother, I'm home." Lady Luo, seeing only her son, asked gently, "Where's Yanka?" Ziyin promptly lied. Brother Yanka was held back by the teacher. He'll be back later. Seeing his mother's unsuspecting expression, Ziyin felt a surge of smugness. Bad brother Yanka, he thought, I'll forgive you this time. But the peace wouldn't last. The men in black, having trailed Luo Ziyin, had already arrived at the Luo family home. Without a word, they charged forward in unison. This was the cause of the raging fire. Tiny Dianka pushed her way through the crowd of towering figures, shouting, "Move! Move!" Like a moth drawn to a flame. She threw herself into the inferno, only to be blown back by a sudden burst of heat. Onlookers cried out, "Little one, are you all right?" Ignoring their pleas, she stubbornly lunged back into the blaze. After struggling through the flames, Dianka cried out, "Ziyin, Lady Luo, where are you?" Suddenly, a voice responded, "Yanka, is that my Yanka?" Dianka discovered them trapped inside an airless room. Pounding on the door, she yelled, "Lady Luo, it's me, Yanka. I'm here to save you." After much effort, she finally found the Luo family lying unconscious on the floor. Dragging her scorched body inside, she gasped, "Lady Luo, I'm here to save you." She rushed to help Lady Luo up, but she shook her head weakly. "Yanka," she whispered, "I'm afraid I won't make it. Take care of Ziyin. He's still so young. Take him to the Sword Heart sect. They'll help you." With her last words spoken, Lady Luo's body went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Dianka was terrified. Watching through the memory mirror, the celestial Emperor Qing Yang gnashed his teeth in fury. "How could this be?" he roared. "Were my parents killed by Dianka? This must be a lie. You're deceiving me." The onlookers, eager to gossip, chimed in. It seems the young celestial Emperor Qing Yang suffocated in the fire. Was he just an ordinary person back then? Isn't suffocating in a fire normal? Wait, something's not right here. Is this really the fallen demon empress? To think she'd use her mortal body to rush into a fire and save someone. I heard celestial Emperor Qing Yang relied on inherited celestial arts to become one of the great emperors. Perhaps the demon empress saved them to steal those arts. How else could Luo Ziyin so readily believe the crowd and regain his composure? He seethed with killing intent. So that's how it is. Even if she didn't kill my parents, she betrayed her sect and attacked my master and junior sister. That's an unforgivable crime. Despite the accusations, Dianka remained composed, her chin resting on her hand as she watched the memories replay. After seeing someone emerge from the inferno, the surrounding crowd erupted in shouts. "Someone's out. Someone made it. It looks like that little girl from before." Due to the intense heat, half of Dianka's face was covered in a large burn. The onlookers winced, feeling a pang of sympathetic pain just from the sight of it. After her strenuous efforts, Dianka's legs finally gave way, and she collapsed face first onto the ground. However, barely half a second later, she forced herself back up, calling out, "Ziyin." She clutched the young boy tightly, asking tenderly, "Ziyin, wake up. Ziyin." But no matter how she called, the small child in her arms remained motionless. Panic rising, she pleaded with the onlookers, "What's wrong with him? Why won't he wake up?" The crowd, however, turned their backs, abandoning her in her distress. "Don't ask me. I don't know. I thought she brought out some treasure. Who knew it was just a kid? What bad luck." Fear gnawed at Dianka's heart. She cried out, "Ziyin, wake up. It's me, Yanka. We're safe now. If you wake up, I'll buy you your favorite candy hawthorns, okay?" Finally, in desperation, she kowtowed, begging for help. "Please, save us. Save my little brother. He's only 7. He can't." But the crowd remained indifferent, making excuses to leave. "The weather's turning. I'm good for a walk." And so, the crowd dispersed. Left alone, Dianka stared into the void, a profound disillusionment settling over her. Truly, human nature is the same regardless of the era. Fine, if you won't help. She hoisted Luo Zien onto her back, a fierce determination hardening her resolve. Zien, I will save you. As if to mock her plight, the rain began to fall just as the ordeal seemed to be over. This was no longer the welcome rain that quenched a fire, but a cold, isolating downpour that soaked the two children to the bone. The sheer hardship of their situation even stunned Celestial Emperor Qingyang, who murmured in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dianka would never do this for me. She must be after the Qingyang celestial arts. It has to be." In the dark of night, Dianka wearily knocked on door after door. Those inside, emboldened by the cover of darkness, would cautiously peek out, asking, "Who is it?" Only to recoil in terror a moment later, screaming, "A ghost," before slamming the door shut, as if warding off a vengeful spirit. She then carried Luo Zien to a brightly lit apothecary, pleading, "Doctor, please help my little brother. He was trapped in a fire and hasn't woken up." The apothecary, however, found them an annoyance, waving them away dismissively. "Go away, go away. Where did these beggars come from?" She received similar treatment at other establishments, even being cursed at. Crazy woman, trying to scare people in the middle of the night. Having reached her limit, her wounded body could no longer support her, and she collapsed to the ground. Her breathing grew shallow. Looking at the pitiful Luo Zien before her, she sighed internally. "Everything hurts. I'm so tired." But just as consciousness began to slip away, Dianka jolted herself awake. "No, I have celestial blood. I can't die yet." If she left him like this, he would surely die. Unable to carry Luo Zien while wandering in the rain, Dianka placed him under the shelter of an overhanging roof. Then, she quietly slipped away, thinking, "I have no money, so I can only leave him here for now. If I die today, at least it will be to save someone. To be able to go home, to be able to save someone, this life wouldn't be wasted." With this resolve, she ran to an apothecary and knelt before the shop sign. Her persistence unsettled the old apothecary inside. Annoyed, he yelled, "Go away, go away. What poor person comes looking for medical treatment?" He continued to shoo her away until sunrise. But the stubborn girl remained. Finally, exasperated, he sighed, "Truly stubborn. Fine, fine." Dianka quickly brought Luo Zien to the apothecary. After examining the boy, the old man shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, but this old man's skills are insufficient. Perhaps I can treat your wounds instead." Hearing this, Dianka cried out, "Did he inhale too much poisonous smoke? Has the poison entered his vital organs? Then give him my organs. Give him mine." The apothecary, enraged, scolded her, "Preposterous. Without your organs, you'll die." But Dianka remained resolute. "I don't need to live. Just save my little brother." Through the memory mirror, Celestial Emperor Qingyang watched, stunned. He murmured, She's willing to trade her life for his." Dianka continued to plead, "Please, sir, save my little brother. I truly don't need to live." The old apothecary sighed again. "Child, I don't possess such abilities." Dejected, Dianka whispered, "Is that so? Then when can I die? This girl, she wants to go home, but how much of this is genuine kindness?" He mused. Then, growing serious, he said, "The only person in this world who can exchange vital organs is the medicine immortal of the Divine Physician Valley." After learning the location of this legendary figure, Dianka, with Luo Zien on her back, traversed mountains and rivers until she finally reached her destination. She was surprised to find a crowd milling listlessly outside the gates. Curious, she asked, "Why isn't anyone going in?" A kind stranger explained, "To seek help from the Divine Physician Valley, they not only assess your attitude, but also the medicine immortal's mood. He has to be willing to treat you." Desperate, Dianka couldn't bear any delay in Ziyin's treatment. The stranger continued, "If you're brave enough, you can try crossing the Yellow Springs path. Then, the medicine immortal is guaranteed to treat you." Dianka immediately declared, "I'll go." Her decision startled the crowd. Little Junior, 9 out of 10 who enter the Yellow Springs path never return. You might not save your brother, but you'll certainly lose your own life. Unless the medicine immortal personally intervenes, few survive. The prospect of such a gamble only emboldened Dianka. I can't live anyway. I must go, she thought excitedly. With Luo Ziyin on her back, she thanked the stranger. My mind is made up, she declared, then stepped through the gates towards the Yellow Springs path. A cold voice echo began. Wanting to be certain, she asked, if I can cross this, you will say my little brother, correct. Receiving a curt naturally, she gently placed Luo Ziyin on the ground. Then, with steely determination, Dianka stepped onto the burning lava and began to run. The fire beneath her feet had long since burned away her shoes. Yet, Dianka's primary concern was the state of her clothes. Breathing a sigh of relief, she muttered, good thing the fire hasn't reached my clothes. Outside the mortality mirror, the onlookers continued to casually observe, preparing various dishes as they commented. This Yellow Springs path seems rather underwhelming. Demon Empress Dianka is crossing it with such ease. I was hoping to see her suffer a bit. How disappointing. However, they soon noticed Celestial Emperor Qin Yang's pained expression as he whispered, it's all right. Within the mirror, the scene shifted to Dianka walking alone across the icy expanse of the second trial. Her feet, still burning from the flames, welcomed the chilling ice. Ah, so cold, so refreshing. This is much better than that boring Yellow Springs path, she exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, sharp icicles rained down from above. Though startled, the small figure persevered, running through the icy onslaught. Shielding herself as best she could, Dianka thought, I don't have many clothes to begin with, and now the ice is tearing them. How annoying. Why target my clothes instead of my body? Blood can flow, but clothes cannot be ripped. Outside the mortality mirror, the onlookers were abuzz with excitement, their expressions a mixture of amusement and disdain. Thousands of swords, and that's it. No matter how hateful the Demon Empress is now, back then she was just a child desperately trying to save someone. Look, he's trembling. With wounds like that, he must be in so much pain. What kind of trust could make someone so inherently cruel go to such lengths? The Luo family only shared a meal with her. In contrast to the gossiping crowd, Celestial Emperor Qin Yang was drenched in a cold sweat. The two celestial attendants beside him, noticing his distress, asked softly, Celestial Emperor, are you all right? When he didn't respond, the female attendant, overcome with curiosity, reached out and lightly touched the barrier of the mortality mirror. Bie Lashibua. In an instant, she was flung backward. The other attendant rushed to catch her. It was then that they heard Luo Ziyin's quiet voice explaining, touching the image within the mirror allows one to experience half of the suffering of the person shown. The onlookers gasped, just half the suffering of a mortal. How painful could it be? Enough to knock a celestial unconscious. The female attendant, still recovering, quickly added, although our cultivation is low, we wouldn't be knocked unconscious so easily. It must be truly agonizing. Skeptical, the crowd, one by one, curiously reached out to touch the barrier. Soon, 7 were bleeding from their orifices. One, horrified, exclaimed, half the suffering is this terrifying. Finally, the onlookers turned their attention back to Dianka, who was still steadily progressing, and murmured, to withstand such hardship. It's no wonder the Demon Empress became the strongest in the 9 heavens and 7 realms. If only she hadn't chosen the wrong path. Even Luo Ziyin, witnessing this, began to question everything. He thought to himself, what kind of past could transform someone so kind and resolute into the heartless, tyrannical demon empress she is today? My childhood memories are gone. I never knew she did so much for me. His gaze remained fixed on Dianka's solitary figure within the mirror. She was now painstakingly traversing a path paved with swords. A quiet voice, silent for a long while, suddenly spoke, Little Z, give up. You won't make it to the end. If you give up now, you can at least see your little brother one last time. Dianka coldly replied, I must save him. Hearing this, the voice laughed heartily. Little one, I like your spirit. If you can overcome this trial, I'll make an exception and take you as my disciple. Despite the tempting offer, the blades beneath her feet kept Dianka focused. She stubbornly insisted, I only need to save him. Only after a long pause did the strange voice finally hear the 2 words, only need. It practically whooped with glee. What? Regretting your decision already? If you give up now, I can still take you as my disciple. But Dianka proved that it ain't over till it's over. She calmly called out, no regrets. But, old-timer, could you perhaps spare me a set of clothes? The immortal, red-faced with indignation, spluttered what? I'm not even worth a set of clothes. Despite his grumbling, he sent her a rather large robe. Dianka, upon receiving the garment, politely thanked the immortal. Then, continuing her trek across the blades, she mused, this does look a bit intimidating. But as long as I don't look at the blades, it's not so scary. Just think of it as the road from hell back home. Compared to my parents selling their house and car, borrowing money everywhere to save me, this path is nothing. Through the mortality mirror, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Heavens, she actually made it through. Only Mo Chonglu, Dianka's disciple, expressed his disapproval. Dianka, why are you so good to Luo Ziyin? If you had treated me half as well, I wouldn't. Before he could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted near Celestial Emperor Qingyang. He suddenly became agitated, watching Dianka collapse within the mirror. He cried out, brother. Someone foolishly asked, the demon empress isn't going to die, is she? Another, realizing the absurdity of the question, snapped, how could she? If she were dead, who would be sitting up there now? Her tribulation lightning is just like that. Besides, she's just a child. As Dianka stirred within the mirror, everyone sighed in relief. Demon Empress, you're the Demon Empress. You can overcome this small obstacle. Only Luo Ziyin, bearing half of her pain, collapsed, whispering, brother, I am sorry. It's all my fault. You suffered so much back then. It's all my fault. Within the mirror, a medicine immortal joyfully hovered above. After 1,000 years, someone has finally crossed my Yellow Springs Grand Formation. Tian Xianzi finally has a successor. This old man, with his silver hair and benevolent smile, was none other than the mysterious medicine sect master, Tian Xianzi. The crowd outside the mirror erupted in excitement, as if they had just met their idol. What? Tian Xuanzi, the mysterious medicine sect. He's Tian Xianzi, the one who saved my wife. He always wears a mask. This is the first time I've seen his face. Tian Xianzi, he saved my parents' lives too. I wanted to repay his kindness, but then this demon empress took his life. They glared at Dianka, who was calmly resting her chin on her hand. Demon Empress, you even dare to lay a hand on someone as great as Tian Xianzi. Having been quiet for a while, Dianka's eyes lit up at these words. She said cheerfully, want to draw me again. I should seize this opportunity and close the mortality mirror quickly. She then proceeded to taunt the crowd. Not bad. Tian Xianzi was indeed killed by this empress. If you're not convinced, come and see me off. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll boil you, fry you, dismember you, and scatter your remains across the sea. I'll use the most vicious, most evil formations to suppress you, so you'll never be able to reincarnate. Hearing this, everyone flew into a rage, drawing their swords and shouting, Demon Empress, what did you say? Though she didn't voice it, Dianka almost welcomed death in this very moment. Come on, unleash your anger and hatred. Point your blades at me. A 2-second pause hung in the air. Dianka, feigning distress, thought to herself, wait a minute, this barrier can't be pierced. I need to trick him into retracting the mortality mirror. But what is he doing? She wondered, referring to Luo Ziyin. Luo Ziyin, covered in grime, looked at her and called out, sister. Dianka shook her head vehemently. No, he looks like a mess. He's probably too weak to channel energy. I need a different approach. Left with no other choice, she resorted to provocation. I am protected by the heavenly Tao mirror. You can't touch me. The crowd, predictably, fell for the bait, clamoring for Celestial Emperor Qingyang to withdraw the heavenly Tao mirror. Yet, inexplicably, Long Yintan and Mo Chonglu remained steadfast in their opposition. We can't. The Demon Empress's power is immense. If the heavenly Tao mirror is withdrawn, a fierce battle will surely ensue. The Demon Empress is skilled in manipulation. She's likely spreading rumors to trick us into withdrawing the mirror, giving her a chance to escape. Immediately, the onlookers backpedaled, even going so far as to criticize Dianka. This Demon Empress is truly insidious. I almost fell for her trickery. If she's under the protection of the heavenly Tao mirror, she'll die sooner or later. Why should we bother? Let's just watch and see what happens. Dianka, her scheme exposed, grimaced. Fine, be all high and mighty. Go ahead and burn me to light your own way, you puppets. Back within the mirror, the young Dianka spoke weakly. Remember what you promised me. If there's nothing else, I'll go home now. She was waiting for the opportune moment to die and transmigrate back to the present. But then, unexpectedly, she was grabbed by the scruff of her neck. Tian Xianzi, the medicine immortal, threw her into a vat of water, jolting her awake. He said, gasping, "Go home." "Absolutely not. You are now my disciple. Whether you stay or go is up to me." With that, he plunged her head underwater, his voice cold. "Now, soak in this divine water. Only those with unwavering resolve can withstand it. That is why I created the Yellow Springs Formation, to choose a suitable successor." Dianka struggled to breathe, thrashing in the water. The acupoints in her body glowed brightly. The medicine immortal, observing from above, calmly explained, "By soaking in the divine water, your flesh and blood will be cleansed, your primordial spirit and soul purified, and your true spirit and divine power tempered. You will then be able to ascend to the heavens and become the sole inheritor of my mysterious medicine sect. But remember, you must never reveal the secret of the Trilite divine water to anyone." At this point in the story, the promise Dianka made to the medicine immortal would be broken. Forced by the heavenly Tao mirror to confess, she revealed the secret, causing an uproar among those watching. This Dianka has the luck of a dog, to be tempered by the Trilite divine water. Unbelievable. Don't complain. Even if they gave it to us, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although the Trilite divine water was formed from 3 types of divine water, each containing the essence of heaven and earth, a defiance of natural order, the pain it inflicted was 1,000, 10,000 times greater. Just as someone haughtily remarked, "Where do you see the demon empress in pain?" Tell me. Celestial Emperor Qin Yang, who had been bearing half of Dianka's pain through the heavenly Tao mirror, collapsed. He trembled, thinking, "How can this be?" The onlookers, successfully swayed by the spectacle, concluded, "It seems the demon empress is suffering after all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be struggling so violently." Indeed, but this Tian Xianzi is truly cruel. Back inside the mirror, Dianka continued to thrash about, not from pain, but from sheer exasperation. "I don't want to recover," she wailed internally. "Let me out. I want to go home. You're my way." But the medicine immortal, Tian Xianzi, remained oblivious, cheerfully encouraging her. "I know the Trilite divine water causes immense suffering," he said, "but only by enduring this boundless agony can one ascend to greater heights. Little one, you must persevere." Dianka seethed, wanted to scream, "Persevere, my foot. Thank you very much." After what felt like an eternity of near drowning, she finally managed to pull herself up, gasping like a fish out of water. "Trying to find a way to die just makes me want to die even more," she thought miserably. This murky bath almost did me in. Eyeing the beaming Tian Xianzi with suspicion, she thought, "Good thing I'm still young. Being soaked through isn't a big deal. Otherwise, my true gender would have been revealed." As she wrung the water from her clothes, a disorienting memory flashed through her mind. "Wait a minute," she thought, furtively recalling the past. "When I woke up back then, I was already dry and lying in bed. Does that mean Luo Ziyin's family knew my real gender all along?" She then remembered another incident, when she'd wanted to relieve herself with Luo Ziyin, only to be stopped by his mother, who'd said, "Dear child, why don't you come with me instead?" The memory made her cringe. Dianka retreated to a corner, mentally chastising herself. My disguise. Meanwhile, the medicine immortal was practically giddy with delight. He chuckled, saying, "Just as I expected. Not only handsome, but also loyal and righteous, with unwavering character. Excellent, excellent. Disciple, what is your name?" Dianka, gesturing to her sorry state, asked dumbly, "Handsome disciple." Then, considering the potential ramifications, she adopted a more disciple-like demeanor. "Do I really look like his disciple? My brain must be waterlogged to even consider it. My wounds, soaked for days, have healed. If I really become his disciple, wouldn't that mean immortality? Only a fool would want that. So," she declared loudly, "I don't want to be your disciple. I just want to save my little brother." This declaration stunned Tian Xianzi into silence. Undeterred, he continued to coax her with a smile. "My dear disciple, do you not know of the mysterious medicine sects?" But Dianka was having none of it, plugging her ears and chanting repeatedly, "I don't care how great, how powerful, how famous you are. I just want to save my little brother." Finally losing his patience, the medicine immortal snapped, "Well, tough luck. If you've soaked in my Trilite divine water, you are my disciple." Good heavens, Dianka thought. Even a medicine immortal can be as stubborn as a 3-year-old. However, in that brief moment when he'd taken her pulse, Tian Xianzi had realized her true gender. But she continued to deny it. "Older brother. I am his older brother." He grabbed her wrist again, stating firmly, "Wrong." Dianka grew increasingly frustrated. "Wrong about what?" "Old man, If you don't understand, don't spout nonsense. I said older brother, so I'm his older brother. You're the one who's wrong. The medicine immortal's eyes widened. You're not even human. Dianka was equally shocked by this pronouncement. She stared blankly as he continued. Your bones are no longer mortal, yet your blood flow is obstructed, and you possess no spiritual roots. I was suspicious before, but now I understand. You have 20 celestial seals on your body. You are not human. Each seal brings you closer to death, perhaps even an early one. But if they are all released, you could ascend to the heavens. Of this lengthy explanation, only the words early death reached Dianka's ears. Her eyes lit up. Early death. That sounds beneficial. Intrigued, she asked, how do I break the seals? The medicine immortal, without hesitation, instructed her, cultivate. When your cultivation reaches its peak, the seals will summon 9 heavenly lightning tribulations. After the tribulations, the seals will break themselves. Immediately, the rebellious Dianka obediently kowtowed. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Tian Xianzi, the medicine immortal, seemed taken aback by this sudden shift, thinking that's all it took. Seeing his hesitation, Dianka anxiously asked, do you not want me as your disciple anymore? The old man sighed gently. It's not that. There's just one thing I don't understand. You and your younger brother aren't blood relatives. Why would you risk your life to save him? Is it worth it? Unable to admit her true desire for death, Dianka played the role of unwavering loyalty. His parents showed me great kindness. Whether we share blood or not, he will always be my younger brother. Saving him is my duty. Satisfied with her answer, the medicine immortal helped her up. He then touched a point on her forehead and softly said, good. I didn't misjudge you. In that case, I will help you break the first seal. As soon as Tian Xianzi performed some sort of incantation, dark clouds gathered above them, crackling with bright lightning. Dianka, slightly apprehensive, thought, while I'm not particularly fond of being struck by lightning, this does look promising. Maybe it can send me home. She braced herself for excruciating pain. To her surprise, Tian Xianzi planted his hands on the ground, shielding her with his body. It's just a heavenly tribulation. Nothing to fear, he said. But your spiritual roots and meridians haven't opened yet. If you're struck, you'll surely die. I will endure this tribulation for you and break the first seal. Then you can begin your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, bolts of lightning crashed down. The medicine immortal quickly pushed his new disciple away, taking the full brunt of the attack. He declared with forced cheerfulness, young one, you would go to such lengths for a brother not of your blood. I can entrust the mysterious medicine sect to you with peace of mind. His words sounded suspiciously like a final farewell. Indeed, with the final strike, the renowned medicine immortal strained every muscle, his eyes wide as he endured the agonizing blow. He noticed Dianka running towards him and warned, don't come any closer. It's dangerous. After the tribulation, the sky cleared. Dianka rushed to his side, crying out, you old fool. Why did you do that? This tribulation had nothing to do with you. Tian Xianzi, his voice gentle, summoned a spiritual pill and offered it to her. The path ahead will depend on you, he advised. This is the secret art of the mysterious medicine sect. Open it when your cultivation reaches a certain level. You will understand the techniques within. Remember to cultivate diligently. He then attempted to leave, his body frail, but Dianka stopped him. Old man, are you all right? He didn't look back, saying coldly, I said, if you truly don't want to inherit the mysterious medicine sect, then find a successor for me. Dianka, ever grateful, replied seriously, if I have accepted you as my master, then the affairs of the mysterious medicine sect are my affairs. You endured the tribulation for me, broke the seal for me. Even if it wasn't what I wanted, you showed me great kindness. I will keep my promise. Don't worry, old man. Before I die, I will find a worthy successor for the mysterious medicine sect. Relieved, the old man said, that's good. Then, like a gust of wind, he vanished, leaving Dianka to suddenly remember her original purpose. You haven't saved my brother yet, she yelled. The voice of the departing medicine immortal, carried on the wind, replied, he's already fine. This scene left Dianka utterly speechless. The sudden replay of this memory caused the demon empress to lower her eyes. Tian Xianzi, she thought, this is the second debt of gratitude I owe you. Back then, I didn't know the price of breaking a celestial seal. Although your cultivation was profound, you were still just a cultivator of the lower realm. How could a cultivator of the lower realm withstand the powerful seal of the upper realm? It was an exchange of life force, nothing more. If I had known it would be the last time we met, I would have been a little more courteous. Later, within the heavenly Tao mirror, Luo Ziyin finally recovered enough to walk on his own. Dianka led the little boy, venturing out. Along the way, she remained puzzled. The sword sect had been recruiting inner disciples for several days now. Anyone interested could go and have their spiritual roots and bloodline tested. That woman told me to bring Ziyin to the sword sect, but she didn't specify who to look for. However, as long as he can enter the sword sect, his life will be secure. I'll bring him in first, then find another opportunity to slip away. Having him with me is inconvenient. After walking for a long time, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, Luo Ziyin's face crumpled. The boy then collapsed on the ground, crying with snot running down his face, wailing, "Brother, I can't walk anymore. Can't we just not go to this sword sect?" Having accepted the task, Dianka firmly pulled him up, saying, "We must go. There's no other way." After much struggle, they finally reached the sword sect's gate. In front of it stood a colossal pillar, and a long line of people queued before it. Occasionally, booming voices could be heard. Third grade spiritual root. Second grade bloodline. Congratulations. Please come this way. It turned out that this was the sword sect's method of assessing strength for disciple recruitment. Dianka began to scout around, praying for little Ziyin to pass smoothly. But somehow, when Luo Ziyin touched the stone tablet, the words waste spiritual root, mortal bloodline appeared. This result shocked her. Waste spiritual root. How is that possible? Mister, are you mistaken? My brother is intelligent, lively, well-learned, and his appearance is top-notch. How could he have a waste spiritual root? The official disciple responded indifferently. If you're not satisfied, you can enter the sword tomb. If you can retrieve a sword from within, then even with a waste spiritual root, the Sword Heart sect will make an exception and accept him. Upon hearing that the sword tomb was a dangerous place, Dianka's eyes lit up, her spirits soaring. If I succeed, will you accept my brother? Thus, Dianka instructed Ziyin to wait obediently for her return. Feeling invigorated, she strode off, thinking, if I die in the sword tomb, I'll bring Senior Tian Xianzi's medical arts back to the modern era and let them shine there. That way, I won't have broken my promise. Halfway there, Dianka was drawn back by shouts behind her. Impossible! How could I have a waste spiritual root? Recognizing a similar situation, the official disciple said, Young Yuan, if you're dissatisfied, you can follow that kid's example and enter the sword tomb. If you can survive and bring out a sword, you can become a direct disciple of the Sword Heart sect. Looking at the disgruntled expression of the newcomer, Dianka quickly guessed that this was the male lead, Xiao Ju. Although she tried to greet him with good intentions, he coldly brushed past her, leaving Dianka feeling snubbed. While she was still sulking, Xiao Ju, with a look of disdain, thought, trying to flatter me, so I'll look after you in the sword tomb. Dream on. With that, he walked straight to the entrance of the sword tomb. But Dianka clung close behind with the speed of a cheetah. Xiao Ju cursed under his breath, annoying, trying to steal my opportunity. While he was still frowning, she, with a giggle, rushed ahead, thinking the sword tomb must be full of traps. This time, I'll definitely go home. Her fleeting moment of joy was shattered when Xiao Ju, the novel's male lead, shoved her aside, trying to steal my opportunity. Don't even dream of it. He sneered. Fuming, Dianka glared at him. What's wrong with this guy? He calls himself cool, but he's so rude. Xiao Ju smirked. This young master wants to go first. Let's see who dares to stop me. Thoroughly annoyed, Dianka shoved him back. Move aside. Don't block my way. Her defiance made Xiao Ju frown. There must be something good inside, he thought. Otherwise, why would this kid be in such a hurry? With that, he took off after her, yelling, Don't you dare push me. You won't get away with this. Moments later, both were deep within the sword tomb. Xiao Ju, burdened by the oppressive aura, grumbled, so dizzy. My legs feel so heavy. The deeper we go, the stronger the pressure becomes. He scowled at Dianka, muttering, Why is that kid moving so effortlessly? I absolutely refuse to lose to him. Despite his determination, his body had its limits. Blood trickled from his nose under the tomb's oppressive force. Concerned, Dianka said softly. Kid, if you want to live, don't go any deeper. This isn't a place you can handle. Weakened, Xiao Ju stubbornly retorted, don't worry about me. Dianka coughed. Let me tell you, this isn't a place for mortals like you. Who knows what will happen if you go deeper? Dianka sensed something strange about the sword tomb. Even as Xiao Ju faltered, she couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. You're weak, and you won't admit it, she said. Anyway, I've warned you. Whether you live or die is up to you. Goodbye, farewell. Leaving Xiao Ju behind, she pressed onward. Her farewell sounded final, but inwardly, Dianka was celebrating. If I can find a shortcut out of here, modern world, here I come. Outside the Sword Heart sect, a middle-aged man appeared, surprised to hear that two youngsters had entered the sword tomb. He learned that both possessed waste spiritual roots. Within the heavenly Tao mirror, the celestial emperor Qin Yang cried out, Master. It's Master. Immortal Yuan Chun showed me immense kindness. Even though I had a waste spiritual root, he accepted me as his disciple and patiently guided me. Without him, there would be no Changshao today. But how could you have so cruelly murdered such a good man? Luo Ziyin passionately praised his master, but his gaze turned sorrowful as it fell on Dianka. Brother, you're so foolish, he murmured. Inside the mirror, immortal Yuan Shun stroked his beard, scoffing, two worthless wastes think they can escape the sword tomb. No, Master, a disciple beside him corrected, pointing at Luo Ziyin. He's the one with the waste spiritual root. That kid, Dianka, said if he can retrieve a sword, we'll accept the other one as a disciple. Yuan Shen glanced at Luo Ziyin. Does he even deserve it? He sneered. The disciple hesitated. Then, what are your intentions, Master? Yuan Chen's disdain was evident. If that Dianka brat makes it out alive, I'll accept this waste. If not, I'll send him on his way. He glared at Luo Ziyin with utter contempt. Within the heavenly Tao mirror, Qin Yang was stunned by Yuan Chen's words and actions. Frozen, he stammered impossible. The master of my memories was kind and gentle, always caring for me. How could he look at me like that? There must be some mistake. It has to be. Luo Ziyin, at a loss for words, looked awkwardly at the crowd behind him. After Master accepts me as his disciple, things will be different. But the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, silently mocking the idea of such immense kindness. However, a small, enthusiastic faction, eager to witness the demon empress's descent into darkness, readily shoved the onlookers aside. Inside the mirror of death, Dianka, battered and bruised, crawled painfully through the sword tomb. Clicking her tongue, she lamented, why is this so difficult? Ugh, dying is harder than I thought. But duty called. With a grunt of effort, Dianka pulled out a sword. The moment the blade emerged, a tremendous force blasted her backward. Like a ragdoll tossed by a giant, she flew. Oof, Dianka gasped, finally realizing the sheer power of the sword's chi within the tomb. So, that's how potent they are, she mused, a predatory grin spreading across her face. Her goal was death, and a thrilling new plan formed in her mind. I'll just pull them all out. One by one, Dianka drew the swords from their resting places within the tomb. Battered by the relentless onslaught of sword chi, she swayed on her feet. This display of vulnerability even moved Mo Chonglu to comment. He does all this for Luo Ziyin, but he's never done anything like this for me, not even once. Finally, after witnessing half of Dianka's agonizing ordeal, Luo Ziyin collapsed. The crowd panicked, rushing to his side. What happened? Celestial Emperor Qin Yang, are you alright? One curious onlooker reached towards the barrier of the mirror of death. Is there something wrong with the sword tomb itself? He wondered, touching the surface. Instantly, his life force was drained, leaving him withered and aged in a blink. The surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. His Tao heart is destroyed. Back away. Everyone, get back from the barrier. They stared in horror at Dianka, murmuring amongst themselves. This is no ordinary sword tomb, like the rumors say. Could this be the legendary sword tomb left behind by the Golden Sparrow God? Only an ancient deity like him could create a tomb capable of shattering one's Tao heart. Their attention, for once, focused on Dianka with a flicker of genuine concern. Is the demon empress going mad? Pulling out one sword is enough to pass the test. Why is she pulling out more when she's already so injured? Is she plotting something? If this is truly the Golden Sparrow God Sword Tomb, could she have known about the test beforehand? Is that why she's persisting? Public opinion shifted abruptly. Someone spoke up, their voice serious. Perhaps she's not mad, but simply lost consciousness, unaware that she's already retrieved a sword. She's acting purely on instinct. After all, this sword tomb can destroy even a celestial's Tao heart, let alone a child's. In her mind, this must be incredibly important, so important that she'd rather die than give up. The others, hearing this, nodded in agreement. So that's it. The demon empress cared that much for celestial Emperor Qingyong. Luo Ziyin, hearing the whispers, was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. He pounded on the barrier, shouting at Dianka, "Why are you doing this? I don't need you to do this." But his cries went unheeded. Dianka continued to pull swords from the tomb. Luo Ziyin trembled, tears welling in his eyes. "Stop! Stop it, you fool!" he sobbed, feeling unworthy of such sacrifice. He didn't deserve this. Meanwhile, Zheng Ji remained seated within the barrier, observing the scene with weary amusement. These days, everyone, mortal or immortal, seems to love making a fuss, he muttered. Truly, the joys and sorrows of humankind are not alike. They're as loud as my neighbors singing karaoke. Inside the mirror of death, the tiny figure of Dianka dragged herself forward, inch by agonizing inch. "I can't even stand anymore," she gasped, struggling to breathe. "Just one more sword, and I can finally die. Nothing can stop me from going home now." And with that, the episode ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel and motivate me to continue. With the last of her strength, Dianka reached for the final sword. Then, inexplicably, all 10 of her fingers snapped clean off. Agony ripped through her, but she merely commented, "Oh, they're off, are they? Fine, I'll use my head." Without hesitation, she rammed her skull against the last sword, dislodging it from its place. This brutal display left the onlookers speechless, then buzzing with excitement. Demon Empress Dianka just headbutted a sword. Incredible. Truly worthy of a demon empress. She has what it takes to become a supreme ruler. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. Suddenly, they noticed something strange and held their breath. Guys, are the swords humming? Indeed, within the mirror of death, a sword hovered ominously above Dianka's head, threatening to end her life at any moment. It began to absorb the sword chi from the sword she had pulled, glowing brighter and brighter. Then, with a flash of light, it transformed into a beautiful young man with snow-white hair. He emerged with a flourish, proclaiming, "After 10,000 years, I have finally found my successor." With a flick of his wrist, the countless swords within the tomb rose into the air, coalescing with the one hovering above. As the now massive sword slowly descended, its potent sword chi began to seep into the consciousness of the dying Dianka. Then, miraculously, her fingers regenerated, and her eyes snapped open, much to her dismay. Panicked, she stared at the silver-haired man and shrieked, "What in the world? Who are you?" But more importantly, tears welled up. The game was over. She was healed. The spectral youth fixed her with a stern gaze. "Child, you are now my heir. Kneel." Dianka, frustrated at being denied death, snapped back, "Kneel my ass. I kneel to no one but my parents. Who the hell are you to demand my obedience?" Taken aback by her outburst, the spectral figure's expression darkened. Perhaps she was trying to provoke him into killing her. But then he burst into laughter. "Excellent. A worthy successor indeed. Such spirit." Sensing her confusion, he explained, "You have accepted my sword heart. Whether you like it or not, you are my heir." Dianka immediately retorted, "I don't like it." She muttered to herself, "Sword heart. Sounds like trouble. I don't need it. One heir is enough of a headache, let alone two." She gestured towards the unconscious Xiao Ju. "No, give it to him. I don't want it." But the spectral figure simply stated, "He is not worthy." Seeing her stubbornness, he thrust the sword towards her. As soon as she grasped it, thunder boomed outside. The spectral figure winced. "There's a—" Before he could finish, he burst through the roof of the tomb and shouted back, as expected of my chosen heir, "I'll give you a hand with this." A second heavenly tribulation descended. The spectral figure bravely faced the onslaught, shielding Dianka from its destructive power. The commotion roused Xiao Ju. He ran over, eyeing the sword in Dianka's grasp. "Brat," he said, "don't you feel any pain? I heard what you and that old geezer said. If you don't want the sword, can you give it to me?" Dianka, desperate to escape, struggled against him. I'm not a god, of course I feel pain. Are you blind? And who are you calling brat? And don't interrupt me, or I'll forget what I was saying. I came to the sword tomb to get a sword. This is my little brother's chance to join the sect, so back off. I'm not giving you the sword. She glanced at Xiao Ju, thinking not feeling pain on my quest for death is actually a plus. But I'll have to fake it later, or these people will get suspicious. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju stared at the sword, a scheme brewing in his mind. With this sword, I can join the sect. Once I'm in the sword sect, I can avenge the Xiao clan. Fueled by this ambition, Xiao Ju was determined to seize the sword. He wrestled with Di Yanka, a pang of guilt hitting him. I'm sorry, he thought, but I have to have this sword. Di Yanka, equally unwilling to yield, tried to push him away. But somehow, a gentle shove turned into a powerful palm strike, sending Xiao Ju sprawling against the wall. Di Yanka sighed ruefully. Looks like that phantom just broke another one of my seals. Not only is my strength back, but I'm as light as a feather. Why is the threshold of death getting higher and higher? Xiao Ju struggled to his feet, only to be knocked unconscious again by a falling rock. This guy's protagonist's luck is unbelievable, she thought. Rocks were falling everywhere, but none hit her. Exasperated, Di Yanka hoisted Xiao Ju on her shoulder. Forget it, she thought. If I can't die, then fine. Consider this saving your dog life, Mr. Protagonist. You can repay me by attending my funeral later. The commotion from the collapsing tomb reached Luo Ziyin, who rushed over, shouting, "Brother." The moment she heard his voice, the cave collapsed. Di Yanka's face paled. "Luo Ziyin," she cried, frantically digging through the rubble. "I told you to wait. Why did you come here?" She overturned rocks, praying, "Please, God, let that little idiot be okay." If anything happened to Luo Ziyin, she wouldn't be able to face his mother. Suddenly, Immortal Yuan Chun descended from above. "Boy," he said coldly, "what happened in the sword tomb? Why was it struck by lightning? Did you obtain something?" Unable to find Luo Ziyin, Di Yanka was in a state of panic and couldn't process his words. Infuriated, Immortal Yuan Chun lashed out. "Boy," he warned, "I'll ask you one more time. What happened in the sword tomb? Did you obtain something?" But Di Yanka was focused solely on finding Luo Ziyin. Losing his patience, Immortal Yuan Chun grabbed her by the throat. Despite being choked, she remained silent. Finally, Immortal Yuan Chun snapped. "You're courting death." Luo Ziyin, watching the scene unfold, was stunned. "Brother, why? Why is it like this? How could Master be like this?" He recalled a different Immortal Yuan Chun, one who was always gentle. "Ziyin, these are body-strengthening pills I specially made for you. Eat them." "Ziyin, these are spiritual herbs I traveled thousands of miles to find for you. Do you like them?" He couldn't trust his memories anymore. Inside the mirror of death, Di Yanka continued to provoke Immortal Yuan Chun. "Go on, kill me then." Enraged, he replied, "Fine, I will grant you your wish." Just as Immortal Yuan Chun was about to strike, a surge of protective talismans erupted, encasing him and holding him back. Abruptly, the old man released Di Yanka, setting her gently on the ground. With a newfound seriousness, he declared, "You, boy, I can take you as my disciple." Coughing, Di Yanka retorted, "It's not impossible for me to become your disciple, but you have to save my little brother first." The immortal, however, was uncooperative. "How ludicrous," he scoffed. "The chance to become my disciple is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. What right do you have to make demands? If I so wished, I could have you dead and buried in an instant." The words dead and buried sparked a sudden, perverse excitement in Di Yanka. She challenged him, "Go on then. Kill me. I dare you. If I flinch, I lose. If you weren't so quick to threaten people with death, I wouldn't even consider becoming your disciple." Realizing the boy was seriously considering the discipleship, Immortal Yuan Chun hastily compromised. Fine, he conceded. With a flick of his wrist, he blasted apart the towering pile of rubble. From beneath the shattered rocks, Di Yanka finally spotted Luo Ziyin. She started to rush towards him, but the old man called out from behind, "I've found him for you. Now, will you become my disciple?" Di Yanka continued running towards her brother, calling back, "Not yet. You have to save him." and protect him for the rest of his life. It dawned on immortal Yuan-chan that he'd been played by a snot-nosed brat. He snarled, "Do you believe I'll just kill him instead?" But Dianka, knowing she held the upper hand, boldly declared, "If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll go with him." Driven to the brink by her audacity, the old immortal roared, "You wretched child, don't push me too far." After a moment of furious contemplation, immortal Yuan-chan finally gritted out, "Fine, it's just one useless life. It's not like I can't afford to feed another mouth. I agree to your terms." Celestial Emperor Qing Yang, observing from the mirror of death, felt a pang of loss. His eyes darkened as he mocked himself. To think I'd be accepted as immortal Yuan-chan's disciple under such circumstances. There's no such thing as coincidental mentorship. His kindness towards me is all because of Dianka. Unable to bear any more emotional turmoil, Luo Ziyin moved to recall the heavenly Tao mirror. "Judges," he announced, "that's enough with Dianka. This ends here." Long Yin immediately lunged forward, grappling with him. "What are you saying? Even if Dianka was once kind to you, what about her crimes against the people? What gives you the right to make this decision for everyone?" But Luo Ziyin was exhausted. He said apathetically, "I don't care about the people. I just want to save my brother." Dianka, watching from above, sighed and interjected, "Luo Ziyin, don't flatter yourself. Everything I do has a purpose. It's not just for you." Hearing this, Qin Yang hesitated, wanting to apologize. But Dianka preferred the misunderstanding to persist. He only hears what he wants to hear, sees what he wants to see. Let him think what he wants. "I'll take my leave," she announced. "When will this trial finally end?" She muttered to herself, "When can I finally go home? I've lived long enough." The scene abruptly shifted to the Sword Sect's secret chamber. Dianka, where he asked, "Why have you brought me here?" Immortal Yuan-chan, holding a pair of pliers, gave a chilling smile. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, he clamped the pliers onto Xiao Ju's fingernail. He ripped it out, saying indifferently, "Tell me, boy. Tell me everything that happened inside the sword tomb." Xiao Ju screamed in agony. He tried to suppress his cries, his body trembling. Dianka couldn't stand it any longer. "Old man," she shouted, "if you have something to do, do it to me. What kind of righteous sect uses torture?" He looked at her, a dark smile spreading across his face. "Dianka," he sneered, "I can't touch you. But this boy's life, no one can guarantee his safety. If you lay another hand on him," Dianka warned, "I'll deal with you." Seeing immortal Yuan-chan about to strike again, she blurted out, "Wait, I inherited something from an old man in the sword tomb. I can save Xiao Ju's remaining fingernails." When pressed for details, Dianka sighed dramatically. "How should I know what I inherited? I can't even use it. It's just a bunch of swords that fly around. If you want it, dig it out yourself. It's in my forehead." Immortal Yuan-chan narrowed his eyes. "If you're lying to me," he threatened, "I won't spare him." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Dianka clicked her tongue. "Seriously, what does his life have to do with me? And you, elder," she muttered to herself, gesturing towards where the immortal had been, "your brain is clearly addled." Turning to the more pressing matter at hand, Dianka asked Xiao Ju, "Are you all right? Why didn't you tell him?" Xiao Ju simply retorted coldly, "What's it to you?" Seeing the boy's prickly demeanor, Dianka relented. All right, consider you righteous. As a reward, I'll give you that broken sword I picked up in the sword tomb." Xiao Ju's eyes lit up. Dianka continued, "I was going to use it to get my brother into the sword sect. But if I don't need it, you can have it. It's ugly anyway. I don't like it." But when Xiao Ju asked where the sword was, Dianka smirked. "I hid it. You have to agree to one condition first. You can't like me." Her unfinished sentence left Xiao Ju stunned. His face flushed. "Like you," he stammered. Dianka nodded. "Exactly. You have to promise. When you get stronger, you have to treat me like your enemy. Constantly challenge me, until you kill me." Xiao Ju stared at her, bewildered. "That's your condition?" Dianka confirmed, "That's right." Xiao Ju thought to himself, "This kid's brain is definitely broken." Just then, a puff of smoke appeared, and immortal Yuan-chan materialized, beaming at Dianka. "My dear disciple," he said, "I've put you through quite an ordeal." Unable to speak freely, Dianka subtly winked at Xiao Ju, reminding him of their agreement. "Understood." Xiao Ju mouthed back. Immortal Yuan-chan cleared his throat and adopted a benevolent tone. "I had to resort to unconventional methods with you too. It was out of necessity. The Celestial Eye sect forced my hand," he continued. "They believe their position as head of the 7 great sects gives them the right to bully smaller schools like ours. If I hadn't made a scene, they would have taken you to catch ghosts. Ghost catching, you see, is a particularly dangerous technique. It can cloud the mind, leaving one incapacitated. Everything I did was for your own good. You understand, don't you? Dianka, unimpressed by his long-winded explanation, retorted, I think your cultivation is just too weak to catch ghosts yourself. Immortal Yuan Chun choked, then coughed to cover his embarrassment. My disciple has quite the sense of humor, he chuckled. Your brother has been brought back to our sect. My daughter is taking care of him personally. I'll take you to see him. He then looked pointedly at Xiao Ju. What is your relationship with him? Both Dianka and Xiao Ju answered in unison. Their voices dripping with disdain. We're not acquainted. Immortal Yuan Chun looked down at Xiao Ju. Technically speaking, with your mortal bloodline and crippled spiritual root, you shouldn't have passed the Sword Tomb trial. I shouldn't take you as a disciple, but I value talent and can't bear to see you waste away in the mortal realm. So, become my disciple and stay at the Sword Heart sect. Xiao Ju knelt and loudly declared his gratitude to his master. This scene touched Dianka, who thought to herself, he really is the male lead. Tortured one moment, and the next, he's letting go of all resentment. And so, the two youngsters trailed after Immortal Yuan Chun. Xiao Ju stared at the immortal's back, vowing silently, no matter how I'm treated, I must persevere. Dianka rushed to Immortal Yuan Chen's residence. Upon arrival, she met his daughter, Jiru. However, Yanka was only concerned about her brother, Luo Ziyin. Yet, Jiru nonchalantly asked, Sister Jiru, everything has a cause and effect. The reason for Luo Ziyin's current state went back a few hours. Immortal Yuan Chun had seriously asked his daughter, he's just a good-for-nothing. Why are you personally taking care of him? Jiru, cunningly, replied, Father, how could you not have figured it out yet? Luo Ziyin and Dianka share a deep sibling bond. If I entrusted his care to someone else, how could I expect Dianka to obediently comply? I've already erased all of Luo Ziyin's memories of that little brat. Yanka, from now on, the closest person to him will be me. My dear brother, if the person he relies on most is me, then tell me, Father, wouldn't Dianka be influenced by us? Immortal Yuan Chen nodded, but with some apprehension, said, but I've already shown my true colors to her. I'm afraid she won't trust me anymore. Jiru confidently declared, no man can refuse the gentleness of a beautiful woman. Luo Ziyin is no exception, and neither is Dianka. Before Yanka could fully process the situation, Jiru proactively extended her hand and greeted her. I didn't realize you were so young yet so brave. From now on, this is your home. Uemi Eru. I've always been in charge of Ziyin's care. You can call me Sister Jiru, just like him. Just now, I saw that Ziyin was seriously injured. In my haste, I transferred too much spiritual energy to wake him up. I didn't expect my spiritual energy to clash with his, causing damage to his memories. You won't blame Sister Jiru, will you? Dianka would have to be a fool not to recognize Jiru's ulterior motives. Inwardly, she praised, as expected of the number one female antagonist, making both the male lead and the villain fight over her. Such looks, such methods, truly impressive. Jiru smiled gently and said, Junior brother, from now on, you are my father's first disciple. Don't worry, I will take care of you. But in her heart, she already held disdain for Yanka, thinking, Father is truly something. She's just a beggar who hasn't seen the world. Does she really deserve his attention? Being close to me is a privilege for you. Finishing her thought, she pulled Yanka along, saying, Come quickly and see if you like the room I prepared for you. Luo Ziyin instinctively wanted to follow Jiru, but was immediately grabbed by the collar. She led Yanka to a rather airy room. Without any hesitation, Yanka plopped down on a chair and offered a perfunctory, it's all right. When Jiru asked, So, junior brother, do you need anything? I'll go prepare it, Yanka replied without any politeness. I want to bathe. Then prepare some food for me. Jiru's face darkened, truly not a shred of courtesy. Maintaining her fake smile, she said, This is a foundation-building pill. One pill can sustain you for 3 days. Yanka obediently accepted the pill and popped it in her mouth, chewing. However, her face quickly contorted at the bitter taste. Next, Jiru continued her attempts at small talk, saying, Junior brother, I see you possess extraordinary talent and are quite handsome. You're sure to bring glory to the sect in the future. By the way, where is your home? Who else is in your family? What do your parents do? Yanka, of course, guessed her intentions. She started scratching her head dramatically and cried out, "Senior sister, I think there's a bug crawling on me. Get off." As expected, Ji-Ru froze. Seeing her jump up, Yanka continued relentlessly, "What's wrong, senior sister?" The moment Ji-Ru said she was fine, Yanka darted toward her, exclaiming, "Then, senior sister, come help me catch these lice." Ji-Ru clearly wanted Yanka to stay far away. Quickly, she executed a complete 360-degree turn in her demeanor, adopting a pitiful expression. Yanka said, "Senior sister, are you disgusted by me? I know, I've been separated from my parents since I was young and have been wandering around." Hearing this, Ji-Ru quickly sat down and feigned sincerity, saying, "How could I? I was just thinking junior brother Yanka is so outstanding. This path surely hasn't been easy for you." Feeling that the conversation had gone on long enough, Yanka pointed to her clothes and said, "Senior sister, we can talk about that later. I want to bathe first." This time, Ji-Ru cooperated readily. "Easy peasy," she said, and began to cast some sort of refreshing spell. In just half a second, Yanka's entire body was sparkling clean. This spell immediately sparked Yanka's curiosity. This world isn't so bad after all, she thought with amusement. I could take this spell back home and open a bathhouse. Wouldn't I make a fortune? And those fasting pills too. I could tweak the recipe, add some flavor, and bring them back. Not only would they be a great diet product, but they'd also save busy people time on lunch. Yanka gazed excitedly at the metaphorical shower of gold raining down, exclaiming, "Money, come to me. Money from all directions, come." Seeing Yanka practically drooling while looking in her direction, Ji-Ru somehow mistook her avarice for infatuation and inwardly cursed, "Pervert." But Yanka couldn't very well reveal her get-rich-quick scheme, so she played along with Ji-Ru, saying, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about you." As expected, Ji-Ru was delighted. "You flatter her," she said. "Well, you should rest. I'll come visit you again tomorrow." Ji-Ru gave Yanka a few more glances and smirked to herself. Audacious. In the end, I don't believe I won't be able to win you over. But she left so quickly that Yanka was left alone in the room, muttering, "Hold on. I still wanted to ask you about that bathing technique. Where are you running off to?" But Ji-Ru was already gone, so she had no choice but to pass the time with a meditation technique. Yanka closed her eyes slightly and murmured, "Saving others is less important than saving myself. I'll go explore my spiritual sea." The strange thing was, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a month had passed. Even more frightening, the first thing she saw were two unshakable spirits, Immortal Yuan Chun and his daughter, staring intently at her. The old man was holding a roasted chicken, seemingly out of nowhere, and said, "Disciple, are you hungry? Master brought you some delicious food from the mortal realm." Yanka was utterly bewildered. What's going on? Did this old man grab the wrong script? Or did I get transported again? Noticing Yanka's continued silence, Immortal Yuan Chun gestured to his daughter. "Don't you like it? I'll have her prepare something else. Ji-Ru, go." Ji-Ru, following her father's instructions, brought forth a mountain of delicacies and gently asked if her junior brother liked any of them. Immortal Yuan Chun, for some reason, maintained a fixed, artificial smile. "Disciple," he said, "focus on your cultivation. As for your younger brother, Master will treat him like my own son. He will be served delicious food every day. He won't suffer any injustice." At this point, Yanka finally snapped back to reality, sighing inwardly, "I knew it. He's using Zine to control me. Looks like the script hasn't changed. No dimensional travel this time." Thus reassured, Yanka comfortably accepted the roasted chicken and nonchalantly asked, "All right, what's going on?" Immortal Yuan Chun watched her gnaw on the chicken and asked, "Disciple, how did you reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage in just 1 month? What kind of inheritance did you receive?" Upon hearing this, even Yanka was stunned. 1 month, peak of foundation establishment. I only rested for a little while. She didn't know what was going on, but she certainly didn't want the old man to find out. So she spoke vaguely. This inheritance, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's a secret that can't be divulged. Get it? Seeing that he wouldn't get a straight answer, the old man relented. However, both he and Ji-Ru continued to stare intently at her, making Di-Yanka wary. Is there something else? She asked defensively. Sure enough, the old man immediately launched into his next ploy. 2 years from now, there's a secret realm. The sect leader hopes you can represent the Sword Heart sect on this trip. Don't worry, Ji-Ru will take good care of your younger brother. This news was so unexpected that Di-Yanka wanted to pry more information out of him. A secret realm? She asked. What kind of secret realm? Is it dangerous? Immortal Yuan Shun, the sly old fox, carefully chose his words. Not dangerous, he replied. The main thing is, only those under 15 years old can enter. He continued, inside, there are spiritual herbs, medicinal plants, immortal fruits, countless treasures. Most importantly, there's a treasure that can defy the heavens and reshape one's bones. Surely you wouldn't want to deny your brother the chance to defy fate and walk the path of cultivation. Di-Yanka pondered this carefully. Under 15 can enter the secret realm. The script seems to have this part. It's the first secret realm Xiao Ju enters after completing his initial cultivation. This secret realm is even more dangerous than the Sword Tomb. In the end, the male lead overcomes all difficulties and obtains quite a few spiritual medicines and artifacts. This sly old fox definitely has something up his sleeve. I'm not interested. As long as it's life-threatening, that's fine. Besides, there are 2 years. I need to learn that cleansing technique and how to make those lust suppression pills. Bringing those back home would be amazing. Seeing that Di-Yanka still hadn't answered, Immortal Yuan Chun grew impatient and urged her for a response. Finally, she agreed, but on one condition. Immortal Yuan Chun gestured to his daughter, then said seriously, as long as it's within my power, I will grant your request. Di-Yanka, hearing this, said cheerfully, I want to learn the spell senior sister Ji-Ru used earlier. The cleansing technique for clothes and how to make lust suppression pills. Upon hearing this request, the old fox was taken aback, his mind filled with question marks. He stammered, just that. Di-Yanka confirmed, 100% just that. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, easy as pie. You can go to the scripture pavilion. It has all the basic spells and low-level alchemy formulas. You can learn whatever you want. She happily agreed to the deal. After seeing off those 2 spirits, she turned to head back to her room. However, her gaze landed on Xiao Ju, who was standing in a corner, staring intently at her. Di-Yanka paused and asked, did you get your sword back? Xiao Ju honestly replied, I did. But Di-Yanka quickly turned less hospitable, asking, so what are you doing here? The male lead, slightly embarrassed, asked, can you tell me how you broke through to the peak of Foundation establishment in just 1 month? Knowing why Xiao Ju had sought her out, Di-Yanka stroked her nose and gave him a supercilious answer. Need you ask? She said haughtily. Naturally, it's because I'm a genius. You want to catch up to me? Give it 800 years. Di-Yanka laughed heartily at him. Xiao Ju now realized how foolish he'd been to seek her out. He frowned and declared, in 2 years, I will definitely catch up to you. Just you wait. But she didn't take him seriously, continuing to provoke him. 2 years. You're saying you need 2 years to catch up to my current level. You're so weak. Faced with Di-Yanka's mockery, Xiao Ju didn't say a word, but simply turned and left. Driven by her entrepreneurial spirit, Di-Yanka dragged herself to the scripture pavilion early the next morning. After looking around, she couldn't help but exclaim, so many spells. Next, Yanka diligently picked up books, happily muttering, found it. The fireball technique. Good stuff. I can save on fuel for cooking and boiling water later. I can make a fireball to roast meat. I could even set up a stall and sell food. And there's the freezing technique. Learn that, and I won't have to worry about air conditioning bills in the summer. Heck, I could use it to go deep sea fishing. Free seafood. Here I come. Alchemy, refining, tool crafting. Amazing. I'll build my own flying dragon. After a whirlwind of gleeful browsing, Di-Yanka finally emerged with a mountain of books. Her eyes sparkled with avarice. The god of wealth has smiled upon me. I'm going to be rich. She quickly buried herself in her studies, adopting the motto, for the sake of my riches, studying is paramount. A living testament to this principle, she reminded herself and any hypothetical audience that diligent study is the key to becoming a wealthy woman. 2 years flew by like a dog chasing a rabbit across a field. Within the Sword Heart sect, a tremendous boom suddenly erupted from Xiao Ju's quarters. Jiru, slightly concerned, gently asked her father, "That kid we picked up with Yanka seems to have broken through. Aren't you going to check on him?" Immortal Yuan Chun responded with a dismissive sniff. 2 years of day and night toil just to reach the peak of foundation establishment. What's there to see? He's a waste of space. Jiru, still worried, persisted. But what if Yanka finds out you treat her friend like this? Aren't you afraid? Before she could finish, the old man cut her off. Don't worry, they're not friends. I asked. Reassured, Yeru smiled sweetly. As always, father thinks of everything. After enduring waves of agonizing pain, Xiaoju finally regained consciousness. His eyes shone with elation. Finally, I've reached the peak of foundation establishment. With newfound strength surging through him, he leaped to his feet and raced towards the scripture pavilion. Gazing at the imposing building, he murmured, "Yanka, you haven't left your studies for 2 years, and your cultivation hasn't progressed at all. I'm here to see you." Upon opening the door, Xiao Ju was met with the sight of a gigantic fireball. Instead of fear, however, he felt a surge of excitement. "Such childish tricks," he scoffed, "and you dare bring them to my door." With that, he drew his sword and slashed at the fiery sphere. Childish indeed. His single strike caused the entire scripture pavilion to explode. Immortal Yuan Chun and Ji Ru rushed to the scene, aghast. What was that? What happened? They finally spotted Yanka emerging from the billowing smoke, hauling Xiao Ju over her shoulder. "Which scoundrel dared to sneak attack me?" she roared. "I finally managed to create a new alchemy furnace." Immortal Yuan Chun, frantic with worry, cried, "Disciple, are you all right?" When the world caused the scripture pavilion to explode. Since he asked, Yanka felt obliged to answer truthfully. "I had a brilliant idea to modify a fireball into a portable alchemy furnace," she explained. "Saves money, saves space, and I can cook, heat the room, and refine pills all at once. But the moment I summoned the fireball, someone attacked me." Yanka, convinced that Xiao Ju was the culprit, added with a touch of pity, "You really have rotten luck. Of all the times to show up, you had to pick the moment of detonation. So weak and so unlucky." She pulled a handful of vials from her robes and offered them to the old fox. "Here are the discarded pills from the past few days." Before he could take them, another figure snatched the vials. "I'll dispose of these discarded pills," a voice boomed. "I am a sect leader of the Sword Heart sect, Yuan Yuzhinren. Perhaps you haven't heard of me in your 2 years holed up in the scripture pavilion." Dianka immediately bod. Sect leader. Then, with a serious expression, she declared, "Even if I've blown up countless Sword Heart sect assets, you haven't blamed me. When I enter the secret realm, I promise to bring back the finest spiritual herbs for you." The sect leader, clearly fond of Yanka, drew his own sword. "Your sincerity is commendable," he said. "However, the dangers within the secret realm are unpredictable. Be cautious. I have something here that's suitable for a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment." Sect leader Yuan Yuzhinren's act of gifting the sword stunned both Jiru and Immortal Yuan Chun. With a serious expression, he said, "Take this sword. You need it more than I do." Immortal Yuan Chun immediately protested. "Sect leader, this is a spiritual sword, the one you carry with you. Number 55. But the old man, despite stroking his beard thoughtfully, calmly agreed to give the sword to Yanka. This made her suspicious. A sect leader with restless subordinates. For the sake of the sect's development, he's willing to part with a spiritual treasure and give me spiritual herbs whenever I need them, even if I blow up buildings. This sect leader isn't simple. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yanka said softly, "Right, sect leader Yuan Yu, these are the pills I refined. 1 bottle is for you. Please give the other 2 to Luo Zien for me. He might not need them now, but he definitely will in the future." The sect leader looked at the handful of pills Yanka offered, sighing inwardly, "This kid. He doesn't even hesitate to give them away." After handing over the medicine, Yanka cheerfully excused herself, saying, "I'm going to rest now." Immortal Yuan Chun quickly seized the opportunity, whispering, "Sect leader, since you have the finished product now, these discarded pills." He didn't get to finish his sentence before the sect leader cut him off, his face darkening. "If it weren't for my disciple telling me, would you have continued selling all of D. Yanka's discarded pills outside? Their effectiveness is impeccable. How long did you intend to keep this a secret and hoard them for yourself?" Caught red-handed, Immortal Yuan Chun stammered, I just couldn't bear to see you so busy, sect leader, so I took the liberty of handling the discarded pills myself. You're getting on in years." Tired of arguing with the younger man, the sect leader simply said coldly, "You think you're always right." And with that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Seeing her father's anger, Ji-Ru tried to offer a solution. "Wanting pills is easy, father. Haven't you forgotten that D. Yanka's life is in our hands? Just watch," she said, a scheming glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, in D. Yanka's room, she was still admiring the sword the sect leader had given her. "Sect leader Yuan Yu is so selfless, giving me such a good sword. I must treasure it." Suddenly, a knock came at the door. "Junior brother Yin, are you asleep?" D. Yanka opened the door without a second thought and politely asked senior sister Ji-Ru, "What brings you here so late?" Ji-Ru, pushing Luo Zine forward, simply said, "You're leaving for the secret realm tomorrow. I brought Zine to visit you." While D. Yanka feigned enthusiasm, Luo Zine protested vehemently. "Senior sister Ji-Ru, let's go back." D. Yanka, continuing her charade, cheerfully replied, "I've been busy learning basic spells these past 2 years, so thank you for taking care of Zine, senior sister. If I return, I'll bring you a gift." Ji-Ru seemed surprised. "Really?" After hearing D. Yanka confirm, she appeared touched. "Actually, a gift isn't important," she said softly. "Your safety is what matters most. If you encounter danger, protect yourself first, understand?" This sudden tenderness was disarming. D. Yanka remained oblivious, lost in thought, until a shadow flitted past. "Who's there?" she shouted, chasing after the figure. She discovered it was Xiao Ju. His appearance startled her. Could he already be interested in the female lead? Is he trying to compete with Luo Zine? Wait, he seems to be looking at Ji-Ru and me. Don't tell me he's jealous of me and Ji-Ru. A chill ran down D. Yanka's spine, but her conscience, it seemed, had been devoured by a dog. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. If her suspicions were correct, this was going to be very interesting, fueled by this delicious misunderstanding. D. Yanka pulled Ji-Ru's hand, ushering her into the room. "Senior sister Ji-Ru, it's cold outside. Coming quickly." Ji-Ru, pleased by this solicitous treatment, replied, "Oh, all right. There's no need to rush." Inwardly, however, she sneered. If I'd known I could make him this infatuated with me, why bother keeping Luo Zine around? Meanwhile, D. Yanka, completely lost in her own fabricated drama, smiled at Xiao Ju, thinking, "Eat your heart out." With that, she slammed the door, leaving Xiao Ju standing alone outside. Inside, Luo Zine clung to Ji-Ru, who, playing along, coyly asked, just now when Junior Brother D. Yin expressed his gratitude, how much of it was sincere. Still playing the part of the lovesick admirer, D. Yanka thumped her chest dramatically. "I'm completely and utterly sincere." Ji-Ru, inwardly disgusted, thought all men are the same. Big or small, they're all the same. However, her goal was to probe D. Yanka's intentions, so she pressed further. "Can you prove it, Junior Brother? It's often said that men are the most fickle creatures. If you can't prove your sincerity, how can I be reassured?" But somehow, their conversation became a game of crossed wires. D. Yanka, interpreting Ji-Ru's words through the lens of her own experience, thought, "In my experience, when a woman starts emphasizing feelings, she definitely wants a gift." Confident in her deduction, she declared, "I understand, senior sister. Wait for me." D. Yanka then rushed to her chest, muttering to herself, "Now what to give her?" Finally, she exclaimed, "This will definitely prove my sincerity." Ji-Ru waited expectantly, but to her utter bewilderment, D. Yanka presented her with a piece of undergarment. "Senior sister, look, this is a youthful gathering dragon undergarment. It's incredibly soft and has multiple benefits. It's not constricting at all and very comfortable to wear." D. Yanka beamed with pride at her creation. "When I first arrived, I noticed that the undergarments women wore here offered no support whatsoever. They were just a layer of cloth. How could that be comfortable? I'm giving you this intimate and precious gift. You must be so happy, senior sister." D. Yanka was truly and deeply proud of her gift. However, her enthusiasm was met with a swift slap across the face. Ji-Ru, dragging Luo Ziyin behind her, stormed off, yelling, "Pervert!" Di-Yanka, utterly confused, chased after her, still clutching the undergarment. "Senior sister, trust me, it's very comfortable to wear." But Ji-Ru was gone. Instead, Di-Yanka ran into Xiao-Ju, who had been standing outside her door the entire time. Di-Yanka coldly told him to get lost. Then, her face paling, she thought, "I suddenly feel like a pervert." Why is that? The scene of Di-Yanka offering the undergarment to Ji-Ru earned her considerable backlash from the audience watching from outside the story. They frowned and cursed her as lewd and shameless. "I thought the Demon Emperor only liked men. I didn't expect her to be into both. And to carry women's undergarments around. Those are intimate apparel. This is truly depraved and immoral." Inside the heavenly Tao mirror, Di-Yanka smugly taunted the viewers. "Are you jealous, my dear disciples, that I didn't give you intimate apparel? You were the ones crying and begging for dual cultivation with me. Now you're pulling up your pants and pretending you don't know me." This juicy gossip was so captivating that the audience's attention shifted to Mo Chonglu, who was angrily shouting, "What are you looking at me for? Do you actually believe the Demon Emperor's nonsense?" But Di-Yanka, intent on causing chaos, continued, "Whether it's true or not, I'm not angry. Why are you so agitated?" Mo Changlio's face turned crimson with rage, but Long Yin stopped him. "Why bother arguing with the Demon Emperor? Whether she's innocent or not, only heaven and we know the truth." Hearing this, he snorted loudly, turned, and declared, "We'll see how long your arrogance lasts." Back with Di-Yanka and Xiao-Ju, she, seemingly oblivious to the concept of embarrassment, seriously asked him, "What are you looking at? Do you want to wear it?" Xiao-Ju didn't answer, instead turning and fleeing. Di-Yanka, unfazed, draped the undergarment over her face and promptly fell asleep. Even in her slumber, however, a nagging thought persisted. "My technique is so revolutionary, yet no one appreciates it. This is the loneliness of true artistry." The next morning, Ji-Ru, true to form, arrived at Di-Yanka's door at the crack of dawn, a bowl of soup in hand to rouse her. Di-Yanka, drool still clinging to the corner of her mouth, bolted upright, wondering, when did I fall asleep? Ji-Ru sat gently beside her bed and apologized. "Junior brother, I'm so sorry. Last night, I was unreasonable. I didn't understand your painstaking efforts. You're not angry with me, are you?" Di-Yanka, eyes already gleaming at the sight of food, exclaimed, "Not angry. What are we having today? Tell me, tell me." This current situation stemmed from an incident 7 hours prior. Ji-Ru had been scolded by immortal Yuan Shun. "You're so foolish. As long as he retrieves the Lingji we need from the secret realm, what does it matter if he takes a few liberties? Go apologize to him tomorrow morning. If you can't make him happy, don't bother coming back." And so, she now held the undergarment in her hands, feigning shyness as she asked, "Do you still want to give this to me, junior brother?" Di-Yanka, slightly surprised, replied, "Senior sister, you really like it." Seeing her nod, Di-Yanka, overcome with the zeal of a true artisan, began to expound on her creation. "Wonderful. Senior sister, make sure you wear it. When I return from the secret realm, tell me how it feels, if there's anything that needs adjusting." With every word, Ji-Ru's expression grew more strained. She forced a smile and said, "Of course, junior brother. I'll cherish your hard work." Inwardly, however, she seethed. This pervert. He gives it to me and then expects me to wear it and then report back to him. When you get back from the secret realm, I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces. Ji-Ru, fuming, stood up, clutching the offending garment, but maintained a facade of gentle composure. "It's getting late. We should prepare for tomorrow's departure." After she left, Di-Yanka, basking in the glow of her perceived success, mused, "This design is truly groundbreaking. It can solve the problems of so many women. My contributions are truly immeasurable." The next day finally arrived. The sect leader, Yuan Yuzhinren, along with Ji-Ru and Luo Ziyin, gathered at the gates of the Sword Heart sect to see immortal Yuan Shun, Di-Yanka, and Xiao-Ju off. Upon reaching their transport, Xiao-Ju obediently boarded the carriage. Only Di-Yanka questioned the mode of travel, prompting the old fox, immortal Yuan Shun, to explain, "We should have flown on swords, but your and Xiao-Ju's cultivation levels are still too low. My power can't carry both of you for the entire journey. You can use the travel time to refine pills, which will make the trip to the secret realm pass more quickly." Capitalism, it seemed, never rested, never allowing its employees a moment's peace. Di-Yanka, accepted the medicinal ingredients, and climbed into the carriage, muttering under her breath, "Knew it. You had ulterior motives. All you care about are pills." Immortal Yuan Shun, beaming, called after her, "Disciple, focus on refining pills during this trip. If you need any ingredients, I'll find them for you." Before she could respond, the driver cracked his whip, urging the horses forward. Surprisingly, Dianka obediently followed the old fox's instructions. She conjured a small flame, pleased with herself. "This way, I won't burn the carriage down." Xiao Ju, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "I heard you're going to the secret realm for your younger brother." Dianka was about to ask how he knew when. Xiao Ju continued, his voice serious. "He's not your biological brother. Why are you so good to him? Is it because his parents helped you?" With each word, Dianka's expression darkened. Her voice hardened as she demanded, "How do you know about this?" But Xiao Ju remained stubborn. "You answer my question first." But Dianka simply closed her eyes with an indifferent air and replied, "What does it have to do with you? We're not close." Her words ignited a spark of anger in Xiao Ju. Despite his rising temper, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm, asking, "Why do you do so much for him when he doesn't even know? Is it worth it?" Dianka furrowed her brow and snapped, "What's it to you? Are you so concerned?" Her simple, sharp retort, "Mind your own business," was enough to make Xiao Ju falter, a hesitant no escaping his lips. Oblivious to his hesitation, Dianka only grew more irritated. "Then shut up. Can't you see I'm refining pills? I can't be distracted." Since she had put it so bluntly, Xiao Ju fell silent. However, resentment simmered beneath the surface. He brooded silently, thinking, "We both suffered the destruction of our sections. We both have crippled spiritual cores. Luo Xin doesn't have to do anything, and yet everyone fawns over him, feeding him the best food, dressing him in the finest clothes, giving him the grandest accommodations, while I have nothing. My life hangs by a thread, while you toil away in the scripture pavilion, refining piles of pills for him. You even risk entering the secret realm for him. Yanka, why are you so good to him?" Xiao Ju continued to steal glances at Dianka, but she remained focused on her pill refinement, even humming with excitement. "It seems I've learned a decent amount of the current magical techniques. All that's left is that little bit. The inheritance of the profound medicine immortal sect is a bit troublesome, though. Still, I promised that old man. If I can't find someone to pass it on to before I die, well, he's the male lead after all. He should be able to inherit the profound medicine immortal sect and make it shine." Dianka glanced at Xiao Ju, only to find him staring back at her. Their eyes met. Outside their mindscape, Luo Zi suddenly erupted, accusing Xiao Ju of being indecent. "What are you looking at? Who gave you permission to look? Gidge is mine." Luo Zi then proceeded to punch Xiao Ju, scolding him, "How dare you look at Gidge like that? The dregs in the tea are you. It's definitely worth it for Gidge." Luo Zi declared with an audacity that left everyone speechless. He then adopted a tragic air, touching Dianka's childhood form and lamenting dramatically, "Gidge, don't go to the secret realm. Don't risk yourself for me." This embarrassing display caused both Mo Changlu and Long Yintan to groan in disgust. "Isn't that brat just showing off? Why do I suddenly want to hit him?" Even Dianka, the subject of this theatrical performance, shuddered, thinking, so disgusting. How can a cold beauty have such an expression? Unable to bear it any longer, she finally snapped, "Shut up, Luo Zi. Can you stop being so delusional? I'm doing this for myself. Stop putting gold on your face." Qingyang, the great emperor, within her, cheered silently, delighted that Dianka had finally spoken to him directly. Luo Zi, however, took her words as a sign that she was still angry and needed more convincing. With unwavering confidence, he declared, "Don't worry, Gidge. No matter what you become, you'll always be my Gidge, even if you're judged and struck by lightning." As if on cue, a clap of thunder boomed directly above Dianka. She looked at Luo Zi with an exasperated expression, thinking, he talks like a lunatic. He's completely unhinged beyond redemption. "Even if your soul is scattered, I will accompany you." Luo Ziyin's disturbingly enthusiastic declaration was too much for Dianka to handle. Frowning, she roared like a lioness scram. The force of her mental command blasted the delusional Luo Ziyin out of her thoughts. Unfazed, Luo Ziyin collapsed dramatically onto the ground, wailing, "It seems Gidge hasn't forgiven me yet." Mo Changlu and Long Yintan, witnessing their companion's humiliation, sighed in relief. That's more like it. Much better. Meanwhile, back in the mortal realm, the carriage carrying Dianka and Xiao Ju finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Immortal Yuan Chen's arrival naturally drew a fair amount of attention. He coughed and announced, "I won't be participating. I'm just here to drop off these two disciples." Xiao Ju, having just alighted from the carriage, carefully reminded Dianka, "Once we're inside the secret realm, you need to stay close to me." His words caused a slight flutter in Dianka's young heart. He's suddenly so serious, she thought, but being competitive was in her nature. With a mischievous grin, she retorted, "You're the one who needs to stick with me once we're inside." Xiao Ju adopted an overbearing, CEO-like demeanor as he reminded her, "This secret realm is fraught with danger. One wrong step, and you might not make it out. Don't be foolish." "Danger is my middle name," Dianka thought cheerfully. She skipped forward, proclaiming, "Sounds perfect. I don't really want to live anyway." Only then did Xiao Ju realize he'd been played. He exclaimed in exasperation, "Why are you so disobedient?" Outside the secret realm, they walked side by side, though Xiao Ju maintained a respectful distance, trailing behind Dianka like a watchful bodyguard. Feeling a little bored, Dianka decided to tease him. "Stay close, senior brother. I'll protect you." Not to be outdone, Xiao Ju replied, "Protect you. Wait until you've grown a few more inches." Despite their recent verbal sparring, snow began to fall. Dianka, delighted, caught snowflakes on her tongue until the cold began to seep into her, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. Hugging herself tightly, she thought, normally, cultivators at the peak of Qi Foundation are impervious to heat and cold. Why am I feeling so cold? If it gets any colder inside, I might freeze solid. Shivering, Dianka decided to seek out some company. "Junior brother, are you there? I'm coming to take a look," she called out, but no one answered. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked behind her. "Where's Snow White?" she asked in bewilderment. Then, stopping her foot in the snow, she cursed Xiao Ju. "My mother was right. Pig Trotter's words are unreliable." Well, good riddance. No distractions means I can finally focus on the task at hand. No more detours. Meanwhile, the aforementioned unreliable Pig Trotter, Xiao Ju, was trudging through the thick snow, desperately searching for Dianka. Panic rising in his chest, he shouted, "Yanka, where are you?" Frustrated, he slammed his fist against a tree, praying, "Yanka, please just be alive." A full day and night passed in the snowy landscape. Dianka, meanwhile, strolled along, fanning herself and sighing in exasperation. What kind of demonic constitution is this? The more I walk, the more energetic and warmer I get. Finally giving up, she collapsed onto the snow. "I'm not walking anymore," she declared, enjoying the coolness. "I'll just sleep in the snow. If I can just wait for someone worthy to inherit this before I freeze, that would be ideal. I'm so clever." But life rarely goes as planned. Just a few hours later, Dianka's rare moment of peace was shattered. She sat up abruptly, only to find a woman falling towards her. Dianka found herself pinned beneath the newcomer, crying out in pain, "Oof, you're heavy. Get off me." After struggling for a bit, Dianka gave up, sighing inwardly. "Fine, being crushed is fine. Even better if she crushes me to death." This whole being pinned by a beautiful woman scenario caused Qingyang, the great emperor, observing through the heavenly Tao mirror, to scowl, his face darkening. "You shameless hussy. How dare you take advantage of my brother? Get off him." The emperor simply couldn't stand to watch. He silently prayed, "Please, stop making that cold, beautiful face do that expression. It's truly horrifying." Beside him, Imo Chonglu unwittingly voiced his own opinion. "I see it clearly now. Dianka is the shameless one taking advantage. She's clearly awake, yet she isn't pushing the girl off." Luo Ziyin, hearing this, bristled with indignation. "You're talking nonsense. Brother would never take advantage of someone. He's just so cold he can't move." Qingyang, Dianka's brother, stubbornly insisted she was faking it, while Luo Ziyin vehemently defended his brother. The two bickered so incessantly that Dianka, inside the secret realm, felt her head spin. "I surrender," she thought, waving a metaphorical white flag. Finally, she resorted to drastic measures. Dianka used her silencing spell, effectively sealing the two chattering mouths. Meanwhile, back in the secret realm, the woman on top of Dianka finally woke up. Her eyes flew open, and she immediately started yelling, "You pervert!" She raised her hand to strike Dianka, but Dianka wasn't about to be intimidated. She grabbed the woman's hand and said sternly, "How old are you?" "How old am I?" If anyone's a pervert, it's you. I was sleeping, and you just jumped on top of me. You're crushing me. The woman, initially furious, deflated slightly. Did you just call me heavy? She asked stiffly. Dianka, never one for subtlety, replied bluntly, yes. So, do you think you could get up now? I'm quite frail, you see. The woman looked embarrassed, but a silent internal debate ensued. His body is so warm. In this snowy weather, it's a lifesaver. But men and women shouldn't touch. Oh, whatever. Survival is more important. So, she settled back down onto Dianka, declaring brazenly, little brat, I'm just warming you up. Don't want you to freeze to death. Dianka groaned, I don't need it. But the woman stubbornly replied for her, yes, you do. Finding the warmth agreeable, she snuggled closer, hugging Dianka tightly. Dianka was rendered speechless. Observing this through the mirror, Emo Changlio's face turned an interesting shade of green. After a period of noisy squabbling, the two finally resigned themselves to their fate and stood up to find their way. Suddenly, the woman swayed weakly. I can't walk anymore, she said to Dianka. Carry me. Dianka stared at her, dumbfounded. Lady, I'm practically a child. But the woman persisted. I really can't. Please help me. I'm begging you. Dianka, ever susceptible to a pretty face, coughed lightly. Darn it, I can't refuse a beautiful woman's plea. She finally relented, bending down and saying, hop on. The woman's eyes lit up. I knew you were a good person. As Dianka carried her, she warned, it's dangerous up ahead. Don't blame me if you die. The woman, undeterred, even wiped the sweat from Dianka's brow. I won't blame you. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead already. I owe you my life. 2 hours later, the woman's breathing grew shallow. As if this wasn't enough, something sharp grazed Dianka's cheek, drawing blood. Startled by the sudden movement, the woman lost her grip and tumbled backward. Little beauty, Dianka cried. Dianka rushed to catch the beautiful woman. After confirming she was still breathing, Dianka let out a surreptitious sigh of relief. Good, she's not dead. Dianka sat down, a melancholic lump. She knew if they went forward, this little beauty would surely die. But if they didn't move, she would die. Dianka fretted, blaming herself. I knew this wasn't good, but she was acting so spoiled, I couldn't resist. Suddenly, amidst the despair, a stroke of luck. Dianka found a beached clamshell, and it was sparkling. They say necessity is the mother of invention. Dianka placed the beautiful woman inside the clamshell and, with the strength of an ox, began dragging both the woman and her shimmering chariot. Now nothing can stop me, she declared cheerfully. Along the way, she even stumbled upon countless treasures, easily recognizable as magical artifacts. However, when one is searching for thrills, who needs magical artifacts? Dianka ruthlessly kicked them aside, repeatedly muttering, don't need him, don't need him, don't need him. Kicking treasures aside as she went, she finally erupted in exasperation. So many treasures. How annoying. After trudging through the blinding white snow for a while, Dianka finally broke through the snowy wall and saw the sun. The moment she saw the massive structure before her, goosebumps erupted across her thrill-seeking, life-fearing skin. Where am I now? She wondered. Don't tell me I'm going to accidentally break another seal and inherit something else. Only then did she notice layer upon layer of people lying on the ground behind her. And Xiao Ju, who had vanished earlier, was now here, looking rather disoriented. Before she could ask anything, a voice rang out. You faced danger. You were not tempted by rewards. You did not abandon your companion. Therefore, you have passed the test. You're the first to succeed. Choose your reward and leave quickly. A myriad of enticing treasures appeared before her, but Dianka remained resolute. I don't need any of these. Is there anything else to choose from? Hearing this, the voice patiently replied, you may choose to continue your journey forward, but without magical artifacts, there is no path to survival. Once you enter, there is no turning back. Dianka's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I want. The voice, exasperated by her response, snapped. I've already offered you the best treasures in the secret realm, and you still want to court death. Dianka replied nonchalantly, mind your own business. I like courting death. Having said that, the voice, its pride wounded, left her with a curt, good luck, before vanishing along with the treasures. Then a wave of people woke up simultaneously, looking around in confusion. How do we get here? What happened? Two men pointed accusingly at Dianka. You, where did you take our junior sister? Wrongfully accused, Dianka stared blankly, her head filled with question marks. But the man continued his furious advance, berating her. Still playing dumb. You have some nerve. How dare you disgrace a member of the Ling Shao sect? I'll teach you a lesson. Taking advantage of someone in danger. Despicable. Upon hearing the mention of a lesson, Dianka's interest was piqued. However, she wasn't about to accept this unjust accusation. Raising her hands in a fighting stance, she glared at the two men. I didn't do anything. Why should I admit to it? Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of her, coldly declaring, if you want to touch her, you'll have to go through me. Dianka blinked, utterly bewildered. Did Xiao Ju take the wrong medicine or something? Why is he helping me? Xiao Ju, after his fierce display, abruptly softened, turning to ask the person behind him gently, are you all right? This question bruised Dianka's pride. What? She retorted. Are you disappointed I'm not dead? Xiao Ju smiled and shook his head, yet his lips betrayed him. Indeed. A second later, Xiao Ju, without a word of warning, drew his sword and lunged at the two men. Dianka, left dumbfounded, could only fume, crazy lunatic. People are fighting here. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, shoving and jostling each other as they ran in the opposite direction, their voices a chorus of eager cries. Look, so many Lingji mushrooms. Hurry, hurry, let's grab some. These are rare. I want to pick some for pill refining. My cultivation will definitely skyrocket. Dianka watched the throng of people scrambling towards the garden behind her and couldn't help but think that must be what a mortal Yuanshan wants. While everyone was busy, Dianka, ever the contrarian, declared nonchalantly, doesn't concern me. On the other hand, Xiao Ju, true to his male lead status, even his swordsmanship was aesthetically pleasing. Dianka watched his duel with the two men with rapt attention. Finally, he snapped at her, what are you standing around for? Go pick some Lingji. Dianka shot him a questioning look. Do you want them that badly? Xiao Ju, exasperated, retorted, waste of breath. You're just wasting time. Sensing the importance of the Lingji to him, Dianka, mischievous as ever, teased, then call me senior brother. Senior brother will pick some for you. But Xiao Ju remained stubborn, yelling, Yanka. It was a battle of wills. Dianka plugged her ears and said calmly, oh dear, it seems like there aren't many Lingji left. Realizing how infuriatingly laid back she was, Xiao Ju decided his best course of action was to quickly dispatch the two men and then rush off to gather the mushrooms. Fighting and gathering was better than calling her senior brother. However, his plan backfired spectacularly. The two men pursued him relentlessly, their swords practically glued to his backside. They were ferocious like dogs with a bone. Driven to desperation, Xiao Ju could only try to keep them occupied while shouting, senior brother. Hurry up and pick the Lingji. Dianka, thoroughly amused, replied, all right. Senior brother will get you some Lingji. She strolled forward, pulling a strange-looking pouch from her sleeve. With a flourish and a mumbled incantation, the Lingji mushrooms, as if drawn by an invisible force, flew straight into her pouch without her having to move a muscle. This action infuriated the other Lingji gatherers. Hey, brat, hand over the Lingji if you don't want to die. These belong to everyone. Don't even dream of keeping them all for yourself. Are you from the Sword Heart sect? Hand them over now. Otherwise, don't blame my master for coming to the Sword Heart sect personally to demand them. When that happens, even the elders of your sect will have to pay with their lives. Do the old geezers of the Sword Heart sect even think they can rival our Profound Heart sect? Brat, if you don't hand them over, my master will definitely flatten your entire Sword Heart sect, and you'll be chopped into 1,000 pieces. Dianka merely regarded them as a bunch of noisy children. Unfazed by their bluster, she lazily conjured a small fireball. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Brat, do you really think you can use that tiny fireball against us? You're hilarious. My dad's right here. Throw your pathetic little fireball. If I even flinch, I'll lose. While they were still laughing, Dianka casually upgraded the small fireball into a massive, blazing inferno. The crowd's laughter died in their throats, replaced by expressions of sheer terror. But it was too late to run. Dianka smirked. Keep laughing. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Today's episode ends here. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support my channel so I can continue making more. The crowd finally realized they were in trouble and began to retreat. Is this even a fireball? This is terrifying. Attack her together. She's alone. As long as we work together, we can definitely take her down. One person yelled, I'm from the Hua Island sect. If you dare touch me, you're dead. Dianka, enraged, intensified the fireball and roared, I hate being threatened the most. With that, the fireball shot straight towards the noisy crowd. Meanwhile, she swiftly scooped up the beautiful woman and ran toward Xiaoju. Dianka unceremoniously tossed the woman towards the two men who had been diligently, if pointlessly, swinging their swords. Seeing their momentary lapse in attention, she quickly grabbed Xiaoju's hand and yanked him away. Sure enough, a mere 2 or 3 seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the area behind them. Catch me, Dianka yelled. Obediently, Xiaoju reached out and caught her in a tight embrace. Now, having the upper hand, he seriously admonished her. Don't move if you don't want to die. With that, the two plunged down a snowy cliff face. Dianka asked anxiously, are you all right? The weather below this cliff is completely different from up there. It's freezing everywhere. Worried, she sighed softly. Junior brother, the road ahead is dangerous. No matter what happens, you must live. You can't put yourself in danger for others. Her heart was heavy with unspoken thoughts. And you definitely can't put yourself in danger for someone like me, who just wants to die. But somehow, Xiaoju only interpreted her words as a sign of concern. He asked cheerfully, what do you mean? Dianka immediately deflected his question with a nonchalant reply. Nothing. It's just that if you die, I'll have one less rival. Wouldn't life be less interesting? Xiaoju, who had been feeling touched, was suddenly thrown off balance by her words. He abruptly pushed her hand away, feigning sulkiness. Even if you die, I won't. Dianka pressed her advantage, emphasizing, remember what you said today. Her words became increasingly cryptic. What do you mean exactly? Dianka remained calm, saying softly, save your breath. Do you need those useless weeds from earlier? At the mention of the Lingji, Xiaoju paused, then replied, of course I need them. Those Lingji are rare. If I can get them, they'll be very beneficial to my cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, Dianka tossed him a pouch. Here, take the whole bag. Throw it away when you're done. I have plenty of these things. They're taking up too much space. Hearing this, Xiaoju immediately recognized the pouch as one of Dianka's handmade creations. He couldn't resist teasing her. This pouch is horribly ugly. However, when Dianka playfully threatened to take it back, he quickly tucked it away inside his robes and declared, I'm not giving it back. Even if it's ugly, Yuan gave it to me. This seemingly flirtatious exchange was misinterpreted by the onlookers watching through the heavenly down mirror. They gossiped amongst themselves. They're definitely a pair of devils. Look at them, already helping each other out. Those two definitely have a shady relationship. The demon lord actually kept that pouch. Who would believe they don't have ulterior motives? I knew there was something going on between them. If the Celestial Emperor wasn't just suppressing this devil instead of destroying him, there's definitely a conspiracy afoot. A female celestial maiden, wise to the ways of the world, declared with a serious tone, there's definitely something romantic going on between them. At least 80% sure. Noticing that both the great Emperor Qingyang and Long Yan Tan were staring at her, the celestial maiden asked nervously, why are you looking at me? I saw the demon lord. Even if he wears rags, he still meticulously repairs this pouch countless times. It's just as I said. Luo Ziyin, overhearing this, angrily retorted lies. Brother wouldn't like that devil. He probably likes me. Her voice, initially full of conviction, dwindled to a mumble as she spoke about herself. Luo Ziyin fidgeted, thinking to herself, could it be true? Brother. Meanwhile, the group continued to watch the two figures intently as Dianka and Xiaoju bravely ventured deeper into the frigid temple. They pressed on until they heard an unsettling growl, which brought them to a halt. As expected, waiting for them were grotesque, monstrous creatures. Would normal people be scared to death? No way. Dianka thought happily to herself. Perfect. Another chance. Desperate for a fatal encounter, but unwilling to drag Xiaoju down with her, she stepped in front of him and said seriously, wait a moment, I'll use a fireball to distract them. You run ahead. But Xiaoju, being the male lead, wasn't afraid. He declared excitedly, a pack of ice wolves. I don't even consider them a threat. Dianka, slightly puzzled, asked, why are you so arrogant? With me here, I have absolute confidence, Xiaoju replied. Seeing that the demonic beasts before them were relatively weak, Dianka cleverly yielded to Xiaoju, secretly hoping to encounter a larger monster later that would finish her off swiftly. Having been been given the go-ahead by Yanka, Xiao Ju drew his sword with a flourish and charged towards the ice wolves. Each strike was clean and precise, sending the beasts tumbling to the ground, lifeless. In just a few minutes of swift, decisive action, Xiao Ju had successfully defeated the entire pack, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Yanka generously offered him a compliment, not bad skills. As soon as Xiao Ju returned, she produced a medicinal pill and offered it to him. Here, take this to replenish your energy. Xiao Ju, seemingly picking up a competitive streak from somewhere, pointedly remarked, I heard you gave all your medicinal pills to Luo Ziyin. Is this the last one you have? And with that, he coldly refused, I don't need it. Sensing Xiao Ju's sulking, Yanka quickly explained, it's true I'm concerned about my 2 junior disciples. But how could I possibly be without the medicine I refine myself? It's my 2 junior disciples who are so weak. Without these pills, how will they continue on this path? Hearing this, Xiao Ju seemed to muster a bit of his remaining strength. Clearly exhausted, he conceded with a touch of pride, fine, I'll take it. Yanka, pleased, gave him a metaphorical pat on the head. That's more like it. She found her reverse psychology tactics quite effective. The peace didn't last long. Another growl echoed through the temple. Yanka looked warily at the ferocious beasts before them, her voice trembling slightly. Are those golden core demonic beasts? The beasts were entirely blue, like Smurfs, and utterly hideous. But to Yanka, they were a golden opportunity for a glorious death. Seeing her chance, Yanka insisted on taking the lead in luring the demonic beasts. She locked eyes with the golden core beasts and stepped in front of Xiao Ju, leading him to mistakenly believe she was protecting him. This misunderstanding caused Xiao Ju to scowl and stubbornly declare, I'm not going anywhere. I want to fight alongside you. Yanka kindly reminded her 2 junior disciples, no need. You're too weak. You'll only hold me back. Her words were colder than the surrounding ice. Xiao Ju, furious but ultimately compliant, gritted out, then, thank you, senior brother. As Xiao Ju departed, he couldn't help but glance back at the fiery scene of Yanka battling the demonic beast, shouting, be careful. She maintained a serious facade in front of him, diligently using her fire and water techniques against the golden core beast. But the moment Xiao Ju was gone, Yanka withdrew her attacks and began a game of tag with the beast. She scampered about, taunting, silly tiger. Chase me. Come on, come on. After running east and west for a while, seemingly satisfied, she muttered to herself, finally, my spiritual energy is depleted. After I get back, I'll use the techniques I've learned in Star Company. I'll become rich, a CEO, a powerful woman at the peak of success. Bored with running, Yanka dramatically collapsed onto the floor, causing the bewildered demonic beast to pause. She exclaimed with exaggerated weakness, oh dear, I've fallen. I'm too weak to move. You're going to tear me limb from limb and chew me up, aren't you? Her mouth cried out, don't bite, don't bite, while she actively shoved her hand into the beast's mouth. Finally, just as Yanka had hoped, the golden core beast bit off her hand. Employing a damsel in distress act, she looked at the beast with feigned vulnerability and asked, you've eaten my hand, so you won't eat my leg, right? As expected, the Smuff-like creatures lunged at her, tearing and biting. Yanka sighed contentedly. The plan worked. Her limbs were gnawed upon by the golden core beasts. Yet, even with her last shred of consciousness, she smiled blissfully, happy to finally be dead and on her way back home. But life rarely goes as planned. At that critical moment, a beam of light shone down, restoring her limbs and healing all her wounds. Yanka sat up abruptly, staring at the 3 lion-maned creatures looming over her, utterly bewildered. What's going on? Then, she noticed a pair of delicate white feet before her. The newcomer was Jing Jinwu, the guardian of the heavenly Tao. She looked surprised. Little one, how did you break through my illusion? Yanka realized she had overestimated herself. So it was an illusion, she muttered. No wonder it felt strange. Jinwu pressed. Are you even listening to me? Don't you want to know where your little lover is? Yanka's eyes widened. My lover? When did I have one? A moment later, a chilling thought struck her. She doesn't mean Xiao Ju, does she? Panicked, Yanka quickly denied it. Don't go shipping random couples. I want to be single. Perhaps the heavenly Tao mirror understood the human heart, because Jinwu seemed to know Yanka was a woman. She looked at her with a hint of resentment. You just like her. Feigning innocence, sacrificing yourself for others. Could it be he likes you too? Confused and irritated, Yanka snapped. What are you talking about? What are you trying to do? Jinwoo merely chuckled coldly, still playing dumb. You think you can ensure his safety by not admitting it. She then showed Yanka a vision of Xiao Ju struggling against two golden core demonic beasts within an illusionary realm. Yanka observed calmly, thinking, this is also an illusion, right? Why does the male lead look so foolish? Jinwoo quickly provided an answer. Unless one possesses unwavering willpower, able to entrust everything, what he sees is reality. This is heartbreaking. She then dangled the bait. If you want to live, it's simple. Just stay here forever. Yanka asked with a flicker of interest. Staying here means death, right? After Jinwoo confirmed, of course, Yanka's face lit up with excitement. What a stroke of luck. Thrilled at the prospect of death, Yanka immediately agreed, fearing Jinwoo might change her mind. However, her swift agreement translated into a cheesy romance novel trope in Jinwoo's mind. She asked pointedly, "You agree so quickly, yet you claim to have no relationship with him. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish." With that, Jinwoo created an illusory image of Yanka and threw it into Xiao Ju's illusory realm. Hearing a familiar voice, Xiao Ju anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Thank goodness. However, the illusory Yanka remained silent. Then, she unexpectedly attacked him. Xiao Ju, bewildered, took a palm strike to the chest. The silent figure finally spoke, uttering 3 chilling words. Go, D. And so, Xiao Ju was beaten to the ground by the illusory Yanka. She looked down at him coldly and said, "Xiao Ju, you clearly possess a useless spirit root. How dare you have the same cultivation level as me? Trash like you should just die." She continued, "Let me tell you, I've long known the secret here. Only when all of you are dead will the treasures in this secret realm belong solely to me." Xiao Ju's eyes filled with hatred. You've been deceiving me this whole time." The illusory Yanka roared, "Deceiving? You overestimate yourself." Before she could say another word, she was struck by Xiao Ju's cold sword. Tears streamed down Xiao Ju's face as he whispered, "Yanka, why? It was clearly you." This melodramatic scene pleased Jinwoo immensely. She sneered, "See, this is the man you love. You're willing to die for him, but he believes what he sees." The real Yanka, however, remained indifferent. "Aren't you wasting your breath? Do you think seeing is believing?" Her strange reaction, so unlike a typical romance heroine, surprised Jinwoo. "You don't blame him. He misunderstood you, cruelly took your life, and you don't blame him." Yanka replied, "No, I don't," while inwardly celebrating. "I almost wish it were true." Jinwoo scowled at the girl beside her, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smirk, "You're just like that little vixen. Except she feigned ignorance, while you're truly a fool." With just a few words, Yanka understood Jinwoo's nature. She prayed silently, "Pretty lady, please agree with me. Don't fall in love anymore. You really look like a green tea bitch stealing someone else's man." But her desire for death trumped all else. She coldly changed the subject. "Are you done? When are you going to kill me? Before I die, can I see Xiao Ju?" Jinwoo spitefully withdrew the image of Xiao Ju and sulked, "Want to see him? I won't let you. From now on, you and he are fated to be apart. He will live on, consumed by hatred for you." She continued, "And you will endure the suffering of this 10,000-year ice prison in my place. Every day, you'll suffer 1,000 cuts for 3 hours. An endless cycle of torment." While Jinwoo cackled, Yanka realized something was wrong. 10,005 years. "I thought it was instant death." She said regretfully, "Big sister, you misunderstood. I'm a selfish person. I only think of myself. I don't have the heart of a newborn babe. Why don't you just kill me now?" Her eagerness to die was met with Jinwoo's manic excitement. "Want to die? No chance. Ha ha. After tens of thousands of years, I can finally leave this place." Laughing maniacally, she vanished, leaving Yanka dumbfounded. Yanka hurried after her, shouting, "Hey, don't go." As soon as she finished speaking, countless icy chains erupted from above, targeting Yanka. First her hands, then her feet were bound by the icy chains. Yanka panicked, yelling, "What is this? Let me go." Then, waves of icy cold washed over her. She realized these chilling shackles were the 1,000-year ice Jinwoo had mentioned. Not only did the chains bind her, but they also tightened brutally, lifting Yanka into the air. Just as Jinwoo had described, countless shards of ice, sharp as swords, materialized and pointed directly at Yanka's face. The frigid ice pierced her body relentlessly, causing wounds that bled profusely. Despite this torture, Dianka remained strangely exhilarated. Her eyes wide, she looked at her predicament and said cheerfully, "So this is it. This method of dying isn't bad at all." 3 days passed quickly. Indifferent to the cold, Dianka fumed inwardly. Injured, then healed. Healed, then injured. It's been 3 days of this. Why am I still alive? She grumbled, poking at her regenerating flesh. This is infuriating, she roared. Exasperated by this cruel joke, Dianka resolved to cultivate. She would break through, she would rebel against this torment. And so, Dianka embarked on her cultivation journey. Step 1, find a comfortable position. Step 2, close her eyes and enter her inner consciousness. Time flew by. 5 long years passed while Dianka simply took a nap. Finally, she awoke. Opening her eyes, Dianka was greeted by the first rays of light. Jing Jinwoo appeared abruptly, looking as if she'd seen a ghost. "It's been 5 years. How are you still alive? And you haven't changed a bit." This news was so shocking that even Dianka was taken aback. "What are you talking about? 5 years." She frantically ruffled her hair. 5 years wasted. She wailed. The situation was truly terrifying. She had intended to cultivate and emerge a powerful being, but nothing had changed. She was still as small and weak as before. Just as Jing Jinwoo was about to speak, Dianka unleashed her fury. "How dare you show your face? What do you want now?" Pointing towards the exit, she yelled, "Get out. I don't want to see you." Jing Jinwoo, who had endured the tirade in silence, finally spoke. "I can help you leave, but you must agree to one condition." She must be plotting something, Dianka thought, aware of Jinwoo's scheming nature. "I've suffered for 5 years. If she offers me freedom, I'll be so moved I'll agree to anything." But this manipulation tactic didn't work on Dianka. She scowled, hands on her hips. "Do you think you can just imprison me and release me as you please?" Seething with resentment, Dianka's face contorted in a grimace. "She delayed my return for 5 years, broke my dream of going home for 5 years. I won't be satisfied until I raze this place to the ground." Planting herself firmly, she declared, "I'm not going anywhere. Whatever you say has nothing to do with me anymore." Jing Jinwoo was furious. She pulled out a vast array of treasures and said coldly, "Fine, I'll compensate you. These are all top-grade artifacts. You can choose 2. Dianka was momentarily tempted, but a second later, she turned her head and said flatly, "I don't need your scraps." This little ancestor was proving too difficult to please, so Jing Jinwoo erupted in a thunderous rage. "Do you believe I'll drop you?" she roared. Dianka, finding this whole ordeal ridiculously appealing, egged her on. "If you have the guts, then do it. Stop with the empty threats." Jing Jinwoo was practically apoplectic, half dead with fury thanks to Dianka's provocations. Yet, she had no choice but to mutter to herself, "Calm down. For the sake of my freedom, I must remain calm." Finally pushed past her limit, Jing Jinwoo flung open her collection of treasures and declared magnanimously, "Fine, I'll give you this entire pile. Are we good now?" However, Dianka continued to shake her head, her refusal unwavering. "Kill me, or I'll level this place. You can only choose one." Jing Jinwoo was speechless with rage. Defeated, she sighed and decided to try a different tactic. "Fine," she conceded. "I'll tell you my story to pass the time. I am Jing Jinwoo, guardian of the heavenly Tao. My senior brother is the great Emperor Jin Kyuyet. We were childhood sweethearts. If things had gone as planned, we would have been married. It was a certainty. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. In my youth, I was easily beguiled by a man. I thought it was the beginning of lifelong happiness. Little did I know, he would imprison me here for tens of thousands of years of torment, all for another woman. I hope that after you leave this place, you will tell my brother what happened. If he knows, he will surely rescue me from this darkness." After listening to this real-life romance drama, Dianka finally grasped the key point. "Did you say, Great Emperor Jin Kyuyet?" she asked. Seeing that Dianka recognized the name, Jing Jinwoo became excited. "You know him. I knew it. Everyone knows my brilliant brother. So, are you regretting your attitude now?" Unfazed by Jing Jinwoo's overblown pride, Dianka simply uttered 3 words, "He's dead." Then, generously updating the socially isolated Jing Jinwoo on current events, she continued, "Since you're his junior sister, you should also know that Xiao Ju, the kid you threw out of the secret realm, is the one who killed him. The sword he carries is the great Emperor Jin Kyuyet's. This information was so shocking that even the guardian of the heavenly Tao crumbled. Jing Jinwu refused to believe it. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Impossible. My brother is so powerful. How could he die? Tell me again. Is my brother alive or dead?" She flew into a rage, lunging at Dianka as if to strangle her. But no matter the threat, Dianka continued to provoke her. "He's dead. No matter how many times you ask, the answer is still dead." Unable to accept this reality, Jing Jinwu tightened her grip on Dianka's slender neck. Continuing her taunts, Dianka said, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm the one who dropped him. If you have guts, then drop me too. Avenge your brother." Jing Jinwu fell for the bait, her blood boiling with rage. She truly wanted to send Dianka to meet her maker. But just as her attack was about to land, Jing Jinwu abruptly slammed on the brakes, as if realizing she was about to run a red light and incur a hefty fine. Dianka, waiting for the pain that never came, opened her eyes and muttered sarcastically, "Don't tell me you're going to release some love butterflies again." However, Jing Jinwu wasn't entirely foolish. She quickly realized something was amiss and pointed accusingly at Dianka. "Impossible. A little brat like you could never drop my extraordinary brother." Dianka was utterly speechless at Jing Jinwu's conveniently timed intelligence. After a moment, Jing Jinwu suddenly pressed a point on Dianka's body. Successfully accessing her memories of the time she encountered the great Emperor Jin Kuyet within the Sword Tomb. She was even blasted back by his very spirit. Jing Jinwu trembled slightly, whispering, "That's my brother's aura. You're the inheritor he chose. So my brother truly is no longer in this world." Jing Jinwu buried her face in her hands, racked with grief. "Brother," she sobbed, "it's my fault. If I hadn't fallen for the wrong person, if I hadn't left at that crucial moment, those demons wouldn't have broken the seal and entered the mortal realm. And just now, I almost harmed your chosen inheritor. I deserve 1,000 deaths." Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder echoed from beyond the hall. Jing Jinwu, with a single glance, recognized it as a tribulation lightning storm. Her eyes widened as Dianka's entire body began to glow brightly. Jing Jinwu's face darkened as she stared at the glowing figure before her, marveling, You were actually able to cultivate here, and you're even attempting to transcend your tribulation here." She watched, dumbfounded, as Dianka lost consciousness, her surprise evident. "She's been trapped here for 5 years, constantly under my watch. How could she possibly have cultivated to this level? No, wait," she thought, a change coming over her. "My brother has such a talented inheritor. I should be happy for him." Turning to the unconscious Dianka, she said gently, "You didn't want to leave, did you? You wanted to use the golden core tribulation lightning to destroy this place and avenge your imprisonment, right?" Dianka let out a small, indignant huff. A warm smile spread across Jing Jinwu's face. "What a spirited child," she praised. "I like that." Then, she pulled out a hairpin. She also removed a ring from her finger and offered both to Dianka. "This hairpin is for you," she said, "and this Chinquan ring. It contains all of my possessions. I hope you won't find them too shabby." As she spoke, Jing Jinwu's body began to fade. She looked at Dianka with kindness. "Thank you," she whispered, "for telling me about my brother. And thank you for showing me the true desires of my heart. If there is a next life, I will surely atone for the wrong I've done you today." Dianka, holding the gifts, pulled a face. "Seriously," she muttered, "more gifts? This is all so dramatic." Outside the heavenly Tao mirror, a wave of murmurs erupted. Jean Cuyet's junior sister. Someone exclaimed, "The guardian of the heavenly Tao." That jade hairpin she gave Dianka. Isn't that the heavenly Tao mirror itself? She gave the artifact she protected her whole life to Dianka. Does this mean she intends to ascend? Another voice chimed in. Jean Cuyet was the only person she cared for in this world. Now that she knows he's ascended, and there's no one left to save her, she's accepted her fate. Perhaps this is the best choice for Jing Jinwu. Luo Xingam looked towards the celestial emperor above and whispered, "So, this heavenly Tao mirror was a gift from my brother. I'm using a gift from him to punish him." Luo Xingam felt like the biggest fool in the world. Since Jing Jinwu's soul had already dispersed, Dianka could only carefully store the gifts. Fastening the hairpin in her hair, she sighed dramatically. "Well, I didn't get to die, but at least I got 2 treasures out of it." The road to death is long and arduous indeed. After putting on the ring, Dianka gasped as a book suddenly appeared before her. Its title contained only 4 words: Defying Heaven, Changing Fate. The first page immediately captivated her. It read, "Any sorcerer who defies the will of heaven shall suffer heaven's wrath." This book is not recommended for study or practice. Dianka's eyes lit up. Heaven's wrath, huh? She mused. Sound exciting. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she began to read. Finally, the tribulation lightning struck. It pierced through the main hall, shattering the millennial-old ice. Dianka, startled, jumped to her feet. The tribulation lightning is here already, she exclaimed. Outside the mirror, Luo Zingam, ever the concerned brother, gestured frantically. "Brother, run. The palace is about to collapse," he shouted, though he knew his words were futile. The past was the past. Inside, Dianka rummaged frantically within her robes, producing a small pouch. With the palace seemingly on the verge of collapse, she excitedly gathered shards of ice, humming cheerfully. This 1,000-year-old ice can be used for refining medicine and forging weapons, she muttered to herself. Can't let it go to waste. Watching the scene unfold, the celestial emperor, Luo Zingam, was utterly bewildered. Question marks practically floated above his head. What is she doing? He blurted, "Brother, you need to run." From her vantage point on the throne within the mirror, Dianka, unable to bear her brother's foolishness any longer, silently willed him to be quiet. However, seeing her past self behave in such a manner, even she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. What was I even doing back then? She wondered. But to Luo Zingam, everything his brother did seemed perfectly reasonable. He declared excitedly, "My brother must have a good reason for doing this." After diligently collecting the ice shards, Dianka finally faced the full force of the tribulation lightning. It wasn't until the palace began to crumble around her that she finally jumped up and fled. Looking back at the wreckage, Dianka, seemingly unconcerned that it wasn't destroyed enough, stomped her foot and exclaimed, "What the heck, heavens? I went straight from early-stage golden core cultivator to peak golden core in the blink of an eye. At this rate, when will I finally die and go home?" Despite her frustration, she had no choice but to accept her fate. Sighing, she decided to return to her sect. "I'll check things out back at the sect," she thought. "My only hope now lies with that villain Luo Zingam and the male lead, Xiao Ju." 5 years had passed, but Dianka indeed returned to the Swordheart sect. Upon seeing her, Grand Elder Yuan Chun rushed out to greet her. "My dear disciple," he cried, "you're finally back. I feared you had met with misfortune and grieved for so long. Seeing you again fills me with such emotion." Dianka simply replied, "I'm tired." But the old fox continued to fuss over her, showering her with flattery. Good. I had your senior sister, Jiru, clean your room. I even prepared your favorite roast chicken." His incessant chatter was giving her a headache. So, Dianka paused and gestured for Grand Elder Yuan Chun to be silent. She coldly uttered 2 words, "Understood." Finally, Dianka reached her room. Without waiting for the noisy father-daughter duo of Yuan Chun and Ji-Ru to bother her further, she slammed the door shut, effectively isolating herself from them. Outside, the old fox fumed. That brat reached peak golden core. He muttered. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in that secret realm. I have to find out what it was, and bring that useless Luo Zingam here. Ji-Ru acknowledged the order and left. Inside, Dianka cradled the book, signed dramatically. "This book is amazing," she lamented, "but the requirements are insane. Changing my constitution is one thing, but researching heavenly timing, earthly advantage, and human harmony. And I need to combine it with some heaven-defying spirit beast, like that chaotic divine body it mentioned. Not only do I need to find a place with the purest chaotic energy, but I also need to combine it with the spirit bone, the law of reincarnation, and 3 grand hours. And then I have to endure 49 years of red lotus karmic fire refinement. The worst part is, even though the caster will suffer backlash from the red lotus karmic fire, they still have to endure thousands of years of burning. And in the end, they'll die in Tao extinction. She collapsed on her back, groaning. Thousands of years. If I had that kind of time, I'd be off finding new ways to die. I thought I just needed to give my spiritual roots and bloodline to Luo Zingam, who knew it would be so complicated. Suddenly, she paused, a thought striking her. Wait a minute, she murmured, don't I have the Chinquan ring? With that, Dianka removed the ring Jing Jinwu had given her. From within, she pulled out a treasure trove of items. Golden sun leaves, heavenly yang lotus, illusory extreme silk, and more. Flipping through the book, Dianka exclaimed excitedly, this one. And this one too. I remember these being mentioned in the book. After rummaging through every corner of the ring, she finally found a note about medicinal ingredients. Dianka's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I have all the ingredients. She chuckled, and at the critical moment, I can activate the curse, causing instant death. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Overwhelmed with excitement, she immediately wanted to put her newfound knowledge into practice. True to her villainous nature, her talent for dragging others into trouble never disappointed. However, just as she opened the door, Dianka found Ji Ru standing outside. Junior brother Yin, she inquired, are you awake? Is something urgent? Startled by the sudden question, Dianka momentarily froze. Recovering quickly, she immediately began fishing for information about Luo Xingam. Jiru, pleased by the attention, readily answered, Xingam is doing very well. He's currently staying in my father's courtyard, under my personal care. Upon hearing this, Dianka excitedly grabbed Jiru's hand, intending to rush off to find Xingam, but was stopped. Jiru pulled out a pouch and said gently, Junior brother, you and I always loved Lingji. I grew these myself over the years. Here, take them. Dianka happily accepted the gift. Thank you, senior sister. Once I refine these into pills, I'll share some with you. Despite this, Ji-Ru continued to dissuade Dianka from seeing Xingam. Junior brother, she said, Xingam is taking a nap. Why don't you come see him later? Hearing this, Dianka, without a trace of suspicion, pouted and sighed. Oh, all right then. I'll refine these Lingji into pills first. Seeing Dianka obediently return to her room, Ji-Ru breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, she muttered under her breath, while Dianka diligently worked on refining the pills. Whispers suddenly drifted in from outside. Who are they talking about? That good for nothing. Impossible. Isn't he dead? Dianka, trying to focus, found her curiosity piqued. She edged closer to the door, overhearing the hushed voices urging each other to go and see for themselves. Intrigued, she wondered, who is this mysterious person causing such a commotion? There's no way I'm missing out on this. To avoid suspicion, Dianka used a soul-splitting technique to separate her soul from her body. Her soul floated freely in the air, giggling. I have to see this for myself. Gotta keep up with the gossip. After slipping out of her room and following the crowd, she unexpectedly encountered a figure clad entirely in black. Before she could get a good look, the figure sensed her presence. With a swift kick, the figure sent Dianka's soul reeling. Panicked, Dianka hastily retreated, pulling her soul back in her body and gasping for breath. Doubt clouded her mind. Xiaoju, she whispered. Why is it him? And he's even wearing the heavenly gang sect uniform. What happened to the male lead 5 years ago? She wondered. As if answering her question, the heavenly Dao mercifully provided a glimpse into the past. After falling from Jing Jinwu's palace, Xiaoju landed face first in the cold snow. Struggling to his feet, he lamented, Yanka, I treated you like a brother, but you only wanted to kill me. I trusted you so much, gave you everything I had. Before his tears could fully fall, a crowd gathered around him. Xiaoju looked up at the arrogant figure standing amongst them. I thought you were so tough, the figure sneered. Turns out you're just a crybaby behind everyone's back. Xiaoju quickly wiped his tears and retorted, who said I was crying? The figure, uninterested in his response, simply pointed and yelled, get him, beat him to death. His companions drew their swords and lunged at Xiaoju. Already exhausted and outnumbered 3-1, he struggled to defend himself and was inevitably struck from behind. Then, with a single brutal kick, the arrogant figure sent Xiaoju sprawling, coughing up blood. Satisfied with their handiwork, the 3 assailants left Xiaoju lying injured in the snow. As soon as they were out of sight, another group arrived. Xiaoju, it seemed, was a popular target. Isn't that the kid? One of them said. The one who defended the Ling Xiao sect's junior sister. A young woman among them, looking concerned, softly remarked, his breathing seems very weak. In contrast to her gentle brother, another man in the group acted cruelly. He kicked Xiaoju hard, then said indifferently, well, let's see. Seeing Xiao Ju still lying motionless in the snow after the kick, the two men clicked their tongues. He really is in bad shape, one said. Come on, life and death are impermanent. Looks like he's short-lived. Nothing to do with us. However, the gentle brother carefully lifted Xiao Ju, then called to his junior sister, Tian Shui, come and give me a hand. The cruel man asked, puzzled, what are you doing? The gentle brother, ever kind, replied, I sense the aura of a nascent soul demonic beast on him. He must have obtained some secret magical artifact after killing his fellow disciples. I'm taking him to the Heavenly Gang sect, to Elder Wu. Sure enough, after bringing Xiao Ju back to the Heavenly Gang sect's secret chamber, they managed to revive him. However, they quickly tied him up and began to torture him. Elder Wu relentlessly demanded, what is the secret of the mystic realm? But no matter how much they questioned or beat him, Xiao Ju stubbornly insisted, I don't know. This infuriated the elder. He lashed out with a whip again and again. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Elder Wu roared. Xiao Ju was beaten until his entire body was covered in blood. Even the pole he was suspended from was shattered by the relentless blows. Thoroughly disgusted, the white-haired elder finally stormed off. Throw him out of the sect for the dogs. He ordered cruelly, don't let him offend my sight any longer. As soon as the old man left, the gentle brother sighed in relief. Gods, he almost gave me a heart attack. Then he angrily kicked the barely conscious Xiao Ju. You wretch, you wretch, you wretch, he snarled. I thought I could curry favor with Elder Wu through you, but you're so uncooperative. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Tian Shui, unable to bear it any longer, intervened. Enough, he's half dead already. How can he answer you? The man, clearly susceptible to the beautiful woman's pleas, softened slightly. Turning to leave, he said, Tian Shui, I'll leave the disposal of the body to you. Left with no choice, Tian Shui wrapped Xiao Ju in a mat and dragged him behind the mountain. She continued, pulling him all the way to the hunting grounds of the ferocious beasts. Looking down at Xiao Ju, Tian Shui sighed with a touch of pity. This is a good feng shui spot I've chosen for you, she murmured. I hope you'll be reborn in a better place in your next life. Noticing the approaching beasts, she grew apprehensive and prepared to leave quickly. However, to her surprise, Xiao Ju clutched her skirt, holding her back. He struggled to speak, whispering, save me. Xiao Ju, driven by the unfulfilled vengeance for his Xiao clan, refused to accept his fate. Finally, half a year passed. Tian Shui continued to secretly bring food to the back of the mountain. She cautiously surveyed the surroundings, making sure no one was watching, before activating a hidden mechanism. A door opened, revealing a secret chamber within the cliff face. I haven't been here for a few days, Tian Shui thought to herself. I wonder if he's hungry. She quickly entered the chamber with the food box and spoke gently, rest a while. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Pushing yourself so hard every day will only strain your body further. Xiao Ju powerfully stood up on his 2 feet, proving to Tian Shui that he could endure. Tian Shui, watching his stubborn display, clicked her tongue. You're truly remarkable. Your meridians were completely destroyed, with no breath left. Relying on just a few ordinary medicinal pills I stole from the elder, you've managed to hold on until today. That must require incredibly strong conviction. Tian Shui gently watched Xiao Ju eat, softly asking, is it good? Eat more if you like it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju, sipping his soup, darkly thought, Elder Wu, Heavenly Gang Sect, YNCA. I won't let a single one of you go. 5 years finally passed. After many days of recuperation and cultivation, Xiao Ju finally descended the mountain, embarking on his quest for revenge, starting with the entire Heavenly Gang Sect. Elder Wu, once so ferocious towards him, now cowered, pathetically begging, don't kill me. Don't lay a hand on me. I'll give you anything you want. But Xiao Ju only desired revenge. With a cold flick of his sword, he ended the old man's life in an instant. Then, with chilling indifference, he murmured too late. Taking the command token from Elder Wu's body, Xiao Ju didn't even glance at it, casually tossing it back to Tian Shui. The position of sect leader of the Heavenly Gang sect, he said coldly, is yours now. He then proceeded directly to the Sword Heart sect, arriving at Yuan Chen's residence. where he greeted him respectfully. "Master, your disciple has returned." The old fox put on a caring facade. "Good, good. It seems your cultivation has progressed considerably in these past years." Inwardly, however, he was panicking. Is it too late to take back my mistake? As soon as Xiao Ju finished speaking, he immediately inquired about Dianka's whereabouts. Hearing her name mentioned, Dianka, ever inquisitive, flew over on her sword, greeting them. "Junior brother, it's been a while." Xiao Ju looked up at her, echoing her words. "Indeed, it has." Xiao Ju patiently waited for Yanka to land. He'd been mulling something over. "Yanka, let's see how you explain what happened in the mystic realm." However, the moment she landed, she excitedly examined his sword, exclaiming, "I must admit, this sword forging technique is truly fascinating." Xiao Ju froze, utterly dumbfounded. "Why are you looking at the sword and not at me? Do you feel guilty and can't bear to look me in the eye?" He subtly moved closer to her, trying to attract her attention. But Dianka, inexplicably oblivious, cheerfully ran towards Yuan Shun. "Old man," she asked, "where's Zingam?" "I came to see him." Xiao Ju, unceremoniously ignored, was left speechless, turning to stone. Finally, waving a white flag of surrender, he swallowed his pride and spoke. "Senior brother," he asked with forced casualness, "it's been years. How have you been?" Only then did Yanka remember, realizing she'd been so preoccupied with Luo Zingam that she'd completely forgotten Xiao Ju's presence. Expertly resuming her role, she asked, "Where have you been these past 5 years? I heard you just returned as well." Xiao Ju responded tartly, "Thanks to senior brother's blessings, I've lived quite well these past 5 years." Still, she showed no sign of unusual behavior. Instead, she cheerfully encouraged him, "As long as you're well and happy, that's all that matters." Having said that, Dianka called out twice to the small figure of Luo Zingam. Jiru, leading the young boy, approached and softly inquired, "Junior brother Yin, why are you here?" Luo Zingam, his face haggard, traumatized, recalled Yuan Shun slapping him repeatedly, ranting, "Yin Ca, how dare you be so disrespectful to me? You think you're worthy. You're nothing. Everything you're suffering now is because of Yanka. If you want to blame someone, blame her." It turned out the old fox had been taking out all his anger, stemming from Yanka, on the unfortunate Luo Zingam. Jiru gently nudged Luo Zingam towards Yanka and said, "Zingam, this is senior brother Yin Ca. Isn't he your favorite?" Yanka softly extended her hand towards the small boy, but he vehemently refused her, struggling and crying, "No, I don't want to." Holding him, Yanka worried, thinking, how did he become like this in just 5 years? Meanwhile, Xiao Ju knelt down, smiling at Luo Zingam, and said, "Come here." To Yanka's astonishment, the boy rushed towards Xiao Ju and clung to him tightly. This scene sent a chill down Yanka's spine. The protagonist is hugging the main villain. What kind of dabla drama is this? Before she could process this, Xiao Ju spoke up, his voice laced with resentment. "Yin Ca, after 5 years, you have nothing to say to me." Despite his outwardly confident question, Xiao Ju's mind raced. How will she explain herself? Should I believe her explanation? Should I forgive her if there's a reason? But she hasn't sought me out in 5 years. It seems she doesn't care about my life at all. I should have known she's cold and heartless, selfish and uncaring. But she gave me the Golden Radiance Emperor's sword and the spiritual herbs from the mystic realm. Maybe there's a reason she can't tell me. He finally settled on a cautious approach. I'll hear her explanation first, then decide whether to forgive her. However, Dianka just chuckled awkwardly. Not really, no. She thought to herself, we weren't that close to begin with. What am I supposed to say? Oh, heavens. Her answer clearly dissatisfied Xiao Ju. Thinking she was avoiding the issue, he pressed, but what about what happened that year? I want to hear about it. Dianka, utterly confused, asked what happened that year. It took a moment for her to vaguely recall something and ask, are you talking about that? Xiao Ju finally breathed a sigh of relief and, resuming his domineering male lead persona, said, Senior brother, it seems you have a selective memory. Dianka, genuinely clueless, brushed him off with a sweet, placating tone. You have a good memory, junior brother. I truly forgot. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to talk to Zingam. Each of Dianka's responses earned a mental X from Xiao Ju. He then stubbornly declared, what if I don't move? What will you do? Will you try to poison me again like you did that year? It finally dawned on Yanka that Xiao Ju was still upset about the illusion Jin Wu created in the mystic realm and was now holding a grudge. She practically beamed, thinking he hates me. The male lead hates me. Excellent. The path home suddenly feels so much closer. Breaking through to the golden core stage doesn't seem so difficult now, does it? Misunderstanding his anger. She played along, saying airily, I have a clear conscience. Xiao Ju's face darkened with each word she spoke. A clear conscience, you say? He scoffed. I heard senior brother acquired quite a few treasures in the mystic realm. Perhaps you could share some with us. He clearly meant to provoke her, but his attempt backfired spectacularly when Yanka readily agreed. She enlarged Jin Wu's ring and poured out a mountain of treasure she had collected, saying generously, take your pick. Yuan Shun and his sons' eyes lit up at this unexpected windfall. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju, the instigator, frowned, clearly displeased. He ignored all reason and accused her. This trash is all stuff you don't need, isn't it? You can fool them, but don't think you can fool me. Xiao Ju's actions and words had finally exceeded the limits of Yanka's patience. She snapped, her voice cold. Xiao Ju, don't push it. I've tolerated you time and time again, but even my patience has its limits. Seeing that he had managed to anger the ever-patient Yanka, Xiao Ju felt a surge of perverse accomplishment. He boasted, so, senior brother can get angry. Zingam, no one here is good. Let me take you away. And with that, the male lead simply walked off with the main villain. But Yanka was eager to die and return home, so she hastily stopped him. Xiao Ju, she demanded, where are you taking Zingam? Don't you want your things anymore? The male lead coldly threw back. Only a dog would want the trash you discard. The moment he finished speaking, the old man, Yuan Shun, completely abandoning all dignity, transformed into a metaphorical puppy, fawning and yipping. Woof woof. If he doesn't want it, I'll take it. Yanka's blood boiled. She quickly retrieved all the treasures and shot him a withering look. Dream on, old man, she seethed. I haven't settled the score with you regarding Zingam, and you dare covet my things. If it weren't for Ji-Ru, I would have killed you already. With that, she turned and left, leaving Ji-Ru flustered by her words. Ji-Ru blushed, thinking, did junior brother just say he was showing me consideration? Meanwhile, the male lead and the supposedly irreconcilable villain walked off hand in hand, followed closely by the foolishly persistent Yanka. Xiao Ju had long since sensed her presence. Playing along, he said to Zingam, do you want to come to my place? Luo Zingam happily replied, yes. I'll listen to whatever brother Xiao Ju says. With that, the male lead coldly scoffed at the woman trailing behind them and carried Zingam away. Yanka furrowed her brow, watching them thoughtfully. It's been days. Why are these two still stuck together like glue? How am I supposed to change Luo Zingam's fate this way? I can't find anyone else either. The book said, changing fate has only a 70% success rate. I've researched it over and over. The ones with the most unyielding destinies are Xiao Ju and Luo Zingam. But Xiao Ju's aptitude is already incredibly defiant of fate, so only Luo Zingam is suitable. I'll go find him later and ask. If he doesn't agree to cooperate, then so be it. As expected, Yanka didn't knock on Xiao Ju's door until evening. The moment she appeared, Luo Zingam clung to Xiao Ju, crying, Brother Xiao Ju, I'm scared. The male lead comforted the small boy and then looked at her pointedly. Senior brother, he said, his voice laced with challenge. What are you doing here? You're scaring Zingam. It was the scene before her that truly scared Yanka. A chill ran down her spine. I have a feeling this love story is developing in a very, very wrong direction. However, she was in a hurry to go home. So, Yanka decided to ignore Xiao Ju and said coldly, none of your business. She reached for Luo Zingam, wanted to question him, but Xiao Ju was faster, stepping forward to block her. A suffocating silence hung between them. Defeated, Yanka withdrew her hand. She addressed Luo Zingam directly, laying out the situation plainly. Luo Zingam, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to walk the path of cultivation and become stronger than anyone? As expected, this successfully caught the timid boy's attention. But just as quickly, Zingam hid behind Xiao Ju again. Seeing this, a pang of bitterness struck Yanka. Softly, she said, all right, understanding her indifference. Seeing her turn to leave, Xiao Ju grabbed her arm, demanding, Senior brother, what do you mean by this? You know Gam's aptitude is poor, that he can't cultivate. Are you mocking him? You brought him to the sect, but it was all for your own amusement, wasn't it? You never truly cared about him. Do you have any idea what he's been through these past 5 years? He's suffered enough. Yanka remained unmoved, calmly walking away as she replied, I was wrong. I'll compensate him. Xiao Ju's anger flared. Compensate? Is that enough? Luo Gam was tormented by that old man, Yuan Shun, for 5 years. Are you planning to compensate him with some useless trinkets? Let me tell you, he doesn't need that. He wants to cultivate. Can you help him defy fate and change his destiny? A cruel thought flashed through Xiao Ju's mind. Senior brother, why don't you experience the suffering I endured for 5 years? After listening to Xiao Ju's outburst, Yanka remained composed, vowing to give Luo Gam everything he desired. Turning to Xiao Ju, she said coldly, Xiao Ju, I know why you're back. You'll get what you want soon enough. I hope you'll fulfill your role. After Yanka left, Xiao Ju chased after her, shouting, Senior brother, what do you mean by that? He abruptly stopped, anxiety gripping him. Senior brother, why won't you explain yourself to me? Why aren't you angry? Why? Already frustrated, Xiao Ju glared at the tearful Luo Gam clinging to him. What are you looking at? Your brother doesn't want you anymore. You're just a waste. He shoved Luo Gam away, spitting out more insults before freezing, a dark thought settling over him. A waste just like me. Missing for 5 years, and no one cared, no one looked for me. A waste like Luo Gam is even luckier than me. He still has senior brother by his side. A waste? Why does senior brother always pay attention to him and not me? Luo Gam cowered, clutching his head and crying no. No. The amnesiac Qingyang Great Emperor, witnessing this scene, seethed with rage. Damn you, Xiao Ju. We are sworn enemies. His outburst was met with mocking laughter from the crowd behind him. Really? But you were just clinging to him, calling him Brother Xiao Ju. Back in her room, Yanka diligently studied the book on defying fate, a small smile playing on her lips. It's decided then. A thoughtful expression settled on her face. The last thing to do is deal with those who murdered Luo Gam's parents. If I don't eliminate them, they'll become a lingering threat. After numerous inquiries, I've finally discovered that those with the 3-legged crow tattoo belong to the Golden Yang sect, a third-rate cultivation sect. Among the third-rate sects, they're considered top tier. Every disciple of the Golden Yang sect bears this tattoo. Within the sect, there are 5 golden core cultivators and 1 half-step nascent soul cultivator. That half-step nascent soul cultivator entered seclusion 7 years ago and hasn't emerged yet. Half-step nascent soul, that seems a bit tricky. Suddenly, a premonition of danger washed over Yanka. She rushed off, thinking what's happening. A strange, overbearing aura is approaching. As soon as Luo Gam arrived, he saw an old man strike down a disciple of the Swordheart sect. Yanka's eyes instinctively caught sight of the 3-legged crow tattoo. Very quickly, the newcomer detected Yanka's presence. He arrogantly remarked on the incompetence of the trash who had let her and that other waste escape. You should have stayed hidden, living out your lives in obscurity. Why did you have to pry into the events of that year? He was Qiyang Jinren, the sect leader of the Golden Yang sect. He rambled on, uttering cryptic pronouncements. It's good you've come to inquire, though, because after today, you will belong to me. Such a young body, perfect for possession. Boy, if you surrender now, I might spare the Swordheart sect. Otherwise, I will slaughter every last one of them. Soon, Yuan Yu, Yuan Shun, and Jiru, alerted to the commotion, arrived on the scene. The wily Yuan Shun, upon seeing Qiyang Jinren, recoiled, then exclaimed in surprise, the Golden Yang sect. Immediately, he pushed his daughter's head down and loudly greeted the sect leader. Qiyang Jinren, this boy has nothing to do with our Swordheart sect. He was expelled long ago. He has offended you, so even if you kill him, it would be justified. He quickly disowned Yanka. Then, he berated her. Yanka, get down on your knees. We only took you in out of the goodness of our hearts. For the sake of the sect, you must go with Qiyang Jinren. Yanka, enraged, snapped, shut up, you old fool. Sealing the old man's mouth with a spell, she turned to Qiyang Jinren and demanded, Old man, why did you murder the Luo couple all those years ago? Xiao Ju and the others quickly joined them. Qiyang Zhenren scoffed, so young, yet so bold. As for the Luo couple, they took something that didn't belong to them. But I must admit, their sacrifice helped me smoothly break through to the nascent soul realm. He then malevolently unleashed his magic, instantly draining the strength from both Xiao Ju and Jiru, causing them to collapse. Yanka cried out in alarm. Are you all right? Qiyang Zhenren conjured a demonic flame in his hand and laughed cruelly. Suppressed by my spiritual energy, and yet you remain so defiant. Impressive. It became clear he was also targeting Yanka, but she remained unaffected. This enraged him. Very well, he roared. With that, a torrent of water coalesced into a giant hand, lunging towards Yanka as if to seize her. Undaunted, she met the colossal wave of water head-on, preparing her own magic. Qiyang Zhenren bellowed, water dragon's roar. The surging water transformed into a ferocious dragon, snapping its jaws at Yanka. Facing this monstrous creature, she had only a small fireball for defense. Predictably, the tiny fireball was quickly swallowed by the water dragon. Qiyang Zhenren sneered triumphantly. Boy, what do you think of my technique? Since he asked, Yanka answered honestly, it's stupid, old man. Don't you know water and fire react explosively? She then rapidly multiplied the fireball, creating a vast number of them. Thinking, old man, you asked for this. Thousands of tiny fireballs hurtled towards the water dragon like moths to a flame. Having dispatched her fiery army, Yanka took off, shouting, everyone, take cover. As the fireballs found their way into the water dragon's maw, Yanka shielded Luo Zingam with her body, protecting him completely. Just as she predicted, the collision of fire and water resulted in a massive explosion, blasting the arrogant Qiyang Zhenren away. Yanka coolly glanced at the enemy of the Luo family, then softly requested of Xiao Ju, take him far away from here. Consider it a favor I owe you. I'll repay you later. Noticing the male lead's hesitation, Yanka immediately popped a medicinal pill into his mouth, so Xiao Ju could quickly regain his strength. Then, she turned gracefully, intending to leave. I still have to deal with that old man. So, I'm counting on you, Junior Brother Xiao. Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me, so I have the motivation to continue. Xiao Ju simply couldn't resist Yanka's request, so while awkwardly carrying Luo Zingam, he reminded her, wait, are you going to be able to survive this? Hearing this, Yanka confidently replied, I'll definitely survive. Her words reassured the male lead. Then, she turned and left with a cold demeanor. Xiao Ju watched her intently, then feigned a frown and scolded under his breath. You better. The lofty Qiyang Zhenren, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, had been seriously injured by a nobody like Yanka. He roared furiously, brat. You've successfully angered this venerable one. Having been addressed, Yanka coolly replied, oh, don't you feel very cool right now? Finishing her sentence, she used Jin Wu's ring to conjure several pills with a flourish, abracadabra, and swallowed them without hesitation. As expected of a good treasure, in the blink of an eye, Yanka's entire body surged with extraordinary power. Summoning a mighty power unlike anything she possessed just a moment ago, Yanka smugly thought, now I'm also a half-step nascent soul cultivator like him. It seemed Qiyang Zhenren hadn't realized this yet, as he pompously provoked her. Is that all you've got? Since her opponent had challenged her, Yanka decided to show him a little of her half-step nascent soul power. She summoned elemental spheres of wind, thunder, ice, earth, water, wood, metal, and poison, a complete set. Yanka coldly commanded the powerful elements to attack. Very quickly, they converged into a pitch-black sphere, radiating a power that made Qiyang Zhenren wary. But it didn't take long for him to arrogantly challenge her. Is this paltry skill all you have? With that, he launched a skyward attack with the verbose name, Great Heavenly Human Technique. After a series of booms and flashes, Qiyang Zhenren finally realized the situation was not good at all. As expected, he was immediately blown far away by the explosion. The crowd outside the heavenly Tao mirror was utterly astonished, their eyes glued to the inferno within, exclaiming, "This foundational spell technique is that powerful. The force is immense. Wait, I have to go buy some foundational spell technique manuals to study. No one cares about the Demon Emperor. With this kind of power, what do you think he looks like now?" Indeed, the majority still despise Dianka, callously remarking, "Who cares? He won't die anyway. Buying foundational spell techniques is more important." Exactly. Only Luo Xingam, bearing half the pain, truly understood. He coughed up blood, looking upwards, lamenting internally, "My brother is injured again because of me." While the sword heart sec burned, Xiao Ju, the male lead, carried little Xingam away. Slightly worried, he softly asked, "Senior brother, is he still alive?" It turned out the young Luo disciple still didn't know Dianka was a woman. But the male lead, having investigated over the years, was already aware and optimistically murmured, "She's dead and won't be coming back. If it weren't for saving you, she wouldn't have." It seemed Xiao Ju intended to place all the blame on the child. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, catching Xiao Ju's attention. "Xingam, don't listen to his nonsense." Dianka, bearing significant injuries, stepped forward and sternly corrected Xiao Ju. "Xiao Ju, what kind of rubbish are you spouting?" The male lead, astonished, asked, "Yanka, you're still alive. Just in time. Where's my compensation?" Having barely escaped death, only to be met with a debt collector, Dianka resignedly indulged him. All right, help me take care of Xingam. It's a lot of trouble for you." With that, she pulled out her ring, plundered Jinwu's treasures, and spammed, "Here, here, here. Take it, take it, take it." Xiao Ju was momentarily touched by the mountain of treasures. But then he frowned, thinking to himself, so what if there's a lot? She's only doing this for Luo Xingam, not because she cares about me. Despite his inner thoughts, he pulled out his magical 3-inch pouch, scooped the treasures inside, and casually uttered 2 words, "Many thanks." Confirming that he had accepted the items, Dianka changed her tone and requested, "Look after Luo Xingam for me in the future. At least don't let him die." Hearing these words, Xiao Ju grew suspicious. Are you leaving a dying message? Are you about to die?" Yanka scowled. "What's it to you?" While the male lead was distracted, she looked left and right, confirming that now was the perfect opportunity. Then, she swiftly struck both Xiao Ju and Luo Xingam, knocking them unconscious. Dianka dusted off her hands and, while carrying Xingam away, declared resolutely, "Consider yourself compensated. Pray for your own good fortune from now on." Yanka carried the young Luo disciple to a secluded spot and gently laid him down. She then pondered with a headache, "It's a good thing I made preparations here beforehand. Otherwise, the earlier fight would definitely have affected the formation. Now I just need to wait for the sun to rise higher. At that time, the yang energy here will be at its peak, just the right moment to change Xingam's constitution. When I return to the modern world, what should I do? How can I be a humble CEO without losing my coolness?" Lost in thought, she imagined a super cool scene of herself with her underlings trailing behind, carrying chests of gold, saying, "CEO, please accept this gold." She also pictured beautiful women admiring her day after day. Just thinking about it made Yanka's expression turn mischievous. Being a domineering CEO must be very attractive. How should I resist all those girls? Then, she gleefully pictured herself waving away the gold offered by her underlings, making them cry and beg, "So, please accept it." As for the beautiful girls, of course I'll accept them. Everyone gets a share. Follow me, and I assure you, you won't regret it. Qingyang, great emperor, bearing grievous injuries, looked up at Yanka, who was sitting happily beside his younger self, and thought bitterly, "So, I was that important in brother's heart. So important that even when seriously injured, he could still watch me sleep and smile. He's now, at any moment, his cultivation could be destroyed. He's close to death, but he endures it all for me. Brother, I'm sorry. I owe you too much." Dianka was overjoyed at the prospect of returning home. Excitedly, she summoned the ring of the divine officer Jinwu. Then, Yanka gently took out each ingredient one by one, whispering, "Golden Sun Protection Leaf, Heavenly Yang Connection, 9 types of mystic grade seedlings, just enough." She then solemnly recited the incantation, "Sun like the true Yang, moon like the earthly Yin. Enlighten the yin-yang principles of heaven and earth. See all things in the universe." Just like that, thousands of rays of light shone onto Luo Xingham's unconscious body. Thunder began to rumble loudly. Little Luo Xingham's body began to float in the air. The crowd gathered outside. The heavenly Tao mirror gasped in astonishment at this heaven-defying spectacle. This is the curse of retribution. Someone cried out, "The demon empress is doing this for Qingyang Great Emperor." That golden lightning is Qingyang Great Emperor's tribulation lightning, while the deep violet lightning is the heavenly Tao's curse upon the demon empress. Once she bears it, she'll suffer a lifetime of misfortune. The demon empress must have a way to remove the curse, a way to escape unscathed. Look, there's no sign of her being struck by the curse. This is all a deception. Don't believe her. She's doing this to manipulate Qingyang Great Emperor's sympathy. Quickly, a wave of speculation rippled through the crowd. That's right. It must be so. The demon empress wouldn't sincerely save Qingyang Great Emperor's life. Just as he finished speaking, the man received a sharp slap from Luo Xingam, along with the command, "Shut up." The man, indignant, cried out, "Qingyang Great Emperor, you are the great emperor who upholds the law. How can you casually injure an innocent person?" Luo Xingam, already furious, seethed. "Anyone who dares speak ill of my brother again, I'll kill them." With that, tears welled up in Luo Xingam's eyes as he looked up at Di Yanka within the heavenly Tao mirror. He sobbed, "Do you see? Brother is doing all of this for me. Brother is defying the heavens for me." Xingam's tearful display earned him disgusted sneers from Long Yin Tan and Mo Chong Lu. "There's a limit to showing off," they muttered. Meanwhile, the scene of defying the heavens continued to unfold within the heavenly Tao mirror. Di Yanka successfully channeled the golden lightning into Luo Xingam. Once everything was done, she breathed a sigh of relief and sent a silent message to Luo Xingam. "Take care of yourself from now on." Then, she braced herself and took the violet lightning head on, happily sighing, "This little Olmi isn't going with Yuan anymore. My otherworld journey ends here." As the lightning struck, her Yuan core shattered into pieces. In its place, a strange, deep violet mark appeared on Di Yanka's forehead. She reached up to touch it, bewildered. "What is this? Why does it feel so familiar?" Di Yanka then watched in disbelief as the dark purple clouds hurriedly gathered themselves and retreated. Seeing that she wasn't dead, she frowned and, using her remaining spiritual energy, tried to pull the clouds back. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back and hit me. I promise I won't move." But no matter how much she threatened them, the clouds quickly fled, leaving Di Yanka dumbfounded in the sky. "You can't leave. Why didn't you say so clearly? Who taught you to hit once and run?" Frustrated, she urged her sword forward, flying towards the heart of the dissipating violet storm, begging to be struck. But wherever she went, the clouds dispersed. Finally, even her sword betrayed her, vanishing without a trace, causing her to fall back through the sky with a startled yelp. Others might have been terrified, but our heroine was overjoyed. She spread her arms wide, reveling in the sensation. "Finally, I've used up all my spiritual energy, plus the backlash from defying the heavens. And I'm this high up. Double the protection won't save me. The way home is just around the corner." However, the inheritance mark suddenly appeared. Di Yanka waved her hand, trying to dispel it. "Strange, why can't I get rid of this inheritance mark? Go away, go away. I already made a promise to the old man from the Shwani sect, so hurry up. Otherwise, you'll disappear with me." As she drifted in the sky, waiting for her demise, suddenly someone grabbed her arm and shouted, "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you, brother." Luo Xingam, awake at some point, cried out powerfully, "Brother, I remember everything. They purposely erased my memories and drove us apart. It's my fault, brother. I treated you so terribly, yet you still did so much for me." Di Yanka's face paled, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Huh, you remember everything, but you don't have any cultivation. How can you fly?" As if on cue, Luo Xingam seemed to remember this crucial detail, his expression mirroring Di Yanka's surprise. Without a beat, the two embraced, then promptly plummeted headfirst towards the ground. Di Yanka, seeing her plan unfolding beautifully, couldn't help but feel a surge of triumphant glee. That's more like it. Meanwhile, little Xingam was consumed by a fierce determination to protect his senior brother Di Yanka. He twisted in the air, positioning himself beneath Di Yanka, ready to cushion her fall. He waited, and finally, as if answering his silent plea, Di Yanka crashed down towards the earth. Di Yanka landed squarely on top of Xingam, remaining sprawled there dramatically. Only the bewildered Luo Xingam, struggling to crawl out from under her, looked up with fear in his eyes. Brother, please be all right. Brother. Dianka, determined to maintain her charade, kept her eyes firmly shut, playing dead with the stillness of a landed fish. Is that Gam's voice? I fell from so high. How am I still alive? Unable to keep up the act any longer, Dianka bolted upright, yelling quiet. You're gonna be the death of me. Startled, Zinum shrieked, a ghost. A ghost. A moment later, he seemed to recognize Dianka, his fear replaced by overwhelming relief. He threw himself at her, crying, Brother, you're all right. You're all right. Still slightly disoriented from her unexpected survival, Dianka coldly pushed him away. Get off me. Now. Luo Gam, stung by her rejection, began to whimper. Why, brother? Are you still angry with me? These past few years, I didn't mean to treat you like that. I lost my memories of our time together. He continued to babble, but Dianka resolutely tuned him out. Who did he learn this dramatic whining from? As if the world wasn't noisy enough, Yuan Chun Jinren descended from the heavens. The sight of him ignited Dianka's fury. She pointed at him accusingly. I told you to leave, and you didn't. Now you want to leave, but you can't. Luo Gam, witnessing this exchange, became even more tearful, this time with a touch of poignant understanding. So brother wasn't angry, he was worried about my safety. Yuan Chun, seemingly oblivious to their emotional turmoil, focused solely on provoking Dianka. My dear disciple, where are you planning to go? He continued to speak, his eyes finally landing on the ring on Dianka's finger. His expression shifted to one of shock. The Chinquan ring. This is a treasure worthy of a god. How did this little brat get it? Did he take it from the secret realm? And that divine light and mountain-filling lightning from earlier. He must be hiding something else. He's seriously injured, yet he brought that useless Luo Gam along. Your treasures are mine now. I'll take them all. Before he could make a move, Luo Gam, sensing his malicious intent, jumped in front of Dianka. Yuan Chun, what are you trying to do? Gam knows brother is injured because of me, so Gam will protect brother. But only Dianka understood the true danger. She struggled to her feet, her voice trembling. Gam, his target is me. Run. With those words, she collapsed to the ground. Luo Gam was beside himself with terror. Brother, no matter what, I won't leave you. Dianka grimaced internally. I really want to curse right now. I'm not being polite anymore. My dreams of becoming a CEO are waiting. So, Dianka, with exaggerated gestures, turned pleading eyes towards the old fox, Yuan Chunjinren, hoping he'd talk some sense into the child. But Yuan Chun, having already received what he perceived as a signal, focused solely on the immediate prize. He said smoothly, Gam, my dear disciple, I'm merely here to retrieve an item your senior brother also desires. There's no need for such hostility. Once I have it, I'll leave. I assure you, neither of your lives is in danger. Luo Gam, wary, pressed him. What exactly do you want? Yuan Chun, dropping the pretense, pointed directly at the ring on Dianka's finger. With that, Gam promptly removed the treasured ring from Dianka's hand. He tossed it towards Yuan Chun with a cold flick of his wrist. Here, now let us go. Yuan Chunjinren, catching the ring, beamed, his face practically blooming like a flower. Certainly. Believing the matter settled, Gam moved to carry Dianka away. But the old fox, ever true to his nature, went back on his word. He lunged towards them, a chilling look in his eyes. So gullible. 5 years of my teachings haven't matured you at all, Luo Gam. Dianka, however, was thrilled. This is my chance to die and finally become that CEO. With this thought in mind, she threw herself directly into the path of Yuan Chunjinren's attack. This act of self-sacrifice drained the color from Gam's face. The blow landed, and Dianka promptly fainted. Once again, Luo Gam watched as Dianka was injured on his behalf. This time, the young boy's fury ignited. He clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. Yuan Chun, how dare you? I'll send you to the heavens. The old fox, incensed that this useless boy dared to challenge him, roared Luo Gam. You think you're worthy. He casually raised a single hand to block Gam's furious attack. As expected, Luo Gam's strength was no match for Yuan Chun. But the flames of hatred and a deep-seated thirst for revenge burned within him. You hurt my brother. You'll pay with your life. His power suddenly surged, catching Yuan Chunjinren completely off guard. The old fox was sent flying, a blur against the horizon. By the time Shi Ruo arrived, Yuanshan was already bleeding profusely. But Gam's rage was far from quenched. He lunged forward, his voice thick with venom. Yuanshan, you'll die today. Shi Ruo, terrified, threw herself in front of her father. But in Gam's current state, age and gender were irrelevant. He delivered a swift blow to Shi Ruo as well. He looked down at her coldly. You hurt my brother. You deserve to die too. His fury, still unsated, he turned back to the unconscious Yuan Chenjunren. He continued his brutal assault. Finally, having dealt with his enemies, Gam gently scooped Dianka into his arms and left. He knew the only person who could save her now was the sect leader of the Swordheart sect. He'd only taken a few steps when a male voice called out, Luo Gam. How dare you defy your master? You gone too far. Recognizing Xiao Ju, Luo Gam instantly switched to his tearful, whimpering mode. He rushed towards Xiao Ju, cradling Dianka, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Ju, you're finally here. Please, look at brother's injuries. He's badly hurt. Save him. I'll do anything. Just save him. Xiao Ju, taking in Dianka's near-lifeless form, couldn't help but feel a flicker of annoyance. You abandoned me to run off with Luo Gam. Serves you right. So troublesome, always causing problems for others. Despite his words, Xiao Ju magnanimously approached the brothers. Xiao Ju found a large rock and ordered Gam to lay Dianka down. He immediately began to treat her injuries, fuming inwardly. You defied the heavens for Luo Gam, Dianka. You didn't even care about your own life. After some time, Dianka's first reaction was to cough up blood. Luo Gam cried out in alarm, Brother, how are you? Xiao Ju, irritated by the noise, snapped quiet. After a while longer, Xiao Ju finally stopped his treatment. He ordered Gam to help Dianka sit up. He then rummaged through his magical pouch, producing a strange-looking pill, which he promptly shoved into Dianka's mouth. Once done, Xiao Ju shoved Luo Gam aside with a look of disgust, taking his place and gathering Dianka into his arms. He gently patted her back to help her swallow the pill, then carefully laid her down. Without pausing, Xiao Ju continued to treat her, muttering under his breath, You're so dramatic, Dianka. Who are you putting on this half-dead act for? Despite his words, he was terrified she wouldn't wake up. Finally, thanks to the combined efforts and affections of the two young men, Dianka stirred. Luo Gam, a mixture of relief and worry in his voice, exclaimed, Brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried. Dianka's first words upon waking were filled with indignant fury. Which of you two saved me? Gam, ever straightforward, replied, Both of your senior brothers saved you, brother. Xiao Ju, pleased that credit was being given where it was due, looked at Dianka smugly. It was just a couple of palms from Qiyang Zhenren and that old fool Yuan Shun. Why couldn't you handle it? Since when did you become so weak? I had to use a pill you gave me to save your life. Don't forget to compensate me. Dianka's face darkened with every word. A villain and the male lead. Instead of fighting, you two teamed up to save me. I give up. This is too much. Before she could voice her frustration, Gam, smiling like an angel, approached her. Brother, are you looking for your ring? Yuan Shen swallowed it earlier, so I retrieved it for you. Instead of taking it back, Dianka magnanimously gifted the ring to Luo Gam, even pulling the hairpin from her hair and pressing it into his hand. So annoying, she thought, seething inwardly. If I'd known this would happen, I would have destroyed all those pills. I could be a CEO by now. Gam, delighted with his gifts, thanked her profusely. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju, observing this exchange, was deeply displeased. You're practically dying, and you're still so good to him. His displeasure evident, Xiao Ju abruptly struck Gam, warning him coldly, Gam, don't think I actually wanted to save him. Dianka, witnessing this sudden outburst, felt her eyes light up. The battle between the villain and the male lead is finally here. She was about to cheer them on when a coughing fit overtook her, ending in a disturbingly thick stream of blood. Gam rushed to her side, his face etched with concern. A moment later, he turned on Xiao Ju, his voice sharp with accusation. Xiao Ju, stop provoking my brother. If you can save him, I'm willing to. Xiao Ju didn't answer, silently judging Dianka. In the secret realm, I was willing to turn a blind eye for you. But in your heart, from beginning to end, there's only Luo Gam. Why? Why is it like this? We both suffered for 5 years, yet he received such care. You even defied fate for him, risking your life. But me, you don't even spare me a glance. It's too bitter. If I can't have you, neither of you can. Bitterness laced his voice as he addressed Luo Xingam. Are you really willing to die for her? Hearing this, the young Luo Xingam, his face resolute, declared, as long as you can save brother, I'll do anything. Dianka, trembling, tried to intervene, but Xingam stubbornly pleaded, brother, let me die for you. I'm willing to die. Exasperated, Dianka ignored him, lamenting to the heavens, oh, heaven, I'm truly tired. Why is it so hard to just die? Before she could say anything more, Xiao Ju knocked Xingam unconscious. He looked down at the boy with disdain. This brotherly love act should end now. Brother, take a look at this. It's a gift from me. Don't let its appearance fool you. It can strengthen the soul. It can even alter memories. While Dianka was still bewildered, wondering what he was planning, Xiao Ju callously kicked Xingam. Then, he explained nonchalantly from now on, brother, in Luo Xingam's mind, you will be the one who killed the master he respected most, the one who killed the senior sister he loved most. He will see you as his enemy, hating you to the bone. Dianka was speechless, watching Xiao Ju's childish antics. Crazy, she thought. If you want to kill, just kill. What's with the memory alteration? Not wanting to wait any longer, she gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiao Ju simply reminded her, unfazed, be patient. After I've finished modifying his memories, it'll be your turn. Hearing this, Dianka obediently lay down, thinking, fine, you're crazy, so be crazy. You're the male lead after all. Having strange hobbies is understandable. As long as I could die, it's fine. It was then that the Qingyang Great Emperor finally understood the source of the hatred. He roared in the divine hall, Xiao Ju, it was you. You and I are sworn enemies. Having completed his masterpiece, Xiao Ju coldly tossed Xingam aside, sneering, I've changed your memories. Let's see if you can still follow her around calling brother now. Noticing Xiao Ju approaching her, Dianka's eyes lit up. Finally, I can die. She proactively lay down, obediently awaiting her demise. However, instead of the expected blow, she felt herself floating in the air. The familiar sensation of the cleansing technique enveloped her. Her body became increasingly clean, but death remained elusive. Infuriated, Dianka cursed, Xiao Ju, you damn dog. If you're so capable, just kill me already. I don't mind telling you, back then, I deliberately attacked you to steal the treasure in the secret realm. I didn't expect you to survive. She was worried that even a sliver of life left in her would be enough to save her, so she had to provoke Xiao Ju into killing her to be safe. Faced with her provocation, the childish Xiao Ju waved his hand in front of Dianka, smugly admiring the ring. Look how well this ring suits me. You treat him so well. The things inside this storage ring, they were all yours, weren't they? And this ring hasn't even been bound to an owner yet. You intended to give it to him from the very beginning, didn't you? Such a pity. Now, in Luo Xingam's altered memories, this ring is proof of your affection for him. When he sees it, he'll be disgusted, utterly nauseated. And that hairpin, it was a token of love between him and senior sister Shiruo. And you're the executioner who beheaded his beloved. This entire scenario, painstakingly constructed by Xiao Ju, was designed to make Dianka completely sever ties with Xingam, to break her heart utterly. However, she could only silently lament, is there something wrong with Xiao Ju's head? Before she could even curse him out, she heard Xingam, newly awakened, bellow, Dianka. Then, quick as lightning, he charged towards her, intent on attacking. He didn't hold back his venomous words either. You killed master and senior sister. I'll make you pay with your life. How could I possibly pass up such a perfect opportunity to die? Dianka thought, bracing herself for the incoming attack. However, she hadn't expected Xiao Ju to step in front of her, coldly warning Xingam, do you dare? Junior brother, he's still our senior brother. Let's talk things out. Dianka grew increasingly baffled by Xiao Ju's thought process. What is going on in his head? Nevertheless, she played along, sternly saying, Luo Xingam, if you go find the sect leader now, he can still help Shiruo reincarnate. If you're late, her soul will be scattered. Could you bear that? Hearing this, Xingam stormed off, but not without leaving a parting threat. I will avenge them. Just you wait. Dianka almost snorted with laughter. I'd be grateful if you did. But the next moment, Xiao Ju scooped her up into his arms. He carried her onto his flying sword, teasing playfully, brother, don't move around too much. I'm afraid I might lose my grip. If you fall, you'll be smashed to pieces." The words smashed to pieces made D. Yanka's eyes gleam. D. Yanka savored the moment, praising inwardly, with only a sliver of life left. "Unless Xiao Ju lets go, there's no way I'll fall. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered picking up that tattered belt. These treasures are delaying my return home." Xiao Ju, noticing her prolonged silence, seemed puzzled. Bored, he decided to stir up some trouble. The male lead coldly released his hold, letting D. Yanka hang suspended in midair. He was smugly anticipating her fear, but she beamed, thinking, "This is my chance to die. Come on, come on." However, true to his overpowered male lead status, Xiao Ju somehow managed to match her falling speed with his sword. He swiftly grabbed her waist again, asking cheerfully, "Were you scared just now?" D. Yanka puffed out her cheeks in frustration. "Damn it, he ruined my perfect opportunity." In her annoyance, she deliberately coughed up a mouthful of blood onto Xiao Ju's face. The crimson blood trickled down his face, momentarily stunning him. The sight triggered a flashback. His Xiao clan, his mother carrying him as they fled, his father left alone to fight masked assailants. His father was quickly cut down, and his mother, too, was killed in an instant. Little Xiao Ju was left alone, covered in his parents' blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Noticing his silence, Dianca gloated internally. "Serves you right. I'll cough up blood until you die." Then, Xiao Ju said coldly, "Very well. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me." Then, he unceremoniously dumped her on the ground. Death didn't come, only a searing, full-body ache. He, meanwhile, casually ascended his sword and flew away. Every inch of D. Yanka screamed in pain as she weakly crawled, a flicker of morbid excitement in her eyes. A wilderness like this, there must be wild beasts. But the thought of being ripped apart by beasts was hardly appealing. A bit too messy. A cliff will be better. A quick fall, and it's over. So itchy. I want to scratch, but I don't have the strength. As if on cue, the curse mark on her forehead suddenly flared. While D. Yanka merely felt an itch, the onlookers observing through the heavenly mirror saw her suffering magnified. They nodded sympathetically amongst themselves. He must be in so much pain. He looks so pitiful. That demon lord was truly ruthless. What did he do wrong? He was just trying to save his senior brother. They're the ones who are wrong. Don't be fooled by the demon lord. He's a master manipulator. But at least back then, he didn't do anything wrong, did he? He did so much for the demon emperor's sake, yet he was misunderstood. He's truly pitiful. Suddenly, a voice boomed, attempting to sway public opinion. "Stop. Look closely. Billions of lives will perish at his hands in the future. Every creature is a living being. Do you still think he's pitiful?" These words enraged Luo Zingam, causing his Dao heart to fracture once more. Seeing this, the crowd rushed to his side, showering him with concern. However, the Qingyang Great Emperor's gaze remained fixed on D. Yanka within the mirror. Finally, someone exclaimed, "I understand now. The curse of the heaven-defying, fate-altering technique is backfiring. Look, the purple mark on his forehead is changing." Then, a thick cloud of smoke erupted before their eyes, leaving everyone bewildered. What's happening? How did the demon emperor disappear? The sudden, dense fog caused a commotion that only subsided as it began to dissipate. The onlookers peering into the heavenly mirror stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Where Dianka had been standing, a small, snow-white fox now sat. Its undeniable cuteness quickly garnered a legion of admirers. However, some remained skeptical. One voice rose above the adoring murmurs. Hey, don't forget, Dianka has fox blood. Perhaps the curse's protection has awakened it." While everyone debated whether the adorable creature was indeed a fox, some cautiously reminded themselves not to be swayed by its charm. Only Long Yin Tan remained dumbfounded, frozen like a statue. He jolted, breaking out in a cold sweat. Impossible. How could he be Little Lai? The little fox who always stayed by my side when I was a half-dragon. Could he be Dianka? The once domineering Long Yin Tan now sobbed openly. "Demon Emperor, you told me you killed Little Lai. Why? Why are you Little Lai?" Since he had asked, Dianka calmly replied, "If I hadn't said I was dead, wouldn't you have kept searching for me? With my lofty status, how could I let others know about such a useless identity back then? Am I right?" Long Yin Tan seethed with rage at her words. However, he quickly accepted the truth and said hoarsely, "So what if you were Little Lai? You stole all the Dragon Clan's treasures and slaughtered slaughtered my entire clan. I won't be swayed by you like Luo Xingam. And Mo Chonglu, overhearing this, took note, a sneer playing on his lips. You better mean what you say. The small fox, Dianka, whimpered weakly from the ground. Finally, I can move my limbs again. I feel better. It took a moment for her to realize her 5 fingers had transformed into white puffs of fur. Panic seized her, and Dianka bolted, running in frantic circles. Not again. Not this form again. She ran, bewildered and disoriented. This can't be happening. I can still feel myself trapped inside this useless body. But what are these furry paws? And why do I feel something shifting inside my head? Tears welled in her eyes. What monstrous thing is happening to me? Her cries turned into the soft whimpers of a small fox, making even Dianka herself pale. Trying to adapt to her new form, she clumsily took a few steps on all fours. What kind of creature is this? Why is it so hard to walk? The thought of becoming a wild beast's meal loomed. As much as I hate it, there's no other way. I'll just have to find a beast big enough to swallow me whole. Xiao Ju returned after washing his face to find Dianka gone. He looked at her discarded clothes lying in a heap. Dianka is so proud. She would never go out without her clothes. She must have vanished into thin air. And I'm the one who killed her. With my own hands, I threw her, injured and defenseless, into this place. Left her to be devoured by wild beasts, torn to pieces. It was me. Xiao Ju's despair deepened. Just then, a rustling in the bushes caught his attention. He reached into the foliage and his hand closed around a small, round head. He pulled the little fox out into the open. Dianka glared at him, a silent curse forming in her mind. Xiao Ju, it's you again. Xiao Ju, too, sensed the fox's distinct dislike for him. He found the little fox's scowling expression strangely amusing. A smirk touched his lips. It's just like her. She hates me too. Even the mark on its forehead is the same. But then a thought struck him. It has no spiritual power, no cultivation. How can it survive in this forest? Ignoring the fox's struggles, he held it close. Little one, he murmured, from now on, you'll follow me. Don't run away. There are monster hunters everywhere. Your family, they're all gone. Now, you and I are the same. We're both orphans. We only have each other. A flicker of warmth touched Xiao Ju's heart. I've always been alone. Perhaps taking care of this pitiful little creature will bring some joy into my life. He stroked the fox's head. Good little fox. With the small bundle of fur in his arms, Xiao Ju ascended his sword and flew towards Dongqi City. He carefully selected an inn and entered. After the innkeeper showed him the best room, Xiao Ju readily agreed. Very well, he said. The innkeeper beamed. Excellent choice, honored guest. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. You must be tired from your journey. I won't disturb your rest any longer. The door closed softly behind him, and that's when the seemingly docile fox decided to show its teeth. Dianka sank her fangs into Xiao Ju's hand. Xiao Ju recoiled, a mixture of surprise and amusement in his voice. You bit me. You drew blood, and your teeth are still intact. What kind of creature are you? He examined the fox's teeth closely. Xiao Ju now possessed an extraordinarily resilient body, as hard as steel. An ordinary animal's teeth would have shattered against his skin. But this irritable little fox had actually managed to injure him, its teeth perfectly unharmed. Clearly, this was no ordinary animal. Dianka shook her head vehemently, backing away from Xiao Ju. You brute, she thought, seething. She leaped forward, aiming a kick at him. How dare you look at my teeth? Like you have a right. She snarled silently. Xiao Ju just took that kick from her. Now he was truly angry. He grabbed the fox by the scruff of its neck and roared, Do you want to die? Do you? Trapped and helpless in this ridiculous form, Dianka screamed internally, Go ahead. Kill me. Where's my spiritual power? It's gone. I can't even shift back, let alone go home. Resigned to her fate, she went limp in his grasp. Seeing the little ball of fluff deflate, Xiao Ju was satisfied. That's more like it, he said softly. What a restless little thing. From now on, I'll call you little fluffball. Then, from seemingly nowhere, he produced a small apple. He offered it to her with a foolish grin. Here you go. However, the little fox was entirely uncooperative. She didn't even glance at the offering, instead coldly batting it away with a tiny paw. Xiao Ju froze, his smile faltering. Undeterred, he offered the apple again. Again, she swatted it away. For some reason, little Fluffball's haughty demeanor amused him. He continued to pull out apples, one after another, only to have them promptly rejected. This absurd game of offer and rejection continued until Xiao Ju had emptied his sleeves of apples. He chuckled. I guess you don't like apples, huh? But that's all I have. Hearing this, Yanka finally ceased her protest, defeated. The pointless battle over, she flopped on her back amidst the scattered apples, her fluffy belly exposed. It was then that Xiao Ju realized the little creature had been deliberately sulking. Now it was his turn for a little payback. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he asked, no energy left. Then I won't be polite. He began to stroke the fox's luxuriously soft fur. Yanka, utterly exhausted, simply lay there, resigned to her fate. After indulging in a thorough petting session, Xiao Ju mused aloud, you're just like her. She bristles whenever she sees me. No matter what I do, she's never pleased. He paused, then added, no, you're not the same at all. You're much cuter. He continued to pet the little fox with obvious delight. Meanwhile, Yanka struggled against his touch, raging internally, let go of me. I don't want anything to do with you, you wretch. But then, she puffed out her cheeks and forced herself to calm down. Be calm, since it can't possibly die at his hands. According to the plot, the second antagonist should appear here soon. If I remember correctly, he's half human, half dragon. He's supposed to be auctioned off and bought by the female antagonist. He falls in love with her, and then he and the male lead fight over her. In the end, they both die at the male lead's hands. Just as she finished this thought, a knock came at the door. An attendant entered, holding something in his hands. Honored sir, he announced, this is an invitation from the Eastern Auction House. Xiao Ju took the invitation and examined it, but his attention was drawn to the gleam of interest in little Fluffball's eyes. She stopped fussing, he thought. She must want to go. To indulge the little fox, he accepted the invitation. The attendant beamed. Excellent, honored sir, he exclaimed and hurried off. He said he'll go. He muttered to himself. Even though all the guests at the auction house are wealthy nobles, this gentleman is a golden core cultivator. His presence will be a great honor. I must tell the master. Xiao Ju waved the invitation in front of Yanka. Well, he asked, want to go? As expected, she sulked, silently fuming. Even if I did, I wouldn't go with you. Then, Xiao Ju gently patted her head a few times and said softly, little Fluffball, do you really want to go? I can take you there. These gentle words were immediately followed by a swift act of imprisonment. With a flick of his wrist, he encased her within a shimmering, magical sphere. Turning his back, he called out, think it over carefully. I'm going to find something tasty for you to eat. The moment he left, a sly expression spread across Yanka's face. Perfect, she thought gleefully. My chance. This paltry magic is nothing to me. Yanka took a deep breath and exhaled, commanding shatter. The sphere instantly fractured into a million glittering pieces. Free once more, she sprang to her forepaws and bolted, a blur of white fur against the backdrop of the city. She moved so fast that passers-by felt a chill run down their spines. Did something just run past? They murmured. Strange, broad daylight, and we're seeing ghosts. After her lightning-fast escape, Yanka's little legs began to tremble. She collapsed onto the ground, panting. Damn it, I overdid it. I'm exhausted again. It seemed she had a knack for finding trouble. She hadn't even caught her breath when a group of men surrounded her, whispering amongst themselves. Look what I found. Something interesting. Just a pet. What's so interesting about that? You don't understand. These days, all the rich young ladies love keeping pretty pets like this. The auction tonight is sure to be full of them. We can sell it and have enough money for a good drink. Sound good, but it looks a bit lifeless. Maybe it's sick. We can get it some medicine, then sell it. If anything happens to it, it'll be the rich lady's fault for not taking proper care, not ours. As one of the men reached for her, Yanka extended her sharp claws, raking a deep gash across his hand. He yelped in pain and raised his foot to kick her, but his companion quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. This little creature is worth a fortune. I tell you, we'll do this. After a whispered discussion, the injured man forced a smile and said in a coaxing voice, that was a nasty bite, little one. Come here, come here. Despite his gentle tone, the little fox remained hostile, baring her teeth and growling menacingly. However, in her fury, Dianka had forgotten there were two of them. The other man snuck up behind her, grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, and lifted her into the air. Try to escape from me, eh? He chuckled. All right, let's go collect our reward. Tears welled up in Dianka's eyes. When will my powers return? She despaired. The two men carried her to a terrifying place. The sound of a knife being sharpened echoed from within. Inside, a hulking, muscular man with a distinctly thuggish air awaited them. The kidnapper called out, Li Ji, we caught a pretty little pet. The large man's eyes lit up. Not bad. Put it down. Is that blonde boy washed yet? Her own precarious situation momentarily forgotten, Dianka's eyes widened. A blonde boy. Could it be Long Yin Tan, the second antagonist? The kidnapper hastily shoved her into a cage. He then nervously reported to the hulking man, Li Ji, that the object he'd mentioned was already scrubbed clean and would be delightfully fragrant for sale that evening. They assumed the cage would contain her, but they underestimated Dianka. Her teeth, impossibly sharp, sliced through the metal bars as if they were butter. Free once more, she launched herself at the door, her small body slamming against the wood. The only result was a throbbing headache. How thick is this door? She fumed. How am I supposed to get out? I know. A mischievous glint entered her eyes. Digging a tunnel seems perfectly reasonable. Moments later, her head popped up from the earthen floor. Disgusted, she shook the dirt from her fur. My brilliance is truly unmatched. The scent of her previous captors lingered in the air. They must have gone this way. Never thought I'd resort to using my dog-like sense of smell, she thought wryly. Mid-sniff, she was suddenly yanked up by the scruff of her neck. Two new men examined her, whispering, What kind of creature is this? No cultivation, but it's quicker than a startled rabbit. And look at that fur. We'll get a good price for this one. This little thing practically fell into our laps. Let's just consider it our personal prize. Good thinking, brother. You watch it. I'll be back shortly. All right, we'll split the profits 50-50. One of the men carried Dianka to a horrifying place filled with cages. She could hear the desperate cries of other captured creatures. Let me out, you fiends. I'll tear you to shreds. Mother, I'm scared. Am I going to die? The owner of this establishment, an older man with a deceptively gentle demeanor, took Dianka from the kidnapper. The kidnapper, whom we'll call Chien, explained, add this one to the auction. No cultivation, but those legs are surprisingly powerful. The old man nodded agreeably, but the moment Chien left, he tossed Dianka carelessly into a cage. Powerful, he says, he scoffed. What can a creature this small, with no cultivation, possibly do? Seeing her opportunity, Dianka's eyes gleamed. She lashed out, her claws raking across the old man's face, followed by a swift kick. You little beast, he roared, raising his hand to strike her. But just then, Chien returned. Stop, he yelled. Do you know how much spirit stones this creature is worth? Fuming, the old man glared at Dianka. I'll let you off the hook for now, he growled. Dianka puffed out her cheeks. Disgusting old man, she thought, wiping her paws on the floor. Seeing the old man's incompetence, Chien grabbed Dianka by the tail and ordered a cage. He carefully fastened a shimmering, gold, magic-infused collar around her neck. Then he tossed her into the cage. Behave yourself, little creature, he warned. My fortune rests on you. And you, he said to the old man, keep a close eye on her. As Chien departed again, the old man scowled at Dianka. Little creature, you're as good as dead. Dianka almost wished he'd try something. She loathed this man, especially his condescending attitude. He clearly resented her for not being docile and obedient. Infuriated by her defiance, the old man bellowed, a mere animal dares to look down on me. With this spirit beast collar on, no matter how strong you are, you'll obey me. I'll break your legs. Just as he reached in to grab Dianka by the scruff of her neck, the other captured creatures began to react. They cried out, poor little doll. Beg him, plead with him. Just get through tonight. We'll find a good master and escape this place. Another urged, he's ruthless. How can a little thing like you possibly win against him? Staying alive is most important. You'd rather die than submit to humans. You're amazing. Keep going. Hearing their pleas, Dianka knew she didn't necessarily need her life, but she should at least play along. With a few shakes of her head, the magic-infused collar snapped open, shocking both Dianka and the stunned old man into momentary paralysis. Only the other captive creatures remained enthusiastic. Animals will never be slaves. Bite that dog to death. Let the animals see the sun again. A seasoned lion spoke up gravely. Little one, can you remove these spirit beast collars? Help me get mine off so I can bite this dog to death. Hearing her comrade's plea, Dianka didn't hesitate. She reached out and grabbed the lion's paw. Then, she launched herself at the old man, head-butting him with surprising force, sending him sprawling. She scurried back to the lion, chirping, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll save you." With a swipe of her paw, she sliced through the cage bars. Then, with her ordinary teeth, she severed the spirit beast collar. Her actions freed all the captive creatures. The lion, relishing his newfound freedom, roared, "I'm free." But wait, we haven't had dinner yet. With that, he swallowed the wicked old man whole. Having dealt with that, the lion spoke gravely on behalf of the freed creatures. "Little one, escape with us. Not far from here, to the south, lies the desperate forest. It's a haven for magical beasts like us. We'll be safe there." Dianka politely declined. "I still have my mission. There will be time to meet again later." Seeing her resolve, the lion didn't press the matter. He led the freed creatures away. Dianka, pleased with herself, skipped away. They were all chasing after the escaped magical beasts. Finally, no one's left to try and sell me. As she strolled along, a cry from behind a wall caught her attention. Could someone still be trapped? She wondered, alarmed. Ever the chivalrous fox, she didn't hesitate. She dug at the base of the wall, calling out, "Hold on, I'm coming." Within seconds, her head popped through the opening. On the other side was a young boy. He looked at her and softly asked, "Were you captured too?" Dianka's eyes lit up. "My luck is incredible. I've stumbled upon the second antagonist." It dawned on her that this poor, abandoned boy was Long Yin Tan. He pulled her through the hole, whispering urgently, "You're in the wrong place. This isn't where you should be. Little one, leave here quickly. This place is dangerous. If those people find you, you'll wish you were dead. Go now. Do you understand?" He suddenly became agitated, rushing towards the wall and crying out, "I shouldn't even be in this world." A lightning strike now would be a blessing. Fearing he'd actually crack his skull against the wall, Dianka quickly scrambled up her furry body and cried out in alarm, "I'm still alive. If I'm alive, you can't die." Thus, it was Dianka, the little fox, also known as Dianka, who received Long Yintan's headbutt. She crumpled to the ground like syrup, but a strange satisfaction bloomed within her. Not bad for a villain, she thought dizzily. Such a grand gift upon our first meeting. My death is surely just a matter of time now. While Dianka lay sprawled on the ground, Long Yin Tan anxiously hovered over her. "Little girl, why did you save me? You know, that's the first time anyone's ever protected me. You're a fox, aren't you? Can I call you Little Fox from now on?" Before Dianka could answer, the sound of crumbling stone from the opposite wall startled Long Yin Tan. A young woman stood there, looking at them apologetically. I broke the wall," she stammered. "I just wanted to end it. I don't want to be sold." Long Yin Tan, still clutching Dianka, gently reassured the small fox. "Little fox, don't be afraid. They're just like me, scared of being sold." But all his comforting words were overshadowed by Dianka's sudden, powerful move. Recognizing the collar on the young woman as the source of their suppressed powers, Dianka launched herself from Long Yin Tan's arms. With a swift swipe of her paw, she sliced the collar in two. Startled by the sudden furry projectile, the young woman instinctively flung Dianka away. Long Yin Tan rushed to catch the airborne fox. A moment later, the young woman gasped, "My power, it's back." Seeing this, the other captives clamored for her help in breaking their collars. However, despite her best efforts, the young woman couldn't budge the collars. Yet with a few flicks of her paws, Dianka effortlessly removed them all. Dianka, ever the dramatic one, struck a heroic pose, basking in her good deed. But the moment was fleeting. Suddenly, she collapsed. Instead of gratitude, the freed captive scoffed. What was that? Thought she was some great hero. Just a momentary burst of power. Only Long Yin Tan showed concern, gently gathering her up. "Little fox, are you all right?" Now free, the former captive showed little interest in their rescuer. "Let's go," one muttered. "This isn't a safe place to linger. What about that useless half-dragon and the powerless beast? Such a nuisance." "Fine, take the beast. It did save us. But just the beast." Long Yin Tan remained silent, gently nudging Dianka towards them. However, instead of complying, Dianka scrambled back to Long Yin Tan, burying herself in his robes and glaring daggers at the ungrateful group. Seeing the little fox's blatant defiance. The group finally departed, only the beautiful young woman hesitating, glancing back at the two remaining children. But in the end, she too turned away, following the others as if the whole daytime drama had never happened. Elsewhere, oblivious to the chaos, the auction continued, bustling with guests. It turned out the captured young woman was a wealthy heiress. Confused, she asked her older sister, "Sister, why didn't we just stop the auction?" The older sister demurred, and their steward quietly explained, "Third miss, even the city lord fears the person behind this auction. Besides, they've already compensated us for the inconvenience." Hearing this, the younger sister's face crumpled with resentment. "I know I'm only the seventh concubine's daughter," she thought bitterly, unloved by father, "but they almost sold me. They almost sold me." Her older sister gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, Xiao Ji," she soothed. "I'll make sure they pay for this." But her words did little to comfort Xiao Ji. If it had been elder sister who was almost sold, she fumed silently. Would father have been so quick to forgive? While she stewed in her resentment, the next auction item was announced. Next up, the auctioneer boomed, a sky rat pup. For some reason, the word sky rat sparked a flicker of excitement in Xiao Ji. Catching her sister's sudden interest, the older sister generously offered, "If you like it, Xiao Ji, I'll buy it for you." On the platform, Long Yin Tan and Di Yanka stood obediently while the auctioneer extolled their virtues. "This rat," he proclaimed, "is skilled at finding treasure and digging tunnels. It has the potential to become a top-tier gold medicine spirit beast. And because sky rats are timid creatures, we're also including the rat's keeper. Buy one, get one free. A rare opportunity. Starting bid, 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin." Xiao Ji gasped, pointing excitedly. "Elder sister, it's that little fox. The one who saved me. It's her. She saved me." Her sister, ever indulgent, readily agreed. "All right," she said. "No matter the cost, I'll get her for you." With that, she confidently raised the bid to 300 spirit stones. The sudden jump in price caused a ripple of murmurs through the crowd. "These days, humans aren't even worth as much as rats," someone scoffed. 100 spirit stones for a rat. Outrageous. Another chimed in. "And 300. These young ladies are beyond saving." Besides, someone else added, "It doesn't even look like a rat. More like a dog. They're probably trying to scam these rich girls with a common dog." Only Xiao Ju was truly furious. "I'll leave for a moment," he seethed, and that little furball not only escapes, but ends up on the auction block. And as a sky rat, no less, skilled at digging and finding treasure. Preposterous. Driven by a mixture of anger and protectiveness for the misidentified calico fox, he reluctantly entered the bidding war, raising the price to 500 spirit stones. Taking immediate offense, the older sister sneered. "That little punk, trying to outbid me. I'll show him." She raised the bid to 1,000 spirit stones. Xiao Ju, equally determined, countered with 1,500. Back and forth they went, driving the price up to 2,000, then 2,500 spirit stones. Xiao Ju's persistence finally broke through the older sister's composure. "Fine," she snapped. "You want to fight? I'll give you a fight." Xiao Ji, alarmed, tugged at her sleeve. "Elder sister, stop. We don't have that many spirit stones." Her sister, however, remained confident. "Don't worry," she reassured her. "Father told me before we came that this auction house owes us a favor. We could take any item we want, and I promised I'd get her for you, so I will." With that settled, she boldly declared a bid of 5,000 spirit stones. The exorbitant amount sent shockwaves through the audience. 5,000 spirit stones. Someone exclaimed, "For a glorified rat. Madness." Hey, another retorted, "Money talks. I wonder if that kid will keep up. He seemed pretty determined." "I doubt it," someone else replied. "He hasn't bid in a while. Probably gave up." Indeed, Xiao Ju didn't bid again. "You little fur ball," he cursed internally. "You little ancestor. You're nothing but trouble." The auctioneer, beaming, finally led Long Yin Tan and Di Yanka backstage to be delivered to the two sisters. Upon seeing Di Yanka, Xiao Ji squealed with delight, scooping her up in a hug. "Xiaoli," she cried, "I'm so glad you're all right." While the little fox basked in the affection of the two sisters, Long Yin Tan stood awkwardly to the side, forgotten. The older sister, ever the gracious socialite, noticed him and inquired with a slight frown, "And you, little slave, what's your name?" Though meant kindly, Long Yin Tan remained shy, earning him a sharp rebuke. "How dare you glare at me?" she snapped. Xiao Ji, worried, quickly intervened. "Sister, he's my friend. Don't call him a slave. I've named him Ajin." Seeing her younger sister's happiness, the older sister softened. All right, she conceded. From now on, this one and the rat will stay in your courtyard. Don't let them run around. If father finds out we used our precious favor for a useless human and a rat, he'll be furious. Understand? Xiaoji nodded eagerly. I understand, sister. Thank you. As they prepared to board their carriage, they were unexpectedly intercepted by Xiaoju. The older sister, immediately smitten upon seeing him, recognized him with a flicker of familiarity. Aren't you the alchemist who refined the golden core? She asked. Which sect do you belong to? Xiaoju replied honestly, I'm a rogue cultivator, without a sect or master. Might I trouble you ladies for a moment? The older sister, clearly enjoying his presence, suggested, why don't you join us in our carriage? We can talk there. Her invitation played perfectly into Xiaoju's plans. Without hesitation, he boarded the carriage. The older sister, subtly indicating the empty space beside her, was taken aback when Xiaoju deliberately squeezed in next to Dianka. Her carefully crafted flirtations fell flat. He'd rather cram in with someone else than sit next to me, she thought, bewildered. Am I that repulsive? Jean clinging to Xiaoji is one thing, but why does this refined young master want to sit next to her too? Once settled, Xiaoju, ignoring the older sister entirely, addressed Dianka. Little furball, he said softly, you've been out for quite a while. Isn't it time to come home? Dianka, ignoring him, glared inwardly. Xiaoju, you're like a persistent ghost. The older sister, overhearing their exchange, finally understood. So, he's after the rat, she realized. I thought with my beauty, I wouldn't be ignored like this. This man is quite handsome and powerful, she mused. If I can use this rat to lure him back to the estate, it would not only increase our prestige and strength, but might even help me break off that dreadful engagement. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xiaoju's words, Dianka promptly jumped into Long Yintan's lap. Her endearing action warmed Long Yintan's heart. Xiaoji, caught between them, tried to diffuse the tension. Do you know Xiao Li, young master? She asked. Xiaoju, his mood plummeting, snapped, what do you think? His harsh tone startled Xiaoji. Long Yintan, however, remained observant, quietly assessing the situation. He then turned to Dianka, his voice laced with concern. Xiao Li, he whispered, why don't you go with him? He'll surely take good care of you. Dianka, nestled comfortably in Long Yintan's lap, allowed him to stroke her fur, a smug smile playing on her lips. Seeing Xiaoju like this is strangely satisfying. The older sister, ever resourceful, interjected, Jean, you're mistaken. Xiao Li will receive the best care in our Chung estate. Xiaoju, however, was not swayed. She's my pet, he retorted, his voice tight. Return her to me. The older sister, suppressing her competitive spirit, said gently, esteemed cultivator, although I spent some spirit stones to buy Xiao Li, she has already become a friend to me. I won't hand my friend over to just anyone. This, it turned out, was the crux of her plan, to use the little fox to gain Xiaoju's attention. He, however, completely ignored her, focusing solely on Dianka, his voice softening as he coaxed, come here, little furball. But Dianka pointedly ignored him. Sensing a heaven-sent opportunity, the older sister interjected. In that case, why don't you stay at our Nangong estate for a while, cultivator? We can discuss Xiao Li further there. Xiaoju, feeling a pang of disappointment, reluctantly agreed. Upon arriving at the Nangong estate, the older sister, ever efficient, immediately began making arrangements. Xiaoji, she instructed, take Jean and Xiao Li to settle in. I will take this cultivator to meet father. Xiaoji obediently led the two of them to a small courtyard within the Nangong estate, situated next to her own quarters. Long Yintan, unlike the haughty older sister, was polite and amiable toward Xiaoji, and to her surprise, he quickly fell into a peaceful sleep. While he slept, Dianka watched him intently, thinking to herself, this little one is still just a child, yet he's already endured so much. If I remember correctly, before he was called Jean, his name was Yintan. His father only married his mother for her wealth, and to keep it all for himself, he deliberately neglected to call for a midwife during her difficult labor, leading to her death. Even worse, just days after her passing, he married his childhood sweetheart. Together, they squandered the fortune and then sold Yintan to Long Yinshe for a pittance. Truly tragic, but there's no need to worry. Once his dragon blood awakens, he will overcome all obstacles and become invincible. Lost in her contemplation of Long Yintan's past, Dianka was startled when he suddenly called her name, her fur standing on end. Once he was soundly asleep again, a tantalizing aroma wafted towards her. Following the scent, she ran without hesitation. Halfway there, a chilling thought struck her. Wait a minute, am I acting like a dog? Today's episode has come to an end. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel so I have the motivation to continue. The audience, eagerly watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but comment on Dianka's foolish behavior. Is this the same ruthless demon emperor who sits upon the throne? How did she become so ridiculous after transforming into a fox? This isn't a fox, it's a dog. Nonsense. Another viewer retorted. Didn't the auctioneer say it's the #1 treasure of the Su Tianzi world, the Tao reversal pill? What's Su Tianzi? It's Tong Tianzi. Someone corrected. I advise you to stop being absurd. I've seen it in person, so I absolutely won't laugh. Dianka, the once proud demon emperor, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This is like having everyone watch me use the toilet, she thought, mortified. Before she could retort, the audience continued their amused commentary. See, I told you. She's digging again. So this is what Tong Tianzi is all about. Only Long Yin Tan remained quiet, pondering to himself, what is Shaoli doing? The little fox, following the sweet scent, finally reached her destination. Carefully covering the hole with her paws, she thought, the smell is getting stronger. This must be the place. Dianka then continued to diligently dig, layer by layer. She finally stopped when she unearthed a stone platform. Gently, the little fox pulled down the cloth, covering it. Inside, surprisingly, was a gleaming pearl, just like a perfect oyster pearl. Dianka didn't even know why she found it so appetizing. Just like that, the pearl became a meal for the little fox. In the end, she stuffed the whole thing into her mouth, her cheeks bulging. Even after finishing it, Dianka was somewhat dissatisfied, sighing, it smelled so good, but it doesn't have any taste. I hope it's not poisonous. But who cares? If it's poisonous, it might just lead me to the king of hell, which would be a welcome change. Suddenly, her curiosity shifted to something else nearby. The little fox stared intently at a bell-activating rod, thinking to herself, this toy seems to be able to help cultivators awaken their bloodline. Should I help Long Yin Tan awaken his bloodline first? But that doesn't seem right. After all, I just stole a pearl. Stealing again seems a bit unethical. Before she could ponder further, a commotion arose from outside. Her keen ears quickly picked up the sound. Her forepaws scrambled for a hiding spot. After finally squeezing her way outside, the little fox's entire body felt bloated, as if she were about to explode. Only then did she fear that she had eaten something she shouldn't have. The discomfort intensified, forcing Dianka to lie flat on the ground. Then, a bright light enveloped the small fluff ball. Abracadabra. Somehow, the little fox had transformed into a human. A beautiful young man with platinum blonde hair. Even she didn't recognize herself. This transformation delighted Dianka. She exclaimed happily, wow, even with white hair, I'm handsome. And this white outfit, it must have been transformed from my fur. Thank goodness, otherwise I'd have to hide again. I think I know what I ate just now. It must have been a demon beast's inner core, and a high-level one at that. Damn it, I can feel my wounds healing. While she was lost in thought, the older sister of the Nangong family suddenly appeared. The moment she saw the platinum-haired young man, her heart skipped a beat. Thump thump. Dianka's face paled. Oh no, it's her, she thought, running away and lamenting, my luck is terrible. I absolutely can't let anyone see me like this. But the more she ran, the more persistently the older sister chased after her. Dianka, it turned out, could control her transformation. She quickly changed back into her fox form and ran on all fours, using all her might, while thinking I'd better transform less often in the future. I must have scared Nangong Ruo Ling half to death just now. This dog form is better. I look pitiful and innocent, easy to take pity on. Running as fast as her little paws could carry her, she finally returned to the place she tentatively called home. Before she even entered, she heard the sound of whipping from inside. She also heard Xiao Ji's voice. She was pleading desperately, Father, please stop hitting him. If you continue, he'll die. Xiaoli must have just run out to play for a bit. Ajin definitely didn't mean to lose him. The Nangong family head coldly replied, he's the one responsible for taking care of the Tong Tianzi. He can't even look after a spirit beast properly, and has the nerve to sleep. If the Tong Tian Shu doesn't return, I'll definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. With that, he ordered the servants to beat Long Yin Tan to vent his anger, even saying that if the Tong Tian Shu didn't return that day, they should beat the little dragon to death. The servants, receiving the order, didn't dare to disobey. They swung their whips, lashing them down hard on Long Yin Tan's thin back. Each blow was brutal. It was so severe that Dianka, in a moment of recklessness, rushed in to take the blows for him, only to be whipped herself into a daze. The servants, seeing the little fox sprawled on Long Yin Tan's back, were puzzled. They cautiously asked the stern family head where this little creature had come from, and if they should beat it to death. Receiving the order to feel free to beat it to death, they continued their brutal assault. In this dire situation, Xiaoji stood up and embraced the small fox, scolding Shaoli. "How dare you be so reckless? How dare they hit my Shaoli?" Hearing this, the servants hastily explained, "Please calm down, young mistress. We were only following orders." It was then that the Nangong family head realized that this little fox was the Tong Tian Shu he had been frantically searching for. Holding the little fox close, Xiaoji lamented, "No matter what Shaoli is, it's my benefactor." The family head ignored her words, stubbornly ordering, "Didn't they say it can find treasure? Then let it find treasure for me in this Nangong estate." Xiaoji pleaded, "Father, Shaoli is seriously injured and needs to rest." But her reasoning fell on deaf ears. He coldly reiterated, "Within one day, if it doesn't find even one treasure, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, Dianka's first stood on end. She was so terrified she nearly collapsed, too overwhelmed to worry about Long Yin Tan. However, Xiaoji continued to care for both her and the little dragon, until her father summoned her. Before leaving, she reassured them both, "Shaoli, Ajin, wait for me. I'll be back soon." After the third young mistress departed, Dianka dropped the act. She checked Long Yin Tan's breathing, lamenting, "What do I do? The wound is still bleeding. At this rate, before I die, this number 2 villain will be unjustly killed because of me. I think there was medicinal herb for injuries in that treasure trove. I'll go get some for you." With that, she scampered off on all fours. The onlookers at the ancestral hall buzzed with admiration and disdain. As expected of the demon emperor, injuring the great Emperor Long Fan and then running off to play again. So heartless. It could clearly use its own blood to save him. The blood of a spirit fox can bring the dead back to life. If the demon emperor wanted to, just a drop of blood would be enough for the great Emperor Long Yin Tan. But have you considered that maybe the demon emperor didn't know its blood could save people at the time? Another countered, or maybe it left intentionally. Long Yin Tan, overhearing these whispers, felt a pang of hurt. "Shaoli, did I really mean so little to you back then?" He thought miserably. Dianka, sitting above, mentally confirmed that she hadn't known her blood could heal. Now knowing, she fumed. "If I had known, I would have met someone, saved someone, and force-fed them all my blood. The way home was so close, and I still missed it." Suddenly, a man bluntly declared, "He truly is selfish." The onlookers in Anyang echoed the sentiment. "See, even the great Emperor Yuhua said so. He really is that kind of person." The great Emperor Yuhua had once been Dianka's master, so his words carried weight. Luo Ziyin, suddenly dizzy, sprang up, not even knowing why he'd fainted. Infuriated by the gossiping crowd bad-mouthing Dianka, he roared, "Enough. How many times do I have to tell you to shut up? Gidge isn't like that. He isn't. I'm telling you." After his outburst, the great Emperor Qingyang, looking at the fox on the screen, chuckled softly. Even as a dog, Gidge is still as adorable as ever. This scene sent Dianka into a spiral of silent despair. Has Luo Ziyin's brain been soaked in water? She inwardly fumed. Long Yin Tan, too proud to acknowledge such an ally, subtly hinted, "Luo Ziyin, could you possibly be quiet for a moment?" Great Emperor Qingyang, however, bristled at the suggestion. "Why should I be quiet? I love Gidge the most. Am I not even allowed to say that? Gidge, I will definitely save you. I believe you will change for me. Even if you made 1,000 mistakes, I know you must have your reasons." Dianka, her eyes twitching at the sheer idiocy of the number 2 villain's current display, responded coldly, "Luo Ziyin, everything I've ever done, I've done for myself. Furthermore, I won't change for anyone. You're just being stubborn." Luo Ziyin insisted, stubbornly covering his ears and yelling, I'm not listening. I'm not listening. You're lying to me. His foolish antics left Yanka utterly speechless. Without another word, Great Emperor Qing Yang sprang into action, declaring grandly, "Gidge, I'm going to get you out of here." Long Yin Tan, eyes wide, stared at his pig-headed comrade. Luo Ziyin, are you insane? The Great Emperor, surnamed Luo, not only didn't stop but attacked the heavenly mirror with renewed vigor, announcing to all of creation that he was not, in fact, insane. He simply wanted to save his Gidge. Meanwhile, Long Yin Tan frantically pleaded with anyone who would listen to stop his idiotic comrade. Predictably, no one volunteered, leaving Long Yin Tan and Mo Chong Lu to personally restrain the flailing fool. Luo Ziyin, indignant, howled, "Let me go. Let me go. You're stopping me from saving my Gidge. I'll curse you all." The chaotic scene abruptly froze as the announcement arrived. The Celestial Emperor had arrived. The current Celestial Emperor was Di Qing Yuan, also Di Yanka's older brother. Upon arrival, he commanded Luo Ziyin in a frigid voice, "Great Emperor Qing Yang, cease this instant." Di Yanka, still perched nonchalantly, greeted the newcomer with feigned cheer. "My dear brother, can't you see? Luo Ziyin is trying to save me. If you wanted to stop, it's simple. Just throw him into the heavenly prison. Wouldn't that do the trick?" Di Qing Yuan frowned, his confusion evident. "Di Yanka, what exactly is your goal?" Sensing an opportunity to stoke the flames, she taunted, "Brother, where's sister-in-law? Aren't you two usually inseparable?" The onlookers in Anyang felt a chill run down their spines at her words. They began to murmur amongst themselves. Is Di Yanka trying to stir up trouble again? Doesn't she know that her relationship with Shui Ran Air is ambiguous, intentionally bringing it up in front of the Celestial Emperor? She's courting death. Do you think they're really in a love triangle? Are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down. The Demon Emperor is known for his flirtatious nature. It's hard to say for sure. Di Qing Yuan, the subject of their gossip, gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his anger. Di Qing Yuan, his voice laced with displeasure, warned, "Di Yanka, abandon this charade. Ran Air will never see you again." Inwardly, he seethed with hatred. "Di Yanka, if you had never existed, the heavenly palace wouldn't be bathed in blood. My father wouldn't be dead. The elders who loved me wouldn't be dead. Thousands of lives wouldn't have been lost. Even Yin Air wouldn't still be haunted by you to this day." Di Yanka, still lounging, continued her provocation. "Sister-in-law is all right then. That's good. Oh, and where's Shuaer? She's my dearest little sister, after all." Di Qing Yuan finally snapped, roaring, "How dare you mention Shuaer? She's so innocent and kind, and she's still being deceived by you." His words struck a chord within Di Yanka. Her voice, suddenly hoarse, replied, "Brother, if I die, please take good care of my sisters for me." Her strange words left the Celestial Emperor stunned. But only half a second later, she plastered on a faux sweet smile and teased, "Brother Qing Yuan, you wouldn't actually believe that, would you? Don't worry. I'll take good care of Ran Air and Shui Air myself." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a resounding boom from outside the heavenly mirror, courtesy of Luo Ziyin's relentless assault. Di Yanka seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Instead of listening to my nonsense, why don't you take Luo Ziyin away? I suspect he's overstimulated. Something's wrong with his divine sense. You'd best send him to the heavenly prison to calm down for a while." Di Qing Yuan snapped, his irritation clear. "Di Yanka, your arrogance won't last much longer." With that, the Celestial Emperor grabbed Luo Ziyin's arm. Luo Ziyin, still struggling, wailed, "Gidge. I have to save Gidge." He didn't get to finish his lament before the Celestial Emperor knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Di Qing Yuan then sternly ordered, "Take Great Emperor Qing Yang to the heavenly prison. From now on, anyone who attacks the heavenly mirror will be thrown in there with him." Seeing that his message had been received, the Celestial Emperor, clearly disgusted by the mere sight of Di Yanka, didn't linger a moment longer. With the Celestial Emperor gone, the onlookers' attention returned to the little fox within the heavenly mirror, who was now scurrying along with a gourd, muttering, "Faster, faster, number 2 villain. Don't you dare die on me. My way home depends on you." Finally, the little fox successfully retrieved the medicine. Carefully, she used her mouth to open the gourd. She then meticulously sprinkled the medicine onto Long Yin Tan's wounds. After finishing, she simply stared at him, sighing with admiration. As expected of a divine medicine, the wounds are already starting to heal. But I can't let Xiao Ju find out about this. Otherwise, he'll use it to save himself next time. Satisfied that her task was complete, Dianka shook out her soft white fur. Then, she sprawled out on the bedding, groaning, "I'm exhausted. I can finally get some peaceful sleep." While the two were asleep, Xiaoji returned. She carefully wiped the blood from the pitiful little dragon's back. When Long Yin Tan woke up and saw this, he mistakenly believed Xiao Ji was his savior. Outside the heavenly mirror, Long Yin Tan watched the scene of the little fox painstakingly applying medicine to him, utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Didn't Nangong Ji save me? Why is it the Demon Emperor? Mo Chong Lu, worried that Long Yin Tan would erupt like Luo Ziyin, carefully reasoned, "She only stole some healing medicine for you. Surely you haven't forgotten what she did to your dragon clan." Seeing the logic in his comrade's words, Long Yin Tan regained his composure. He said gravely, "You're right. Even if it's the Demon Emperor, she slaughtered my entire clan and stole all our treasures. We are sworn enemies." Hearing this, Mo Chong Lu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he's not insane after all. Back inside the heavenly mirror, Xiaoji gently helped the little dragon up and asked with concern, "Are you looking for Shaoli?" "He's right here. Don't worry, he's fine. By the way, do you want to cultivate? Once your wounds are fully healed, I'll take you for an aptitude test." Dianka, pretending to be asleep, eavesdropped and inwardly assessed the situation. Aptitude test, huh? Last time, Luo Ziyin had his aptitude tested and unlocked the tomb sword. What will Long Yin Tan's aptitude test unlock this time? While she was still pondering this, the little dragon excitedly asked, "Can I really go?" Xiaoji nodded gently. Of course. The little fox, Dianka, had already woken up but continued to feign sleep, listening in and evaluating. An aptitude test. Last time Luo Ziyin's aptitude test unlocked the tomb sword. What on earth will Long Yin Tan's aptitude test unlock this time? As she fretted, the little dragon on the other side excitedly asked, "Can I really go?" Xiaoji gave a gentle nod. Of course. Sure enough, 3 days later, when the little dragon's wounds had completely healed, Xiaoji took him for an aptitude test. And just as Dianka had predicted, Long Yin Tan, much like Luo Ziyin before him, possessed a useless spiritual root and a wasted bloodline. Xiaoji was so shocked by this revelation that her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Only Shaoli, nestled comfortably in Long Yin Tan's lap and grooming his fur, remained unfazed. He mused to himself. Before awakening, naturally, nothing could be gleaned from him. But how strange that Xiaoji seems worried. He glanced at the Nangong family head and realized with a jolt that she was likely afraid her father would kill the little dragon for his pathetic aptitude. However, the usually ferocious family head was beaming today. He said magnanimously, it's all right. Shaoli, don't you think so? You're truly adorable. Come here and let this old man give you a hug." His words and actions were so out of character that they startled Xiaoji and the little dragon. Even Dianka, in her fox form, was utterly bewildered. Xiaoji, who knew her father best, was completely baffled by his sudden interest in her little fox. Amidst the stunned silence, Dianka, using her sharp claws, left a few scratches on the family head's face. Not content with that, she then perched imperiously on his head. Even Long Yin Tan was terrified for her. Yet the old man simply chuckled and said, as expected of Shaoli, so mischievous, "In a few days, I'll be going on a trip. You bring Shaoli along with me." Long Yin Tan trembled as he accepted the order and then gestured to the little fox. "Understood. Shaoli, come here." Dianka, thoroughly disgusted, tucked her paws beneath her and hopped toward the little dragon. After the irritating old man left, he did a complete 180 and began ranting about what an insolent creature she was. Xiaoji cautiously asked one of her servants, "Do you really think that creature found our family's treasure vault?" The servant replied with absolute certainty, "It's as clear as day, Mississippi. That slave's wounds were healed thanks to it. It stole medicine from the treasure vault." The old man snorted and muttered, to think it could use the divine medicine of the Nangong family. What a waste on that little slave. He had long harbored a sinister plot to locate this treasure, and he believed this little creature was the key to his success. Late into the quiet night, while Long Yin Tan slept soundly, the little fox, Dianka, seized the opportunity to sneak out for a stroll around the Nangong estate. The heavy security made her suspicious. Being the Nangong family's spiritual beast, she decided to test the guard's vigilance. She ran around, making a nuisance of herself to attract their attention. But when they finally took her seriously and stood guard, she became annoyed, thinking, how dare they underestimate me? Dianka, sulking, turned tail and left. I'm not playing with you anymore. Trotting towards the lake to catch some fish, she bumped into the eldest miss of the Nangong family. Dianka sized her up, a young lady with a dreamy expression. Just by looking, you can tell she's in love. Typical girl, always thinking about romance. Disliking the girl, Dianka tried to sneak away again. But somehow, the eldest miss spotted her and called out, "Little fox, have you seen a young boy with white hair around here? He's probably a bit taller than you, dressed in white, with a purple mark on his forehead." The eldest miss stared intently at the little fox and then declared, Are you him?" Dianka pretended not to understand, determined to maintain her clueless fox act, yipping as she ran. The eldest miss, looking a little disappointed, murmured, "I must be hallucinating. It's just a little fox. Why am I looking for him? Even if I found him, he's still so young. What could I possibly do? Where is he? Anyway, when will we meet again?" After escaping the eldest Mrs. questioning, Dianka, still a bit shaken, scurried away on all fours. She probably didn't recognize me, she thought. I ran so fast last time, she couldn't have gotten a good look. Lost in thought, she bumped into someone's legs and went sprawling. "Hey, watch where you're going, you jerk," she snarled. The moment she saw it was Xiao Ju, her heart plummeted, out of the frying pan and into the fire. She wailed inwardly, "Why is Xiao Ju still here? Just my luck." Noticing the little fur ball he'd picked up earlier trying to bolt, Xiao Ju said coldly, "You ungrateful little thing. I'll deal with you after I've finished my business here." 7 days flew by. The Nangong family head, as promised, took Dianka, the little fox, along on his treasure hunt. He also brought Xiao Ju. The moment they took flight on their swords, Dianka's eyes lit up. "Yes, my lucky day has finally arrived," she thought excitedly. The Nangong family head had only mentioned exploring a dangerous tomb. Now, with Xiao Ju accompanying them, Dianka was certain they were searching for the legendary Shiji. After all, she reasoned, wherever the male lead goes, treasures are sure to follow. And where there are treasures, there are dangers. This time, I'm definitely going to find a way to die. Little did she know, Xiao Ju had read every flicker of emotion on her face. "Little furball," he thought, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You seem to have a real penchant for adventure. Last time, you overheard me mention the auction and ran off to cause trouble. Since you enjoy taking risks so much, I'll indulge you. I'll just have to keep you safe." After traveling for a while, the Nangong entourage followed a group dressed like ninjas. They led the family head to a massive stone door and announced, "We've arrived, sir." One of them stepped forward and, acting as a representative, chanted an incantation. "Open sesame," he declared, and the stone door slowly creaked open. The group filed inside. "Be warned," one of the ninjas whispered, "cultivation levels may be suppressed within. Proceed with caution." The moment he finished speaking, Dianka's eyes gleamed. Cultivation suppression. Even better. As she suddenly darted out of Long Yin Tan's arms, he cried out in alarm, "Little fox, it's dangerous here. Don't run off." The commotion didn't faze Xiao Ju. He watched with a mixture of exasperation and fondness. "Little furball," he thought, "you really are just like her." Everything seemed normal until the group heard a strange noise. Long Yin Tan felt a sharp pang in his chest. Despite his discomfort, he remained focused on the little fox. "Little Lee," he urged, "it's dangerous. Don't run around." Before he could finish, a cloud of green smoke enveloped him, and he was seized. It was the Nangong family head who had made his move. "Little Lee," the old man said slyly, "I know you're devoted to this little brat. Don't play dumb with me." Dianka suddenly wished she didn't understand human language. Devoted, she thought, a chill running down her spine. Isn't that a bit of a strong word? Noticing the little fox had paused, the Nangong family head was quite pleased. He tossed Long Yin Tan to the ground and boomed jovially, "Excellent. It seems you truly care for him. Little fox, I want you to find the remaining treasures in this tomb. If you refuse to obey, I'll drop this little brat." Dianka, in her fox form, lifted her dainty paws in a huff, padding along while grumbling inwardly, "You don't need to tell me. I came here to die. A place hiding treasures is definitely the fastest way to kick the bucket. Whether you drop him or not, I'll find the treasure myself." Long Yin Tan, however, remained oblivious. He sobbed, feeling ashamed. "Shaoli," he thought miserably, "it's my fault you're being forced into this. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this predicament. But now, I can't even speak, let alone end my own life." I can only endure this humiliation. While Long Yin Tan wallowed in despair, Dianka caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Sure enough, she was once again drawn in by such an alluring scent. Seeing the little fox suddenly pick up speed, the Nangong family head ordered his entourage to follow closely. Suddenly, Xiao Ju's cry of danger brought the entire group to a halt. Confused, Dianka tilted her head, her mind full of questions. Looking back at the frozen figures, she wondered, why has everyone stopped moving? Could this be the legendary mystical formation? Why am I the only one unaffected? Is it because I'm not human? Just as she thought this, she heard Long Yin Tan's voice. He was shouting repeatedly, I refuse to be a slave. I refuse. While Dianka was still worried about him, Long Yin Tan suddenly rushed towards a corner, yelling, even if it kills me, I won't be a slave. Dianka instantly realized he was trying to kill himself. Determined to preserve her own death, Dianka darted forward, bracing herself as Long Yin Tan slammed into her. The next moment, the ground beneath them gave way, sending them plummeting. For the safety of the second male lead, and for her own death-seeking path home, she instantly transformed into the white-haired youth, catching Long Yin Tan in a tight embrace. Only as he fell with Dianka into the chasm did Long Yin Tan fully understand. Between Xiao Ju and me, you didn't hesitate to choose me. He desperately reached for the heavenly mirror's barrier, but was repelled the moment he touched it. Stunned, he stood there, realizing the agonizing pain Xiao Li endured every day. Long Yin Tan was filled with remorse. Of course it hurts, he thought. It's so badly injured. How could it not hurt? It's in so much pain, yet it still saved a burden like me. Xiao Li, what else have you done for me that I don't know about? The scene quickly shifted back to Long Yin Tan within the heavenly mirror. After opening his eyes, he was disoriented, muttering to himself, am I dead? Is this the underworld? A moment later, he cried out in panic, Xiao Li, where are you? Are you there? Xiao Li, answer me. Xiao Li can find the Nangong family head's treasure. He'll definitely protect its life. And Xiao Ju, he seems to really like Xiao Li. He definitely won't let anything happen to it. I've been so foolish. How could it possibly appear in the underworld with me? Besides, Xiao Li would definitely be better off without me. Unable to bear it any longer, Dianka mustered her remaining strength to make a sound. Sure enough, it caught Long Yin Tan's attention. He joyfully embraced the small fox, sobbing, Xiao Li, it really is you. I thought I'd never see you again. Dianka inwardly cursed the heavens. If dying were that easy, she thought bitterly, would I have endured so much pain? Long Yin Tan carefully examined the little fox's body. A moment later, he panicked, crying out, Xiao Li, what's wrong? Your hand? No, your forepaw. It's broken. What do? I don't know how to set bones. How can I save you? Dianka, utterly exasperated by the second male lead's foolishness, mentally slapped him. Idiot. Long Yin Tan, feeling the sting of the metaphorical slap, blinked in confusion. Ouch. How can I feel pain? Am I not dead? Isn't this the underworld? As the words left his mouth, he pinched his own cheek and yelped, ow, ow, that hurts. It really hurts. Relieved, Long Yin Tan exclaimed, that's great. I'm not dead, and Xiao Li isn't dead either. Don't worry, I'll find a family head quickly. He'll definitely know how to heal your leg. Dianka Bristod, who needs you to save me? I don't need your help. Let me go. I want to find Xiao Ju. Her struggles, however, were misinterpreted by Long Yin Tan as fear. He gently soothed the little fox. Don't be afraid. I know you're in pain. Just bear with it a little longer. I'm here now. This time, I'll definitely protect you. Dianka fumed. That's not what I meant at all. Stop twisting my words. And so, the two of them stumbled around for a full hour. Long Yin Tan spoke hesitantly. I think we just passed this place. Why is that? Why does it feel like we're going in circles? Dianka silently lamented. At this rate, how am I supposed to die while he keeps surviving? Another hour passed. Long Yin Tan said sadly, I'm sorry, Xiao Li. If you hadn't met me, you'd be receiving treatment by now. He berated himself for his uselessness, unable to even lead the little fox out of this place. Meanwhile, Dianka fussed over her ruffled fur. With her inherent OCD, she nudged Long Yin Tan, trying to get him to smooth it back down. However, due to their miscommunication, Long Yin Tan simply replied gently, I know, Xiao Li. I'm not sad. I'm just worried about you. Seeing that he wasn't understanding, the little fox angrily nipped at his sleeve. I don't need your comfort. I need you to groom my fur. But somehow, Long Yin Tan interpreted this as concern for him. Dianka finally gave up, defeated by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Another hour later, after their fruitless search for an exit, the two collapsed to the ground to rest. Long Yin Ten anxiously watched Yanka. Xiaoli is getting weaker, he worried. I have to find a way out quickly. Contrary to Long Yin Tan's anxiety, Yanka remained calm, thinking to herself, perhaps I should find some medicinal herbs first to recover my strength. Then I can lead this idiot out and come back here to die. If there are enough ingredients here, I could even help Long Yin Tan awaken his dragon bloodline, so he won't have to be anyone's slave anymore. As for the two inheritances inside me, I can't force them to disappear. I'll just have to go back and figure it out later. All right, that's the plan. Noticing the little fox's sudden alertness, Long Yin Tan asked softly, do you mean there's a way out over there? Dianka yipped in confirmation. Immediately, Long Yin Tan scooped her up and carefully followed the direction she indicated. Meanwhile, Dianka continued, sniffing the air, thinking the scent is getting stronger. Wait, that's not right. There are several dangerous auras approaching. Are they here to assassinate the second male lead? With that thought, the little fox bared her teeth and growled softly. She anxiously nipped at Long Yin Tan's finger, urging him to run. But somehow, this idiot interpreted it as her pointing towards the exit. Due to this disastrous misunderstanding, the oblivious Long Yin Tan cheerfully scooped her up and ran straight towards the danger. Dianka, meanwhile, struggled in his arms, mentally screaming, are you even listening to me? What kind of translation is this? Sure enough, after just a few steps, Long Yin Tan collided with something, sending him sprawling backwards. Standing before them were men in black, much like ninja. They looked like the Nangong family head subordinates. They sneered at Long Yin Tan. A pathetic slave like you. What right do you have to have the third miss dote on you and defend you so fiercely? He does have some good looks, though. No wonder the third miss likes him so much. How about we ruin that pretty face? Then the third miss won't even spare him a glance. Sound good, right? In this precarious situation, Long Yin Tan gently whispered, Xiaoli, run. Don't worry about me. I don't want you to die with me. As long as you're safe, I can die in peace. He said this for dramatic effect, of course, because Dianka had already vanished. The men opposite him burst into laughter. You actually value a beast so much. He probably doesn't even know it ran away the moment he put it down. Haha, you really think a spirit beast would willingly die with you? That's hilarious. Long Yin Tan, filled with disdain, retorted, enough talk. Come at me. Inwardly, he lamented, Xiaoli, being able to know you in this life, I have no regrets. The Heavenly Tao mirror, broadcasting this scene, focused on Dianka, the little fox sprinting away on all fours. The viewers immediately began to criticize her. As expected of the Demon Empress, cold-blooded and heartless, Long Fan the Great cared for her so much, even risking his life to protect her. Yet the moment he's in danger, she turns tail and runs. It goes without saying, if she weren't ruthless, how could she have ascended to that position? She's even cruel to herself, let alone others. This person has no heart. Someone disagreed. But didn't she save Long Fan the Great just now? And she helped him heal before, too. This dissenting voice was met with immediate backlash. Who's this traitor speaking up for the Demon Empress? The Demon Empress, saving someone must have an ulterior motive. Of course, except for Qing Yang the Great. Another added, the Demon Empress saved Long Fan the Great only to save her own skin. If she's in danger, she can use him to escape, just like now. Exactly. Only Long Yin Tan is genuinely worried about Xiaoli. Long Yin Tan thought to himself, dying for you, I'm completely willing. But did you really intend to abandon me just then? Mo Changlu, fearing another Luo Xing incident, tried to console Long Yin Tan. She's always been like that, cold and heartless. She puts her own interests first. No one can enter her heart. Don't overthink it. Long Yin Tan, glancing at the aloof Dianka high above, lamented, so in your heart, I'm not even comparable to that annoying Luo Xing. However, only those involved truly understood the situation. After being labeled heartless and running for a while, Dianka finally stopped. The little fox carefully dug, thinking it's here. That guy is just jealous that the second male lead is treated differently by Nangongji. He might beat him black and blue, but it won't be life-threatening. As long as I quickly find the treasure and recover some strength, I can go back and save him. The ground was so hard that even her sharp claws broke with the effort. Yet, Dianka persisted in her frantic digging, blood welling up around her nails. The audience watching through the mirror nodded in approval, as expected of the Demon Empress. So ruthless, even to herself, all for a treasure. Only a greedy person like her would go to such lengths. She abandoned Long Fan the Great without a second thought. So, of course, she wouldn't hesitate to hurt herself. Look, she's broken through the treasury wall. Their eyes were glued to the hoard of treasures Yanka unearthed. Inside, the little fox's eyes lit up at the sight of the treasure. The scent was just like the one she encountered back at the Nangong estate. This must be a demon core, she thought, swallowing it whole without hesitation. Then, with a few happy hops and skips, she devoured all the demon cores within the treasury. Once satisfied, Yanka scurried back through the dog-sized hole she had dug. She raced back the way she came. Arriving back where she left Long Yin Tan, the little fox breathed a sigh of relief. He was still alive, thankfully, though not unscathed. She stalked towards his attackers, baring her teeth and snarling in their faces. "You bunch of bullies, picking on someone defenseless. Do you think you're impressive?" With that, Yanka unleashed a flurry of attacks, swiftly taking down the entire group. She had intended to stop there, but the sight of Long Yin Tan's bloodied and scratched face, his hair even shaved off by those thugs, ignited her fury. Yanka proceeded to give them another thorough beating. Finally, one of them cried out, "Please have mercy. Don't cripple me." Satisfied, Yanka returned to Long Yin Tan's side. With no one else around, Yanka shifted into her human form. She pulled out a medicinal pill, thinking with relief, "Good thing I grabbed a few healing pills earlier." She tried to give one to Long Yin Tan, but he clenched his jaw shut, refusing to take it. With a sigh, she popped the pill into her own mouth. "My hands are full," she murmured. "If you want it, come and get it." The audience watching erupted in disgust. Typical demon empress. Even her methods of saving someone are indecent. She's definitely trying to take advantage of Long Fan the Great. Shameless pervert. She must have ulterior motives for saving him. Only Long Yin Tan, blushing furiously, stammered Yanka's name. Yanka, witnessing this scene, sighed. "I told you not to watch, but you insisted," she thought, exasperated. "That crazy act from back then was mortifying enough for me. And what's indecent about it? I'm saving his life." However, her pride wouldn't let her appear embarrassed. "Quiet down," she snapped. "Never seen anyone administer medicine before. Of course, I had my reasons for saving you, Long Yin Tan. Why do you think I'd bother? You looked awful back then." Her blunt comment about his appearance left Long Fan the Great speechless. Mo Changlu, however, burst out laughing. Then, he said coldly, "What did you expect from a cold-blooded person like her? I don't believe for a second she saved you without an ulterior motive." Long Yin Tan looked at him, bewildered. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm ugly too? Do you think she would have saved me if I wasn't good-looking?" He pressed. Since he'd asked, Mo Changlu responded with a sarcastic laugh. "What do you think?" Unable to argue with them, Long Yin Tan resolved to wait for the heavenly Tao mirror to reveal the truth. After giving Long Yin Tan the medicine, Yanka gently propped him against the wall to rest. She busied herself arranging various medicinal herbs, murmuring, "Almost all the ingredients to awaken his bloodline are here, except for the dragon bone. First, I'll disguise him. This will definitely be useful later. And these healing herbs, his cultivation is so low, he'll definitely need a lot." She carefully placed a simple bracelet on his wrist. "This was something we used to wear together. This type of bracelet isn't rare, so it won't attract unwanted attention. I've prepared everything you need. From now on, you're on your own. First, I should get you out of here." With that, she hoisted Long Yin Tan on her shoulder and promptly tossed him outside. A few hours later, Yanka transformed back into her little fox form. She trudged along, dejectedly sighing, "Why am I so unlucky? I just wanted to take a nap. How did things end up like this?" As she walked, a sword suddenly flew towards her. Yanka instantly recognized it as the male lead sword. Seeing such a good opportunity, she wasn't foolish enough to dodge. Naturally, she ran straight towards it. But just as the sword reached her, it unexpectedly swerved upwards, unintentionally sending her flying back toward Xiaoju. Somehow, in this bizarre situation, the two ended up accidentally kissing. It seemed the little fox still hadn't recognized the male lead, but having been taken advantage of, Yanka headbutted him hard, cursing, "Whose damn head is this? It's so hard." Xiaoju didn't scold the little fox. Instead, he gently pulled her into his arms and, while carefully tending to her injuries, began to lecture, "You little ingrate. You finally realize I'm the best, don't you? It's good that you know you were wrong. From now on, follow me obediently. This time, I'll reluctantly forgive you. Look at you, all filthy. Even your left paw is broken. Stay away from those handsome men. The more attractive they are, the worse they are. Look at you. You've only been away from me for a short while, and you're already in such a sorry state. Dianka was slightly frightened, thinking, are these words that Xiao Ju would actually say? After he finished healing and cleaning her fur, he cheerfully patted her head and said with a goofy smile, of course, except for this handsome me. The little fox clicked her tongue, thinking, what a narcissist. Then, Xiao Ju pulled out a medicinal pill and pressed the little fox to eat it quickly. But she struggled, thinking, isn't this that useless pill I made? I'm not eating it. This useless pill tastes awful. In the end, he forced her to chew it down while he rambled. Little furball, you can't be so picky when you're still young. Be good, eat this, and your injuries will heal faster. Dianka chewed the pill while whimpering softly. This act of hers was so novel that Xiao Ju was quite amused and said indulgently, there. It won't hurt. You'll get better soon. Meanwhile, Dianka was screaming internally, damn it. It tastes terrible, just like my own cooking. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely treat Xiao Ju to a proper meal. The male lead carried the little fox as they walked, carefully instructing her from now on, just stay by my side, silly. No one will be able to harm you. Xiao Ju carried her down a path lined with strange statues. Suddenly, the clumsy man tripped over some sort of mechanism hidden beneath the floor, causing the statues' eyes to glow and their stiff bodies to begin moving. Dianka thought with interest, what's going on? Then, looking closer, she saw layers upon layers of stone monster beasts appearing before her. The thrill-seeking, death-cheating little fox exclaimed internally, oh my god, it's the male lead, all right, just walking around, and he stumbles into danger. Meanwhile, the ever-concerned Xiao Ju tucked her inside his robes for protection. Then, using only one hand, Xiao Ju unleashed a torrent of magic, shattering the monstrous statue into pieces. With one hand after the other, he continued to pulverize the stone figures. But there seemed to be an endless supply, and what's more, they could regenerate themselves. Dianka peeked out from beneath Xiao Ju's robes, observing the situation. This time, she thought, I absolutely have to find a chance to escape, and it has to be a logical escape. Xiao Ju finally paused, panting. These things will just keep reviving no matter how many times I defeat them, he thought grimly. If I keep this up, I'll run out of spiritual energy sooner or later. Dianka, meanwhile, was busy scrutinizing the enemy, assessing them in her mind. That monster is more agile than the others. The rest have been destroyed more than 10 times, but that one hasn't fallen even once. It must be the elite, the strongest of the bunch. It could probably crush me with a single paw. Having reached this conclusion, she didn't hesitate. Instead of staying put, she darted out from under Xiao Ju's robes. The little fox scrambled onto the head of the monster. She targeted its face, biting down hard with a satisfying chomp. Then, to further provoke it, she continued gnawing at its head, muttering, let's see how I can really make you mad. But then, she pulled off a chunk, chewed thoughtfully, and murmured in appreciation, hey, this monster tastes pretty good. Finding the taste agreeable, Dianka continued to munch on the monster with gusto. Moments later, the seemingly invincible pro-master monster crumbled to the ground. The little foxes first stood on end. I'm doomed, she thought. Why did I eat it? With the leader's collapse, the entire horde of monsters behind it also crumbled. Touched by this sight, Xiao Ju said, so you're not completely heartless after all. Thank you. Dianka was so furious, she couldn't even chew what was in her mouth. She spat out, ranting, saving your life. And what did I get? I ate that thing. Ugh. Xiao Ju calmly took out a medicinal pill. He swallowed it and waited for his strength to return. A hint of sadness clouded his eyes as he confided in the little fox. Tell me, his pills are so potent, why didn't he save himself? Suddenly, Dianka coughed up blood for no apparent reason, startling the lovesick Xiao Ju. He carefully cradled the little fox in his hands. But then, Dianka coughed up even more blood, splattering Xiao Ju's face and triggering painful memories. Memories of the day his family was destroyed. Yet, this time, Xiao Ju remained remarkably calm. He produced another medicinal pill and murmured, little furball, I'm giving you the only God-level healing pill I have. You can't be ungrateful and roll your eyes at me again, understand? Dianka, nestled in his hands, carefully chewed the pill while lamenting internally, I really should thank you. 2 God-level healing pills. One when I was human, and now one as a fox. Both times, I was practically at death's door. Why are you so insistent on keeping me alive? Are you addicted to saving me? Xiao Ju. Meanwhile, he frantically used a cleansing spell to wipe the blood from his face, then said gently, "As long as we're together, we can overcome any hardship, right? First, we need to get out of here." His actions pleased Yanka, who nodded approvingly. "Not bad. This kid is quite thoughtful. Diva helped clean my fur. I'm very satisfied. Keep up the good work." A moment later, she seemed to register his words, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, did he just say we need to leave this place?" The moment he finished speaking, the little fox erupted in a frenzy of agitated squeaks and nips. Yanka vehemently protested internally. "You can't leave. You're the male lead. How can you just casually stroll away like this? You haven't gained a single treasure since entering this tomb. And what about me? How am I supposed to survive without you?" But to Xiao Ju, who couldn't understand fox language, her frantic scrambling and chattering sounded like enthusiastic agreement. Oblivious to her true feelings, he continued walking, while Yanka, increasingly desperate, continued to fuss and fume. "What the hell is wrong with you? Stop. We can't leave yet." Finally, she paused in her struggles, looking around in bewilderment. "Wait a minute. This doesn't look like the way out." A horrifying thought struck her. Xiao Ju, the arrogant, undefeated, destined for greatness male lead, is he lost? They continued walking in silence. Xiao Ju was puzzled. "I'm sure it was this way. Why can't I find the exit?" Meanwhile, Yanka was secretly delighted. Getting lost is good. This underground tomb is huge. We're bound to encounter more danger. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than a familiar premonition of danger washed over her. True to form, the next second, Yanka, with her death-courting tendencies, was darting towards the source of the danger. Xiao Ju's sword. Shang Wu followed close behind. Xiao Ju, bewildered, hurried after them. "That's odd. Why is Shang Wu moving so fast?" When he caught up, he found the little fox and his sword sitting before another stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were the words, 10 paths to death, 1 path to life. Survival within reach, yet no escape. 10 paths stretched out before them. Xiao Ju, though surprised, patted the little fox's head reassuringly. "Don't worry," he said. "We can always turn back and try another way." But Yanka was thrilled. 9 paths to certain death, 1 path to life. That's a 1 in 10 chance of survival. With odds like these, unless I'm incredibly lucky, I'm practically guaranteed to kick the bucket. Might as well pick a path at random. With that, she lifted her paws and confidently strode down one of the paths. A moment later, Xiao Ju grabbed her by the scruff of her neck, lifting her into the air. Yanka bared her teeth and snapped, "Let go. Let go of me. Don't delay my impending doom." Xiao Ju was about to turn back with her when they both looked up and realized the path behind them had vanished. The little fox was overjoyed. "See, I told you there would be danger." Suddenly, the Nangong family head appeared beside them, seemingly out of thin air. Pointing a finger at the little fox, the partially bald man roared, "You've brought ruin upon me. Did you deliberately lead us here?" While Xiao Ju struggled to suppress a laugh, the irate family head lunged towards Yanka. Xiao Ju swiftly intercepted him, his voice laced with annoyance. "Nangong family head," he said, "this little fur ball is my spirit beast. Kindly speak to her with respect." Dropping all pretense of courtesy, the family head retorted, "You're mistaken. This creature belongs to the Nangong family. We paid 5,000 spirit stones for her. I expect you to return her to her rightful owner." Surely the generous and wealthy young master Xiao can afford a measly 5,000 spirit stones. Before Xiao Ju could react, Shang Wu lashed out, striking the Nangong family head. Xiao Ju stared in astonishment. Since when did Shang Wu become so aggressive? Could it be that my actions these past few days have finally moved it, and it's now willing to fully merge with me? Yes, Shang Wu has finally accepted me as its master. Xiao Ju thought triumphantly. It's finally fighting for me. Meanwhile, Yanka, unimpressed by Shang Wu's flamboyant display, grumbled internally. "What's this sword doing? Showing off like a peacock." The Nangong family head, nursing his wound from Shang Wu's blow, seethed with resentment. "I thought he was just an ordinary cultivator. I never imagined the sword in his hand held such power. And that little fox, she was our spirit beast." He glanced at the treacherous paths surrounding them. "This tomb is riddled with danger. If I want to find any treasure, I'll need that white-furred pup. I can't let petty squabbles ruin my plans." Swallowing his pride, he forced a conciliatory tone. "Patience is key. I mustn't let this small setback derail my grand scheme." He turned back to Xiao Ju, feigning a light-hearted demeanor. "Young Master Xiao," he said smoothly I was merely jesting with you earlier. Let's not allow a minor misunderstanding to disrupt our harmony. Xiao Ju ignored him, turning instead to the little fox nestled in his arms. Little arrogant furball, he asked, do you wish to continue down this path? Dianka let out a nonchalant chirp of affirmation. Hearing her response, Xiao Ju finally agreed to proceed. He gently placed her on the ground. 9 paths to death, 1 path to life, he said. Whichever path you choose, we shall follow. Emboldened by this show of trust, Dianka confidently marched towards one of the paths. As she walked, she silently prayed, I can't be that unlucky. I'm bound to pick the right one, even if it's by sheer chance. And so, the 3 of them followed the path chosen by the little fox for a full hour. Nestled comfortably in Xiao Ju's arms, Dianka mused to herself, I can't really be this unlucky, can I? We've been walking for so long and haven't encountered a single danger. The moment she uttered these jinxing words, something surged towards them. The Nangong family head cried out in alarm. It's not good. It's the purple flame lava. Even a peak golden core cultivator would be instantly incinerated by it. The words instantly incinerated sparked a gleam in Dianka's eyes. Death by incineration. How can I resist? Without hesitation, the little fox bolted towards the approaching lava flow. I'm currently in Xiao Ju's arms, she thought cunningly. If I jump into the lava now, it'll look like suicide. So, you go. With a sudden shove, she knocked the Nangong family head towards the lava, eliciting a torrent of panicked screams. Xiao Ju, realizing her foolish intention, moved to stop her, but she swatted him away with her paw, a clear "don't stop me" radiating from her tiny form. Xiao Ju, rejected by the little fox, felt a pang of disappointment. But before he could try again, the lava had reached their feet. With no other choice, the male lead turned and fled. Looking back with a heavy heart, Xiao Ju murmured, I'm sorry, little furball. My life belongs to the Xiao family. I must live, but I have faith in you. You've always turned danger into safety. I'm sure you'll be fine. Meanwhile, Dianka continued to use the Nangong family head as a living shield, pinning him beneath her fluffy body. Xiao Ju truly is the male lead, she thought admiringly. So rational. If he had insisted on staying here with me, I wouldn't have known what to do. Now it's perfect. I can finally be free of this responsibility and go back to being a domineering CEO. Without hesitation, the little fox sprang into the lava below. But instead of sinking, she found herself floating on the surface, utterly bewildered. Despite her confusion, Dianka decided to make the most of it, playfully paddling around in the lava. She was determined to try everything at least once. Finally, remembering her original objective, she smacked her forehead in frustration. Wait a minute. They said it was instantly incinerating. Why am I still swimming? While wallowing in her self-pity, Dianka suddenly heard the Nangong family head yelling, You little fox. I'll beat you to death. She stared at him blankly, marveling internally. This old geezer is still fixated on lecturing me, even while being scorched. What tenacity. And so, the bald old man and the little fox continued their absurd chase around the lava flow. Suddenly, a treasury materialized before them. The family head, overcome with joy, practically vibrated with excitement. The treasury. I finally found you. He shrieked. I stayed in this damned eastern pool for 45 years for this very moment. Desperate to escape the persistent old man, Dianka diligently dug a hole through the stone door. Upon seeing the glittering gold within, she cried out in bewilderment. Wait a minute. Wasn't that supposed to be a door? How did I end up directly in the treasury? Then, she carefully reconsidered the inscription on the stone tablet. 9 paths to death, 1 path to life. 9 paths to death, 1 path to life. So, 9 and 1 are both quantifiers. They saved my life. I just wanted to die. She lamented internally. The treasury. I finally found the treasury. She began to weep, tears streaming down her furry face. But the incessant pounding on the door by the Nangong family had quickly soured her mood. You want the treasury, don't you? Dianka grumbled. Well, I won't let you have what you want. And so, she opened her tiny mouth wide and began scooping up handfuls of gold, silver, jewels, and treasures, stuffing them all in her belly. Finally, the foolish Nangong family head burst through the shattered door, roaring the treasury. I'm here. But he was too late. The empty space before him left him utterly dumbfounded. There's nothing here, he stammered. Why is there nothing here? No, this can't be. It's empty. He wailed like a child, tears and snot streaming down his face. The treasury I've longed for 45 years empty. What was the point of staying in this eastern pool for so long? Hidden in a corner, the mischievous little fox watched his despair with a touch of amusement. "Serves you right," she muttered, then sauntered away. Long Yin Tan sighed sadly. "My original goal was to find the mechanism, but I ended up with the treasury. What can I do now?" Just then, the ceiling above began to shake violently. Sensing the imminent collapse, Dianka seized the opportunity and began to walk slowly, almost as if waiting for the rocks to fall on her head. "I could clearly get out," she thought, "but I'm waiting here to die. This would definitely be judged as suicide. But if I'm too slow to escape and get crushed by falling rocks, that wouldn't count as suicide, right?" Halfway down the passage, she caught the scent of the male lead. She hadn't expected him to still be in the tomb. Energized by this unexpected turn of events, Dianka broke into a run, her forepaws ablur. Could there be such a fortunate turn of events? She wondered. If I die saving someone, that's a truly natural death. Finally, the little fox found Xiao Ju. She looked him over, assessing his condition. As expected of the male lead, she thought, "We haven't even been apart for long, and he's already half dead." The fissure he was near was pitch black and looked incredibly deep. "If I'm not careful, I could fall down there and die, right?" As if in answer, the fissure widened. A cascade of debris began to pour down into the abyss. Seeing this, Dianka quickly pulled Xiao Ju deeper into the fissure. Sinking her small teeth into his robe, she thought, "You and I are different. You still carry burdens and need to live. I miss my parents and need to die. I'll do my best to pull you out, but if I die in the process, whether you live or die is up to fate." Within the temple, Xiao Ju secretly watched the events unfold within the heavenly mirror, his heart aching. "So, you jumped into the lava to save me from that old man, but I left you and ran away alone. You must have been heartbroken, devastated." The demon emperor, suddenly aware of being watched, lazily turned his gaze towards Xiao Ju's hiding place. Sensing her gaze, he quickly ducked back into hiding. After successfully rescuing the male lead, Dianka glared at the fissure in front of her, fuming. "This is truly unexpected good fortune. Not only did the fissure not swallow me whole, but even though I'm walking this slowly, not a single rock has fallen on us. And the most infuriating thing is that this tomb waited until I was almost out to collapse." She circled Xiao Ju disdainfully. "It must be your blasted male lead halo. This is so frustrating." Something on Xiao Ju's forehead kept twitching, irritating her to no end. And so the cat-like fox, Dianka, began swatting at his forehead with her paw. Unable to catch the elusive twitch, she extended her claws in exasperation, scratching lightly. "What is this thing? It even moves on its own." The little fox glared at it, determined. "I swear, I'll catch it today." Finally, her paw connected with the irritating twitch. She realized it was the same forbidden technique used by the man in black who was with the Nangong family head. Dianka mused. That man knew it, and old man Nangong knew it too. So this kid got hit by their spell. I wonder if he'll go bald like them. To satisfy her curiosity, the little fox nibbled on a lock of Xiao Ju's hair and tugged. It seemed firm enough, so she decided there was no problem. But the moment she released it, the hairs fell to the ground. Dianka glanced around nervously, relieved that no one had seen. She carefully tucked the fallen hairs under the remaining strands, praying they wouldn't be discovered. Years later, when Xiao Ju learned of this incident, he would be both annoyed and amused. "You actually pulled out my hair." He'd scold affectionately. The little fox, overcome with guilt, would bite her own paw until it bled. She then smeared the blood from her paw onto the mark on Xiao Ju's forehead, hoping the forbidden technique wouldn't be able to withstand her blood and would be dispelled, thus saving his life. Then, she regurgitated some of the pills she'd swallowed from the treasury. Carefully, she placed the pills into Xiao Ju's mouth. Just as she was performing this act of kindness, the mark on his forehead glowed brightly and began to crawl towards her. Dianka knew she had succeeded. She collapsed onto the ground, waiting for death. But instead of pain, she felt an unbearable itching. Outside, the crowd watching the heavenly mirror was bewildered. Is it really that painful? Why is the demon empress crying? She's the best at manipulating people. Maybe she's trying to gain Xiao Ju's favor. Look at how many times she's saved him. There's definitely something going on between them. One brave soul stepped forward, wanting to touch the mirror to experience half the pain Dianka was enduring. The moment he touched it, he was thrown back, clutching his head and sobbing uncontrollably, frightening the others. Miraculously, both Xiao Ju and the little fox emerged from the tomb completely unharmed. Even Long Yin Tan with his bald head, awoke from his unconscious state. He rushed toward Xiao Ju, calling out Little Li. "Have you escaped?" The Nangong family head, looking the most disheveled, needed 2 servants to restrain him as he raved and cursed. "Little fox, it's all your fault. Give me that creature. I'll skin alive." Long Yin Tan fearfully clutched Di Yanka to his chest, trembling as he pleaded, "No, it's not like that. Xiaoli wouldn't do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding." Di Yanka slowly opened her eyes, bewildered to see the second antagonist before her. Seeing her awake, Long Yin Tan brightened. "Xiaoli, you're awake. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Do you want some water? Should I get you some?" The Nangong family head, suddenly ignored, angrily interjected, "Me too. What about me?" The eldest daughter of the Nangong family, unable to bear the embarrassing commotion, quietly asked Long Yin Tan, "Ajin, what exactly happened in the tomb? How did you end up outside like this? Why has my father been so agitated since encountering Xiaoli?" Long Yin Tan, still clinging to the little fox, claimed to know nothing. While the Nangong family head continued to rage, Xiao Ji, the younger daughter, approached her sister and soothed. "All right, sister, Ajin is just a servant. How much could he possibly know? Let's return home and discuss this further." The group quickly returned to the Nangong estate. Upon reaching the entrance, a servant rushed out, fearfully greeting them and stammering, "Eldest miss, you've finally returned." The composed eldest daughter of the Nangong family admonished, "Such haste. What's the matter? Where are your manners?" The servant fearfully reported, "The holy son of the Silver Sea Holy Land has arrived." As expected, upon hearing this name, the eldest daughter frowned and asked, "What is he doing here?" The servant hesitantly replied, "He says he's here to set a wedding date." The Nangong daughter angrily rebuked her father, "Look at the state we're in. What will become of the Nangong family if I were to take charge now?" Sensing her reluctance, the old man helplessly pleaded, "We cannot offend the Silver Sea Holy Land." Resigned, the eldest daughter ordered everyone inside, saying, upon entering, they were met with a barrage of insults. Well, Nangong Ruoling, the Nangong family truly is gall. You dare to insult our young master with these 2 lowly men." Di Yanka finally awoke from a refreshing nap. The scene before her startled her, and she thought, "Wait, what did I miss?" A gentle voice broke through her confusion. "Little furball, you're awake." Only then did Di Yanka realize she was nestled in Xiao Ju's arms. Disgusted, she leaped from his embrace and landed in Long Yin Tan's arms, grumbling, "That blasted male lead halo. I'm nothing like you." Xiao Long hadn't even warmed to the little fox in his arms when the Holy Sun's attendant sneered, especially one as ugly as him. "How dare he show his face? You ugly thing, what right do you have to marry into the Nangong family? Our young master humbled himself to agree to marry your daughter, and you dare insult him with this unsightly creature." Seeing Xiao Long's distress, the little fox bristled. Without a word, she unleashed her fearsome cat scratch fury, leaving the attendant's face just as ravaged as Long Yin Tan's. The Holy Sun, silent until now, finally spoke. "Interesting. You want to break off the engagement. Fine. I'll only require this spirit beast and 10 sets of spiritual artifact from your Nangong family. Otherwise, the Silver Sea Holy Land will not let this go." Xiao Ju glared at the little fox nestled in Long Yin Tan's arms, thinking, "You ungrateful little beast. I gave you the divine pill, and you run to another man." Despite his annoyance, his promise to protect her remained. He glared at the Holy Sun and declared, "This is my spirit beast, not the Nangong family's. Ajin, return her to me." But Long Yin Tan held the fox tighter, insisting she was his friend. Xiao Ju finally snapped, roaring, "Give me back the little furball." Long Yin Tan stubbornly tightened his grip on Di Yanka, retorting, "No, she's my Xiaoli." The 2 Nangong sisters watched in bewildered silence. However, they couldn't let this squabble continue, so they each attempted to mediate. The eldest daughter addressed Xiao Ju. "The situation outside is still unresolved. Perhaps you should wait inside for a moment." Xiao Ji, meanwhile, sweetly coaxed Long Yin Tan, "Ajin, why don't you give her back to him?" In the end, both men remained stubbornly fixed on their positions, uttering the same 2 words, "No way." Nangong Ruo Ling sighed in exasperation. These men, usually so composed, are now acting like children, clinging to Xiaoli. "What am I supposed to do?" Left with no other option, she turned to the Holy Sun. "Holy Sun, I can offer you 10 sets of spiritual artifacts, but this spirit beast isn't mine to give. Besides, She doesn't possess any cultivation base whatsoever. Before she could finish, the arrogant holy son cut her off. I don't need your 10 sets of spiritual artifacts. I want this spirit beast. Hearing this, Xiaoju immediately challenged him. I won't agree to that. The holy son, disgusted by Xiaoju's appearance, sneered. Oh, you won't agree. And who are you to the Nangong family to make decisions on Lady Nangong's behalf? Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Ruo Ling quickly played along. Young Master Xiao and I are deeply in love. Fengyin, please give up on the engagement. Xiaoju inwardly shuddered. Deeply in love? What engagement? Noticing his confusion, the eldest Nangong daughter quietly explained, Young Master Xiao, Fengyin and I were betrothed by our families. There are no romantic feelings between us. If you can help me resolve this engagement, I'll return Xiao Li to you. Hearing this, Xiaoju glanced at the little fox, thinking, Little furball, once I resolve this Nangong family matter, I'll take you away from here forever. No one will ever compete with me for you again. With that, Xiaoju unleashed his power, staring challengingly at the holy son. Fengyin, words are useless. Let's have a fair duel. The group then proceeded to the Nangong family's training grounds for a more spacious and open setting. Xiaoju, wielding his spear, Wu Jian, politely declared my apologies. Long Yin Tan, still clutching the little fox, whispered to her, Xiaoli, if they try to take you away, let's die together. We'll never be separated, okay? Yanka perked up at the mention of death, but her excitement quickly faded as she sighed. Forget it. It's a good idea, but a mere mortal like you trying to kill me is wishful thinking. I'm not only thick-skinned, I'm also incredibly resilient. Ordinary methods won't kill me. Meanwhile, Fengyin had already summoned the Six Harmonies Absolute Kill Formation. Hearing the name of the formation, the little fox grew excited again. I hear it's incredibly powerful. Maybe it can kill me. Before the fight began, Xiaoju, with a flash of insight, asked, Your goal isn't the engagement, is it? Fengyin, no longer bothering to hide his ambition, confessed, Everyone knows about the tomb beneath the manor. I simply want to borrow your spirit beast to find the way. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoju lunged at him with lightning speed. The male lead angrily declared, If you want her, you'll have to go through me. Despite his bold words, Xiaoju was the first to be struck, sent flying backward by a powerful blow. Just as he was knocked back, Yanka leaped onto his shoulder, landing gracefully on all fours. This pleased Xiaoju immensely. He quickly regained his composure, thinking, even though you always run to other men, you're always the first to come to my aid when I'm in danger. With renewed determination, Xiaoju channeled his energy and charged towards Fengyin and his formation. He swung his spear, Wu Jian, powerfully, a silent vow echoing in his heart. Don't worry, little furball. I won't let him take you away. Despite Xiaoju's confidence, the holy son, Fengyin, remained unfazed, arms crossed. Useless. With this formation protecting me, you'll never be able to injure me. Just then, the little fox, perched obediently on Xiaoju's shoulder, suddenly leaped into the air. Yanka, true to her word, began to devour Fengyin's formation, absorbing it into her belly. With his protective formation consumed by the little fox, Fengyin was left vulnerable. As panic seized him, Xiaoju took advantage of the opening and struck him with his spear. Blood sprayed from 7 wounds as the holy son cried out in disbelief, Impossible. How could I lose? The battle concluded just as the little fox plummeted from the sky, causing both Xiaoji and Long Yin Tan to cry out in alarm. Only Nangong Ruo Ling seemed solely concerned with Xiaoju, but Xiaoju's thoughts were fixed on the little fox. He murmured, I won, little furball. Last time, I couldn't protect you. This time, I kept my promise. He was helped to his feet by the eldest Nangong daughter. Meanwhile, the servants who had accompanied the holy son, Fengyin, swarmed onto the training grounds. Grief-stricken by the sight of their master's lifeless body, they surged forward, demanding vengeance against Xiaoju. A life for a life. Pay for the holy son's death. Undaunted, Xiaoju raised his spear again, his voice cold. Come on, then. All of you. With a few swift strokes of his spear, he dispatched them all, leaving Nangong Ruo Ling to murmur in admiration, so strong. Xiaoju, his body battered and bruised, made his way towards where Yanka had fallen. He puzzled over the sudden disappearance of the formation. Could have been little furball, but she has no cultivation. How could she? As he scooped the little fox into his arms, he realized with horror that her meridians were shattered. Spiritual energy and chi surged chaotically through her body, ravaging her internal organs. He understood then that his little fur ball was dying. Overcome with grief, Xiao Ju collapsed beside Dianka, his voice choked with anguish. I won the duel, but you. Today's episode ends here. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel so I can continue making more. The little fox, small and seemingly unconscious, that while her physical body lay still, Dianka's spirit had unknowingly been cultivating for half a year. She blinked open her eyes, bewildered, as sunlight streamed in after her long slumber. The little fox rubbed her head, a slight ache throbbing behind her eyes. How long have I been asleep this time? She wondered aloud. Then, she heard voices outside. It's Nangong Ji, she realized. Nangong Ji sat beside her, gently recounting everything that had happened. Shaoli, you're awake. Are you all right? You were so badly injured, we all thought you were dead. Ajin was heartbroken. He refused to eat, staying by her side day and night. Every chance he got, he'd run out, searching for any kind of miracle cure for you. I think his persistence moved the heavens, and they brought you back. It's good you're awake. Just stay here and rest. Ajin went to find Tian Xianzi. Once he arrives, you'll be healed in no time. Hearing the mention of Tian Xianzi, the little fox pondered. He had already passed on his inheritance to me, and even intercepted the heavenly tribulation on my behalf. I wonder how that stubborn old man is doing now. After her masterpiece of wrapping the little fox, Dianka, like a sticky rice cake, Xiao Ji, quite proud of her handiwork, gave some parting advice. Shaoli, you've just woken up, so your body is still very weak. Continue to rest well. Then, bustling with activity, she excused herself. There are other matters in the estate I need to attend to. I'll go take care of them first. Later, I'll have him bring you some food. As soon as she left, Dianka sprang up and headed towards the window, a mischievous plan brewing in her mind. If that's the case, I'll go visit Tian Xianzi, and I'll pick up Long Yin Tan on the way back. Indeed, half a year of cultivation had made a difference. In just half a second, Yanka transformed from her spirit beast form back into her human guise. Carefully dressed in men's clothing, a bamboo hat perched jauntily on her head, she strode out to find Coachman. Gentlemen, she called out, I wish to travel to the Valley of the Divine Healer. Is anyone willing to guide me? A man approached, eager to engage. Young master, you wish to go to the Valley of the Divine Healer as well. 7 days ago, another young master, dressed just like you, also went there. Perhaps you know each other. Unable to bear the man's rambling, Yanka simply ordered him to depart quickly, stating that she needed to arrive at the valley within 3 days at the latest. The moment the coachman finished speaking, a sword zipped through the air, landing beside Dianka, causing the poor man to break out in a cold sweat. With a mischievous grin, she explained, I won't be taking a carriage. You just need to guide me. I, of course, will be flying on my sword. Without waiting for a reply, she grabbed the unfortunate coachman by the collar and pulled him onto her sword. Clutching her arm for dear life, he experienced the thrill of flight at breakneck speed. In a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Upon landing, the coachman promptly vomited a rainbow of colors. Yanka, ever thoughtful, instructed him, this is for you. You can hire a carriage back. After receiving the payment, the old man bolted, eager to escape Yanka's presence. As she approached the gate, she recognized Long Yin Tan's familiar hair. A pang of sadness struck her heart. This place was once so lively, bustling with people seeking healing. Now it's in ruins. Tian Xianzi is probably gone. And this foolish Long Yin Tan. Someone clearly told him that Tian Xianzi hasn't appeared in 6 years, yet he stubbornly remains here. This is the first time since I arrived in this strange world that someone has done something like this for me. It would be a lie to say I'm not touched. Finishing her thought, Dianka excitedly imagined a scene of her and Long Yin Tan happily together. Therefore, I've decided to become sworn brothers with him. Just as she painted this beautiful vision, Long Yin Tan collapsed. Unable to restrain herself, Yanka rushed to his side to catch him. The foolish Long Yin Tan, upon seeing her, excitedly bombarded her with questions. Are you Tian Xianzi? I thought I need healing. But she honestly replied, no, I'm not. Tian Xianzi hasn't been here for a long time. You should leave once you recover. You haven't eaten in days. Your body is very weak. This is a chi replenishing pill. Eat it quickly. The stubborn boy refused the pill, repeating, I don't need you to save me. Save Shaoli. Shaoli is dying. If you don't save her, then I'll die with her. Yanka, exasperated, reiterated that she wasn't Tian Xianzi. However, Long Yin Tan stubbornly insisted, it is you. Otherwise, why would you come to such a desolate place alone? Infuriated, she wanted to pinch his lips. Before she could scold him, he shouted, if you don't save Shaoli, I won't eat. Shaoli is dying. If you don't save her, I'll die with her. After all the commotion, Long Yin Tan finally collapsed from exhaustion. Yanka, her heart aching, looked at him and whispered, why are you doing this? Since he was much more docile now, Yanka took the opportunity to feed him the medicinal pill. Then, cradling Long Yin Tan in her arms, she made her way into the depths of the valley of the divine healer, guided by her memories. She laid Long Yin Tan down on the familiar bed and quietly slipped out, lamenting the state of the place. This was once Tian Xianzi's room. Now it's so dilapidated. When he wakes up and sees this, he'll surely give up, right? The medicine was indeed potent. In just a few short hours, Long Yin Tan had fully recovered. He sat up abruptly, looking around in confusion. How did I get here? Xiaoli. The stubborn boy then bolted out of the room. He promptly resumed his kneeling vigil at the entrance to the valley of the divine healer. Yanka was thoroughly impressed by his persistence. Unable to stand it any longer, she approached him and asked, boy, what will it take for you to leave? Long Yin Tan earnestly kowtowed, pleading, please, I beg of you, divine healer Tian Xianzi, please save Shaoli. Yanka deliberately ignored his plea and steered the conversation in a different direction. Boy, she said seriously, I see that your bloodline is extraordinary. I can help you activate it, allowing you to become a powerful cultivator. What's Shaoli compared to becoming stronger? But his answer remained the same. I must save Shaoli. Yanka, realizing she was dealing with someone as stubborn as a rock, finally conceded. Fine, I give up. Iam Tian Swanzi. Lead the way. Her impersonation caused an uproar among the celestial realm observers. What does the demon emperor think he's doing? Claiming to be Tian Xianzi. Just because he's Tian Xianzi's disciple doesn't make him Tian Xianzi. How shameless. Exactly. Tian Xianzi is a living saint. How dare he impersonate him? This is blasphemy. Unfazed, Yanka taunted them from above. What are you looking at? Compared to being a measly Tian Xianzi, I prefer being the demon emperor. Seeing you all kneel before me every day brings me immense joy. One of them angrily retorted, Demon Emperor, your reign of terror won't last. Sooner or later, you'll die a miserable death. Yanka responded with amusement. Well, in that case, I'm eternally grateful to you. Only Long Fan, the great emperor, remained silent, lost in thought. I fainted earlier. Did he save me? But why did he transform into a young man and lie about being Tian Xianzi? He was the one who told me directly that Xiao Li couldn't be saved. Long Yin Tan hurriedly led Yanka back to the room she had just left. Bursting through the door, he called out, Xiao Li, I'm back. I brought Tian Xianzi to heal you. But the bed was empty. The foolish boy panicked, frantically searching the room. Xiaoli, where are you? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Yanka seized the opportunity to say, boy, your spirit beast must have left on its own. Don't waste any more time. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her mistake and clapped a hand over her lips. Damn it, I slipped up. He never mentioned Xiao Li being a spirit beast. I think I haven't been discovered yet. That's a relief. Suddenly, Nangongji entered, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing her, Long Yin Tan demanded, where's Shaoli? Did something happen to her? Nangongji apologetically confessed. Yesterday, when I saw her wake up, I wanted to prepare some food for her. But I got caught up with so many things that I lost track of time. She must have wandered off because she was hungry. Long Yin Tan became even more agitated. Wandered off. She's seriously injured. How could you let her run off on her own? She saved your life. Is this how you repay her? Long Yin Tan's voice cracked with distress. Nangongji snapped back. Shaoli is just a beast. What was I supposed to do if she ran off? Besides, taking care of her is your responsibility. Why are you blaming me? Long Yin Tan was stunned into silence. witnessing Nangong Ji's outburst for the first time. Finally, he averted his gaze and said softly, "You're right. It is my responsibility. Xiaoli must not have wanted to be a burden. That's why she left." With that, Long Yin Tan bolted out the door, determined to find the little fox. Yanka watched him go, a pang of sympathy in her heart. This kid is definitely not right in the head. Still, he's technically my sworn brother. This whole situation is a mess. Maybe I should change back. Before she could act, Nangong Ruo Ling approached her. "Excuse me," she began. "May I ask who you are and what brings you to the Nangong estate?" Yanka carefully replied, "I have no particular business here. I simply accompanied this young man." Nangong Ruo Ling's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Long Yin Tan's retreating figure. Since when did he know such a powerful cultivator? She wondered. "I initially wanted to use Xiao Ju to break off my engagement with the Silver Sea Holy Land, but he accidentally got rid of Feng Yin instead. Now he's vanished, and the matter is still unresolved. Perhaps I can use this cultivator's help." Having made up her mind, she said politely, "Nangong Ruo Ling greets you, honored sir. I'm the head of the Nangong family and the city lord of Dong Thui City. Ajin is my father's adopted son and my elder brother." Yanka's eyebrows shot up. "If I remember correctly, Long Yin Tan became the Nangong family's servant because of me. Now the situation has changed, and he's suddenly the city lord's elder brother. I was being polite because you're in Nangong, but do you take me for a fool?" Keeping her expression neutral, she countered, "If he truly is your elder brother, why haven't you helped him heal his injuries? Surely a prestigious family like the Nangong wouldn't lack high-grade medicinal herbs. Or is it that you don't want to waste your own cultivation?" Seeing Nangong Ruo Ling falter, Yanka pressed on, "No need to explain. The entire world knows about the Nangong family and the Silver Sea Holy Land." With an air of profound wisdom, she continued, "Don't worry. The Silver Sea Holy Land has a total of 5 golden core cultivators. 1 died previously, leaving 4. However, they are scattered, each with their own reservations. They won't easily make a move against you. At least, not before you reach nascent soul. So, as long as you diligently cultivate, you might even have a chance against them." Nangong Ruo Ling, clearly impressed, thanked her for the guidance. Just as she was about to ask Yanka's name, the foolish Long Yin Tan returned, crying out, "Senior Tian Xianzi, I couldn't find Xiaoli. Could you please stay a few more days?" Yanka hastily led the distraught Long Yin Tan away to search for his little fox, leaving Nangong Ruo Ling to ponder the words Tian Xianzi in stunned silence. While Long Yin Tan continued his frantic search for Xiaoli, something in his hand caught Yanka's eye. Snatching it up, she exclaimed with delight, "When I was severely injured before, I didn't notice it was used to tie up the medicine bundle. This is definitely a legendary dragon tendon." Clutching her prize, she couldn't help but add, "Finally, Long Yin Tan can awaken his dragon bloodline, and I can finally prepare to go home. As for sworn brotherhood, well, that's certainly not as important as going home. Your future path, little brother, you'll have to shoulder on your own. However, considering our bond, I'll definitely help you become as strong as possible." Oblivious to her inner monologue, Long Yin Tan, still teary-eyed, looked at her and sniffled, "Senior Tian Xianzi, if you like this string, I can give it to you. I just hope you can stay a few more days until I find Xiaoli." Yanka, with a bright, indulgent smile, placated the little ancestor. "Easy, easy. Now that I've accepted your gift, I'll do my best. But don't worry too much. Maybe she just went home." However, Long Yin Tan refused to fall for it. He stubbornly insisted, "But Xiaoli is so small. How can she survive out there on her own? She was taken to the auction house before." The auction house. That's right. How could I forget that place? With that, he took off running again, yelling, "Xiaoli, you absolutely must be all right." After a frantic sprint, the little dragon finally reached the back of the auction house. He pounded on the door, shouting, "Xiaoli, are you in there?" Xiaoli, Yanka, having just caught up, could only watch as the stubborn boy bolted off again. Resigned, she focused on her own task. Yanka, using her magic, peered through the cracks in the door, and in an instant, undid the spirit beast seals on all the creatures inside. Upon regaining their freedom, they erupted in a chorus of excited cries. "Brothers and sisters, let's charge out and bite those pesky humans." Just like that, a wave of spirit beasts burst through the doors. When the foolish Long Yin Tan returned, he stared dumbfounded at the stampede of spirit beasts rushing towards him. "Why are so many spirit beasts suddenly charging out?" he exclaimed. "There are so many of them." Finally, Yanka grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the air. Looking down at the chaotic scene below, she said calmly, "No need to look any further. Xiaoli isn't here. Let's go." Long Yin Tan sobbed, unwilling to give up. "No, I'm not leaving. I have to find Xiaoli. My Xiaoli." However, the one in control now was Dianka. She disagreed, saying coldly, "Stop being so difficult." Finally, they landed at a tea house. While the stubborn boy beside her kept chanting Xiaoli, Xiaoli, Dianka, with her feet propped up on the table, said wearily, all day long, "It's just Xiaoli, Xiaoli. Aren't you tired of it? I'm about to spin a cocoon from all the whining. Your shoes are worn out. Change them, you idiot." But Long Yin Tan remained stubbornly fixed on his single thought. "I don't need new shoes. I want to find Xiaoli." Exasperated, Dianka snapped, "Is Xiaoli that important to you? More important than your own life?" As soon as she finished speaking, he replied with unwavering conviction, "Yes. More important than my life." Utterly exhausted from trying to reason with the child, Dianka finally relented. "Fine. Go back to the Nangong estate. I'll help you look. I promise I won't lie to you." Hearing this, Long Yin Tan beamed like the sun. Then she coaxed him gently. "Tell me, what does Xiaoli look like? Draw it for me." With that, the little brat dipped his finger in his tea and clumsily drew a picture of a dog on the table, proudly proclaiming, "See, this is my Xiaoli." Dianka inwardly deadpanned, seriously. Finding her with this drawing would be a miracle. Having no other choice, after sending the boy back to the Nangong estate, she hurried to the outskirts of the city to do something questionable. Ripping a piece of her robe, Dianka muttered, "This is really creating bad karma." Next, she gently bit her fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the fabric. As expected, the image of a small fox quickly appeared in her palm. Dianka chuckled, See, that's how you do it. With this fake little fox, only someone with golden core cultivation or higher could see through its disguise and realize it was just a piece of cloth. However, Dianka was confident this was more than enough to fool Long Yin Tan. So, with the little fox in hand, she skipped back towards the Nangong estate. But as she approached, she froze, sensing the auras of golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Dianka grew suspicious, thinking, has the Nangong estate provoked someone they shouldn't have again? While others might run from danger, she saw opportunity. Quickly stashing the little fox in her pocket, Dianka made her way to the Nangong estate's main hall. Upon entering, she found everyone inside kneeling obediently. She glanced at the imposing figure sitting in the center and inwardly sighed. "Looks like I've stumbled into a hornet's nest." The man was Lu Huainan, but Dianka didn't care about his name or status. She boldly raised her voice and scolded, "Who do you think you are, causing trouble in the Nangong estate? Get out of here now, or you'll face this young master's wrath." Her words sent chills down the spines of Nangong Ruo Ling and Nangong Ji. As expected, the man slammed his fist on the table, furious. "You brat, who gave you the audacity to impersonate Tian Xianzi?" Realizing he was there for her, Dianka dropped the pretense of politeness. "How do you know I'm not him?" She retorted arrogantly. "I am the 88th successor of the profound medicine immortal sect. All legitimate disciples of our sect are called Tian Xianzi when they venture out. If you lack knowledge, read more books to avoid embarrassing yourself." With that, she unleashed a surge of fiery energy, declaring, "Old man, are you an enemy of the profound medicine immortal sect? Or are you trying to steal our inheritance? If so, let's skip the pleasantries and fight like men." Dianka's power was so intense that it even singed the injured Long Yin Tan. Feeling a pang of guilt, she quickly retracted some of her aura. Oh dear, she muttered apologetically. "Sorry, little brother. I forgot you don't have any cultivation. I almost turned you into a kebab." Then, she turned her attention back to the matter at hand. "Old man, why don't we step outside and settle this? You have a grudge against the profound medicine immortal sect. There's no need to involve others." The old man furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Dianka was inwardly chanting, "Come on, fight me, kill me even." But the old man remained silent, so she finally prompted, "Well, are you scared?" To her surprise, he clasped his hands respectfully and apologized. As a member of the profound medicine immortal sect lineage, he said, "Could we please refrain from fighting? My name is Lu Huainan. Greetings, Tian Xianzi. I came here to humbly request your help in treating my granddaughter's illness." Dianka's face fell. "Your granddaughter?" she asked, disappointed. Lu Huainan nodded, explaining, "Her illness has lingered for a long time, and I've consulted countless healers, but none could cure her. I heard that Tian Xianzi was visiting the Nangong estate, so I rushed here. Yanka's disappointment was palpable. Seriously, she grumbled. I thought it was a bomb, but it turned out to be a firecracker. She scowled at the stubborn boy behind her and gestured for him to sit beside her. Lu Huainan spoke cautiously. Please don't blame these people, he pleaded. I didn't expect them to kneel as soon as I sat down. It wasn't my doing. Before he could finish, Yanka cut him off impatiently. Enough with the excuses. Then, she laid out her terms. So, she said, how much are you willing to pay? If I'm satisfied, I might consider it. The old man, seeing a glimmer of hope, readily agreed to give her anything within his power. Yanka, never one for politeness, immediately listed her demands: Yangli grass and glacial marrow snow essence. To her surprise, Lu Huainan readily agreed to provide these two rare ingredients. With the deal struck, Yanka began her professional assessment. Tell me, she inquired, what is your granddaughter's current condition? She had barely finished speaking when the fierce old man, eyes brimming with tears, began to sob. Divine healer. He choked out, my granddaughter has been blessed with exceptional talents since birth. At a young age, she achieved golden core cultivation. But a year ago, every day at the hour of C, 9 to 11 a.m., her body would become incredibly cold. As time passed, the pain from this icy affliction grew more intense. After a brief diagnosis, Yanka identified the issue. I've discovered an irregularity in your granddaughter's bloodline, she declared. The stronger her cultivation becomes, the greater her pain will be. Other healers have said she won't live past 16. She realized this seemingly difficult case fell squarely within her expertise. With newfound confidence, she replied, this is no problem at all. Allowing the old man a moment to rejoice, she then announced, let's depart now. However, she paused for a brief 2 seconds, remembering her desire to bring Long Yin Tan along. She glanced surreptitiously at him, thinking, I can treat both their bloodlines simultaneously. The damage efficiency will surely double. Once Long Yin Tan's dragon bloodline awakens, the Dragon Clan will undoubtedly receive the news and take him back. Then I can finally go home. But the stubborn boy remained despondent. I'm not going, he insisted. I want to find Xiao Li, jackpot. Yanka swiftly retrieved the fake Xiao Li and tossed it towards the little dragon. Lu Huainan, with his nascent soul cultivation, easily recognized the forgery. He felt a flicker of disdain, to think that the renowned Tian Xianzi would resort to such tricks to deceive a child. Only the foolish Long Yin Tan remained oblivious. He clutched the small fox in his arms, cooing, Xiao Li, where did you run off to? I was so worried about you. Seeing the boy's joy, the old man Lu Huainan decided to drop his judgment and remain silent. With Xiao Li back by his side, Long Yin Tan enthusiastically agreed to accompany Yanka. Old man Lu, sharing in their happiness, hurriedly ushered the two of them away. They traveled directly to the Lu estate. Before even entering, Yanka gazed at the magnificent exterior, exclaiming, as expected of the Lu clan, ranked third among the 10 great immortal cultivation families. Their foundation is truly profound. No wonder the Nangong family is so intimidated. Following Lu Huainan inside, she noticed a familiar scent within the estate. Out of habit, perhaps from spending too long as a dog, Yanka instinctively sniffed the air. A moment later, a chill ran down her spine as she realized what she was doing. Julmina, she thought, horrified. What am I doing? I'm a human now. Embarrassed, she silently hoped no one had noticed. Composing herself, Yanka began piecing together the details. Lu, she mused. I remember the first female lead, Lu Yi, seems to be from the Lu clan. And Lu Yi is also mentioned as a young woman suffering from an illness. According to the novel, Lu Yi is as beautiful as jade, innocent and pure, possessing a fragile, pitiful beauty due to her illness, yet she herself has powerful cultivation. It's because of this illness that her cousin seeks out Xiao Ju, hoping he can cure her. Then follows a series of face-slapping, fake benefits. In the end, Xiao Ju cripples her bloodline and absorbs all her cultivation to cure her. Lu Yi, feeling humiliated, is forced to stay with Xiao Ju. After spending time together, she eventually falls in love with the male lead. Yanka grumbled, if the novel ended there, it would have been perfect. But the problem was what came after. Xiao Ju acquiring 1, 2, 3, countless wives after his ascension. Many women died and were resurrected for him. Finally, When Xiao Ju became the emperor, he remembered her, but by then, she was long gone. Lost in thought, Dianka was startled when Lu Huainan led them to Lu Tianyi's courtyard. Only now did a strange feeling strike her, a sudden realization. Waiting for someone for an entire lifetime. That's my fate, she mused. But now that I'm here, I absolutely must seize Xiao Ju's opportunity to save someone. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a group, both men and women, who addressed Lu Huainan as father. Immediately, they inquired about Lu Yi's whereabouts. One of the men, seemingly hesitant, replied, Lu Yi isn't available right now. Seeing their father's rising anger, another woman interjected, Yes, elder brother, that's right. Father wants to see Lu Yi. How can you say she's unavailable? Even if she's on a date with a wild man, how could that be more important than seeing father? A young man beside them, clearly displeased, corrected her. Nonsense. Lu Yi isn't meeting any man. That man said he could cure Lu Yi's illness, so she's with him. Undeterred, the woman, eager to fan the flames, continued, a man and a woman alone together. So many renowned healers couldn't find a solution. So what makes this man any different? Lu Huainan's fury grew with every word. Enraged, he decided to see for himself. While his two sons tried to calm him, the meddlesome woman exclaimed with anticipation, Oh, this is going to be good. The group had barely reached the door when they heard compromising sounds. Old man Lu, face contorted with rage, roared, Scoundrels. In a fit of fury, he blasted the door open with a single palm strike. Xiao Ju, caught off guard, bellowed, We're not finished. I said I would cure her. If you interrupt us like this, I won't treat her anymore. Mid-rant, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, Dianka. Simultaneously, his Shangwu sword began to vibrate strangely. Lu Huainan, as the elder, had no choice but to gather everyone and address the situation. His descendants, however, were less than impressed with Dianka. Each silently seethed. What right does a measly golden core cultivator have to sit there? Father must have been kicked in the head by a spirit beast. How else could he tolerate such a junior? Tian Xianzi, judging by the voice and posture, it's clearly a young man. Father is usually so shrewd. How could he be so easily fooled? The young woman of the Lu family narrowed her eyes at Xiao Ju, muttering, One Xiao Ju, one Tian Xianzi. They're nothing but Jiang Hu Su Shi, Jiang Hu Shushi, charlatans. If someone like that becomes Lu Yi's husband, it would be her good fortune. Lu Huainan finally spoke. If you both have come to treat Lu Yi, then each of you explain your methods. Xiao Ju, eager to take the lead, declared, Young Mistress Lu, though naturally gifted with a celestial meridian and incredibly fast cultivation speed, her bloodline is unstable. Therefore, the higher her cultivation, the greater the risk of backlash, which could become even more severe. Thus, I propose crippling her celestial meridian. Moreover, I am confident I can prevent her from suffering any backlash from her bloodline. After listening intently, old man Lu turned expectantly to Dianka. Tian Xianzi, he said, What about you? Do you have a better method? With unwavering confidence, she simply replied, There's a slight problem. Immediately, the two Lu siblings bristled. How dare you speak so casually in front of her grandfather? A nascent soul cultivator speaking such nonsense. Truly, a newborn calf does not fear tiger. Her bloodline is on the verge of collapse, and you call it a slight problem. Xiao Ju, equally displeased with this self-proclaimed Tian Xianzi, frowned. Boy, are you even a healer? Young Mistress Lu's bloodline is about to collapse, and you call it a slight problem. You're practically courting death. Dianka, unfazed, calmly retorted, What's wrong? Are you afraid? Afraid that I can cure someone you can't? Let me tell you, I have a way to cure young Mistress Lu without crippling her bloodline. Xiao Ju, naturally skeptical, continued to accuse her of being a fraud. However, Dianka remained supremely confident. Why not? She challenged. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. This statement rendered Xiao Ju speechless. Only old man Lu Huainan remained serious. Curious, he asked about the specifics of her method. Dianka answered frankly, Isn't it just an unstable bloodline? Repairing it should do the trick, shouldn't it? Meanwhile, outside the heavenly mirror, within the divine hall, the onlookers were incredulous at Dianka's proposed method. They buzzed with disbelief. No way. Lu Tian, Yi is our ancestral grandmother. She clearly received the blessing of the great dragon god, repaired her righteous bloodline, ascended, and then became the heavenly empress. How could she have been treated by the demon empress? There must be a misunderstanding. Another countered, the demon empress can defy the heavens and alter bloodlines. Repairing one should be a piece of cake. Watching this unfold, Long Yin Tan broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, if Lu Tianyi's bloodline was repaired by her, what about me? Was my dragon bloodline also fixed by her? He trembled, thinking, finally, I understand Luo Ziyin's agonizing turmoil. Half gratitude, half resentment. Truly, it can torment someone for lifetimes. Back within the heavenly mirror, amidst the clamor of disbelief, Xiao Ju calmly pondered the events, defying the heavens, manipulating bloodlines, that arrogant demeanor, and that death-defying attitude. It's definitely her. Xiao Ju gasped, unable to contain his outburst. It's you. Dianka, realizing her disguise was blown, saw no point in continuing the charade. She gracefully removed her hat and said softly, Junior brother, you're still as foolish as ever. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Ju's sword was pointed at her throat. While the scene suggested an imminent duel, Xiao Ju's heart was filled with jubilant relief. She's alive. She's still alive. It was then that Lu Huai-nen noticed the mark of the heavenly curse on Dianka. This further solidified his trust, and he willingly placed his granddaughter's life in her hands. While Dianka made it sound easy, she insisted on having the necessary ingredients prepared before proceeding. It was then that Xiao Ju realized with a jolt, does she intend to compete with me for the position of Lu Clan's son-in-law? Afterward, Dianka was treated with utmost hospitality by the Lu clan head. Returning to her room, she immediately wrote down a detailed list of ingredients and handed it to a servant. The servant, highly efficient, took the list, relayed the message, and returned, saying, this is the Yongli grass and the ice marrow snow lotus you requested. The clan head has instructed us to deliver them to you. Dianka accepted the items and cheerfully dismissed the servant. Turning to Long Yin Tan, she said softly, Ajin, is there something you want to say? He looked anxiously at the small fox in his arms and pleaded nervously, could you please take a look at Shaoli? He used to be so lively. This question caught Dianka off guard. Breaking into a cold sweat, she stammered, well, you sits like this, it's probably because of the season. You know, animals, hibernation. Seeing that Long Yin Tan seemed to believe her, she quickly changed the subject. Of course, everything I said is true. Iam Tian Swanzi. Would I lie to you? On the other hand, you have so many scars. Don't you want to get rid of them? However, Long Yin Tan simply smiled and declined. No need. You were able to help Shaoli, and that's enough for me. Unable to persuade him, she sighed. Knowing when you have enough is a blessing. It's a rare quality. Inwardly, however, she was deeply touched. Even though I'm also a Shaoli, I have such a good friend. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Dianka opened the door, saw Xiao Ju standing there, and promptly slammed it shut, refusing to receive him. These two clueless individuals used their combined strength to push the door open. Xiao Ju complained, why did you have to fake your death back then? Was it that fun? Dianka, not to be outdone, braced herself against the door and retorted, what's wrong with you? Finally, she flung the door open, causing Xiao Ju to stumble inside, landing in an undignified sprawl. He immediately sneered at Long Yin Tan. So, your precious Ian doesn't need you anymore, and you found a replacement reject, and you're even using illusion techniques. Realizing that if he continued, the secret about Xiao Li would be revealed, Dianka snapped, shut up. What do you want? If you have nothing to say, then please leave. The farther the better. Inwardly, she fumed, illusion techniques my foot. Must you run your mouth? Despite being scolded, Xiao Ju wasn't offended. Instead, he said smugly, my brilliant senior brother, don't you know the Lu clan's rules? Seeing her bewildered expression, he took pity and explained, whoever can cure the eldest Miss Lu becomes the Lu clan's son-in-law. Upon hearing the words Lu clan and son-in-law, Dianka felt a chill run down her spine. Then, she chuckled inwardly, so that's how it is. I was wondering why this brat was so hostile towards the Lu family. Turns out he's afraid I'll steal his wife. Well, I'll just let him stew. Unable to resist provoking him, she said, why else would I be here? Do you like the eldest Miss Lu? If you do, go confess to her. Why are you bothering me? She continued, are you trying to use your handsome looks on me, so I'll voluntarily give up the position of the Lu clan son-in-law? If that's what you want, then this senior brother will consider it. Her teasing words quickly caused Xiao Ju to blush. Dianka, still unaware that he had already realized she was a woman, was taken aback. Don't men hate being flirted with by other men? Why isn't he avoiding me? Shouldn't he be furious and call me crazy? Finally, Xiao Ju's embarrassment became contagious. Dianka, irritated and confused, thought, what's with his reaction? Unable to stand it any longer, she forcefully kicked Xiao Ju out of the room. Left alone, she sat there, recalling his flustered expression, and thought with a shudder, good heavens. I'm not going to turn this guy gay, am I? The persistent knocking at the door then resumed, filling her with both embarrassment and annoyance. Assuming it was the persistent Xiao Ju, she flung the door open, only to find a Liu clan servant informing her that the medicinal ingredients were ready and it was time to begin the treatment. The entire Liu clan had gathered, awaiting her arrival. With Xiao Li perched on her shoulder, Dianka returned Xiao Ju's glare and thought smugly, just look at how sour his face is when I so much as glance at Liu Tiani. He's definitely still a man. Putting that aside, she asked the Liu clan head about the arrangements she had requested. Liu Huainan replied seriously, there's no need. The Liu clan's ancestral hall has a protective formation passed down from ancient times. It can even withstand heavenly tribulation. This was a modest understatement. Inwardly, he couldn't resist boasting. It's just a bloodline tribulation. How powerful can it be if Tian Xianzi speaks of it so lightly? Seeing Dianka's skeptical look as she asked, are you sure? He chuckled, patted his ample belly, and declared no problem. Our Liu clan's formation can withstand even 10 bloodline tribulations. However, Dianka's conscientious nature prompted her to ask cautiously, are you really sure you don't want to take any precautions? Liu Huainan remained adamant, asserting his ability to protect his descendants. Seeing the client's confidence, Dianka cheerfully replied, all right, let's begin for real then. Liu Huainan, hearing this, responded with equal cheer, don't worry, I've got your back. Dianka carefully placed Long Yin Tan next to Liu Yi. Then, clasping her hands, she began chanting the incantation. Dan Zhu Ko Shun, Tu Wei Chu Fun, Thai Shun Zhonglin, Tong Ming Yang Shun, Wan Shun Zhao Li Yu Shi Lei Ting, Ni Yu Pai Li, Dong Hui Jiao Try It. As soon as she began, thunder and lightning roared outside the Liu estate. Everyone inside was startled. What kind of incantation is this? It's so powerful that even our Liu clan's formation can't defend against it. One person clutched their head. My head is spinning. I feel nauseous. Even though she felt like coughing up blood, Dianka persevered, chanting the incantation without missing a single word. Finally, those with cultivation below nascent soul couldn't withstand the pressure and fainted on the floor. They pleaded with Liu Huainan to allow them to retreat. Only Liu Huainan, feeling utterly foolish, forced a laugh, no problem. Our Liu clan's formation can withstand even 10 bloodline tribulations. He mentally slapped himself for his earlier bravado. Left with no other choice, he ordered his eldest son to quickly retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, there wasn't a single person left behind him. The old man inwardly cursed, this is so embarrassing. Outside, the lightning storm raged, but inside, Dianka remained fearless and undeterred, seriously chanting the incantation. Xiao Ju, mesmerized by her, couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time he had seen her with such a serious expression. But a moment later, he scowled. Serious for another man, again. Last time it was Luo Ziyin. This time it's Ajin. I can understand Luo Ziyin. They've known each other since childhood. But this Ajin, they clearly didn't know each other before. How did he catch her eye? What do they have that I don't? Why does she consider them brothers, but always see me as an enemy? He seethed with jealousy. Dianka, I swear, I won't get entangled with you anymore. As soon as he finished this thought, the Liu clan's formation finally succumbed to the lightning, which promptly struck Xiao Ju. As for Dianka, just like with Luo Ziyin, she bore the brunt of the cursed lightning. This scene terrified Liu Huainan, who yelled, he's insane. Absolutely insane. Dianka didn't resist, accepting the inherited curse willingly. Inwardly, she rejoiced, it's almost over. I'm almost going home. And with that, she plummeted from the sky. The man who had just sworn he wouldn't get entangled with her again rushed forward and caught her in his arms. But true to form, the moment she was in his embrace, she coughed up blood all over him, the man with a fear of blood. Xiao Ju's patience finally snapped. Trembling, he thought, "Are you seriously ill?" Holding her tightly, he soared through the roof of the Lu estate, leaving a gaping hole. Lu Huainan, witnessing this, wept openly, clutching his chest. Only half collapsed. It's not a big deal. I'm Fina. After the treatment, both Lu Yi and Long Yin Tan's divine senses awakened. But for some reason, they immediately began to fight. They seemed unable to accept each other, especially the little dragon, who, in his confusion, unleashed a torrent of fire that demolished even more of the Lu estate. Watching this, Lu Huainan wept rivers of tears, coughing up blood as he gazed upon the ruins of his beloved home. After a while, the dragon and phoenix pair finally realized their destructive actions. Seeing them stop, Lu Huainan, while clutching his chest, feebly sighed, "It's okay. I'm not heartbroken. Not heartbroken at all." Above, Dianka quickly regained consciousness. "How long do you plan to hold me?" she snapped. Xiao Ju, realizing his position, blushed crimson. He hastily released her, stammering apologies. Dianka, clearly unconvinced, retorted, "If you feel guilty, then don't save me next time. It's a bother." She then caught a powerful aura. Turning, she saw a man with 2 dragon horns. It was none other than Long Yin Tan. The sight shocked Xiao Ju. Is this what always happens after a bloodline awakening? Dianka, trembling, reached out towards Long Yin Tan, her thoughts in turmoil. What did I do wrong this time? With such a commotion, the dragon god must have been alerted. If they see me trying to harm one of their own, then I'm dead. She continued to reach for Long Yin Tan, but her strength failed her, and she collapsed against him. Too exhausted to push her away, Long Yin Tan simply let her lean on him. Those observing through the heavenly mirror were stunned by Dianka's audacity. Even heavily injured, the demon empress still takes advantage of the dragon emperor. She's insatiable, one exclaimed. As long as they're handsome, no one can escape her clutches. Another chimed in. Even injured, she has to take advantage. Look at her hands. Does she even realize how badly hurt she is? Unbelievable. Truly admirable. The gossip continued to spread. Dianka, mortified, covered her face. How am I insatiable? Can't you see I'm trying to strangle him? Xiao Ju, fuming, inwardly cursed Dianka. Only Long Yin Tan appreciates your efforts. So that's why you tried so hard to save me. He thought bitterly, it's a shame the hatred between us is too deep. We're doomed from the start. Within the heavenly mirror, the dragon god finally arrived at the Lu estate. Don't misunderstand, he boomed. I mean no harm. I'm only here to retrieve the dragon child left in the mortal realm. Lu Huainan, relieved, readily agreed. The dragon god, observing Dianka pawing at Long Yin Tan, frowned. Where did this brat come from? How dare he lay a hand on my dragon child? He roared. Noticing Long Yin Tan didn't resist, but instead kept murmuring shallowly. The dragon god's expression softened. Dragons may be promiscuous, he mused, but once we find our destined one, we are devoted. Even unconscious, he still clings to this boy. Could he be the child's destined one? Well, I'll take them back and figure it out later. Scooping up both Dianka and Long Yin Tan, the dragon god soared away, leaving Xiao Ju staring forlornly after him. I wanted to protect you, but you despise me, Yanka. What do you want from me? A familiar scene unfolded before Dianka's eyes, yet it felt strangely foreign. As she hesitated, a young boy rushed towards her, shouting, "Mom, Dad, big sister's back." At that moment, Dianka knew she was truly home. Her parents embraced her, tears streaming down their faces. Yanka, you're finally home." Even her boisterous younger brother was unusually subdued. "Where did you go, sister? Why didn't you contact us?" Overwhelmed with joy, Dianka could only think, I'm home. I'm finally home. Time to fulfill my overbearing CEO dreams. And so, Dianka established her first laundry business. It was just the beginning. Soon, a chain of stores followed, blossoming into a diverse empire spanning numerous industries, all under her name. In the blink of an eye, she became known as CEO Yen. Thousands of employees cheered, hanging on her every word as she delivered a rousing speech. Dianka, swirling the wine in her glass, reveled in the moment. I am the most powerful, overbearing CEO on this planet, she thought triumphantly. The thought barely formed when she suddenly found herself in the depths of a dragon palace. Disoriented and clad in unfamiliar clothes, she muttered, "Wasn't I just at home being a CEO? Why am I dressed like this? Was I dreaming?" Reverting to her usual fear-driven, destructive tendencies, she began setting fire to the surrounding treasures, yelling, "You won't let me go home. Fine, I'll burn this place down." Within a day and a night, the once magnificent palace was reduced to a chaotic mess of fire and debris. Frowning at the destruction, she grumbled, "I'm a refinement master, not a cook. Why does this look like a burnt dinner?" Suddenly, a dragon's head emerged from the wreckage. They stared at each other, momentarily stunned. The stunned silence lasted only a moment. The dragon erupted in fury. "What have you done to my home? You little wretch. You're courting death." He'd expected to intimidate her, but Dianka, unfazed, was a force of nature all her own. With a confident smirk, she challenged him, "Hey, dragon bro, why am I here? Are you planning to eat me? Let me tell you, my meat is tough. One bite, and you'll never forget it. Try it, you'll see." The dragon recoiled, shaking his head vehemently. "You insufferable brat. We dragons don't eat humans." Intrigued, Dianka pressed further. "You don't eat humans. Then what do you eat? Spirit beasts." Before the dragon could answer, she excitedly continued, "If it's spirit beasts, I can eat those too." The red dragon roared in exasperation. Suddenly, Dianka's eyes snapped open. She was lying in a bed. What kind of crazy dream was that? She wondered, bewildered. As she stepped outside, a red-haired old man said, "Come with me." Uninterested in his identity, she sighed internally. "This doesn't feel like a dream. If it's not a dream, then my search for death has failed again. How long have I been asleep? Where am I?" He mentioned the dragon clan. Could this be the red dragon from my dream? But why would he be in my dream? The old man eyed her warily. "You'd best not try anything funny. The treasures here aren't for you to touch." His warning only piqued her curiosity. "What if I do touch them?" She challenged. "Shut up. You asked too many questions." He snapped. Finally, he led her to another elderly man, radiating an aloof aura, standing beside a golden long Yen-Tan. The red-haired man bowed respectfully. "Clan leader, Xiao Xian has arrived." Still fixated on her quest for death, Dianka showed no deference. "Old man," she said arrogantly, "what do you want? Is the dragon clan kicking me out? Just get it over with." Assuming the clan leader would be even more volatile than the red-haired man, she continued, "I understand. Just do it." To her surprise, the clan leader stroked his beard and chuckled. "A bold one, aren't you? Xiao Tan has good taste. After Xiao Tan comes of age, you two shall hold the grand ceremony. However, your cultivation is too low. You must work hard and not hold Xiao Tan back." Noticing Long Yen Tan's confused expression, the red-haired man explained impatiently, "Stop pretending. We all know about your and Xiao Yen Tan's mutual affection. Once he comes of age, we'll hold the Twin Flames ceremony for you two." Dianka, utterly bewildered, struggled to translate the clan leader's words into something resembling common sense. Imagining a lavish ceremony, she hesitantly asked, "This Twin Flames ceremony, it's not a wedding, is it?" She unconsciously took a step back, adding, "You've got all wrong. Long Yen Tan and I are just sworn siblings." To her horror, Long Yen Tan rushed forward, clasping her hand. "Xiao Xian," he said earnestly, "don't be shy. They're my family. They won't object to us being together." Dianka recoiled, snatching her hand back. "Who wants to be with you?" She yelled, "I'm a real man. There's no possibility between us, so drop it." The red-haired elder, disgusted by Long Yen Tan's persistent pleading, scoffed, "If she doesn't want to, don't force her. Just let her die." The word die instantly caught Dianka's attention. "Oh, is that an option?" She thought, her eyes gleaming. Practically drooling at the prospect, Dianka grew even more defiant. Pointing at the red-haired elder, she retorted, "You're right. I don't agree. There are plenty of beautiful people in the world. Why should I settle for just one?" As expected, this only further enraged the elder. He turned to the clan leader, complaining, "See, this kid." But the green-haired clan leader simply waved a dismissive hand. "Xiao Xian," he said gently, "I understand your concerns. You're afraid your cursed destiny will affect our dragon clan, aren't you? Don't worry, child. Our dragon clan shares a similar destiny. We're not afraid of your curse. With every word, Dianka felt increasingly like she'd stumbled into some bizarre, alternate reality. Panicked, she stammered, "You've got it all wrong." "I'm not." Ignoring her protests, the clan leader turned to his grandson. "Xiao Tan, I see your feelings for Xiao Xian. Very well. Take Xiao Xian to your cave. Remember, no funny business until you come of age." "Understood." Unable to take it anymore, Dianka exploded. "There's nothing between us. Long Yin Tan, explain yourself." But Long Yin Tan, ever the obedient grandson, simply replied, "Xiao Tan understands, clan leader." "Come, Xiao Xian," he said, taking her hand. "Let's go home." He held her hand firmly until they were halfway to his cave. Then, releasing her hand, he said formally, "I apologize, Senior Tian Xianzi, for my earlier presumption. Please forgive me. If the clan leader knew there was nothing between us, they wouldn't spare you. Stay with me. I won't let you die. I still have a few hundred years until I come of age. You can stay here safely. Also, Xiaoli hasn't been brought here yet. They won't let me leave. Could you find Xiaoli for me?" Finally understanding the situation, Dianka snapped Tian Xianzi. "I've never lied to anyone. I'd rather die than tarnish my reputation." Long Yin Tan, ever adaptable, played along. "Senior Tian Xianzi," he said, "I know you awakened your bloodline for me. I know you're a good person. You'd rather die than implicate me. I understand. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you." Dianka was speechless. "Are you all insane?" she thought, exasperated. Outside, the heavenly Tao, observing the scene, gossiped amongst themselves. "Wow, I can't believe they have that kind of relationship. This is the juiciest gossip I've heard since I became the heavenly Tao." Long Fan, the great emperor, unable to stand it any longer, interjected, "What are you looking at me for? I was tricked too. I just wanted to help him. I don't like him at all. I hate him." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Mo Chonglu scoff. Infuriated, Long Fan snapped, "What are you scoffing at? I told you I don't like him. I hate him. I'm not like that, Luo Ziyin." Innocent Mo Chonglu simply replied, "No one said anything. No one touched you. What are you so worked up about?" Realizing he'd become flustered to the point of foolishness, Long Yin Tan felt a chill run down his spine. He stared wide-eyed, impressed with his own performance. The gossiping onlookers continued to peek into the scene through the heavenly mirror. Finally, Long Yin Tan led Dianka back to his cave and began outlining the rules. "I've told you everything about our Dragon Clan customs. There are also 3 forbidden areas. If you enter them, you'll die, so be careful." Anything involving unique properties piqued Dianka's interest. Excited, she bombarded him with questions. "Where are they? Why are they forbidden? What's inside?" Long Yin Tan, overwhelmed by her barrage, could only helplessly reply, "I don't really know the specifics. Just know they're forbidden. Stay away from them." Hearing this, Dianka deflated. "Is that so?" She sighed. Resigned, Dianka reluctantly went back inside. "All right," she said. "I remember. You can go. I want to rest." But resting was the furthest thing from her mind. As soon as Long Yin Tan left, she stealthily crept towards the door, muttering, "Rest my foot. If I'm stuck in this dragon clan, I need to show them what humans are capable of." Filled with a reckless sense of adventure, she charged headfirst out the door, only to smack her head against something hard. Dazed, she eventually realized a barrier had been placed over the entrance. The red-haired elder's gleeful voice echoed, "Little brat, I knew you wouldn't stay put. Stay in there and cultivate diligently. Unless you break through to nascent soul, you're not going anywhere." "Surprise." "Ha!" Furious, Dianka yelled back, "Old man, I have a temper too. You think you could trap me with a barrier? Fine, I'll use a barrier right back at you." Meanwhile, Long Yin Tan, oblivious to the commotion, remained diligently cultivating in his own quarters. 3 months later, he finally opened his eyes, a flicker of curiosity in them. 3 months. I wonder how Senior Tian Xianzi is doing. As soon as he stepped out, his foot bumped against something. He picked it up and heard Long Jin Tian's voice emanating from within. "Long Yin Tan, it's me. I recently developed a new formation using molded frames as formation plates. Make me a few hundred of them. Grandpa told you to take care of me, and I just need a few formation plates, so hurry up and make them for me. Also, I want the 5 colored stones in your place. If you don't, I'll tell Grandpa you're bullying me." Long Yin Tan stammered, "Senior, Tian Xuanzi, it's me. I came to see how you were doing." Hearing her sworn brother's voice, Dianka quickly softened her tone. "Long Yin Tan, aren't you supposed to be in closed-door cultivation? Don't be lazy. What do you need?" If you're free, could you make me some formation plates? A lot of them. Long Yin Tan readily agreed. Do you need anything else? Seeing an opportunity, Yanka push her luck. Can you also give me the 5 colored stones in Long Jin Tian's place? At this request, he hesitated. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Surrounded by hundreds of formation plates, Yanka beamed. Good brother. These are still too few. If you're free, make some more. After Long Yin Tan agreed, he cheerfully busied himself with the task. This unsightly scene caused Long Jin Tian to scoff. Xiao Tan, you can't spoil that brat too much. Look at what you've turned him into. At this rate, he'll be walking all over you. You can't disgrace our dragon clan. Long Yin Tan, his cheeks flushed, mumbled, I haven't. Realizing he couldn't save his young charge, Long Jin Tian shooed him away. All right, go on. Just don't neglect your cultivation. Long Yin Tan happily carried his load of formation plates back to Yanka. Long Jin Tian sighed. The clan leader was wise to trap that brat in the dragon clan's strongest barrier. Given their connection, who knows what kind of chaos they'd cause otherwise. Time flew by like a dog chasing a rabbit across a field. 8 months had passed in a blink. Yanka placed her small hand on the formation table. It glowed brightly, but this time it didn't break. Overjoyed, she cheered, I did it. I'm a genius. Then, with a serious expression, she recited the 1,000 gods and 10,000 monsters incantation. Protect my true spirit, hide me. As she deployed the formation she'd spent a year developing, she thought excitedly, a forbidden zone. You won't let me in. Fine, I'll break in myself. Upon arriving, Yanka clearly saw the warning sign. Forbidden zone of the Dragon Clan. Trespassas Vildi. Guards patrolled the perimeter with strict vigilance. Excited, she mused, the Dragon Clan's forbidden zone. Trespassers will eventually die. This must be one of the 3 forbidden areas Long Yin Tin mentioned. Even though she was using a soul projection technique, she cautiously observed the 2 guards. Only after safely bypassing them did she breathe a sigh of relief. Yanka, brimming with self-satisfaction, thought, it seems I have a natural talent for formations. Curious, she ventured deeper, expecting danger and perhaps even death. Instead, she stumbled upon a gold mine. The moment she saw the gold, silver, and jewels, Yanka scoffed and turned away. She moved on to the second forbidden zone. Inside, it was the same story. Mountains of glittering gold and jewels. Yanka broke out in a cold sweat. Is the Dragon Clan's obsession with precious stones really this strong? Everywhere I look, it's the same. This time, however, refusing the treasure felt wrong. So, she pocketed a few gems, thinking these stones are piled up like mountains. They won't notice a little missing. Then, Yanka strolled towards the 3rd and final forbidden zone. Unlike the previous 2, this one was heavily guarded and protected by formations. Just one glance told her a significant secret lay within. Confident in her invisibility technique, Yanka decided to stir things up. She skipped past layers of guards and formations, as if taunting them. Upon entering, the scene inside left her stunned. I've come to the right place, she thought. Inside, many Dragon Clan members were gathered, seemingly working on something. Long Jin Tian finally spoke, exasperated. Clan leader, at this rate, the crack will only grow larger. The Greenskin clan leader replied softly, where's 3rd elder? Isn't he skilled in formations? Is there truly no solution? Unfortunately, their 3rd elder, despite tirelessly creating formation discs, found them too resource-intensive. They could only hold for 3 days at most. Hearing this, the clan leader looked towards the sky, pondering, is there truly no other way? Outside, through the heavenly mirror, the gossiping onlookers saw the swirling black vortex within the Dragon Clan's 3rd forbidden zone. That's a spatial rift. The demons from the outer realms came through a rift like that, one exclaimed. So, the Dragon Clan has been guarding this rift for us all along. No wonder they haven't ascended, despite having the power to do so. Another added, I wonder how the rift is now. It must be all right, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here so peacefully. But what happened to the Dragon Clan back then? The Demon Empress was only at the Golden Core stage. How could she have wiped out the entire clan? Long Fan, the great emperor, unable to contain his anger, said coldly, she took advantage of the moment when our entire Dragon Clan was weakened by the spatial rift. I saw it with my own eyes. There's no mistake. Back inside, Dianka, having eavesdropped on the conversation, scoffed disdainfully. Serves them right, she muttered. Unfortunately for her, the clan leader, with ears as keen as a hound's, heard her. Realizing she'd been discovered, Dianka brazenly revealed herself. "It's me," she announced. "I know your secret." Her logic was simple. Having overheard such a critical secret of the Dragon Clan, they would surely silence her permanently. As expected, the Dragon Clan members angrily lunged towards her, shouting, "You're not one of us. You must have ulterior motives." Dianka didn't flinch. Inwardly, she was thrilled. Yes. Think of me that way. The more cunning and devious you believe me to be, the better." But then, to her utter bewilderment, the clan leader rushed towards her, deflecting the incoming attacks. "Xiao Xian is Xiao Tan's destined partner," he boomed. "She's practically one of us. Good girl, go home now. And please, keep this a secret." Dianka was furious. "I finally get a chance to do something bad, and someone's always getting in my way." Determined not to miss her chance at a swift demise, she defiantly retorted, "Absolutely not. I can't control my mouth. I'll tell everyone what I've seen, unless I'm dead." Both the clan leader and Long Jin Tian were speechless. Finally, Long Jin Tian, ever the hothead, snapped, "Clan leader, why don't we just get rid of her? If we handle this cleanly, Xiao Tan will never know." Dianka enthusiastically cheered him on. Exactly. Big brother, you're a genius." A second later, Long Jin Tian received a swift punch from the clan leader. "Don't be ridiculous," he scolded. Then, turning back to Dianka with a gentle expression, he said, "If Xiao Xin can't keep quiet, then we'll just make sure she never speaks again." Realizing that not only was she not going to die, but she was also facing the prospect of being silenced, Dianka quickly changed her tune. "There's no need for that," she said hastily. "I overheard you discussing the formation. I happen to have some knowledge of formations myself." Long Jin Tian scoffed. "You're just a child. When our third elder was studying formations, you were probably still playing in the mud." Dianka calmly replied, "Have you figured out how I got out here yet?" This question stunned both of them. Wasn't she sealed within the formation? They wondered, how did she get out? Long Jin Tian could only conclude that Long Yin Tan had helped her. That Xiao Tan, he grumbled, he's too young and naive, always meddling in things he doesn't understand. Dianka then produced a small device. Long Jin Tian's eyes widened. A sealing formation disc. Where did you steal that from? Unable to stand his accusation, Dianka pointed at herself indignantly. I made it myself. Do you think I'm a thief?" Long Jin Tian, equally indignant, shot back. "Then tell me how you got your hands on my 5-colored stone. Who would believe you made this yourself?" When he brought up the 5-colored stone, Dianka feigned ignorance, pouting. "How would I know? Maybe it sprouted wings and flew away." Long Jin Tian, realizing he couldn't win this argument, adopted a more authoritative stance. Holding up his hand, he commanded, "Then make me a few more." "Let me see." Dianka, not wanting to prolong the conversation, responded generously. "How many do you need? I can make them all. But first, tell me, what is this black thing anyway?" Long Jin Tian began to explain. This is a secret of the Dragon Clan, but was interrupted by the clan leader. "It's all right to tell her," the clan leader interjected. "Millions of years ago, evil infiltrated this world. Though eventually repelled by the great Emperor Long Fan, it left behind 3 spatial rifts. One is in the upper realm, guarded by the Heavenly Stone. Another's location is unknown. The last one is here. Our Dragon Clan, indebted to the great Emperor Long Fan, has used all our power to protect this place. However," he continued, "over the years, the rift has grown and demonic energy occasionally leaks out. Recently, the fluctuations have become increasingly erratic. As a precaution, we have no choice but to station guards here." Dianka, after listening, nodded sympathetically. "So that's it. Protecting humanity is the Dragon Clan's responsibility." "Don't worry, clan leader," she reassured him. "I'm practically half Dragon Clan myself now. I'll definitely help you. Just prepare the necessary materials, and I guarantee I can create a sealing formation within 3 days." The clan leader nodded approvingly. "Good girl. Go and prepare then." Before leaving, Dianka added, wait for my good news. After she left, Long Jin Tian whispered to the clan leader, "Are you really letting her participate? Are you sure about this?" The clan leader, watching Dianka's retreating figure, replied softly, "The formation disc Xiao Xian makes her weak and not very useful. But it's rare for her to be so willing, so let her play. Besides, creating a true sealing formation is incredibly complex. She won't be able to do it in 3 days, let alone 3 months." He valued his future daughter-in-law's goodwill, but clearly didn't believe in her abilities. However, upon returning to her quarters, Dianka had filled her room with sealing formations. She was even meticulously drawing her own blood, muttering, "If I had known my blood could be used as a catalyst to strengthen the formations, I would have done this sooner." As she cut her finger, she salivated at the thought. "I can save the common people and disappear without a trace." Perfect. 3 days later, Dianka returned to the third forbidden zone and overheard a conversation. "Clan leader, I can't hold on much longer. We can't wait any longer. Let me go." The clan leader stroked his beard sadly. "I am useless. I've implicated you all." The other man rushed towards a swirling black vortex. "Clan leader, you can't blame yourself. This concerns all living beings. I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life." The clan leader turned away, his voice heavy with grief. "Good boy. The Dragon Clan will always remember you." Just at that moment of despair, Dianka appeared, shouting, "Wait." Her sudden arrival startled both the clan leader and Long Jin Tian. "Xiao Xuanzi, why are you here? I told you to stay in your cave and practice formations. It's only been 3 days. Get out of here before you get hurt." Dianka said gently, "Clan leader, I'm here about this." Then, she lightly tugged on the young man's sleeve. "Blue-haired pretty boy," she addressed him. "Wait a moment." He glanced at her shyly. "Thank you. If there's a next life, let's talk again." Realizing that reasoning with these Dragon Clan members was futile, Dianka decided to show them instead. She dramatically dumped a pile of sealing formations on the ground and said cheerfully, "Honestly, stay here. Don't move." The clan leader gaped, his jaw dropping. "Are these immortal-level sealing formation discs?" Dianka, looking incredibly smug, simply replied, "Correct." With the urgency of the situation, the clan leader quickly ordered his men, "Quickly, deploy the formations." The clan members swiftly deployed Dianka's sealing formations around the swirling black vortex. In moments, a powerful barrier shimmered into existence, sealing the spatial rift. Overjoyed, the clan leader turned to Dianka, gratitude etched on his face. "Xiao Xianzi, where did you get these formation discs? Did you discover some hidden treasure trove? What else is there? If you give these to us, you can take anything you want from the Dragon Clan's treasury." When she replied that these were all she had, the clan leader's face fell. Noticing his disappointment, Dianka quickly added, "If it's not enough, I can make more. Just provide me with unused formation discs." Long Jin Tian, still skeptical, asked, "Did you really make these formation discs yourself?" A touch of pride flared in Dianka's voice. "Of course. Who else?" Seeing her confirmation, the clan leader earnestly pleaded, "Xiao Xianzi, please teach us how to make these. The Dragon Clan will forever be indebted to you." Dianka's eyes widened in alarm. "You want to make them yourselves?" She had only made them hoping to bleed herself dry. The clan leader, however, continued sincerely, "We won't take advantage of you. Teach us, and the entire Dragon Clan treasury is yours." Dianka sighed, resigned. "Fine, I'll teach you, but I want to help too. I don't need your treasures. I have plenty. Well, I want 5 colored stones." The clan leader, beaming, readily agreed. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly mirror, Long Yin Tan and the great Emperor Long Fan stared, dumbfounded at the scene unfolding within. "How is this possible?" Long Yin Tan exclaimed. "The Dragon Clan has already given their treasury to Dianka. Was the story about her stealing our treasure to lie? It can't be. Absolutely not." Beside him, Imo Chong Lu, resigned to having his friend proven wrong yet again, replied, "Why not? Maybe Dianka saved your Dragon Clan. You'll be crying if that's the case." Long Yin Tan roared in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? I won't allow you to joke about my Dragon Clan. You idiot who's in love with his master." Imo Chong Lu, stung by the insult, retorted, "So what if I love my master? You're the one with a marriage contract with her." And with that, the two descended into another boisterous argument. Inside, Long Jin Tian continued to scrutinize the formation disc in his hand, muttering, "How could this kid create an immortal-level sealing formation disc? What's going on here?" Suddenly, realization dawned. Xiao Xianzi, he called out sharply. Have you harmed someone? Yanka froze, a flicker of guilt crossing her face. Long Jin Tian's voice dripped with anger. Did you use blood in these formation discs? What kind of blood? It's not human blood, is it? The Dragon Clan values life. We would never intentionally harm another living being. How could you do something so inhumane? Caught. Yanka revealed her bandaged arm. Pointing to the cuts, she said defensively, how could I harm anyone? Look closely. This is my blood. And let me tell you, formation discs made with my blood are 1,000 times more effective than those made with other materials. Want to try it? Both the clan leader and the blue-haired young man paled, thinking, this child is truly lacking common sense. How could she say something like that out loud? Long Jin Tian, however, maintained his composure. Looking at Yanka, he cautioned, never speak of this to anyone else. If someone were to catch wind of this, you would face a fate worse than death. They would keep you captive, a living source of your blood, neither allowing you to live freely nor to die. Yanka's eyes widened in realization. She hadn't considered that terrifying possibility. Thank you for the warning, she said, a shiver running down her spine. I won't speak carelessly again. A flicker of amusement crossed Long Jin Tian's face. One obedient child, he thought. Suddenly, the clan leader chimed in, nudging Long Jin Tian playfully. See, our Xiao Xianzi isn't so bad, is she? Stop being so serious. He added under his breath, only that little fool, Yin Tan, would fall for someone so guileless. Despite his words, he sliced his own finger, letting his blood flow freely. The red-haired clan leader chuckled. What's a little blood? Use mine from now on. After applying a drop of his blood to a formation disc, he nodded in satisfaction. A bit weaker, being Earth grade, but it will suffice. Overhearing Long Jin Tian's assessment, the other two men clamored to try it themselves. Yanka, meanwhile, fumed inwardly. I finally found an opportunity to slip away, and they're all hogging it. A nagging feeling told her the spatial rift was more complex than it appeared. These formation discs are only a temporary fix, she mused. I'll need to investigate this further. With that thought, she turned to leave, offering a polite farewell. You all seem busy. I'll be going now. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, Long Yin Tan finally emerged from 8 months of secluded cultivation. As he stepped out, clan members swarmed him, offering boisterous encouragement. You and Xiao Xianzi are meant to be. You have a good eye, young master. Xiao Xian is a wonderful girl. Don't give up. Long Yin Tan, utterly bewildered by their enthusiastic pronouncements, blushed crimson. Back in Yanka's cave, she sprawled across her comfortable cushions, exhausted after 3 days of intense effort. Her respite was short-lived. Long Yin Tan burst in, demanding, Tian Xianzi, what have you done? Why are they suddenly so friendly with you? I told you to be discreet. How will you ever leave like this? What about Shaoli? Yanka responded indifferently. You wouldn't understand. And I'm not leaving. Long Yin Tan's face flushed even deeper. He stammered, Is it because... No, absolutely not. He sprang to his feet, panic in his eyes. Yanka's face paled at his reaction. What does he mean? She thought frantically. Has he seen through my plan? As Long Yin Tan rushed off, seemingly towards the clan leader's dwelling, Yanka scrambled after him, praying, No, he can't stop me. She trailed behind him, finally reaching the clan leader's cave. What she saw inside shocked her to the core. The clan leader had just slapped Long Yin Tan across the face. Glaring at him, he roared, You ungrateful wretch. Yanka stared, speechless, as the clan leader continued to berate Long Yin Tan. How could you say such a thing? Xiao Xianzi is devoted to you. How could you betray her? He then turned to Yanka, taking her hand gently. Xiao Xianzi, don't worry. As long as I live, I won't let this boy bully you. Yanka, utterly bewildered, stammered, Is there a misunderstanding? She had no idea what she had done, or what this supposed devotion was about. The clan leader patted her hand indulgently. Yes, there must be a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Long Yin Tan wasn't about to play along. There's no misunderstanding. He burst out, Tian Xianzi and I are just normal friends. She should return to the mortal realm now. She shouldn't stay here any longer. Despite his bluster, A blush crept up his neck. Inwardly, he fretted. His connection with the Dragon Clan was now deeply intertwined. Even if the clan leader discovered the truth, he probably wouldn't be killed. The real problem was that Tian Xin Zi seemed to have taken an interest in him. He needed to get rid of her, and fast. Dianka, listening to this, seethed. This little idiot is trying to ruin my plans. She thought furiously. Putting on a convincing display of distress, she cried, "What? You say we're just normal friends? How can you say that? Remember the time we shared a room? Remember facing life and death together? How can you say we're just normal friends? I know you're just saying this because your cultivation is weak and you think you're not worthy of me. Don't worry, I won't abandon you." Long Yin Tan's jaw dropped, his mind filled with question marks. Before he could react, she hoisted him onto her shoulder. With Long Yin Tan slung over her shoulder like a sack of rice, Dianka waved cheerfully at the clan leader. "Grandpa, do you mind if I take him back to talk things over?" As they walked, Long Yin Tan struggled and yelled, "Put me down. Put me down. Clan leader, it's not what you think." Before he could finish his sentence, Dianka expertly chopped him on the neck, rendering him unconscious. Upon returning to her cave, she unceremoniously dumped him onto the soft bedding. Long Yin Tan woke with a start, scrambling back in alarm. "Tian Xuanzi, what are you doing?" he shouted. Dianka, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I have my reasons for staying here. It has nothing to do with you." Her bluntness was so disarming that even the typically shy Long Yin Tan was taken aback. Noticing his reaction, Dianka, finding his discomfort amusing, decided to tease him further. "I'm staying here for the Dragon Clan's treasure, not to ogle useless pretty boys like you." Pinned beneath her gaze, Long Yin Tan could only blush and stammer. Meanwhile, within the heavenly mirror, great Emperor Long Fan realized something didn't add up. The clan leader had already given Tian Xianzi access to the Dragon Clan's treasury. So, the treasure couldn't be the reason she stayed. What other reason could there be? Could it be to save the world? Impossible. If she had such noble intentions, she wouldn't have become a demon emperor, leaving a trail of bodies in her wake. There was only one possible explanation. She stayed because of him, because he was Shaoli. He and Shaoli had faced life and death together. Even after his disfigurement, she hadn't left his side. She had even defied fate for him. Back then, she must have. Overwhelmed by this realization, Long Yin Tan whispered, "So, she did it all for me." Mo Chong Lu, observing this from within the heavenly mirror, scoffed. "Long Yin Tan, stop being so self-absorbed. Dianka has her own reasons for everything she does. It's not about you." This, predictably, enraged Long Fan. "What do you know, you lovesick fool?" he roared. And so, they began to brawl again, trading blows and insults. "I'm not a lovesick fool." "Yes, you are." Their childish squabble left even the onlookers within the heavenly mirror speechless. Back in the real world, Long Yin Tan, scowling, muttered, "I won't let you get away with this." Dianka, amused, retorted, "Then you better stay awake and keep a close watch." After their encounter, the security around the Forbidden Zone, where the Dragon Clan's treasures and secrets were kept, was significantly tightened. Dianka klikid ertongwe. Are they seriously guarding against me? She wondered. But with the Dragon Clan's keen, dog-like hearing, it wasn't long before the blue-haired young man noticed someone lurking about. Dianka appeared without any attempt at stealth, announcing, "It's me." The blue-haired young man, flustered at her sudden appearance, stammered, "Why are you here?" "The clan leader forbade you from coming here. You should leave." Finding this a tough nut to crack, Dianka deployed her heart-melting smile. "Don't worry," she purred, "I'm just looking around. I promise I won't touch anything." The blue-haired young man, clearly captivated by her charm, allowed her inside. Like a hyperactive child let loose in a candy store, Dianka darted her eyes around, fixated on the spatial rift. Finding no immediate clues, Dianka turned to the young man with a thoughtful frown. "It would be better if I could get a little closer," she mused. "Can I go nearer?" He cautioned her gently. "If you enter the formation, you risk being overtaken by demonic energy and turning into, well, something neither human nor demon." Dianka's eyes lit up at this. "There's a formation," she exclaimed. "Can I take a look inside?" The blue-haired young man stood firm. "No," he said resolutely, "absolutely not." Left with no other choice, Dianka unleashed her ultimate weapon, EGO. "Pretty please," she wheedled, "let me take a peek. I promise I won't cause any trouble." The young man, despite himself, seemed to waver. Dianka's pleading expression was undeniably adorable. However, He held his ground. No, he repeated. The clan leader specifically said you weren't allowed near this place. Seeing her crestfallen expression, he softened slightly. Don't, he began. Don't be disappointed, he finished. I'll take you in. But only for a moment, all right? Dianka, triumphant, eagerly grasped his hand. Of course, she chirped. He had completely crumbled. And so, the blue-haired young man led her deeper into the formation. Wow, Dianka breathed. So the spatial rift is actually this huge formation. It's a shame I don't know much about formations. Otherwise, I'm sure I could find a solution. Lost in thought, she was startled when a young man suddenly lunged in front of her, yelling, "Look out." A tendril of demonic energy whizzed past him, heading straight for Dianka. She wasn't about to stand there and take it, though. Dodging nimbly, she thought to herself, just as I suspected, my blood repels demonic energy. If I don't save the world, who will? Preoccupied with her thoughts, Dianka hadn't realized she was still clutching the young man's hand. Finally noticing, she gave him a warm smile. "Thank you," she said softly. Upon returning from the third forbidden zone, Dianka immediately rushed to the clan leader's cave. She engaged the old green dragon in conversation, leaving Long Yin Tan utterly bewildered. Tian Xianzi, why is she seeking out the clan leader? He wondered. Consumed by curiosity, he decided to eavesdrop. However, the old clan leader, wise to his tricks, sent a fist flying through the door, catching Long Yin Tan squarely in the face. "You rascal," he roared, spying outside. "Are you?" Sent sprawling, Long Yin Tan wailed, "Why do you believe her and not me? Is it because I'm only half-dragon?" Bursting into tears, he ran off, crying, "I hate you all." He hadn't even been touched. Shaking his head, the clan leader turned to Dianka with a sympathetic look. "Xiao Xianzi," he said, "that child is still young. Please look after him." Dianka readily agreed. "Don't worry," she said with a confident smile. "You can count on me." "Now, clan leader, I have something important to discuss." The old green dragon's expression turned serious. "You may go," he instructed, "but take young Yin Tan with you. If possible, I hope you never return." Dianka, however, was resolute. "Old man," she declared, "I said I'd be back in a month, and I will. I can't fix the formation in the rift with my current abilities, but I'm indebted to the Liu family, and they are masters of formations. I'm certain they'll repay this favor." She placed immense trust in the old green dragon, saying, "You absolutely must hold down the fort until I return." The clan leader cheerfully replied, "All right, I'll wait for you then." And so, Dianka and Long Yin Tan set off on their journey. Dianka, seemingly producing a plank of wood from thin air, cast a spell to make it fly. Long Yin Tan, however, was unimpressed. "Hurry up," he snapped. Dianka retorted, "If you're so capable, why don't you fly yourself?" Taking her challenge literally, he leaped off the plank and transformed into a golden dragon, soaring through the sky with a mighty roar. "Fine, I'll go myself," he boomed. He truly lived up to his reputation as a hothead. Long Yin Tan swooped and swirled, showing off his aerial prowess. "See, how cool is this?" he seemed to be saying. Yet Dianka offered no praise. Instead, she abruptly jumped off the wooden plank, startling the golden dragon. Somehow, in a feat of improbable acrobatics, she landed squarely on his head. Gripping his horns tightly, Dianka declared, "Not bad at all." Being literally stepped on, snapped Long Yin Tan back to his human form. He thrashed and shook his head, yelling, "Get off me. Get down." Dianka, perched precariously on his head, seemed to be enjoying herself. "Could you maybe stay still?" she asked. "You're making me dizzy. If you don't hurry up, Xiao Li will find someone else." The mention of Xiao Li instantly calmed the golden dragon. Long Yin Tan resumed his dragon form and soared through the sky. "For Xiao Li's sake, I'll agree to a temporary truce," he grumbled. "But don't think you've won." Emboldened, Dianka clung to his horns, steering him left and right, much to his annoyance. At the Liu family estate, someone with far too much time on their hands was gazing at the sky, mouth agape, waiting for something interesting to happen. As luck would have it, they witnessed the spectacle of a golden dragon flying overhead. "The Dragon Clan," they muttered in astonishment. Seeing the Liu family's insignia, Long Yin Tan, overcome with a sudden urgency, plummeted towards the ground. His sudden descent startled Dianka, who squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, "Brake." I said brake, not accelerate. The dragon crashed into the Liu family estate, demolishing a section of their meticulously crafted architecture. While Dianka was thankfully unharmed, she continued to berate Long Yin-tan. "You drive like a maniac," she exclaimed. And that concludes today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel. Inside the Liu family's residence, Dianka and Long Yin-tan continued their bickering. "Long Yin-tan, do you even know how to fly?" she demanded. "You call yourself a divine dragon. That flying display was an embarrassment to the entire dragon clan." "Well, whose fault was it for stepping on my head?" he retorted. Just then, Lu Huainan approached them. Tian Xianzi, senior immortal, he greeted warmly. "What brings you here? I've missed you ever since that day we parted. I was worried when the Dragon Clan took you away, but I could only pray for your safety." Dianka replied politely, "There's no need for formalities. I'm here today because I need a favor. I'd like to take a look at your family's magical treasures. Just name your price." Noticing his surprised expression, she added, "Anything at all." Lu Huainan, no longer holding back, leaned in conspiratorially. "The Liu family has a few disciples with rare bloodlines," he whispered. Dianka, understanding his implication, gave a subtle nod and winked. "Okay, you got it," she seemed to say. Beaming, the old Liu patriarch announced, "Now, I'll take you to the Liu family treasury." Long Yin-tan, seemingly only hearing the words treasury, chimed in, "You better keep a close eye on your treasures, Liu clan leader. Wouldn't want them to mysteriously disappear." The patriarch, however, remained magnanimous. "Long Yin-tan is right to be concerned," he chuckled. "But Tian Xianzi, senior immortal, has done a great service to the Liu family. She's welcome to anything she desires." As they made their way through the corridors towards the Liu family treasury, Dianka suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, staring in disbelief at Xiao Ju. "What is he doing here?" she muttered under her breath. Xiao Ju, upon seeing Dianka, immediately reached out, agitated, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Dianka quickly pulled back, asking him sternly, "Keep your hands to yourself. What's gotten into you?" "Don't worry, I'll be quick and won't interrupt your, important business." She glanced pointedly at Liu Tian as she spoke. Composing herself, she turned back to the matter at hand. "Liu clan leader," she said, "this is urgent, so please continue leading the way." Xiao Ju, clearly disbelieving, retorted, "What urgent business could you possibly have? You're just looking for something." His words piqued Dianka's curiosity. "How did you know I'm looking for something?" she asked. Xiao Ju, caught off guard, coughed awkwardly to avoid answering. Lu Huainan, sensing the strange tension, intervened. "Xiao Ju," he said, "if you're interested, why don't you join us?" Long Yin-tan, declaring himself uninterested in the Liu family's treasures, opted to wait outside. The Liu family's treasury truly lived up to its reputation. Lu Huainan, puffing out his chest with pride, boasted, "The top floor houses my collection of rare herbs. The second floor contains seemingly ordinary talismans, but their power should not be underestimated." Suddenly, Dianka remembered something and abruptly asked Xiao Ju, "Are you still wearing my ring?" The old Liu patriarch then noticed the ring on Xiao Ju's finger. Xiao Ju's cheeks flushed crimson as he mumbled, "Didn't senior brother give this to me? Don't worry, I'll cherish it always." His reaction didn't go unnoticed by the observant Lu Huainan. Dianka chuckled. "Well, you better take good care of it," she said. Lu Huainan, watching the two young people, seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Is she doting on him? He thought. Never mind, I'm too old for this. He shook his head and decided to mind his own business. Kids these days. Somehow, the old patriarch, lost in his thoughts, managed to walk straight into a cabinet. Dianka rushed to his side, concerned. "Are you all right?" she asked. Rubbing his head, Lu Huainan, despite the bump forming on his forehead, enthusiastically continued his tour. "Here we are. Inside is the Liu family's ancestral formation," he explained. Note to self, stop matchmaking. I almost cracked my skull open. To open it, he continued, requires the Liu family's unique magic. I'll just burn this sealing talisman. With the door now open, Lu Huainan proudly proclaimed, "This gate has remained sealed since my ancestors' time, 1,000 years ago. It may look empty inside, but it's filled with formations. Once you enter, you must study them until you solve the riddle left by my ancestors. Only then can you leave." Before he could finish his explanation, both Dianka and Xiao Ju stepped inside without hesitation and slammed the door shut behind them. The old Liu patriarch could only sigh. Young and impulsive, he thought. Resigned, he turned to his guards. Wait here, he instructed. Report to me immediately if anything happens. A month passed. The Liu clan leader, gazing contentedly at his estate, mused, the Liu family's legacy is secure once more. His moment of peace was shattered when Liu Tian-yi came running, shouting, Master, Lord Long has been captured by the people at the Mystic Gate. Liu Huainan paled at the news. The Mystic Gate, he muttered, a chill running down his spine. They're notorious for their ruthlessness. They'll stop at nothing to cultivate, bullying smaller sects without a second thought. They have two infamous nascent soul cultivators in their ranks, forcing many other sects to give them a wide berth. But they've never provoked any of the larger sections. Why would they openly capture a dragon? Aren't they afraid of the Dragon Clan's wrath? Liu Tian-yi, bewildered, asked, Aren't we going to rescue Lord Long? The old Liu patriarch sighed, his voice laced with helplessness. We're no match for them, child. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind swept through the estate, startling Liu Tian-yi. What was that? She cried out in alarm. Liu Huainan, having just admired his newly repaired estate, watched in dismay as it crumbled once more. Dianka and Xiao Ju emerged from the wreckage, Dianka declaring triumphantly, This young master is truly formidable. A trifling formation like this is nothing to me. Upon seeing her, the old Liu patriarch's face lit up with hope. Senior Immortal Tian Xianzi, he exclaimed, Lord Long, who is with you, has been captured by the Mystic Gate. They have two nascent soul cultivators. I'm no match for them alone. Dianka responded indifferently. You can't handle them alone. You seem rather proud of that fact. However, she didn't want to waste time. Where is this Mystic Gate? She demanded. Liu Huainan, eager to provide the information, quickly replied, 30 miles south. That's where the Mystic Gate's mountain protection formation is located. Dianka, stepping onto her flying wooden plank, called out, Wait for my good news. Suddenly, Xiao Ju's voice boomed from behind her. Senior brother, do you need my help? If you do, you can beg me. Perhaps I'll agree. However, Dianka easily saw through his attempt to provoke her. Refusing to give him the satisfaction, she replied coolly, I'm begging you. If you can save him, I'll owe you a favor. Xiao Ju's face fell. You're actually begging me for someone else? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Dianka scowled. Stop wasting time. She snapped. I've already begged. Now get on board. Xiao Ju looked disdainfully at the wooden plank. What is this thing? He scoffed. I can fly faster than this. Despite his words, he obediently climbed onto the plank, listening to Dianka's instructions. Hurry up, she urged. I need to go faster. What are you muttering about? Don't you know I'm in a hurry? With that, to ensure their safety in the sky, she pulled Xiao Ju's hand and placed it firmly around her waist. The young man, caught off guard, blushed slightly. Before disappearing into the distance, Dianka entrusted her precious treasures to Liu Huainan. Liu clan leader, she said thoughtfully, if we have the chance to meet again, I will definitely return. Liu Tian-yi watched them go, her eyes fixed on the sky. Then, with a newfound determination, she declared, I've made up my mind. I don't want to marry someone. I want to be like Senior Immortal Tian Xianzi, a powerful cultivator, living life on my own terms. Liu Huainan beamed with pride. He patted her head affectionately. Lily has grown up, he said warmly. You have your own aspirations now. Indeed, your talent is extraordinary. You shouldn't be confined by the expectations of marriage. You will inherit the Liu family legacy. So let your father, me, and your uncle and aunt worry about those matters. I'll recommend you to a cultivation sect. Cultivate diligently within the sect, he continued. The Liu family will always be here for you. Liu Tian-yi's heart swelled with happiness. Gazing at the clear sky, she thought to herself, although we never spoke, the day you defied fate to change my bloodline will forever be etched in my heart. I hope we meet again someday. Tian Xianzi. Meanwhile, high above, Xiao Ju, after much complaining, was left with no choice but to steer the flying plank. Dianka, pulling out the wind-sealing formation, prepared to break the Mystic Gate's defenses. Xiao Ju, a hint of worry in his voice, said, The Mystic Gate is almost here. You don't actually think you can create a formation on the spot, do you? You're talented, but... She smiled at him and said, Exactly. Why not? I am a genius. Xiao Ju looked at her with an exasperated fondness. A small chuckle escaped his lips. You certainly are confident. Before they landed, Dianka carefully laid out their strategy. Listen, she said, I'll distract the two nascent soul cultivators. You take Long Yin Tan and get out of there. The further the better. You have 1 hour. Sensing that Dianka intended to face the two powerful cultivators alone, Xiao Ju puffed himself up, saying, "If you ask me nicely, I could help you deal with one of them." She merely replied indifferently, "No time." Xiao Ju's face fell. "Dianka," he said, his voice tinged with frustration, "why do you always risk your life for others? Before it was for Luo Ziyin, and now it's for Long Yintan. What's so good about them?" His question prompted Dianka to genuinely consider her motivations. After a moment of thought, she smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I like helping the weak." Xiao Ju burst out laughing, teasing her, "I think you're the weak one." Dianka's cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "What?" she demanded. "Do you disagree?" Long Yintan only learned of this exchange later through the heaven's mirror. He fell silent, then murmured, "So that's it. Am I weak?" Immediately, everyone around him feigned deafness, chiming in with inane comments like, "The weather's nice today, isn't it?" "Yes, very nice. Dark when it should be dark, light when it should be light." Very predictable. At that moment, the heaven's mirror shifted to the scene inside the Mystic Gate's prison. Long Yintan, forced into his golden dragon form, though a miniature version, was being held captive. The Mystic Gate disciples were collecting his blood in bowls, excitedly chattering. The sect leader said tonight marks the 10th day. "Tonight, we'll hold the grand sacrificial ceremony. Keep a close eye on this dragon." Just as the disciple finished speaking, a powerful sword pierced the wall and hurtled towards them. Before they could even react, the sword had sent them to meet their maker. It was the Thuong No sword, radiating sword intent. "This is exhilarating," it thought. "I'm working for my master now. I have to do a good job. Then, one day, she'll finally acknowledge me." Filled with zeal, it pointed its tip towards the miniature golden dragon. At that critical moment, Xiao Ju appeared, shouting, "Thuong No, you can't hurt him." Meanwhile, as planned, Dianka was confronting the two nascent soul cultivators of the Mystic Gate. Her appearance was so startling that the cultivators were genuinely curious about her identity. "May I ask your esteemed name?" one of them inquired politely. Dianka, unwilling to reveal herself, summoned flames in one hand and earth in the other. "Nameless," she said coldly. "A rogue cultivator." Then, she fused the fire and earth together. Seeing that she was about to attack, the two cultivators exchanged a look and charged towards her, shouting, "Take her down." But before they could even touch a hair on her head, Dianka trapped them within the Blessing Guard formation. Confused, they asked, "Who are you? What grudge do you have against the Mystic Gate?" The Blessing Guard formation reflected attacks back at the attacker, with the force of the reflection increasing with the attacker's cultivation level. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy used to break the formation would also be subjected to the reflected attack. If someone inside the formation attacked with 800 units of force, the damage reflected back would be amplified 1,000-fold. This was a significant advantage, but it also carried a heavy cost. Since they had asked, Dianka answered truthfully, "You shouldn't have touched the dragon." Hearing this, the two cultivators, enraged, unleashed a palm strike to break the formation and charged at her again. "Take him down," one of them roared. "You're looking for trouble." As Dianka cast her spell, she remarked coolly, "I am looking for trouble." Outside, through the heaven's mirror, the onlookers were on the edge of their seats. They pointed at the scene unfolding within, exclaiming, "She's insane," using the Blessing Guard formation to stall them, then adding the explosive formation on top of it. If they try to break the formation, the force of their attack will be amplified, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. Only a suicidal lunatic would do something like this. Long Yintan closed his eyes, a wave of genuine gratitude washing over him. "Yanka," he murmured, "so in your heart, my position isn't any lower than Luo Ziyin's. No, you're even better to me than that good-for-nothing Luo Ziyin." Meanwhile, inside the heaven's mirror, Xiao Ju, as efficient as ever, had already carried the miniature, worm-like dragon out of the Mystic Gate, just as Dianka had instructed. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the sky. Xiao Ju couldn't help but notice, remarking, "The aftershock is so strong, I can feel it even from here." "Yanka, is she dead again?" he muttered. "Does it even matter to me whether she lives or dies? It's always for some other man anyway." He tried to sound indifferent, but the moment he saw the familiar figure riding her wooden plank emerge from the blast, Xiao Ju couldn't contain himself and rushed forward to catch her. In the chaos, his hand accidentally brushed against Dianka's chest. Flustered at having taken advantage of her, even unintentionally, he quickly retracted his hand and asked, "Are you all right?" Dianka, after taking a few deep breaths, replied, "I'm fine. Probably not dead." As soon as she spoke, Xiao Ju hastily transferred the tiny golden dragon into her care. Upon receiving the dragon, Yanka quickly chanted an incantation, enveloping Xiao Ju in a protective sphere. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "Yanka, what are you doing?" She swiftly stepped onto her wooden plank. "Stay inside and recover," she instructed before shooting off once more, leaving him alone. This time, however, Xiao Ju was genuinely furious. "You're leaving me again," he roared. Meanwhile, Yanka gently examined the dragon. "His body is fine," she concluded. "It seems like he just fainted from blood loss." She then opened her mouth, produced a medicinal pill, and tossed it into the dragon's mouth. Long Yin Tan immediately sprang awake, but his vision seemed blurry. He kept calling Yanka Shaoli, much to her amusement. She decided to let it slide as he babbled happily. "I finally found my Shaoli. When I become a divine dragon, I'll protect you, okay? I'll carry you on my back, and we'll travel across the mountains and seas." Yanka, slightly disgusted by his clinginess, tried to push the lovesick dragon away, only to be rebuked. "Shaoli, why are you ignoring me?" Resigned, she let him cling to her. Playing along, she said, "When you become a divine dragon, I might consider you as a mount." The foolish little dragon cheered. "Really? I can be your mount. So where are we going now?" Yanka's expression turned cold. "Back to the Dragon Clan," she stated, and her wooden plank accelerated in a flash. Back at the Dragon Clan, the clan leader and the other members were still trying to repair the rift in the void using a formation. A blue-haired man anxiously reported, "Clan leader, more and more of our people are being infected by demonic energy. Please agree to..." But the old green dragon remained firm. "I promised Xiao Xian I would wait for him for a month." Long Jin Tian, losing his patience, argued, "Clan leader, he's just a kid. What are you waiting for him for? What can he do with his meager cultivation? All of our clan members are ready. We're willing to use our souls and bodies to seal this rift." But the old dragon simply repeated, "Wait a little longer." Long Jin Tian frowned. It's been 32 days. If he could return, he would have done so long ago. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of demonic energy erupted, and the blue-haired young man lunged forward to intercept it, just as everyone thought the young man was done for. A large explosion érupted. Yanka appeared amidst the smoke and debris. Everyone stared in astonishment. The Green Dragon Clan leader, clearly fond of her, called out, "Xiao Xianzi." Yanka landed gracefully, casually tossing the lovesick golden dragon to the side. Her other hand carefully inspected her wooden plank, discovering Xiao Ju's Thuong no sword underneath. The sword, thrilled to finally be noticed by its owner, was promptly and unceremoniously tossed aside with the dragon. "Annoying brat, Yanka mattered. He's like a bad penny." She addressed the Green Dragon Clan leader politely. "Clan leader, I have a solution for the rift in the void. I need the Dragon Clan's fortune." This statement not only stunned the entire Dragon Clan, but also caused the idle onlookers watching through the heavens mirror to erupt in indignant whispers. "I've only heard of officials stealing heavenly fortune, not a fortune being used to fix a rift in the void. This is definitely a lie. The Demon Emperor must want to seize the Dragon Clan's fortune to break his curse. After all, his curse is getting worse and worse. The Demon Emperor is a liar. If he could fix the rift, I'd offer him my head, stealing all the Dragon Clan's fortune. They won't be able to survive. I bet the Dragon Clan's demise will be because the clan leader refused the Demon Emperor's demands. The Demon Emperor will get angry, steal their fortune, and doom the Dragon Clan. But isn't Long Fan, the Great Emperor, also a dragon? Why is he still alive?" The clan leader, also taken aback, cautiously asked, "All the Dragon Clan's fortune in the world." "Xiao Xianzi, if you're certain, then proceed." But Xiao Tan, understanding his concern, Yanka clarified, "His fortune will be used to supplement. It's just that my fortune doesn't seem to be much." Before she could finish, the Green Dragon Clan leader looked at her seriously. "Xiao Xianzi, the Dragon Clan is indebted to you. If there is reincarnation, this old man will repay your kindness." This solemn declaration stunned Yanka into a bewildered, before she burst out laughing. "Reincarnation? You don't really think you're going to die, do you?" The clan leader, rarely a loss for words, asked, "Is that not the case?" Yanka continued her strange pronouncements. "Don't worry, old greenie. Although this world can't contain you, you can go to another world. I'll set up a transportation formation to send you there. I just don't know where you'll end up. If you're unlucky enough to be sent somewhere desolate, don't complain to me. It'll be annoying." Hearing this, the clan leader stroked his beard with a smile. As long as the Dragon Clan can live, anywhere is fine. With that settled, Dianka offered to first cleanse the demonic energy from the Dragon Clan. Without further ado, Dianka sliced her hand, using her blood to mark the foreheads of the Dragon Clan members. Miraculously, the demonic energy dissipated in an instant. Dianka then began to arrange the treasure she had brought, carefully instructing, setting up the grand transportation formation requires a lot of energy. Have these people move all the items from the Dragon Clan's treasury here. As she focused on setting up the formation, a mountain of gold, silver, and jewels began to pile up behind her. Dianka squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, these artifacts are practically sucking my blood dry. I'm using them to set up this formation, and when it activates, the backlash is going to be immense. Add to that the pushback from the rift in the void, and this time, I'm definitely going home. After I get back, I'm going to be a pampered CEO. I want to eat all the best food, all the finest delicacies in the world. Candy, cake, this ragged place has nothing. One medicinal pill can keep you full for 7 days. It's economical, sure, but the point is, I'm not short on money. Several hours later, Dianka finally completed the transportation formation. Exhausted, she cracked open an eye, thinking, I wonder if they'll be angry. Pills, magical treasures, spiritual energy, all gone. Once I send them off, I can finally go home. Suddenly, as her awareness fully returned, she stared blankly at the group surrounding her. The clan leader, speaking for the entire Dragon Clan, declared, Xiao Xianzi, if you help the Dragon Clan, we must thank you. What we can do for you is to help you break through to the next realm. As he finished speaking, the entire Dragon Clan, from top to bottom, poured their 1,000 years of cultivated power into Dianka, completely against her will. Because of this bizarre turn of events, she burst into tears. I worked so hard to keep my injuries down. Since it was a forced breakthrough, tribulation, lightning naturally appeared unavoidable. Thinking that being struck by lightning would surely deplete the Dragon Clan's healing efforts, she frantically tried to urge them to leave. But the clan leader remained steadfast. No, we must also help you withstand the tribulation lightning. The stubbornness of these dragons truly impressed Dianka. And so, the Dragon Clan willingly took the lightning strikes for her. Their hair stood on end, smoke rising from their singed scales, faces blackened. Yet they stubbornly reassured each other. 3 more bolts. Just hold on a little longer. Unable to bear it any longer, Dianka quickly healed the Green Dragon Clan leader and said seriously, my dear dragon ancestors, if you don't leave now, the rift in the void will truly tear open. Besides, after this tribulation lightning, it'll be my little brother's turn. We're acquainted, so you don't have to worry. Seeing how difficult it was to get rid of these stubborn dragons, Dianka smacked them with a single palm, sending them flying onto the formation. All right, go on, get out of here. The Wind Spirit formation is activated. It's just missing your fortune. Seeing that everyone was in place, Dianka hastily activated the formation. Trapped within the formation, the Green Dragon Clan leader, still unwilling to give up, continued to ramble. Xiao Xianzi, the Dragon Clan is indebted to you. If we ever meet again, the Dragon Clan will heed your every command. Take care. With that, their figures shrunk and vanished completely from the underwater palace. The Dragon Clan's fortune manifested as a golden dragon, its scales pure gold. However, for it to accompany the Dragon Clan, it still needed Dianka's fortune. Thanks to her help, the golden dragon's fortune grew even stronger. Outside, observing through the heavens mirror, the great Emperor Long Fan couldn't help but speak up. Shaoli, did you take your own fortune from me? Even though you knew it would affect your lifespan, you still did it for me. Back then, you were wholeheartedly devoted to me, yet I pushed you off the cliff. I truly am a scoundrel. Shaoli, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Suddenly called out, Dianka could only reply, you weren't wrong. You did very well. What Dianka meant was, after all, you tried your best with my plan to go home. Even though it didn't work, it wasn't entirely wrong. But somehow, what Long Yintan heard was a sullen, I'm angry, and you can't coax me. Precisely because of this miscommunication, Great Emperor Long Fan sighed deeply, lamenting, back then, I did such a thing, and now I'm here with them, judging you. It's only natural that you wouldn't forgive me. I brought this upon myself. The moment he finished speaking, the heavens mirror displayed a scene of Dianka from the past, enduring agonizing attacks. Even the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, exclaiming, is this the demon empress withstanding the tribulation, lightning, to seal the rift in the void. Her willpower is truly extraordinary. How can anyone compare? Long Yin Tan rushed to the edge of the mirror, his voice hoarse as he cried, Shaoli, don't. But by touching the mirror, he was forced to share half the pain Dianka was experiencing within. As expected, Great Emperor Long Fan coughed up blood on the spot. He collapsed to the ground, heartbroken. Imsuri, Shiori, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Dianka, seemingly impervious to pain, muttered under her breath, seriously, crying over a little tribulation lightning. Is it really worth it? The heavens mirror then showed the sword she had discarded earlier, Xiao Ju's Thuong No sword, flying out to help her withstand the lightning. Only now did Dianka realize the sword's presence back then. She nodded in appreciation. So it was little Thuong all along, risking life and limb, taking the lightning strikes for me. Her face then darkened. Taking the lightning strikes, no wonder I didn't die. After the tribulation, Dianka, still within the mirror's reflection, noticed Thuong No, now cracked and lying on the ground. Concerned, she said, go find Xiao Ju quickly. But the sword twitched, seemingly refusing. Having no other choice, she coaxed it. If there's another chance, I'll come find you. Go on now. Obeying its master's command, Thuong No zipped away at lightning speed, leaving Dianka alone with two noisy clouds, the remnants of the tribulation lightning and the rift in space-time, bickering over who got there first. Annoyed by their squabbling, Dianka opened her mouth wide and swallowed them both whole. The onlookers outside gasped in astonishment. She swallowed them, just like that. Long Yin Tan was speechless. She's a lunatic, completely reckless. The crowd outside the mirror erupted in a cacophony of speculation. Why isn't the demon empress healing? What's he doing just standing there? He swallowed both the tribulation lightning and the curse. He must be gravely injured. He must be in so much pain, he wants to jump into the abyss. Suddenly, they felt a surge of pity for the demon empress. He did so much for Great Emperor Long Fan, yet Long Fan misunderstood him. Meanwhile, Long Yin Tan was beside himself with worry, staring intently at the scene, silently pleading, no, please no. But the heavens mirror only showed the past. It couldn't change it. When Long Yin Tan awoke, the only member of the dragon clan remaining was Dianka. And she lied, telling him they were all gone from this world. And of course, I'm the one who sent them off. But you saw through me, didn't you? Her words made Long Yin Tan's face darken. He roared, it was you. You did all this for the dragon clan's treasure. Where's Shaoli? When you entrusted her to me, did you do the same to her? Tian Xianzi, you ruined them. Consumed by rage, he shoved Dianka into the abyss. But she didn't show any sadness. Instead, she smiled, a blissful expression on her face. Finally, it's over. Outside the heavens mirror, Long Yin Tan, overwhelmed with emotion, transformed into his majestic golden dragon form. He desperately wanted to rush into the mirror and save Dianka. But in the end, he could only share half her pain, coughing up blood in his powerlessness. The onlookers, witnessing this, eagerly brought out buckets to catch the blood, chattering excitedly, this is divine dragon blood. What a treasure. Dianka, unable to stand the spectacle any longer, groaned, clutching her head. Long Yin Tan, she said, her voice laced with exasperation, I advise you to stop overthinking. In my eyes, you're just as bad as pickled radish. I told you before, I have my own reasons for doing things. It has nothing to do with you. Yet, his stubborn jealousy remained as potent as ever. Outside the heavens mirror, Long Yin Tan continued to bash his head against it, the blood flowing freely as the crowd gleefully collected it. Seeing his relentless actions, Dianka's face darkened. Why is this kid so unreasonable? She muttered, Heavenly generals, heed my command. Immediately, a throng of heavenly generals materialized, ready to receive her orders. Wasting no time on further explanation, Dianka commanded, take the Great Emperor Long Fan to the heavenly prison. Each general seized a section of the enormous dragon form. The foolish dragon, his head already bleeding profusely, continued to bellow stubbornly, Shaoli, I won't go. If I can't save you, I'll die here. Despite his desperate cries of Shaoli, I want to save Shaoli. Let me go. The heavenly generals dragged him towards the prison. His struggles were futile. He was coldly bound and thrown into the same cell as the pickled radish. The two, meeting each other's gaze, instantly understood the profound awkwardness of the situation, a mutual understanding of what it felt like to be hoisted by one's own petard. Meanwhile, the heavens mirror continued to display another scene. This time, a white-haired man was berating a divine beast. Why wouldn't the Zukai he roared. Dianka, still within the mirror, remained oblivious, her eyes closed as she yawned languidly. This chasm is so deep, she sighed. When will I finally hit the bottom? Suddenly, glancing downwards, she spotted a transportation formation directly beneath her. With a cry of, "No, I don't want to be sent anywhere. I want to hit the bottom," she plummeted into the formation. She landed in some unknown, desolate place, colliding directly with a white-haired man, causing him to miss his attack on the divine beast. The impact knocked the man unconscious. Dianka, thinking quickly, transformed into a small, adorable fox. This intimate scene caused the onlookers to gasp. "Isn't that the great Emperor Yuhua?" they exclaimed. "So that's how he knows the Demon Empress. How tragic. He fainted the moment they met." Another voice chimed in. "I remember the Demon Empress was once Yuhua's disciple. I wonder what happened to make him hate her so much." Mo Chonglu, watching with disdain, scoffed. "Yuhua, stop pretending to be so profound. Others may not know you, but I do. You're just a cold-hearted pervert on the inside." To these provocations, Yuhua simply replied, "I am your ancestor." Mo Chonglu, thoroughly irritated, retorted, "Don't even try that. By the time I became her disciple, you had already ascended. We never met in the mortal realm. Ancestor my foot. Stop pretending, or I'll attack you." Yuhua merely responded indifferently. "Long Yin Tan is right. You're an idiot." A bewildered Mo Chonglu sputtered, "Did you just call me an idiot?" Infuriated, Mo Chonglu prepared to attack Yuhua. However, somehow, the white-haired man effortlessly deflected his attack. To save face, Mo Chonglu declared haughtily, "A gentleman uses his words, not his fists." Finally, his curiosity getting the better of him, Mo Chonglu asked, "Yuhua, why do you hate her so much?" But Yuhua simply stared blankly at the heavens mirror. Exasperated, Mo Chonglu muttered to himself, "Fine, don't tell me. I'll watch myself." Several days passed. Finally, Dianka woke. She raised her paws to the sky, tears welling in her eyes. "No way," she wailed. "I've turned into a ball. And what's worse, my wounds are healed." The little fox fidgeted anxiously. A long while later, she attempted to shift back into human form, only to realize, with some surprise, that this battered, cultivation-less body was still capable of transformation. Perhaps it was due to her having already transcended the nascent soul stage. Dianka then excitedly, and with a flurry of nonsensical incantations, shifted into the form of a black-haired youth. Astonishingly, her clothes transformed along with her. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of unexpected satisfaction. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the soot-black cat. Calling it Hajime, she abruptly, and with a strange, choked sound, leaped over Yuhua's prone form. Ignoring the unconscious man completely, she scooped the cat into her arms, stroking it gently. "You're badly hurt," she murmured. The black creature reminded her of the dog she'd owned in her previous life. Softening considerably, she whispered, "Don't worry. I'll take care of you until you're well. Then I'll find you a good owner, so you can live happily." Only then did Dianka glance at the white-haired man, wondering briefly if she should bother with him at all. Born in natural talent, she easily located a suitable cave in this desolate wilderness. She even managed to find a chicken and some spring onions, seemingly out of thin air, for chicken soup. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the 5-colored chicken, saliva dripping from her lips. "Just looking at you tells me you'd make excellent roast chicken," she declared. Overcome by the imagined deliciousness, she immediately began plucking the chicken's feathers with her bare hands, causing the bird to squawk in protest. However, in the end, the chicken's pitiful gaze gave her pause. With a sigh of frustration, she released the bird, ruffling her hair. "Darn it," she grumbled. "There's a reason I hate this world. Just casually catching a chicken with sentience like this, one that can even cry. It's like they're trying to kill me." Despite her conscience, her stomach had other ideas, rumbling loudly in protest. Overcome by hunger, she looked at the black cat, her mouth watering again. Quickly wiping her mouth, she told herself, "Hajime is too too cute. I absolutely will not eat him. Finally, she sadly held out the bunch of spring onions, whispering, if I can't eat meat, vegetables will have to do. This one looks the most like a potato, she decided. So, into my belly you go. An hour passed. One would assume Dianka had filled her stomach and fallen fast asleep. But, surprisingly, she had spent that entire hour roasting the spring onion. Infuriated, Dianka cursed. What the hell? Why hasn't it changed at all? This world is toxic. Even the potatoes are stubborn. I just want to eat something. Why is it so difficult? Angrily muttering, damn it, she stormed out of the cave. Minutes later, she returned, arms laden with a large bundle of firewood. Fuming, she threw the wood down. Potato, she snarled, I want to see if you're tougher than my firewood. A day and a night passed. She poked the spring onion tentatively. Well, it is softer, she admitted, but why does it smell like rotten fish? Finally, after much poking, she pierced the onion, causing it to erupt in a cloud of sickly green smoke. The stench of dead fish intensified. Dianka fled the cave, gagging. This spring onion is definitely poisonous. This world is poisonous. Now, even the potatoes are poisonous. I hate it. I hate it. Only later did she realize she'd forgotten to bring Hajime, the black cat, outside with her. Holding her breath, she rushed back into the smoke-filled cave. Just then, the white-haired man awoke, coughing up blood. What did you do? He choked out. Overwhelmed by the stench, Dianka urged him, get out of here first. We'll talk later. The man stumbled out of the cave and immediately sat down to meditate. Dianka cradled the black cat, stroking it gently. Good boy, she whispered. Noticing that the odd-eyed cat had awakened, she asked affectionately, how are you feeling? But the cat, having just regained consciousness, promptly closed its eyes again, feigning death. This act was simply too adorable. A while later, the white-haired man rasped, I am an elder of the Xianlai sect. You may ask of me any request you desire. Yuhua furrowed his brows. Do you have a request? Dianka responded indifferently. No. Now that you're awake, you can leave. The elder's face went blank. Let me be clear, he exclaimed. I'm the eldest grandson of the Xianlai sect. Despite his emphasis, Dianka remained unconcerned. I know, she said. You said it twice. I don't have any requests, so just go. Dianka thought to herself, I'm currently in the heart of the Forbidden Zone, the most dangerous part of the perilous forest. My cultivation hasn't recovered, but if I stay here, sooner or later I'll be able to go home. However, the white-haired man behind her persisted. The greatest taboo for a cultivator is unresolved karmic debt, he insisted. You saved me. You must make a request. Dianka scowled. Why am I stuck with such a stubborn person? Exasperated, she closed her eyes. Did you smell that stench just now? That was me farting. To her astonishment, the elder simply exclaimed, Ah, so that's what it was. That smell made me cough up blood, clearing my meridians. Many thanks, many thanks. Dianka esse fainspalmed. I bow to you, she thought, exasperated. Setting the cat down, she conceded, fine, you win. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Yuhua, upon hearing this, simply handed her a few medicinal pills. Dianka looked at them with disdain. Fasting pills again, she sighed. Of course, it's always this. Resigned, she said, I've made my request, so you can go now. However, the elder dramatically protested. No, you saved my life. This request is too small. Dianka snapped, I just want to go home. Do you understand? Whether he truly understood or not, the elder turned and briskly walked away, calling back, I understand. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Seeing him leave, a sly smile spread across Dianka's face. Perfect, she thought. Finally, I can get rid of this annoying pest. Just as she stood up, the elder returned, asking coldly, where do you think you're going? Dianka replied, honestly, home, obviously. Yuhua swiftly bound her with a rope, chattering, wait a moment. I'll take you back. You can't leave now. He dragged Dianka along like a protesting pet. What are you doing? She exclaimed. This is so annoying. I want celestial artifacts, divine weapons. Give them to me, and let's part ways. Hey, are you even listening to me? After her outburst, the elder finally seemed to notice her. Then, with a disturbingly enthusiastic tone, he suggested, how about I take you as my disciple? Dianka, of course, flatly refused. Frowning at her rejection, he muttered, but I don't have any celestial artifacts or divine weapons. Exasperated, Dianka racked her brain for another request that might satisfy him. Finally, she offered. Just a few talismans would be fine. He, however, remained adamant. You saved my life. Talismans aren't enough. I can make an exception and take you as my disciple. Seeing the conversation going in circles, Dianka honestly declared, Look, do you see this? This is a curse mark. Anyone who gets close to me will suffer misfortune. If you take me as your disciple, your entire sect will be cursed. Despite her warning, the elder calmly replied, It's fine. My destiny is strong. This statement successfully shut Dianka up. Silently, she fumed. Meeting you is truly my good fortune, she thought sarcastically. Neither soft nor hard approaches work. If nothing else works, maybe I should just fight him. Having hatched her plan, Dianka lowered her voice, affecting an air of arrogance to match the desolate surroundings. Take me as your disciple. She scoffed. What's your cultivation level? Are you even worthy? She expected to provoke him, but he answered seriously, Although I've reached the spirit-severing stage, I was injured in a great battle. My cultivation is gone now. Hearing this, Dianka, assuming he'd now balk at taking on a mere nascent soul cultivator like herself, decided to sell out Hajime. She shoved the cat towards him. I've decided, she announced. I want you to care for this little black cat for the rest of its life. Can you do that? Before she could make her escape, Yuhua grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Even without my cultivation, he said sternly, You're no match for me. In the commotion, Hajime was inadvertently flung to the ground. Dianka quickly scooped him up, soothing him gently. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, she murmured. Cat meat isn't tasty. He definitely won't eat you. Finally losing his patience, Yuhua roared. I set a request. Once made, cannot be changed. Come with me back to the sect. Hajime, nestled in Dianka's arms, flinched at the outburst. Refusing to budge, Dianka sat down. Brother, she pleaded, this is the heart of the forbidden zone, the most dangerous part of the perilous forest. I've lost all my cultivation. Yours is gone too. If you want to take me as your disciple, let's leave this place first. What if, for example, I die here? You'll have to take care of Little Black for me. Consider it repaying karmic debt. The elder, however, flatly refused. No, he said. Finally, Dianka relented and allowed herself to be led away. As they walked, curiosity gnawed at her. You've been wandering around here for days, she observed. Are you looking for something? Maybe I can help. If I find it, can we renegotiate my request? Intrigued, Yuhua showed her a drawing. It depicted the putrid potato she'd tried to roast. Upon questioning him, she learned it was a medicinal ingredient. Dianka couldn't help but exclaim, So that's why you and Little Black were throwing up after smelling it. And so, the unlikely trio returned to the cave. Dianka pinched her nose in disgust. How much longer do we have to stay here? She complained. Then, she watched in disbelief as Yuhua carefully wrapped the offending potato in a handkerchief and tucked it into his robes. Brother, she said, exasperated, you're truly something else. How can you even stand to keep something that foul? As they emerged from the cave, a loud squawking echoed from above. It was the multicolored bird Dianka had throttled earlier. Its eyes locked onto Yuhua, and it swooped down aggressively. You mangy bird, Dianka yelled. If you got the guts, come at me. I'll roast you and eat you for dinner. The bird, seemingly understanding her words, shrieked and launched a gust of wind in her direction. Dianka quickly tossed Hajime back into the cave and ran, using herself as bait. Stupid bird, she taunted as she fled. Just wait until I recover. You'll be the first one I catch. She was practically begging for death. Being killed by a bird in this godforsaken place seemed almost fitting. But then, as the giant bird pursued her relentlessly, another, smaller bird appeared, chirping on the ground. The enormous bird screeched to a halt and gently enveloped the chick within its wings. The bizarre scene froze Dianka in her tracks. Seriously, she muttered, utterly dumbfounded. This is too much. Way too cheesy. Author, can we talk? I have some questions about your life choices, and I'd like to inquire about your family's well-being. After reuniting with its chick, the mother bird seemed to understand that Dianka had spared its life. Overcome with gratitude, it began shoving all the treasures it had pilfered towards her. Dianka, bewildered, waved her hands dismissively. Mistaking this for dissatisfaction with the quality of the gifts, the bird earnestly plucked some of its own feathers and added them to the pile. Dianka, lamenting the missed opportunity to be dramatically killed by a giant bird, was startled by Yuhua suddenly appearing beside her. Thank you for saving me again, he said. Quick-witted, she pointed at the bird and retorted, I didn't save you. Didn't you see it fly away on its own? Unfazed, Yuhua praised her, saying, "Your heart is truly kind." The bird, plucking its feathers, is a gesture of gratitude for saving its child. With these tail feathers, we can leave this place. Once again, Dianka found herself being dragged away by Yuhua. "I told you I didn't save you," she protested. "Are you even listening to me? What are you doing?" "I'm not going." Ignoring her completely, he helpfully gathered up the treasures the mother bird had offered and stuffed them into her arms. Yanked along so forcefully that it hurt, Dianka grumbled, "Why are you so strong? Wait, where's Little Black? I want to take him with us." Without a word, Yuhua searched briefly, then unceremoniously tossed the cat at her. "Can we go now?" he asked flatly. They walked and walked until they finally reached the edge of the perilous forest. With a few claps of his hands, Yuhua dispelled the red string that had been binding them. "This is the border of the perilous forest," he announced. "We're safe now, and your face is too conspicuous. Wipe it off." Dianka bristled. "Why should I? I don't want to. If you don't like it, don't look at me. Why are you so rude?" Before she could finish, Yuhua slapped a mask on her face. "If you were more obedient, I might consider your feelings," he scolded. The mask instantly melted into her skin, leaving behind strange markings. Intrigued, Dianka asked, "What was that?" True to form, Yuhua ignored her and continued pulling her along. "Would it kill you to say 2 words?" she muttered under her breath. As they entered the central area, a group of men suddenly appeared, blocking their path. The red-haired leader sneered. "Seize them," he ordered. Dianka, unimpressed, rolled her eyes. "Seriously, a bunch of Foundation establishment cultivators. They're not even enough to be a snack for Yuhua." The sounds of a scuffle followed, but when Dianka opened her eyes, she found herself bound and gagged in a carriage. Apparently, Yuhua was the one who wasn't enough of a snack. Disappointed, she managed to ask what happened. "You couldn't even beat a few Foundation establishment cultivators." Yuhua, unperturbed, replied, "My cultivation is gone." The simple explanation left Dianka speechless. "I'm impressed," she said dryly. "Your cultivation is gone, so what? You're useless. You don't even have a fraction of your strength left." Resigned to her fate, she began to discreetly refine medicinal pills. Swallowing a pill, she sighed. "My parents were right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. I don't know where this carriage is going, but it'll take some time to get from the perilous forest to the mortal realm. My cultivation should recover a bit by then." The wheels of the carriage continued to rattle along. She overheard the men talking. 3 more hours until we reach the mortal city. These hard times are almost over. Brother Chi is amazing. This haul is enough for us to live comfortably for a long time. By the time they finished talking, Dianka's cultivation had recovered to the 3rd level of Chi refinement. Confident that this was enough to deal with a few Foundation establishment cultivators, she gathered the other captives around her. "Listen up," she whispered. "I'm going to break this carriage. When I do, run for your lives." The other women in the carriage, hearing her plan, cried out their thanks. Dianka spoke gently. "I'll untie you now, but you must promise to remain silent until I break the carriage." "Understood." With that, she cast a spell, shattering the seals that bound them. "Excellent," she murmured. "Without those spirit-restricting seals, even with my weakened cultivation, escape should be easy." The women crowded around her. When we were brought into the carriage, I memorized the route. One whispered, "Head east. That's the quickest way back to civilization." "Thank you for saving us, young master." Another chimed in. After briefly acknowledging their gratitude, Dianka gently passed Hajime to Yuhua. "Take him and run when the time comes," she instructed. Seeing his concern, she added, "I have my own way out." With a final flourish, Dianka conjured a small flame on her fingertip, startling the cat. As the carriage exploded, its occupants scrambled out. "These guys aren't pushovers," Dianka thought, observing their reaction. With surprising composure, the cultivators regrouped, drawing their swords and preparing to recapture their fleeing prisoners. However, Dianka had anticipated this. As she blocked the path of the carriage, the leader snarled, "Out of the way, brat. Are you looking for a beating? Don't damage his face." Another shouted, "I still want to sell him to the brothel to serve men." Dianka's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am a man," she insisted indignantly. This only seemed to excite them further. "So what if you're a man?" One sneered, "Your type is very popular with men. Trust me, I'm in a business, I know." Unable to tolerate their taunts any longer, Dianka exploded. Shameless, despicable, perverted. I'll take you all down with me. With that, she swallowed the remaining pills from her small gourd. Feeling her strength surge, she summoned a barrage of fireballs, just like old times. The leader scoffed at the small projectiles. You don't think those pathetic toys can hurt us, do you? He sneered, casually raising his sword to deflect them. However, the fireballs, imbued with far more power than he anticipated, pierced through his blade, sending the cultivators sprawling, coughing up blood. The once boastful group now lay groaning on the ground. Only the leader remained standing, albeit shakily, pointing his sword at Dianka. Brat, I'm going to gut you, he roared. Unconcerned, Dianka turned to Yuhua. On the count of 3, we run, she said. No time, he replied, curtly. Frustrated, she snapped. Why didn't you run when you had a chance? Are you stupid? Yuhua stubbornly replied, you are my disciple. Exasperated, Dianka stepped in front of him, drawing a needle. Don't you know how to run and get help? She demanded. Go, I'll hold him off. Run. With a sigh, she charged towards the leader. Fueled by rage, the leader screamed, Brat, you're gonna die today. Their swords clashed, sparks flying in the air. After that blow, Dianka thought she'd exhausted her strength. Yet the leader still stood, staring at him. Dianka clutched herself, thinking that strike drained almost all my recovered spiritual energy. I can't fight back right now. Besides, that Chi brother will assume I'm from some powerful clan and try to silence me for good. Just as she predicted, he lunged at her with his sword. Resigned, Dianka thought, I really don't want to die at the hands of this idiot, but if it means going home. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the air. All right, die then. Shut up. It was Yuhua. With a single flick of his wrist, he struck the leader down. Infuriated that Yuhua had stolen her chance to die and go home, and furious at being deceived about his lost cultivation, Dianka glared at him. Unfazed, he droned, You saved me again. When did I save you? She snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Yuhua trailed after her, sighing dramatically. You have such natural talent. I must take you as my disciple. Annoyed but curious, she asked, By the way, how's your cultivation recovery coming along? He replied 1/10. Dianka inwardly fumed. He hasn't done a thing, and now he's racked up 3 life debts. Does he expect me to repay him with my body? Before they could go far, voices rose from the dispersing smoke. Get him. I know he's exhausted. You brat. You killed Brother Chi. I'll cripple you and sell you to a brothel. You'll pay for this. Dianka turned to Yuhua, exasperated. You said you'd recovered 1/10 of your cultivation. You look so impressive. Why are you so useless? Another male voice cut through the commotion. Brat, you dare speak to our elder like that? An arrow whizzed past Dianka's head. She narrowly dodged the sneak attack. As the smoke cleared, Dianka saw a man and a woman standing behind Yuhua. He spoke sternly, Yin Ming, stop. He's my disciple. Yin Ming scoffed. Granduncle, he's just a country bumpkin with no cultivation. How can he be your disciple? The young woman chimed in, Exactly, Granduncle. He's not worthy of you. Yuhua looked at Dianka with an inexplicable fondness. Regardless of who he is, he's my only disciple. Exasperated, Dianka spoke up. Did any of you ask for my opinion? I don't want to be his disciple. Yin Ming scowled. Granduncle has chosen you. It's your honor. How dare you refuse? The young woman added, Even if there's a refusal, it should come from Granduncle, not a country bumpkin like you. How dare you refuse, Granduncle? Besieged from both sides, Dianka blinked. So what am I supposed to do? Once again caught in the crossfire, she heard, You must be Granduncle's disciple. Come with us. Dianka pleaded, Can't we talk this through first? Finally, they followed Dianka to Xianlai Sec's Tian Miao Peak. The area was crowded with people gathered at the border. Xiaoju also in the throng sighed. As expected of a major sect, even disciple recruitment draws such a crowd. Lu Tian Yi, beside him, offered a comforting pat. Just bear with it. Within the throng, many beautiful young women burned with the ambition to become Chi Hua Zhenren's direct disciple. Just as Lu Tian Yi finished speaking, the crowd looked skyward with a ripple of excitement. Look, is that Chi Hua Zhenren of Yumiao Peak? The one on the sword. Incredible. One of the young women gushed, Miss, did you see that? I hear Chi Hua Zhenren doesn't have any disciples. If you could become his disciple, wouldn't you have all the resources of Yumiao Peak to yourself? This ambitious young lady had clearly come with that very goal in mind. But Yu Hua, aloof and indifferent, simply flew past with Dianka in tow. Somehow, amidst the chaos, Xiao Ju's and Di Yanka's eyes met. She studied him for a moment, then cursed internally. Xiao Ju being here is normal enough, but why is Lu Tian here too? Not that it matters. I just want to leave. Still, she dutifully consulted her ancestor. Everyone down, there is competing for a spot. Using connections feels wrong, doesn't it? Her ancestor's only response was a curt, "You are my disciple. Don't need to." This ignited Di Yanka's indignation. No, I have to be fair. I have to compete. I don't want to rely on connections. Her outburst was so loud that even Yu Hua paused, thinking, what's wrong with her now? Finally, Yu Hua landed within Xian Lai's sexy Miao peak. He immediately dismissed Yun Ming and the young woman, instructing them to return to their duties. Then, he turned to lead his supposed disciple away. Yu Miao Peak is usually just me, Yu Hua explained. So, there are many buildings. You'll stay here. It's time, let's go. He took her hand and started walking. Unwilling to be led so easily, Di Yanka protested. Where are we going, big brother? Yu Hua rapped her on the forehead. What big brother? Call me master. But Di Yanka was stubbornly resistant. She sang out cheerfully, all right, big brother, leaving Yu Hua speechless. He continued pulling her along. Realizing she wouldn't stop unless he answered, Yu Hua finally relented. We'll go to the main hall. My senior brother wants to see you. There's also the discipleship ceremony. Di Yanka's face fell. Discipleship ceremony. Are you serious? But I have important things to do. I want to go home. Seemingly immune to her protests, Yu Hua said coldly, I'll take you back afterward. Now come on. The camera shifted to the main hall of Xian Lai's sect, already packed with people. Seated above was a white-haired elder, the sect leader of Xian Lai's sect. The ambitious young woman from earlier was also present, thinking excitedly, my name is near the top of the list. Qi Huazhenren is sure to choose me. Her dreams were quickly shattered. Yu Hua arrived, leading Di Yanka directly to the sect leader. He instructed her quietly, disciple, wait in the back row. Yu Hua's appearance captivated the ambitious young woman. The sect leader stroked his beard, saying, there are some promising seedlings among the new disciples this year. Your Miao Peak is empty. You should choose a few. Yu Hua chuckled. Senior brother, I already have a disciple. There's no need to choose anyone else. Meanwhile, Di Yanka, oblivious to the commotion she was causing, was busy trying to squeeze through the crowd to the back row, muttering apologies. The sect leader stared, dumbfounded. What? When did you take a disciple? And someone who caught your eye? Bring them forward. Let me see. Unable to hide his indulgent fondness, Yu Hua beckoned. Di Yanka, my disciple, come here. Di Yanka, having only just battled her way halfway through the throng, grimaced at being summoned back. Grumbling under her breath, she reluctantly pushed her way back to the front. Xiao Ju's eyes followed her, a gasp escaping his lips. It's her. It has to be. That disguise might fool others. Yanka, but it can't fool me. Why? Why do you always do this? Vanishing without a trace, then reappearing just as suddenly. His mind drifted back to the chaos Di Yanka had left behind at the Thou Long Palace. He had rushed there, only to find devastation. He stared at the shattered formation disc in his hand, grief welling up. Is she truly dead? He had even sought out Nam Kung Ra, desperately hoping she had returned, but to no avail. Lost in his sorrow, Xiao Ju drowned his despair in alcohol, staring blankly at the moon. Lu Tian, noticing his distress, asked with concern, Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Clearly, others remained oblivious to Di Yanka's true identity. Di Yanka quickly became the subject of hushed whispers. Did Qi Huazhenren really refuse to take any other disciples because of her? What's so special about her? She looks completely ordinary. No sign of any real power. Though inwardly seething at the blatant favoritism, Di Yanka maintained a cheerful facade. She stepped forward and greeted the sect leader respectfully. When the sect leader inquired about the exceptional qualities of Yu Hua's disciple, Yu Hua simply replied, I don't know. The old man, taken aback, cautiously asked, You don't know. Perhaps we should test her aptitude. Yu Hua waved a dismissive hand. No need. Overhearing the mention of an aptitude test, Di Yanka's eyes lit up. This was her chance to escape this ridiculous charade. How can we not test? She exclaimed. Master, if you don't know my aptitude, how will you know how to guide my cultivation? It's only logical. Intrigued by her enthusiasm, the sect leader ordered the Xian Lai sect's spirit stone to be brought forth. One of the disciples gestured for Di Yanka, Yu Hua's not quite official disciple, to place her hand upon it. The result was so shocking that even the disciple administering the test flinched. Nevertheless, he announced in a loud voice, Earth-grade bloodline. The murmuring in the hall intensified. Chi Huazhenren's disciple only has an Earth-grade bloodline. Is the spirit stone broken? That's disappointing. Secretly delighted with the disastrous result, Dianka turned to Yu Hua with a sweet smile. Master, are you satisfied with your disciple's aptitude? The sect leader paled at her audacity. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Hua simply smiled and replied, You are my disciple. That will never change. The crowd gasped, utterly bewildered. Dianka, however, felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. Oh, how touching, she murmured, wiping away a non-existent tear. Well then, I suppose I'll stay. Though I can't shake this feeling of unease. The source of her unease materialized in the form of a chilling glare from Xiaoju. Accepting the inevitable, the sect leader, stroking his beard, announced the disciple selection ceremony is now concluded. I trust all the elders have chosen their disciples. The next 3 months will consist of intensive training for all new recruits. During the training period, there will be no fighting, no unauthorized excursions outside, and absolutely no unauthorized entry into the sect's forbidden grounds. Whether you are a young master from a noble family or a princess from the imperial court, here at Xianlai sect, everyone is treated equally. 3 months from now, there will be a competition among the disciples. The top 3 will receive rewards. Does anyone have any questions? Since the sect leader had asked, Yuhua honestly reported, this disciple situation is different from the others. I will take responsibility for her training. The sect leader pondered this, then suggested to Chi Huazhenren, You are still recovering from your injuries. You should continue to rest. We have 3 months. After 3 months, I guarantee he will be brought to you safe and sound. Since the sect leader had put it that way, Yuhua found it difficult to refuse and accepted the offer. Thank you, senior brother. 3 days passed, and the training period on Jinlai Peak began. As soon as Dianka arrived for her first lesson, she was met with a barrage of glares. Look, the one who's pulling strings has arrived. This princess, this young lady, absolutely despises those who rely on connections. The nerve. How dare she steal the position of Chi Huazhenren's direct disciple from our young miss? We have to teach her a lesson. Just as the young lady finished speaking, Xiao Ju stepped forward, his voice stern. Disciplining her is my business. The young lady, furious and about to retort, was silenced by Xiao Ju's sharp glare, which stopped her in her tracks. Your business is your business, she muttered. Just some connection writer. This young lady couldn't care less. Watching them bicker and gossip about her, Dianka was secretly delighted. They all seem to dislike me. Excellent, she thought. As long as I can find the villain's bloodline, then I can just choose one of these people to be randomly stabbed. My plan to go home will be smooth sailing. She recalled the original plot. Yu Hua was the master of some imperial princess, wasn't he? He risked his life for her, but in the end, Xiao Ju, the male lead, stole the credit, leading the female lead to fall for the wrong guy. Eventually, the princess, to be with Xiao Ju, didn't hesitate to harm her own master. So, I just need to find this princess and secretly stay by her side, and sooner or later, I'll be led to my doom. However, in the original story, Lu Tian, he didn't appear with this princess. Now, this Shurafield scenario is getting interesting. As soon as she finished her internal monologue, she spotted one of the 3 young women in front of her and began assessing her. This appearance, this aura, she's definitely the female lead. I have to approach this beauty before the training starts. Before she could finish her observation, Xiao Ju stepped in front of her, blocking her view. Annoyed, she snapped at her nephew. What are you doing blocking me? Do you want to disrespect your elder? Inwardly, she fumed. Xiao Ju, you're such a nuisance. The male lead is in my way. Despite being scolded, Xiao Ju continued to brazenly engage her in conversation. Master, my master is about to arrive. You should sit down. He sulked internally, pretending not to know me. Fine. 2 can play at this game. Since Xiao Ju was too tall and blocked her path, Dianka had no choice but to sidestep towards the beautiful young woman. Then, she seriously addressed the male lead, her nephew. Nephew, I want to sit next to that beauty over there. Is that all right? The more he listened, the more Xiao Ju sulked. You like acting? Fine. I'll act with you. Let's see how long you want to keep this up. So, he firmly grasped her hand and pulled her to the seat beside him, casually saying, Master, it's better if you sit with your junior. This disciple has many things to ask you. Dianka, bewildered, mentally sputtered a series of question marks and inwardly complained, bullying me because I don't have any cultivation, aren't you? Finally, Dianka, feeling as though she had seen through everything, asked him curiously, "Nephew, you wouldn't happen to be jealous, would you?" Xiao Ju raised his voice, wanting to correct her. "Master, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly be jealous of you?" But, completely oblivious, she clapped Xiao Ju on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "Don't be shy. I understand. I understand." This, however, terrified Xiao Ju, who practically leaped to his feet. Blushing furiously as he fled, he exclaimed, "What are you doing? I'm not interested in you. I don't like men." This declaration completely froze Yanka's train of thought. After a long moment, she erupted in anger. "Are you insane, Xiao Ju? I'm talking about that beautiful woman over there." Equally indignant, she continued her tirade. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's interested in you?" Xiao Ju, clearly enjoying himself, nodded smugly, thinking, she's angry. Perfect. Finding the situation highly amusing, he pressed on, folding his arms and asking, "Master, why such a strong reaction? Could it be that your nephew has guessed your true feelings?" Dianka was so furious she was speechless. Inwardly, she seethed. "That damn Xiao Ju, slandering me in front of so many people. I'll pluck every last hair from his head." Amidst the commotion, another white-haired elder appeared. This was Feng Qing, one of the Xianlai sect elders, and Xiao Ju's master. As expected, the moment this elder cleared his throat, both of them straightened up and feigned obedience, all affectionate animosity forgotten. Xiao Ju glanced at Dianka beside him and let out a snicker. She's putting on such an act. But his amusement was immediately cut short by his master's reprimand. "What are you smirking about? Don't think you're so impressive just because you've reached the golden core stage. Your foundation is weak. If you try to break through to the nascent soul realm with your current foundation, you'll die. Understand." Xiao Ju dutifully acknowledged the instruction. Then, Elder Feng Qing sternly addressed the disciples below. "And what do the rest of you have to be so smug about? You're the worst batch of disciples I've ever taught. Let me tell you this. After 3 months, any disciple who fails the examination will be expelled from the sect." While he droned on, the only words that truly registered with Dianka were "expelled from the sect." However, it was too early to celebrate. The elder specifically emphasized the second half of his statement. That is, everyone except Feng Yin must pass the examination to remain. Feng Yin is the title Yu Hua bestowed upon Dianka. The person in question, Dianka herself, gaped in disbelief upon hearing this. Dianka wailed internally, "Why don't I have to take the exam? I want to be expelled." The elder, paying her no mind, continued his lecture. "Now, I will teach you about the role of spiritual roots and bloodlines in cultivation, as well as basic spellcasting techniques. Pay attention." However, mere seconds later, Elder Feng Qing furrowed his brow. It turned out that while the other disciples were diligently learning and discussing, the specially exempted Feng Yin was dozing off. Not daring to scold her directly, he gently called out, "Disciple Feng Yin, you should wake up." Dianka bolted upright, mumbling, "Master, I wasn't sleeping." Her foolish appearance caused Xiao Ju to stifle a laugh, while the princess's dislike for her intensified. Feng Qing, resigned, quickly changed the subject. "I know you weren't sleeping, so we're currently discussing the fireball technique. Perhaps you could demonstrate." "Oh, the fireball technique." Dianka considered herself a master of that. With a flourish, she conjured a massive fireball in her hand. Seeing the fireball begin to grow out of control, Elder Feng Qing hastily yelled, all right, that's enough. Quickly dispel it." But the flames in Dianka's hand only intensified. It appeared as if she was deliberately being uncooperative. However, no one knew that inwardly she was screaming, "My cultivation is only at the 5th level of chi refinement. Creating such a large fireball has drained all my spiritual energy. How am I supposed to dispel it?" The flames roared, surging towards the elder and the disciples huddled behind him. Fortunately, Feng Qing had already erected an ice shield. However, the intensity of the flames shattered the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. Everyone's faces were blackened with soot, while Dianka, wearing a foolish grin, asked, "Master, did I pass?" Despite the chaos she caused, Elder Feng Qing gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Excellent work, disciple. You've learned well." This caused the group of disciples behind the princess to seethe with jealousy. "That damn brat, making me look so disheveled. I'll teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, Dianka cheerfully accepted the elder's praise. Only Xiao Ju understood his master's true feelings. He frowned, muttering under his breath, "Idiot, she can't can't even recognize sarcasm. After the lesson, as Chi Huazhenren's disciple, Dianka naturally returned to Yu Miao Peak. Yu Hua, seeing her soot-covered appearance, asked with concern, "What happened to you?" She honestly replied, "Master Xiao Ju tested my fireball technique. I couldn't control my spiritual energy." Yu Hua gently waved his hand, cleansing the soot from her face. Then, with a hint of reproach in his voice, he said, "That Xiao Ju, knowing your aptitude is poor, he should have taken better care of you." Dianka, ever the optimist, boasted, "But Master even praised my fireball technique." Suddenly, Yu Hua hopped onto his sword, pulling Dianka along. "Come with me," he said. As they soared through the sky, he asked gently, "Yinner, where is your home? I'll take you back for a visit." Surprised, she asked, "You've barely recovered some of your strength, and you want to use it to fulfill my wish." He replied with a touching sincerity, "I promised you, and I intend to keep my word." He was incredibly kind, but Dianka had a secret sorrow. "My home isn't in this world," she confessed sadly. Yu Hua, misunderstanding, patted her head comfortingly. "Don't be sad. You have me. From now on, I'll be your adoptive father." Realizing that Yu Hua was hopelessly dense, she retorted with exasperation, "I see you as my senior brother, and you want to be my father. What's wrong with you?" He, still clueless, asked, "One day a teacher, always a father. What's the problem?" Dianka sulked, declaring that she wanted to go down to the mortal realm alone. And so, the unlikely pair, one with silver hair and the other with black, strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets. Yu Hua led her to a renowned restaurant and ordered a lavish meal, explaining, "I owe you a meal. Consider this me repaying my debt." Dianka's eyes lit up at the sight of real food, a welcome change from the usual medicinal pills. Skewers, braised pork leg, grilled octopus, all manner of delicious dishes disappeared into her satisfied belly. Finally, a flicker of conscience arose as she glanced at Yu Hua, thinking, "I never imagined that he, a great villain, would be so true to his word." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "That's right. With all the commotion earlier, I accidentally dropped this." With a flourish, he produced from his sleeve Little Black, the fluffy black cat. Dianka dropped her chopsticks, scooped up the purring feline, and nuzzled it against her face. Touched, she asked Yu Hua if finding Little Black had taken him a long time. However, he simply replied, "I promised you I would do it, and I keep my promises." This simple statement, coupled with his warm demeanor, moved Dianka to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Master," she said sincerely. Yu Hua chuckled, acknowledging her thanks. This episode concludes here. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel so I have the motivation to continue. The next morning, Dianka strolled leisurely through the classroom, feeling incredibly content. Yu Hua not only treated me to a meal, but also helped me find Little Black, she mused. He's actually quite a decent person. Suddenly, as the eldest princess brushed past her, a piece of paper fluttered to the ground. Naturally curious, Dianka picked it up. The message inside was startling. "Don't leave tonight. We have something to discuss." Casting a wary glance around, she pocketed the note, thinking excitedly, "Excellent. The female lead finally wants to recruit me into her faction. I should start paving the way." Xiao Ju, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but scoff. "Just a woman, and you're already this infatuated," he muttered disdainfully. "You letcher." And so, Dianka spent the rest of the lesson sitting obediently, eagerly awaiting sunset. She wondered, I wonder if the female lead wants to team up to fight a nascent soul monster or explore the forbidden grounds of Xianlai sect. How exciting. Impatience getting the better of her, she decided to take the initiative. She quickly approached the young woman who often accompanied the eldest princess. "Junior sister," she inquired, "where is your senior sister?" Instead of answering, the disciple enacted a bizarre charade, seemingly intent on slandering Dianka's reputation. She lunged forward, shouting, "You brat, you're dead." Dianka calmly sidestepped, asking, "What are you doing?" The disciple stumbled, face planting onto the ground. Immediately seizing the opportunity, Dianka clutched her chest and cried out, "What are you trying to do to me? I'm not that kind of person." What followed was a confusing spectacle of lunges and dodges. Ultimately, Dianka's agility prevailed, leaving the other disciple sprawled pathetically on the floor. Hands on her hips, Dianka scolded, "You were trying to frame me, weren't you?" You'd even sacrifice your own reputation to do so. We have no deep-seated grudge between us. Despite her words, the disciple scrambled to her feet again, pointing at Dianka and yelling, You lecher. I won't let the eldest princess fall into your clutches. Dianka momentarily froze, bewildered. She quickly regained her composure and defended herself. How am I a lecher? I'm not even interested in women. Despite her earnest explanation, the disciple continued her tirade. Before Dianka could retort, the doors swung open, revealing the eldest princess, her voice ringing out, Yun Yin. It seemed she had brought the entire classroom to witness the scene. Rushing to her companion's side, the eldest princess embraced her and asked, Are you all right? The tearful Yun Yin sobbed, Feng Yin, senior uncle, he harassed me. When questioned about what she had done, Dianka remained calm, replying nonchalantly, in such a short time. What could I possibly have done? I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't dream of such a thing. The two girls were clearly in cahoots. The eldest princess declared, I believe Yun Yin. We've grown up together. She's a kind person and would never lie. The elderly teacher, witnessing this, was at a loss for words. Finally, he turned to his disciple, Xiao Ju. Jewer, he asked, you were the last one to leave. Did you see anything? Driven by curiosity, Xiao Ju had indeed hidden behind a screen to observe Dianka, making him the sole witness to the entire incident. However, he feigned ignorance, replying, I didn't see anything. Because there were no witnesses, the teacher had no choice but to order them to the discipline hall. At the discipline hall, they even meticulously invited Yun Yan's master. He sternly questioned Dianka, what do you have to say for yourself? Even now, she resolutely stood with her arms crossed, replying, I didn't do anything. This statement naturally infuriated the old man, who roared, Yun Yan says this isn't the first time you've done this kind of thing to her. What explanation do you have? Dianka remained unfazed by his imposing demeanor, firmly stating, she's falsely accusing me. I didn't do anything. At his wit's end, the old man ordered her to recount the previous night's events. Where were you last night? Who can testify to your innocence? Feng Yan. The mention of the previous night startled Dianka. She thought carefully, Yuhua took me out last night, but leaving the Xian Lai sect is forbidden. If I reveal this, he'll be implicated. He's a good person. I can't harm him. Therefore, she was forced to lie. There's no one to testify for me, but I'll prove my innocence with my death. You can go ahead and strike me down. As soon as she finished speaking, a sword was thrown, causing her to freeze in place, wondering, wait a minute, suicide doesn't count as a natural death, does it? She waited, but the anticipated blow never came. The old man above scoffed. Didn't you want to prove your innocence with death? Take Feng Yin to the third level of purgatory. As she was being dragged away, she swore to herself, my head can roll, my blood can spill, but my innocence must remain untarnished. While the old man ordered everyone to stop, Dianka hastily delivered her last words. Actually, I'm not attracted to women. Upon hearing this, the old man flew into a rage, yelling, take him away. Quickly, this one's seriously ill. Dianka, unwilling to accept this fate, blurted out the truth about her gender. I'm actually a woman. However, the old man continued to berate her for her nonsensical ramblings. Even if you were a woman, it wouldn't change the fact that you assaulted someone. Despite her protests, she was ultimately dragged away. Outside, those watching the commotion through the heavenly mirror were amused. Haha, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor actually claimed to be a woman. How can someone with that kind of willpower be a woman? I'm dying of laughter. To avoid punishment, he actually revealed this truth. Even if every man in the world were a woman, he couldn't be. Even if he wore women's clothing, he'd still be a man pretending to be a woman. But the Demon Emperor is certainly stubborn. Why not just tell Great Emperor Yuhua? Only Yuhua understood the situation. He felt a pang of sympathy, thinking, so, from the very beginning, she was just trying to protect me. Dianka was indeed taken to the third level of the Xian Lai sect's purgatory. Everywhere she looked, there was only ice and snow. She strolled around, observing her surroundings, and assessed, this is the third level of the Xian Lai sect's purgatory. Isn't this just the ice secret realm I was in before? This chill is nothing compared to the cold ice secret realm. Since she had free time, her first priority was, of course, cultivation. So, finding herself unoccupied, her first instinct was to cultivate. As usual, Dianka buried herself in the snow, figuring she could cultivate while enjoying a good sleep. And so, They truly confined her for 3 days. The old man asked disdainfully, "So, has that brat begged for mercy yet?" His disciple honestly replied, "No, master. But there's something I don't understand. Master, you must have seen through this harmless act." The old man understood immediately. "You're asking why I chose to stand by and watch, aren't you? Although that brat hasn't done anything yet, a leopard can't change its spots. There's no guarantee he won't become audacious in the future. I'm just using this opportunity to teach him a lesson. And to avoid punishment, he claimed to be a woman. This time, I'll make sure he remembers this." "You say you're young, but you're even more boring than me," he grumbled. "If you were even a tenth as mischievous as that kid, I might actually have some fun. Come on, let's go see him in purgatory." The two of them proceeded towards purgatory. The place was, as expected, heavily guarded. However, they didn't enter directly. Instead, they observed through an external viewing screen. The moment the old man saw Yanka lying motionless on the ground, he panicked. "He's dead. No, wait. Who authorized the activation of the formation?" While the two disciples on guard duty scrambled in confusion, the old man slammed the button to deactivate the formation. Suddenly, the two disciples cried out in alarm, "No, Elder. You can't. There's a beast from the beast-taming peak on the 3rd level. Deactivating the formation now could be disastrous." The old man froze. "What did you say?" His bored disciple elaborated. "He said there's a powerful beast on the 3rd level. Deactivating the formation will cause trouble." A chill ran down the old man's spine. "I'm doomed," he wailed. Meanwhile, inside the 3rd level of purgatory, Yanka was irritated by the noise and commotion disturbing her sleep. "So annoying," she grumbled. "Who's bold enough to interrupt my nap? Let a person sleep." She opened her eyes to find herself face to face with a monstrous pig-like beast, complete with 2 massive horns and uneven teeth. Disgusted, Yanka scrambled back. "Ugh, you're hideous." The beast, seemingly hurt by her words, let out a pathetic whimper before charging towards her. Yanka could only pray. "I'm ready to die, but not by the hooves of such an ugly pig. I'd never live it down." "Fine, whatever, just fight it." With a resigned sigh, she conjured her familiar fireball spell. A powerful blast of fire erupted towards the gigantic pig. And then, poof, a small, adorable pink piglet materialized, leaping into her arms. Yanka stared, dumbfounded, then scowled. "What the? You're trying to pull a fast one on me." "No way. I don't agree to this." But the piglet's eyes were so pitiful that Yanka relented with a sigh. Fine. I can't stand you. You can stay with me for now, but leave whenever you want." She grumbled to herself. "This is why I hate this world. Even the chickens and cats are full of tricks." Stroking the piglet, she affectionately named it Xiaohua. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. "This piglet is clearly no ordinary swine. Once I'm out of here, I'll have Xiaohua demolish the room of whoever put me in this place." Lost in her plotting, she jumped when the irksome old man suddenly burst in, yelling, "You little brat." Both of them were startled, especially the silver-haired elder. He's reached the peak of the basic stage in just 3 days. He was stunned. From ordinary to peak basic stage in 3 days. This kind of talent is unheard of. Could he be a spy from another sect? To confirm his suspicions, he abruptly grabbed Yanka's hand, desperate to examine her. The power emanating from her palm made his hair and beard flutter. Finally, he had his answer. "You have a chaotic body." Seeing the blank look on her face, the old man elaborated. "Yes, you have a chaotic body. What a waste of your spiritual roots and bloodline," he lamented. "Otherwise, you be a peerless genius." A chaotic body cultivates 10 times faster than normal and experiences no tribulation lightning. But you're limited by your inherent qualities. You'll only ever reach the golden core stage. Indignantly, Yanka snatched her hand back, inwardly fuming. "This old geezer. I've already transcended the heroic era, you know. If I'm limited, it should be at the peak of the heroic era, not some measly golden core." The old man maintained his stern facade, but inwardly he was lamenting. Such a powerful constitution, yet limited to golden core. This is truly a tragic waste. Hearing the old man's dismissal, Yanka stubbornly planted herself on the ground. Go where? Are you expelling me from a sect?" "Absolutely not. I won't go. I've been wrongly accused. The old man couldn't help but chuckle. If I truly expelled you, would you still be here? Confused, Dianka tilted her head. What do you mean? You knew I was innocent and still locked me up here. Suddenly it clicked. Wait a minute. An old monster who's lived for tens of thousands of years wouldn't play such petty tricks without a reason. He has something up his sleeve. Enraged, she exploded. You sly old fox. What grudge do you have against me? Do you have some beef with my master? The old man roared back, equally furious. Nonsense. Every disciple brought to the discipline hall is confined to the third level of purgatory for 3 days. Besides, with your unruly temperament, a few days of quiet reflection will do you good. Dianka's eyes narrowed. Unruly, fine. But where did this lecherous accusation come from? Are your eyes just for decoration? Donate them to someone who needs them. Seeing his rising anger only fueled her own. I'm telling you, you're blind. And why am I the only one locked up? Yun Yin and the others falsely accused a fellow disciple. 6 days and nights in here wouldn't be enough for them. The old man tried to deflect. Their master has already disciplined them. Now off you go, and be more careful next time. If you commit another offense fueled by your lechery, it won't just be 3 days. Dianka refused to budge. I'm not leaving. Not until Yun Yin and the others spend 6 days in here and apologize to me in front of all the disciples. The old man sputtered, only to be cut off by Dianka's tirade. You what? You, the peak master of the discipline hall, can't distinguish right from wrong. You're obsessed with punishment. You should be apologizing to me. Go ahead, kill me. Hit me. I've been wrongly accused. My master will avenge me. Finally, the old man stormed off, muttering, fine. Let's see how long you last. Suddenly, Dianka called him back. The old man, momentarily pleased, turned back with a smug, change your mind, have you? A wise decision. But Dianka's face was contorted in a grimace. With a final heave, she splat, expelled a mouthful of blood right onto the unfortunate disciple who had accompanied the old man, narrowly missing his master. It turned out her dramatic display wasn't for revenge. She just wanted them to take Xiao Hua, the piglet, outside and care for it. Then, she turned her back and flopped onto the floor. Ignoring all pleas, she lay sprawled on the ground. I don't care. I want to die. The old man, utterly exasperated, hopped with rage. This child will be the death of me. This unruly brat. Feng Qing, her master, suddenly appeared. Perhaps this rest will do her good. Come, let's go. 3 days later, at the discipline hall, the peak master anxiously inquired, has that boy admitted his mistake yet? Feng Qing shook his head. No, master. He says he'll die in there before agreeing to your terms. At this rate, I fear he won't last much longer. The old man tore his hair. This is a disaster. Why did I have to provoke this little ancestor? All right then, think of a way to tell Qi Hua's junior sister. Yin Yin and Yun Meng are her disciples. Let her handle this. Meanwhile, back on the third level of purgatory, that stubborn little ancestor, Dianka, rolled around restlessly. So bored. This is so incredibly boring. Resigned, she sat up and resumed her cultivation, sighing. The spiritual energy here is so rich. I've already reached Golden Core in just a few days. It won't be long before I break through to the next realm. But too much power isn't good either. I'll stay at Golden Core for now. This scene left the spectators watching through the heavenly mirror utterly dumbfounded, as expected of the Demon Emperor, to comprehend Sword Heart in such a situation. How impressive. What's so impressive about it? Isn't it all thanks to his master, the Golden Imperfect Great Emperor? If just anyone could comprehend Sword Heart through teachings, then Sword Heart would be as common as feathers. Is it so hard to admit the Demon Emperor's talent? Only Yuhua remained silent, lost in thought. Could it be he's been hiding his true strength all along? Just how much is he concealing? The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, holding their breath. It seems someone's coming. Someone else is about to suffer. Sure enough, the newcomers to the third level of purgatory were none other than the sisters, Yun Meng and Yun Yan. Feng Qi, after escorting them, urged Dianka. Dianka, master told you to come out? Quickly. Dianka, however, was incredibly resistant. Rolling over, she protested, no way. They're my responsibility. How can I bear to watch them suffer here? The eldest princess, exasperated, snapped at Feng Qi. We're here. Why aren't you leaving yet? Just as she finished speaking, D. Yanka retorted, Senior brother Feng Qi is the chief disciple of the discipline hall. We represent fairness and integrity. The more upright you are, the less you should show favoritism. Cold-blooded and heartless. Before she could finish, Feng Qi cut her off with 3 words. Get to the point. Seeing this, D. Yanka frowned. You heard her just now. My disciple, Yin Ming, dared to address me, her martial uncle, by my given name. That's incredibly disrespectful. How do you think we should handle this? Without hesitation, Feng Qi replied, confine them for another 3 days. Satisfied, D. Yanka gave him a thumbs up, as expected of the righteous and impartial chief disciple of the discipline hall. I salute you, brother. Feng Qi thought she was finally appeased, but D. Yanka remained sprawled on the ground. I'm not leaving. What if you let them out as soon as I'm gone? I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll leave with them when their time is up. Finally, the eldest princess, Yun Ming, unable to bear the injustice any longer, burst into tears. Why are you bullying me like this? However, due to the extreme cold, her tears instantly froze, causing her even more pain. Before anyone could figure out what to do, Feng Qi coldly turned and left. Now, only the 3 of them remain. D. Yanka, propped up on her elbows, began a plot. How dare they falsely accuse me? 60, 70, 80, even 90 days wouldn't be excessive, would it? Several days later, Yun Ming and Yun huddled together, shivering from the cold, while D. Yanka diligently kept watch. Suddenly, Feng Qi appeared, a beacon of hope for the sisters. Yiming tentatively asked, "Are you here to take us back?" But the cold-faced disciple sternly replied, "No, Immortal Qi Hua has an urgent matter and summoned me to Moon Temple Peak." While Di Yanka was still trying to process this, the 2 scheming sisters rejoiced inwardly. Yu Hua, he's finally gone. As soon as he's out of the way, we'll escape from this place. Sure enough, Di Yanka easily saw through their scheme. If I leave, they'll definitely use their connections to escape. I'm not falling for that. A flicker of unease crossed the 2 girls' faces. Could he have seen through our plan? Yin Ming worried. Don't worry, he definitely hasn't. Yin reassured her. He's just a lecher. How could he be that smart? Finally, Di Yanka, playing along, stood up and agreed to leave. After all, she was Yu Hua, and he was more important than these 2 scheming girls. Seeing her depart, Yun Ming and Yin exchanged triumphant smiles. See, I told you he wouldn't be that smart. Di Yanka swiftly descended from the sky, landing gracefully. Master, you called for me, she chirped. Yu Hua, upon seeing her, frowned slightly. It's only been a month, and you've already reached the peak of Golden Core. He subtly hid the gift he had prepared behind his back. Your cultivation is progressing well, he said gently. Keep up the good work. He then turned and left, leaving Di Yanka bewildered. Was that all? He called me all the way out here for that. I'm not a child anymore. She frowned, muttering to herself, no, I can't let them off so easily. Next time I'm in purgatory, Yun and Yun Ming will pay for this. Several days passed quickly. Di Yanka, bored as ever, attended her classes. She sighed dramatically, this alchemy class. I don't really want to be here, but rules are rules. Even if I don't want to, I have to. Just as boredom threatened to consume her, she spotted Yun Ming and Yun passing by. A mischievous glint entered her eyes. Well, look who it is, she called out. The eldest princess, Yun Ming, startled at the sight of her, instinctively took a step back. Yun, however, remained calm, approaching Xiao Ju. Senior brother Xiao Ju, she said sweetly, my sister and I would like to sit together. Would you mind switching places with us? Di Yanka inwardly rolled her eyes. Idiot maid. Doesn't she know she's supposed to create opportunities for the male and female leads to be together? She's so clueless. But then again, that's just Yin being Yun. Xiao Ju, however, only had eyes for Di Yanka, scowling slightly. What's with that look? Is he mocking me? Growing impatient with Xiao Ju's silence, Yun pressed, if you don't want to, it's okay. To her surprise, Xiao Ju abruptly stood up. Even more shockingly, he walked straight towards Di Yanka and sat down beside her. Both sisters stared, dumbfounded. Recovering slightly, Yun whispered to Yun Ming, I heard this guy's name is Xiao Ju. He's supposed to be cold and aloof, but he just gave up his seat for her. Do you think he likes her? Yun Ming blushed, glancing at Xiao Ju. Don't be silly, she scolded. But her blush quickly turned to a scowl as she saw Xiao Ju chatting amicably with Di Yanka. Xiao Ju, after a month of silence, finally had his chance. Leaning close to Di Yanka, he whispered, it's you, isn't it? Don't think you can fool me. by changing your face and faking your death. Don't forget what you promised me. Dianka, unfazed, replied casually, you should address me as Marshall Uncle here. But what did I promise you? When I fell off the cliff, she continued, I hit my head and lost some of my memories. My face was also disfigured. Xiao Ju, half believing, half doubtful, asked softly, you really don't remember what happened between us. He seemed to believe her disfigurement was real, not a disguise. Finding his reaction amusing, Dianka decided to tease him further. I was just kidding, nephew. You're still as naive as ever. It worries your Marshall Uncle. Xiao Ju's face darkened, clearly about to explode. Before he could finish his sentence, Dianka cut him off. My, how the tables have turned. Remember back then, when we were fellow disciples? It hasn't been that long, and now I'm your Marshall Uncle. Xiao Ju's anger flared. It's just dumb luck. He spat. What are you so arrogant about? Dianka, enjoying his frustration, teased. You're right, it's just dumb luck. She stuck her tongue out playfully, childishly taunting the male lead. While Xiao Ju was distracted, a familiar glint flickered in Dianka's eyes. That promise. I haven't forgotten, she thought to herself. Lost in thought about how to fulfill that promise, Dianka made her way back to Moon Temple Peak. Suddenly, a loud crash startled her. She rushed towards the sound, shouting, Yuhua, open the door. Bursting inside, she found her master convulsing on the floor. Thanks to the heavenly profound seed she possessed, Dianka quickly checked his pulse, her face falling. His divine sense is damaged, his nascent soul is injured, and his meridians are in disarray, she diagnosed grimly. Yuhua can recover his cultivation, but he'll be left with a chronic illness that will hinder his progress. It could flare up at any time, causing excruciating pain. Suddenly, a detail from the original plot struck her. This illness, it's connected to the female lead, isn't it? She murmured. Whenever he has an attack, only her presence can ease his suffering. That's why he sees her as his lifeline. He'll do anything for her. She continued her internal monologue and ultimately sacrifice himself for her. How tragic. But now that I'm here, things will be different. I'll definitely seize this opportunity. A surge of determination filled her. If I play my cards right, I can finally go home. Just as she finished this thought, Yuhua suddenly lurched up from the floor and clung to her, startling Dianka. Without hesitation, she struck him, rendering him unconscious. With Yuhua unconscious, Dianka brazenly opened his robes. The sight of immortal red flower's impressive physique caused a ripple of excitement among those watching through the heavenly mirror. The Demon Emperor is so bold, they exclaimed. Truly the lecherous Demon Emperor we know and love. Are we really allowed to see this? Only the subject of their observation remained oblivious, staring at the scene unfolding before him with a pang of realization. He was trying to save me, Red Flower thought, a wave of emotion washing over him. I knew I was injured, he mused, but it was so severe I thought I wouldn't survive. As I slowly recovered, I dismissed it, assuming it was due to Feng Meng's influence. But it was actually Dianka. Within the heavenly mirror, scenes previously concealed by Dianka herself were now revealed. She was meticulously applying acupuncture needles to her master, her brow furrowed in concentration. Finally, she finished. Carefully, she lifted Yuhua and gently laid him on a pillow. Then, she quietly left. The revelation of the truth left Red Flower stunned. I always thought he was heartless and indifferent, he thought, but he cared for me more than I realized. He was so attentive, healing my wounds so diligently. But what happened after that? As Yuhua's introspection ended, the scene shifted back to Dianka, who was participating in the final training exercise. The instructor announced, all new disciples must go to the Xianlai sect's hunting grounds and hunt a demon beast of a higher level than their own. This is your final assignment. If you are at the early foundation establishment stage, you must hunt a mid-foundation establishment beast. If you are at peak foundation establishment, you must hunt 3 peak foundation establishment beasts. You have 3 days. As soon as Dianka heard the final assignment, a chill ran down her spine. 3 days, she thought, panicked. Yuhua needs 49 consecutive days of treatment to restore his meridians. I've already treated him for 31 days straight. If it's interrupted for 3 days, I'll have to start all over again. The mere thought made her want to cough up blood. This process is so complicated. I'm practically vomiting from the effort. I really don't want to do it all over again. So, Dianka decided to play dumb. Raising her hand, she asked the instructor, is there any way I could skip this? His response was immediate and icy. What do you think? He snapped. Plan A having failed, she moved on to Plan B. Well, if you're going to say no, just say no, she muttered. No need to be so aggressive. What if I finish it in one day? Can I go back then? The instructor, his brow twitching at her incessant questioning, replied with strained patience. Do you honestly believe you can kill 3 peak golden core demon beasts in a single day? Feng Yin, he continued, let me remind you that this examination must be completed alone. No help from others. Dianka, still remarkably patient, asked again, I know. So, if I finish it in one day, can I go back? Defeated, the instructor gave in. If you finish the exam, you can, of course, return early. Then, ever the dedicated teacher, he personally led the disciples he had been instructing for the past 3 months to the demon beast hunting grounds. He carefully explained, this is a training ground. The demon beasts on the outer edges are mostly weak. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Dianka Badalilistend. She had somehow produced her familiar wooden board and was commanding it to lift her into the air. This, predictably, infuriated the instructor. Feng Yin, where you're going, there are nascent soul-stage demon beasts. Dianka, seemingly deaf to his warnings, floated upwards with an air of naive enthusiasm. Huh, did someone call me? Whatever. Time to hunt some demon beasts. Enjoying the aerial view, she surveyed the landscape. Well, getting back in one day isn't going to be easy, she mused. I've been flying for half a day, and I haven't even seen a single peak golden core beast. As if summoned by her words, a ferocious roar echoed through the air, nearly knocking her off her board. A thrill shot through Dianka. Just the sound of its roar is terrifying from this distance, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. This demon beast must be incredibly powerful, definitely post-nascent soul level. Following the sound, she finally spotted the source, the backside of a winged, striped tiger, surrounded by what looked like kittens. The sight stopped Dianka cold. So many she whispered, should I even bother? If I go, I won't be able to treat Yuhua. Maybe I should just take a closer look. If it's too dangerous, I'll run. As long as I'm fast enough, I shouldn't die. Having made her decision, she swooped down, then cried out in surprise. Is that a white tiger? Legend says they love to eat heavenly treasures. Wherever they are, there must be treasures nearby. Driven by curiosity, she began searching for the rumored treasure in this desolate place. She didn't find any treasures, but she did find her nemesis, Xiao Ju. Dianka then noticed the familiar thwong, no sword embedded in the tiger's rear. That Xiao Ju, she muttered, shaking her head. He really is ruthless. No wonder people are always chasing after him. Ignoring the male lead, Dianka finally spotted the real treasure, right at Xiao Ju's feet. Oh, Nafhui, she exclaimed. Glancing at Xiao Ju, who was fighting for his life, she began to calculate. Xiao Ju is risking his life for this Hong Lin fruit. But I needed to treat Yuhua. More importantly, it can boost the effectiveness of the it can help Yuhua's injuries heal perfectly and even strengthen his divine sense. But what can I trade Xiao Ju for it? Before Dianka could speak, Xiao Ju, struggling below, called out for help. Yanka, help me. Didn't you say you'd risk your life for me once? Despite his desperate plea, Dianka remained remarkably calm. I thought you could handle it, she mused aloud. I don't think you need my help. Let's save the life risking for another time. Xiao Ju, indire strides, kursedin wardli. You're doing this on purpose. You want to see me die? He gritted his teeth, determined not to give her the satisfaction. As if on cue, Dianka pointed at the fruit near Xiao Ju. How about a bargain? She proposed. You give me the Hong Lin fruit, and I'll help you. I promise I won't take advantage of you. Xiao Ju immediately realized her motive. She was here for the fruit behind him. He defiantly plucked the Hong Lin fruit and snarled, You're dreaming. I'd rather die than give it to you. He then proceeded to shove the entire fruit into his mouth, his words slurred. Even if I don't know what this Hong Lin fruit is, if you want it, I won't let you have it. Dianka, horrified by this reckless act, rushed towards him. Xiao Ju, are you crazy? You can't just eat the Hong Lin fruit like that. His defiance lasted barely a second before his spiritual consciousness began to erupt within him. The last image Xiao Ju saw before his eyes closed was the furious tiger and the concerned face of Dianka. He managed to choke out, Yankarun. As she tried to reach him, the enraged tiger blocked her path. Dianka lifted her eyelids, staring directly at the beast. Then, her usual playful demeanor returned. "Hey there, White Tiger," she said earnestly. "Let's negotiate. You already chewed up your stuff anyway. So, how about I help you get that sword out of your backside, and we'll call it even." When the ferocious beast only grumbled in response instead of attacking, Dianka took it as a yes. She quickly commanded her thwong no sword come back. The sword, however, had a mischievous streak. Instead of a clean removal, it wiggled and spun 360 degrees, seemingly relishing the moment. Only after Dianka sternly ordered it to stop did the thwong no sword cease its antics and obediently release its hold on the tiger. She then busied herself retrieving medicinal herbs from her sleeve. Using a spell, she transformed the herbs into flames that enveloped Xiao Ju, and she began to meticulously treat his wounds. Looking at him with concern, she thought, if he survives this without intervention, his cultivation will be completely crippled. By saving him, I can also absorb the Hong Lin fruit's energy. A win-win situation. As Dianka tended to Xiao Ju, the heavenly Tao mirror outside buzzed with indignant voices. It would be better if that great demon lord died. Why save him again and again? If that great demon lord Xiao Ju had died back then, he wouldn't have caused such carnage in both the immortal and demon realms later on. So many lives wouldn't have been lost. That's why they say the demon emperor is the demon emperor, a pair of great demon lords. Hidden within a divine hall, Xiao Ju watched these scenes unfold in the heavenly Tao mirror, witnessing a moment he couldn't have seen in the past. His face darkened. "I thought I was lucky to survive," he muttered. "I thought it was Feng Shi Meng Zanyao that helped me recover so quickly. I never knew it was all thanks to Yanka. If she hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have been so arrogant as to eat the Hong Lin fruit." He paused, a hint of self-reproach in his voice. "It's only fair. You told me to fight that demon beast myself, so why did you interfere?" Back at the Xianlai sect's training grounds, Dianka coughed up blood from the strain of saving Xiao Ju. Looking at her blackened right hand, she thought, "My right hand is crippled. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. It's just the residual energy from the Hong Lin fruit that went into my right hand," Dianka mused. "Technically, I'm still coming out ahead. I can use this residual energy to save Yuhua. Even if my right hand is temporarily unusable, I still have my left." Lost in her playful scheming, Dianka suddenly realized her time to return to the present day was almost up. Her efforts over the past 31 days were about to be wasted. With no other options, she shamelessly abandoned her previous promise. She commanded her thwong no sword to attack the demon beast's backside once more. If anyone's to blame, she thought, it's the beast itself for not leaving and for trusting me. This sudden, blatant betrayal shocked Xiao Ju, sending chills down his spine. He could only watch in disbelief as Dianka actually attacked the tiger-like demon beast. Her baffling insistence on fighting the beast, despite being clearly outmatched, sparked wild speculation among the onlookers watching through the heavenly Tao mirror. "I don't understand. Dianka clearly can't defeat that beast. Why does she insist on leaving today? If it were me, I'd wait 2 days for the Xianlai sect to rescue me, or wait for Yuhua to wake up and escape together. Does the demon emperor want to help the demon lord tame this nascent soul beast?" I knew those two weren't normal. Only deep love could explain such selfless devotion. Does the demon lord even know about this? Definitely not. Otherwise, how could they end up as enemies later? The demon emperor is so pitiful, doing so much for someone who ultimately becomes her enemy. Only Chi Hua Zhenrun, standing amidst the crowd, dissented loudly, "Shut up. She's doing this for me." Upon hearing this, Mo Chonglu burst into laughter, mocking him. "You're dreaming. Do you think you're Luo Ziyin or Long Yintan? You're just a dispensable master. Do you really think he cares about you?" Yuhua, too dignified to argue with Chonglu, kept his eyes fixed on the heavenly Tao mirror, reiterating, "He's doing this for me. He's doing this so he can return and heal me." Mo Chonglu scoffed. "If that's true, then I'll..." Before he could finish his sentence, the pasty Yanka confessed. "What do I do? At this rate, I won't make it back in time to heal Yuhua. Montag Shangliu was instantly silenced." He coughed awkwardly. I think I'll mute myself now." Back in the Xianlai sect's training grounds, the strange, chimera-like demon beast still faced Dianka unharmed. Suddenly, the ferocious beast transformed. Poof! It became a goofy-looking husky. The dog thought, "Fireball, sword energy, doesn't this person get tired? I'm exhausted. I'll just revert to my original form." Seeing the adorable husky, Dianka's heart melted. Who could possibly hurt such a cute creature? She murmured, "No need for complications, little guy. I've never signed a contract with a demon beast. So, just cooperate with me for a few minutes so I can pass my test." The bewildered husky didn't even have time to understand what she meant before she grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Dianka pointed towards the sky and commanded, "Little Thuong, return to the Yubiao peak." And so, poor Xiao Ju was once again forgotten. After handing over the husky, Dianka successfully returned to the present. As expected, upon opening her master's door, she found Yu Hua lying unconscious on the floor. She effortlessly hoisted him onto her shoulder. Gently placing him on the bed, she began another night of treatment. During a break, she stared at her right hand, sighing. "It's necrotic. It was fine when I checked yesterday. How could it have become like this overnight? Could it be because of the Hong Lin fruit? If I don't cut it off, it might get completely necrotic. The problem is, if it gets too bad, it'll be considered useless. So, the only option is to chop it off." Having made her final decision, she bravely placed her hand on the table and pulled out a sharp blade, preparing to take matters into her own hands. The onlookers watching through the heavenly Tao mirror felt a chill run down their spines. They watched the bloody right hand held firmly in Dianka's left, murmuring in disbelief. Even if it's necrotic, shouldn't she hesitate? That's her own hand. She truly lives up to her reputation as the Mad Demon Emperor. Absolutely insane. Both Xiao Ju and Yu Hua, observing this scene, felt a pang of guilt, convinced that Dianka was doing this for them. The onlookers shuddered as they watched Dianka carefully wrap her severed right hand. Isn't this a bit much? Someone actually chopped off their own hand and then meticulously preserved it. Is she planning to keep it as a souvenir? Though I have to admit, even severed, the Demon Emperor's hand looks delicate. No wonder people believed she was a man back then. They were fools. Especially now, it looks like a gemstone, a perfect treasure. After a long silence, the onlookers, their faces grim, whispered amongst themselves, "Tell me, do we seem like perverts right now? Could she be refining some kind of medicinal property?" But that would be even more perverse. However, the perverse scenarios they conjured up were nothing compared to the reality of what happened next. Dianka opened her mouth wide and swallowed her severed, necrotic right hand, along with the blade. This scene was beyond bizarre, leaving everyone utterly horrified. After finishing this gruesome task, Dianka, as usual, quietly left Yuhua's room. Under her arm was the husky she had captured from the Xian Lai sect's training grounds, which she had named Xiao Air. She happily cuddled the dog, stroking its head and giggling. "This feels nice. No wonder so many people like petting dogs." While she was enjoying this moment, her Thuong no sword suddenly appeared, seemingly vying for attention. Upon seeing it, Dianka shooed it away. "Xiao Thuong, what are you doing here? Go back. Your master will be worried if he can't find you." Seeing Thuong no shake its hilt stubbornly, she chuckled and asked, "Xiao Thuong, you don't want me to be sad, do you? Xiao Ju and I have known each other for many years. I'd be very upset if anything happened to him. So, go back and protect him for me, okay?" These words seemed to sway the sword. After receiving its new orders to return to the male lead, the obedient sword promptly departed. Dianka watched it go, a sly grin spreading across her face. Just like its owner, so easy to deceive. Back at the Xian Lai sect's training grounds, the 3-day deadline had finally passed, and the instructor had arrived to inspect the spoils the disciples had brought back. The last to arrive was Dianka. As soon as her figure appeared in the distance, the crowd below erupted in murmurs. "Look, Marshal Uncle Feng Yen is here. Did he finish the test? Wait, where did he come from? Did he leave during the test?" Dianka's arrival, riding precariously on a flying board, was quite a spectacle. Even the instructor couldn't help but cough awkwardly. After landing, she didn't even bother to greet him, simply walking past him with a cold expression. The group remained silent for a full minute, waiting for her to speak. Finally, the instructor, unable to bear the silence any longer, cleared his throat. "Feng Yen," he said sternly, "you are Chi Hua's disciple. It's all right if you didn't complete the task, but surely you managed to hunt a low-level demon beast, didn't you? Just let me see the carcass." Hearing this, Dianka playfully poked the husky puppy in her arms and asked softly, "Will a live one do?" The goofy puppy in her embrace startled the instructor. Only Dianka remained utterly doting, stroking the puppy while introducing its pedigree. "This is Xiao Air. a pet I acquired in the training grounds. Late-stage, nascent soul. Surely that's sufficient. Upon hearing the puppy's cultivation level, the instructor stammered in awe. See, congratulations. You've passed. Suddenly, a commotion arose from behind them. Dianka glanced back to see Xiao Ju being supported by the female lead, Yunming. A flicker of amusement danced in Dianka's eyes as she inquired, "Martial nephew, what happened to you? You look gravely injured, and why are you with her? Could it be that you too?" She held a clear fondness for Xiao Ju, but the feeling wasn't mutual. He scowled and snapped, "Mind your own business." Despite his usual arrogance, Xiao Ju froze, his face paling as he noticed Dianka's missing right hand. Still maintaining a haughty facade, he asked, "What happened to your hand, martial uncle? Did a demon beast bite it?" "Well, it was useless anyway. Good riddance." Dianka's careful concealment was shattered by his words, sparking murmurs from the surrounding disciples. She lost her hand. A cultivator losing a hand. Won't that disrupt her meridians and make further cultivation incredibly difficult? As despair threatened to engulf her, Xiao Ju cruelly added, "Yanka, I was sincere with you, but you tried to take my life. Now, taste the bitterness of ridicule." However, much to his surprise, Dianka cheerfully brandished her severed limb. "Martial nephew, you actually care about me. You're the first to notice something was wrong with my hand." Her unwavering cheerfulness only fueled Xiao Ju's frustration. "I wish it was your head that rolled. How can you be so resilient?" His harsh words finally struck a chord, a flicker of sadness clouding Dianka's eyes. "Martial nephew," she whispered, "you're truly heartless." The true meaning behind her expression and the events that followed would only be revealed to Xiao Ju years later, through the heavenly Tao mirror. He watched his past self with a pang of regret, berating himself. "She lost her hand because of me, yet I spoke such cruel words." She must have been heartbroken. His self-pity was short-lived. However, as the seemingly heartbroken Dianka from the past abruptly brightened, cheerfully declaring, "Don't worry, I know you care. I'll definitely die before you." Xiao Ju's emotions spiraled into further confusion. He glanced at the present-day Demon Emperor, Dianka, and wondered, "Yanka, why didn't you explain? Why did you accept it so calmly? If it weren't for that misunderstanding, would things be different now?" Meanwhile, news of Yu Hua's sole disciple losing her right hand quickly reached the inner halls of the Xianlai sect. The sect leader, deeply concerned for his younger brother, frowned. "I can't bear to see him with only a crippled, useless disciple. If Qi Hua hadn't risked his life to bring back the lotus from the forbidden forest to restore my soul, I wouldn't have been able to leave seclusion. That unlucky brat truly benefited from it." Displeased with the situation, the sect leader issued an order for each peak to select their most outstanding disciples to be sent to Yu Biao Peak. They would await Qi Hua Zhanren's emergence from seclusion, after which he would choose a few. Following the commotion, Dianka obediently returned to her own quarters on Yu Biao Peak. Peeking out, Dianka curiously eyed the group of disciples stationed outside her room and silently thanked the heavens. "Hopefully, these annoying brats won't bother me," she thought. This resolve fueled her need to be even more discreet and stealthy in her nightly activities. Yet, somehow, Yunming still managed to catch her. The mischievous girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Despite Dianka's attempts to look inconspicuous, Yunming was certain it was indeed her martial uncle, Feng Yan. Suddenly, 1,000 scandalous scenarios involving Dianka and Yu Hua flooded Yunming's mind, causing her to blush furiously. Could it be true? She muttered, blaming her senior sister. "All because of those spirit stones. She secretly sold me that book. I thought it was a cultivation manual and bought a whole stack. Now look what's happened. This is so embarrassing." And so, Yunming shadowed Dianka until daybreak. Finally, she saw Dianka emerge, stretching languidly. Yunming seethed inwardly. All night, she hadn't seen Qi Hua Zhanren put up any resistance. He must have been doing something unspeakable, taking advantage of Qi Hua Zhanren's coma. "I must tell Qi Hua Zhanren immediately." With this thought, she burst through Yu Hua's door, a rare look of triumph on her face. "Feng Yan, this time, you're finished." Upon entering, Yunming was met with the sight of a beautiful man sleeping soundly in Yuhua's room. Mesmerized, she unconsciously took a step back, whispering, "Grand Marshal Uncle, I didn't mean to intrude. I'll just leave." Flustered, she thought, "Wow, Feng Yin is even more impressive than I imagined. Wait, what am I even thinking?" She scolded herself. Despite her inner turmoil, she pulled a recording stone from her sleeve and began obsessively capturing images of the sleeping Yuhua. The mischievous Yunming, admiring her handiwork, plotted, "Just wait until I catch Feng Yin leaving this room. Then, no matter what he says, he's doomed." Lost in her scheming, a faint groan and a tugging hand startled her. Seeing Yuhua awake, panic seized her. Terrified of being misunderstood, she scrambled to her feet. With lightning speed, she fled, yelling, "It wasn't me." Finally escaping, she slowed down, muttering anxiously, "It wasn't me. I'm not a man. Why did I run like that?" After calming herself, she turned and sought out her close friends, eager to share her juicy gossip. "Sisters, I have some exciting news." As expected, her story instantly captivated a large group of these ancient Fujoshi. Their eyes lit up. "Oh my god, my OTP is finally canon. Tell us more. From the beginning. Every detail, please." Meanwhile, Dianka, having completed another night of healing Yuhua, finally emerged from her room around noon, stretching. She paused, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "These stares, they feel just like the ones I used to give when I was eavesdropping on others. But what rumors could possibly have spread in just one night? Could it be that my sneaking into Yuhua's room has been discovered? Surely not. Besides, both Yuhua and I are men, so even if we were seen entering the same room, it wouldn't be anything unusual." Lost in thought, Dianka bumped into a young disciple, startling her so badly that she dropped her book. However, it was Dianka who was truly shocked, her jaw dropping as she saw herself on the cover, along with the title, "Overbearing Marshal Uncle's Teasing." She'd initially been reluctant to believe it, but the young girl's flustered reaction only confirmed her suspicions. That overbearing Marshal Uncle couldn't possibly be referring to me, could it? She thought incredulously. I can't believe there's a cheesy romance novel circulating with me as the main character. Well, I'm the handsome and brilliant Dianka. After all, 15 days later, Yuhua finally emerged from seclusion. Facing the crowd of disciples, he indifferently gestured towards Yunming. "Yunming, please see to it that the other disciples return to their respective elders. I appreciate senior brother's kind intentions, but my strength hasn't fully recovered. While I'm willing, I'm afraid I'm not yet able, and I wouldn't want to delay these young disciples' cultivation." After dismissing the other disciples, he turned to Dianka. "Yanka," he said, "give your room to Yunming. From now on, you'll stay with me." Yunming gasped audibly, clearly shocked by this arrangement. Flustered, she stammered, but wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Dianka, however, remained calm. "What's inappropriate about it? I think it's a perfectly fine arrangement." Secretly, she thought, "This is perfect. Now, I won't have to sneak into his room to heal him anymore. I could do it openly." Seeing that she couldn't dissuade Dianka, Yunming turned to Yuhua. "Master," she asked, "does Grandmaster approve of this?" He gave her a cold look, then turned to Dianka with a gentle smile. "Yanka," he said, "please show Yunming to your room. I am tired." The stark contrast in his demeanor towards the two women was striking. Yunming, her mind still filled with romantic fantasies, couldn't help but speculate. Did Chi Huazhan accept me as his disciple just to give them an excuse to live together? She wondered. Meanwhile, Dianka led Yunming to her room and enthusiastically introduced her to her spirit beasts. "This is Xiao He, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Air," she said. "They're all my spirit pets. It wasn't convenient to keep them in the other room, so I arranged for them to stay here. Don't worry, they're very well behaved. They won't bite." As soon as Dianka left, Yunming's excitement bubbled over. "This is too much," she squealed internally. The next morning, Yuhua left on his sword, his destination unknown. Dianka, having nothing else to do, went to Yunming's room to check on her. "Did you sleep well last night, junior sister?" she asked. When Yunming said no, Dianka playfully inquired, "Were you up late reading again? Didn't I tell you those stories are all fake? You should read less of that stuff." Not realizing what specific stuff Dianka was referring to, Yunming snapped, "Don't be ridiculous. I would never read that kind of book." Embarrassed, Dianka made her exit. All right, get some rest. I won't bother you anymore." After he left, Yunming suddenly woke up, puzzled. How did he know I was reading that book? Could it be? He reads it too. A few hours later, Dianka flew from Yunmeng's room to Yuhua's. Her master had just returned and handed her a pill, saying, "Take this." Recognizing it as a continuation pill, Dianka was surprised. She held the pill delicately, thinking, this is a rare treasure. The ingredients are incredibly hard to find, and the crafting process is even more difficult. There are only 3 in the entire Xianlai sect. Given sect leader's personality, he definitely wouldn't be willing to let me have one. It must have been very difficult for him to obtain this pill. He truly is a good master. This entire scene was carefully observed by Yun Ming, who muttered under her breath, "That shameless Feng Yin. How dare she?" Dianka cheerfully thanked Yuhua and said gently, "I'll take it in a few days." A moment later, Yuhua called out, "Meng Er, come here as well." Caught red-handed, Yin Ming, feeling guilty, slammed her door shut and yelled, "I wasn't peeking." Today's episode has come to an end. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel so I can continue making more. However, she was eventually dragged out by the collar to receive her gift. Yuhua handed her a pouch, saying, "This is for you. Cultivate diligently." After bidding him farewell, Yunming happily returned to her room. She immediately let loose, revealing her childish side, and exclaimed, "Oh my God. Master gave me a spatial pouch. Let's see what treasures are inside." After emptying the contents of the pouch, the princess found a mountain of medicinal herbs. Delighted, she said, as expected of the Peak Lord, "His gifts are so generous. Remember when I was at Yinling Peak? I only had 5 low-grade spirit gathering pills in total. If I wanted anything else, I had to find offerings to trade for them. Even the treasures I brought from the Southern Radiance Kingdom only got me 10 mid-grade spirit gathering pills. 1 yen, and I had to go to Jinlai Peak for lessons during the day, and then we had to clean the sect at night to exchange for pills. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. But now everything's great. I'm Chi Hua Zhan Ren's disciple. He'll definitely give me even more good things." Her gleeful laughter was short-lived, however, as the mountain of herbs before her suddenly vanished. Yunming looked in horror at Xiaohei, Dianka's cat, licking its lips, and immediately realized it had devoured all the herbs. She burst into tears and ran out of the room, wailing, "I can't take these days of injustice anymore. I don't want to live." Meanwhile, Dianka, sharing a room with Yuhua, would wake up at the same time every night, wave her hand in front of his face, and softly ask, "Master, are you asleep?" When he didn't respond, she would habitually and swiftly remove his clothes, saying roguishly, "If you're asleep, then let's begin." Suddenly, after a moment of examination before her treatment, Dianka muttered, puzzled, "Strange. Why are your injuries worse?" "No matter, it's not a big problem. I have spiritual energy." The next morning, upon waking, Yuhua felt his wounds gradually recovering overnight. Feeling slightly better, he grabbed his sword and flew off on it to gather resources for his 2 beloved disciples, Nani and Meng Er. What a good master he was. Consequently, that night, Dianka frowned and exclaimed, "Why is it worse than yesterday?" And so, she continued to treat Yuhua. He would wake up feeling better, then fly off again, thinking there wasn't much left there yesterday. "Tonight, I'll go to the Forbidden Forest. My injuries can recover on their own. It's not a big deal. I can't delay my 2 disciples' cultivation." He would exhaust himself during the day, and by nightfall, his injuries would be worse than the day before, leaving Dianka utterly bewildered and increasingly frustrated, unsure of the cause. Not understanding why, she continued to heal him. Yuhua would recover, then proceed to exhaust himself. This unspeakable cycle would surely mortify Chi Hua Zhanrun if he ever found out. The absurdity of the situation was so profound that even the eternally verbose Mac, Truong Lu, was rendered speechless, opting to remain silent. Finally, even Dianka's patience wore thin. Exasperated, she muttered, "When the world is going on with Yuhua's injuries? They heal, then revert right back. Why can't I cure them?" Still preoccupied with her master's predicament, she stepped out the door only to encounter a disciple carrying a heavily injured Yunming. Alarmed, Dianka rushed forward. "What happened? Is she still alive? And who are you?" As soon as he set Yunming down, the young man hastily retreated, stammering, "It's nothing to do with me. I just brought her back. I'm leaving now." Unable to bear the sight of someone dying without intervention, the kind-hearted Dianka parted Yunming's clothes to examine her wounds. "They aren't too severe, thankfully. We're all human, after all. Why can't I ever have such luck and get injured like this? Oh, whatever. Tears won't help. I'll just apply some pressure to stop the bleeding for now. You're lucky you were brought back quickly. Any later, and you would have been a goner. After stemming the flow of blood, Yanka summoned a spatial rift. From it, she retrieved the continuation pill Yu Hua had given her, the one she hadn't yet used. Without hesitation, she crushed it and applied it to Yun Meng's wounds. The wounds closed almost instantly. Yanka couldn't help but marvel such rapid healing. This is the power of a continuation pill. The pill was so effective that within seconds, Yun Meng began to regain consciousness. She opened her eyes to find her clothes disheveled and the androgynous Yanka leaning over her. Pandemonium erupted within Yu Miao Peak as Yun Meng's cries echoed through the halls. Tears streaming down her face, she shrieked, "Feng Yan, you're not human." Yanka, however, remained unfazed, calmly replying, "Oh, you figured it out, have you? Be more careful next time, junior sister." Unable to tolerate Yanka's teasing, Yun Meng insisted on reporting the incident to their master. The ever-straightforward Yanka simply shrugged. "Suit yourself." It took a while, but eventually, the dim-witted Yun Meng realized something was amiss. Staring at Yanka's retreating figure, she pondered, "Wait, my wounds are healed, but that's impossible. That thing wouldn't know how to heal anyone. My injuries required a continuation pill. Aside from the two the sect possesses, Master took the only other one. So, Master must have saved me. It has to be." Ultimately, Yun Meng attributed the healing to her master and continued to harbor her disdain for the lecherous Yanka. Thus, the days passed. Each morning, Yanka would emerge from her room looking utterly drained, while in reality, she was simply half asleep. Yun Meng's Fujoshi imagination interpreted this as evidence of excessive nightly activities. Pitying Yu Hua and genuinely wanting to help him, Yun Meng remained silent. Noticing her junior sister's unusual quietness, Yanka breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she hasn't figured out I'm the one healing her. My plan to become her sworn enemy can't be jeopardized. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she asked, "By the way, junior sister, how are your wounds?" Yun Meng bristled at the question. Finding her reaction amusing, Yanka continued to tease her. "I'm just asking about your injuries. Why so cold? Look at you. We're practically besties now. You should really call me senior brother." As they chatted, the wooden plank Yanka referred to as a spiritual tool finally arrived. Yun Meng wasn't about to let Yanka escape so easily. Grabbing her sleeve, she demanded, "What do you think you're doing in broad daylight?" Unfazed, Yanka chuckled. "Today's the entrance exam, junior sister. With your low cultivation level, you can't fly. How about your senior brother gives you a lift? After all, if you miss the entrance exam, you won't be able to stay by Chi Hua Zhanren's side anymore, right?" Just as Yanka's wooden plank, which she referred to as a spiritual tool, touched down, Yun Meng darted toward Xiao Ju, hiding behind him. When Xiao Ju asked, "Did she bully you?" Yun Meng nodded vigorously. As expected, Xiao Ju turned to Yanka, angrily scolding, "A leopard never changes its spots." Yanka, however, seemed to relish the animosity, secretly pleased. Making enemies isn't so bad. Just keep it coming. Speak of the devil. As if fate had a cruel sense of humor, out of 10 possible opponents, Yanka drew Xiao Ju for the entrance exam. Groaning inwardly, she considered forfeiting. "Xiao Ju hates me, but he surely wouldn't actually kill me, right? Being half dead would be incredibly inconvenient." Before she could voice her thoughts, the sect leader's cold voice echoed from above. "Anyone who forfeits will spend 3 days in purgatory." Yanka scoffed. 3 days in purgatory for forfeiting. That's nothing. It won't even make me flinch. It'll just delay my healing of Yu Hua. Resigned, she glanced at Xiao Ju, only to meet his scowling face. Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, a gamble formed in her mind. It looks like he's about to attack. Let's test this. Stepping into the arena, Yanka dramatically unleashed a flamboyant display of her power, hoping to provoke Xiao Ju. If he thinks I'm strong, he'll definitely use his full strength. Then I'll feign a slip-up. Perfect plan. But to her astonishment, the moment she revealed her sword heart, Xiao Ju froze. The thwong no sword in his hand vibrated excitedly. "As expected of my master, you've grasped the sword heart. Amazing." Confused, Xiao Ju muttered to his sword, "Little thwong, are you alright? The sword, eager for its true master to win, vibrated in what Xiao Ju interpreted as agreement. And so, without even striking a blow, Xiao Ju sheathed his sword and turned away. I forfeit, he declared, leaving Dianka utterly dumbfounded. Dianka had won, securing first place. Yet, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why didn't he attack like I planned? With her prize in hand, she turned to leave, remembering her junior sister. However, upon seeing her, Yunmeng panicked, stammering to Xiao Ju, could you perhaps escort me back? Dianka, not wanting to intrude, hopped onto her wooden plank with a mischievous grin. Understood. I'll be going then. As Dianka departed, Yunmeng visibly relaxed, much to Xiao Ju's silent disappointment. He had hoped for more time with her, but nonetheless agreed to escort Yunmeng back to Yumiao Peak. Meanwhile, Dianka reclined on her wooden plank, thoroughly pleased. Even though I won by accident, at least the male and female leads are together. The plot is progressing as planned. Now, I just need to heal Yuhua, wait for the inevitable showdown between him and Xiao Ju over Yunmeng, accidentally intervene, cripple myself, ruin my reputation, and let everyone else kick me while I'm down. Perfect. This time, I'll definitely escape this world. And so, Dianka's plan continued uninterrupted for 49 days. Like every other night, she stared blankly at the sleeping Yuhua, bewilderment swirling within her. Why wouldn't his wounds heal? Finally, after months of wasted effort and mounting fatigue, a realization dawned upon her. Could be he's been going out every day. What can I do to make him honestly stay home and stop running around? The moment she finished her thought, a vivid image flashed through her mind. Yuhua, bound by ropes. The thought was so perversely amusing that Dianka could only stifle a laugh and quickly bury the idea. Left with no other choice, Dianka decided to wait in ambush outside Yuhua's room. The moment she saw him attempting to leave early the next morning, she sprang out, feigning enthusiasm. Master, where are you going? I have a question about cultivation I wanted to ask you. Dianka knew it wouldn't be appropriate to confine her master, and attacking him was out of the question. Her only recourse was to act cute. As expected, her words caught Yuhua's attention. He inwardly praised her. This was the first time Dianka had asked him about cultivation. Could something be wrong? Seeing him remain silent, the forced smile on Dianka's face began to ache. She desperately racked her brain for a profound question to keep this old ancestor confined to the peak. Feigning the wide-eyed curiosity of a 3-year-old, Dianka bombarded him with a barrage of why questions. Master, what is this on my face? I can't feel its presence at all. It's like my face was born this way. Yuhua immediately replied, his disciple's brazen ignorance momentarily stunning him. I don't know. I acquired it by chance. The truth was so shocking that Dianka nearly choked. Nevertheless, she enthusiastically pressed on. Master, why don't you tell me how to cultivate using spiritual energy? Finally, he agreed to seriously instruct his disciple. However, after just 10 minutes of Yuhua's droning on about you do this and I do that, Dianka was struggling to stay awake. Unable to bear it any longer, Yuhua called out sharply, Yanka, startled. Dianka instinctively replied, I'm not sleeping. Realizing this tactic wouldn't hold Yuhua for long, Dianka devised another plan. She put on a goofy smile. Master, you're so good to me. I have nothing to repay you with. How about I cook you a meal? This time, Yuhua seemed genuinely pleased. It's rare for you to be so thoughtful. I'll eat, and then I'll go. Hearing his promise, Dianka cheerfully dashed towards the kitchen, not forgetting to remind him, all right, wait for me. And so, Dianka remained in the kitchen while Yuhua, taking advantage of the time, tried to focus on cultivating. However, he couldn't concentrate with the resounding thuds of the cleaver against the cutting board, followed by the clang and clatter of pot lids, and a general cacophony of things crashing to the floor. Though uneasy, Yuhua remained steadfast in his belief. Yanka is exceptionally gifted. Her culinary skills must be outstanding as well. Just as he finished his thought, Dianka entered the room, holding a bowl of something in her hands. She beamed. Master, this is the best one I've ever made. Yuhua's eyes widened as he stared at the blackened, charred contents of the bowl, frozen in place. Finally, he picked up his chopsticks and took a tentative bite, thinking to himself, regardless, it's Yanka's thought that counts. I can't disappoint her. But after swallowing the first bite, Yuhua felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Nevertheless, when Dianka asked if it was delicious, the kind master choked out a yes. Hearing his praise, she became even more excited, pushing a bowl larger than her face towards him. Then have some more. Outside Yu Miao Peak, Yin Tu landed, immediately wrinkling her nose in disgust. What's that dreadful smell? Grand Uncle, something's wrong. Senior disciple, Feng Meng, accidentally fell into an ancient formation. Upon hearing this, Yu Hua immediately set down his chopsticks and soared onto his flying sword. But not before calling back to Di Yanka. Yanka, Master has something to attend to. I'll be back later. In an instant, Di Yanka was left alone in the room with her bowl of charred food. But a moment later, a mischievous grin spread across her face. An ancient formation, you say? That's definitely something good. I might be able to use this formation to trap Yu Hua inside. Then I can do whatever I want with him. Without a second thought for her abandoned meal, she began to subtly prepare some sort of spell. Her serious demeanor lasted all of 3 seconds before she grabbed her wooden plank, dashed outside, and yelled, "Master, wait for me. I want to go too." And with that, she flew straight towards Thousand Array Peak. As expected, the peak was swarming with high-ranking cultivators. The moment Di Yanka landed, they sensed her intrusion. Seeing no way to hide, she revealed herself. Before she could even offer a greeting, she was met with mocking laughter. "You're that lucky waste, aren't you? I know you." Despite arriving with good intentions, Di Yanka couldn't resist retorting, "If I'm a waste, then you're not even fit to be called one." As expected, the blue-haired cultivator bristled with anger and lunged at her. However, a red-haired cultivator quickly intervened. "Senior brother, Uncle Chi Hua is about to pass through the shifting formation, so please calm down. Junior brother Feng Yin, be careful. This grand formation, combined with the killing formation, is extremely dangerous. Even Uncle Chi Hua has fallen into it." The blue-haired cultivator, clearly annoyed, snapped, "Why are you wasting your breath on this waste? If he cares about Uncle Chi Hua, he should leave the sect. He shouldn't become a burden to Uncle Chi Hua." Determined to rile up the blue-haired cultivator, Yanka pressed on, "You keep mentioning Uncle Chi Hua. Don't tell me you have a crush on him." The cultivator, who was clearly one of her biggest anti-fans, exploded. "What nonsense are you spouting? I only hold respect for Uncle Chi Hua." But Di Yanka was relentless. "Oh really? You seem awfully worried. I thought you liked him and wanted to cultivate together. If you don't like my master, why are you so anxious? Could be you're trying to hide your feelings. Or perhaps, fearing what Di Yanka might say next." The blue-haired cultivator decided to silence her with his fists. But he was completely fooled by Di Yanka's innocent act. She took advantage of his missed punch and dramatically pretended to be accidentally pushed into the formation. As soon as she fell in, everyone outside started berating the blue-haired cultivator. "Senior brother, why did you push him in? Oh no, another one has fallen. That's 5 people now." The blue-haired cultivator was left speechless and unjustly accused. "I didn't. That punch didn't even have any force behind it." Meanwhile, as Di Yanka plummeted, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. 5 people. I thought they said there were only 3. Don't you dare ruin my plans." After landing safely, Di Yanka immediately got to work. "Before I find Yu Hua, I need to set up a defensive formation to prevent anyone from interrupting," she thought, and then a trapping formation to keep everyone inside from running around. It seemed that after so many near-death experiences, Di Yanka had developed a rather particular obsession with formations. Di Yanka's baffling actions left the melon seed-eating masses watching through the heavenly Tao mirror utterly perplexed. She's setting up formations within formations. What in the world is the Demon Empress planning? One whispered. She must be jealous of great Emperor Yu Hua's kindness towards that female disciple and wants to kill her. Did his rescue of her last time even mean anything? I bet he's planning something indecent. Intrigued by the gossip, Ma Chonglu leaned closer to Yu Hua and whispered, "Did that person actually do anything to you?" To his astonishment, the silver-haired elder blushed crimson at the question, his expression a mixture of shock and something else. Chonglu, eyes widening, quickly clamped a hand over his mouth, internally screaming, "No way." Meanwhile, inside the ancient formation, Di Yanka looked around, searching for her master, Yu Hua. However, instead of finding him, she stumbled upon a scene she never expected. She inadvertently became a witness to the attempted assassination of Yun Yan, the eldest princess of the Yun clan. Yun Yan's face was a mask of fury as she pressed her sword against Yun Meng's throat. "Eldest princess," she hissed, "do you know how much I admired you? In the mortal realm, everyone flocked to you. Here in the Xianlai sect, it's the same story. Everyone fawns over you. Why were you so lucky that day? You should have died." Yun Meng, eyes wide with disbelief and terror, pleaded, "Yen'er, the incident last time, it was you. I always considered you a good sister. But the venomous Yin only laughed cruelly. A good sister? Who makes their good sister a servant? On my first day at Xianlai sect, you declared in front of everyone that I was your personal maid. Do you know how many people mocked me that day? Why was Qi Huazhenren chosen as your master? Do you know how those who wouldn't dare confront you directly bullied me once you were gone? Yin Ming, clutching at Yun Yan's robes, whispered, Yinner, stop. After we return, we can still be good sisters. But Yun Yin, consumed by jealousy and resentment, saw the eldest princess as nothing but a thorn in her side. Without hesitation, she plunged her sword downwards. Even after striking the blow, Yin showed no remorse. Instead, a twisted satisfaction filled her voice. Do you know how I've survived all this time? Do you know what I've endured every night? My strength is no different from yours. Yet I've been subjected to so much scorn and humiliation. You are the source of my misfortune. Her hatred was so deep that even after Yun Ming lost consciousness, Yun Yin prepared to strike again. But just as the fatal blow was about to land, a flash of light knocked her sword away. Who's there? Yun Yin shrieked. Dianka, having watched the drama unfold, finally decided to intervene. Yin, she said coldly, you dare attempt to murder a fellow disciple. Do you understand your crime? With a single strike, she rendered Yun unconscious. Dianka rushed to Yun Ming's side, examining her grievous wounds. But such injuries were no match for the personal disciple of Tian Xianzi, the medicine immortal. In the blink of an eye, Dianka healed Yun Ming completely. There we go, she said cheerfully. Now, to find Yuhua. Dianka departed, leaving the two women behind. Truly, she was a divine healer. Just a moment later, Yun Ming stirred, crying out in a panic, Yin, stop. But her uninjured body and the peaceful surroundings made her wonder if it had all been a dream. As she sat there, dazed, a sound reached her ears, and she quickly straightened her clothes. To her surprise, Xiao Ju emerged from the bushes. He didn't say much, simply tossing something over to her before leaving two curt words behind. Looking through the lens, Yun Ming had clearly seen Dianka's visit. Overwhelmed with resentment, she cried out. Xiao Ju, pleased with the effect, added fuel to the fire, urging her, go find the sect leader. He will surely get justice for you. The mischievous Xiao Ju inwardly cursed Dianka. Aren't you fond of saving people? You abandoned me countless times for it. Now, I want to see what you'll do when the very person you saved wants you dead. After a considerable amount of searching, Dianka finally found Yu Hua sprawled on the ground. Seeing his little disciple, he chuckled softly and asked, Yanka, why are you here? Are you worried about your master's safety? So much so that you brave the dangers of this formation. It truly is quite formidable. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Dianka, with a sudden burst of speed, knocked the lofty Yu Hua unconscious with a single blow. With that, she effortlessly hoisted him over her shoulder and carried him away. Outside the formation, a strange shift occurred. A puzzled elder spoke up. What's happening? Did someone tamper with the formation? The disciple on guard duty, eager to avoid blame, hastily shifted responsibility, shouting, it's him. It must be him. I just saw Feng Yin touching it. He must have done something. Yet, moments later, the same elder erupted in joyous laughter, praising a genius. An absolute genius. Such talent must be rescued immediately. He shall become the first disciple of our 1,000-array peak. The guard disciple gaped in astonishment. Meanwhile, within the grand formation, Dianka, oblivious to the commotion outside, continued her meticulous calculations. Finally, she nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This spot is perfect for my important business. Gently, she laid Yu Hua back down on the ground. Then, falling back on familiar habits, she pulled aside his robes, muttering, in all these years, I've rarely met someone as good as you. Consider this a good deed before I leave. With a serious expression, she began to apply acupuncture needles. Outside, through the heavenly Tao mirror, the gossiping crowd buzzed with excitement. A good person. While great Emperor Yu Hua might not actively cause trouble, he's ruthless in abandoning people. He's known for his cold-blooded indifference. Even if he saw someone in need, he wouldn't lift a finger to help. Is the demon empress being forced to call him a good person? Amidst the chatter, someone suddenly grasped the key point and exclaimed, Did you hear the demon empress say before I leave? Does she intend to betray the sect? Is she about to do something terrible? Finally, we see the demon empress's true colors. Ma Chonglu, though not participating in the general clamor, couldn't resist teasing Yu Hua. Are you nervous now? and his hidden past is about to be revealed to everyone. This light-hearted jab was enough to earn him a sharp silence from the great emperor. Feigning innocence, Changlu muttered, "Fine, be that way." Within the heavenly Tao mirror's view, Dianka pulled out her severed right hand, intending to use it as medicine for Yuhua. Gently, she pressed it against his muscles, thinking cheerfully, this will definitely cure him. My plans to open a company and become a CEO after returning home can wait. I really want to have a meal at a fancy restaurant. Then, I'll hire 2 delivery guys and have them bring all the delicious food back home. Lost in her culinary fantasies, Yuhua stirred awake. He looked at the busy Yanka with a confused expression, wondering inwardly, "Yanka, what are you doing?" But the moment she turned to look at him, he quickly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. As Yanka pulled back Yuhua's robes, she silently thanked the heavens that he hadn't woken up. However, his face was flushed crimson, and his eyelids twitched, betraying his pretense. Panicked, Dianka cursed inwardly. When did he wake up? I clearly knocked him unconscious. Could it be because the difference in our cultivation levels is too vast, causing him to regain consciousness sooner than expected? I'll have to be more careful next time. Continuing to apply the medicine with her severed hand, Dianka nodded in satisfaction. It's fortunate that even though he's awake, he can't move. The moment later, shame washed over her as she scolded herself inwardly. This isn't right. His clothes are disheveled. He's unconscious. And here I am, touching him all over. This looks bad, no matter how I think about it. He won't think I'm taking advantage of him, will he? My pristine reputation ruined by this. Forget it, a healer is like a compassionate mother. Even if I'm touching where I shouldn't, it's not out of lust, but to save him. Besides, only Yuan I know about this. Knowing his personality, he definitely won't tell anyone. With that thought, Dianka completely pulled back his robes. This embarrassing incident had been a secret between her and Great Emperor Yuhua for years. Yet, it was finally revealed by the heavenly Tao mirror to thousands of people in the Divine Hall, causing everyone to blush crimson. Ma Changlu laughed the loudest, relentlessly teasing Yuhua. Were you enjoying it back then? If not, why didn't you resist? Great Emperor Yuhua's embarrassed expression turned thunderous. Silence. He snapped. Feigning innocence, Ma Changlu muttered, "Fine, be that way." 2 hours later, inside the ancient formation, Dianka was unexpectedly roasting Yuhua. He tried to suppress his pain, his brows furrowed tightly. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Dianka finally spoke, "Master, stop pretending. I know you're awake. It's not shameful to admit you're in pain." Yuhua finally opened his eyes, looking at her with a mortified expression. What have you done to me? You perverse disciple." Dianka, taken aback by the sudden accusation, ruffled her hair in confusion. How did I become perverse? Determined to focus on healing him, she thought, never mind, I don't have time for this. The important matter is at hand. A moment later, she decided to knock him unconscious again. Raising her hand, she said, "Master, don't worry. This won't hurt a bit. Just think of it as taking a nap." As expected, Yuhua slipped into a dazed state a moment later, murmuring, "What are you doing?" "Stop." Dianka, adopting a childishly coaxing tone, said cheerfully, "Don't be afraid. Just relax. Once you're relaxed, we can begin." With that, she produced a needle and promptly pricked him with it. This single prick was enough to make the lofty Yuhua turn pale and cry out in alarm. Dianka looked at him incredulously. "Master, what's wrong? A grown man like you, screaming from a single needle prick." He ignored her, weakly asking, "Is there more?" When Dianka replied, "Of course," Yuhua's mind short-circuited. Before he could react, he willed himself into unconsciousness, gladly escaping the ordeal. Yuhua lay there obediently as Dianka summoned his core. Like a child playing a game, she gleefully stuck needles into it. After a while, she smiled brightly. Finally, the last one. The nascent soul is recovering nicely. Then, she began the process of merging his core back into his body. However, the force of the merging process was so powerful that it sent Dianka flying backward. She landed in a heap, coughing up blood. "I've only just started the second stage of the treatment, and it's already affecting my golden core this badly," she groaned. "By the third stage, I might actually die." Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu and Yun Meng strolled side by side within the ancient formation. Suddenly, Xiao Zhu sensed a nascent soul aura and grew wary. Yun Meng, on the other hand, reacted with delight. She ran towards the source of the aura, calling out, "Master, "Master, you've come to save me." Unable to stop her, Xiao Ju reluctantly followed. They stumbled upon a scene that made their blood run cold. Dianka was embracing Yuhua, who lay unconscious on the cold ground. Yunming, enraged, grabbed Dianka by the collar and flung her towards Xiao Ju, screaming, "Get away from him, you shameless disciple." Disgust flashed across Xiao Ju's face. He struck Dianka with his palm, sending her sprawling. "What do you think you're doing?" he roared. A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Ju's features, and he rushed to check if Dianka was still breathing. His well-intentioned gesture was met with a glare. "Don't you dare stop me from leaving this world," she hissed. Dianka's defiant stare infuriated Xiao Ju. Veins bulged on his forehead as he looked down at her with contempt. "You know he's your master, yet you commit such a heinous act. How dare you do something so inhuman to your own master? What do you have to say for yourself? If the sect leader finds out about this, you'll be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect. You might even be executed by 1,000 arrows." Dianka, equally disgusted by Xiao Ju, let out a theatrical gag, attempting to provoke him further. To her surprise, he responded with a disconcertingly gentle, "If you like men, you can come to me." Dianka's eyes snapped open, a chill running down her spine. A moment later, Xiao Ju summoned his sword, Fuang No. He pointed the tip of the blade at her. "You can come to me," he said coldly. "I guarantee I'll kill you with one strike." Dianka breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I thought he was actually coming on to me." Xiao Ju, seeing her silence, continued in a frigid tone, "What are you looking at? Don't tell me you think I have feelings for you. Let me tell you, I can't wait to strike you down." Dianka, perversely amused by his hostility, pressed him. "Oh really? You better be able to back up those words." Before Xiao Ju could respond, Yunming burst into tears, wailing, "Feng Yan, you're inhuman. How could you do this to master?" Xiao Ju sheathed his sword and said indifferently, "Enough, Yunming." Overwhelmed with indignation, she cried out, "You're defending her. Don't tell me you also." Before she could finish, Xiao Ju silenced her with a single gesture, sealing her voice. Yunming fumed silently. Why is he acting like this? Does he really like Feng Yan? Suddenly, a voice boomed from above. "Where's Feng Yan? I want to take you as my disciple. Come with me." Everyone present was stunned. This unexpected turn of events prompted the 3 vengeful cultivators of Xian Lai's sect to rush towards the main hall. Facing them were the sect leader and several elders of the Xian Lai sect. The sect leader finally spoke, his voice booming, "Feng Yan, you lusted after the beauty of your master and your martial sister, committing unspeakable acts against them. What do you have to say for yourself?" Instead of condemning Dianka, another elder looked at her with amusement. "Little one," he said, his eyes twinkling, "were you coerced? Just tell us who the mastermind is, and we'll ensure your safety. If you can't speak, just shake your head. A single shake, and we'll believe you're innocent. We'll protect you." The sect leader, unable to bear this absurdity any longer, coughed pointedly. "Zichzhan," he hissed, "get over here." However, Elder Zichzhan simply winked at Dianka. "Little one, quickly explain yourself. I'll protect you," he urged. Dianka remained silent, and the sect leader's patience finally snapped. "Feng Yan," he thundered, "do you have anything to say?" Dianka, her face darkening, clamped a hand over her mouth. "I can't speak," she thought frantically. "If I say the wrong thing, and that old man actually tries to protect me, I'm finished." Seeing the situation deteriorating, another elder, Zichu, cheerfully suggested, "Senior brother, why don't you leave her to me? I'll have my adorable beast keep an eye on her. I guarantee she won't leave Ngu Thursday Peak." Elder Zich Zhan erupted at this. "Insolent! Zichu, how dare you openly try to steal her from me? Do you know what a prodigious talent for formation she has? With her help, our sect's formations will advance by leaps and bounds. She belongs on my Tianjin Peak." The 2 elders bickered like children. "She'd be better off with me than with your cats." Zichzhan yelled, "You're the insolent one. Do you know how important Mun, the war dragon, is to cultivators? She belongs on Gu Thursday Peak." Zichu retorted. The only female elder present finally intervened. "Stop fighting," she said, her voice cutting through the din. "We have the most beauties on Donding Peak. I can introduce a Dao companion to Yenner. Then they won't need to covet anyone else's beauty." Both Zichzhan and Zichu immediately united against this suggestion. "You're dreaming." They roared in unison. The scene had descended into utter chaos. Mortified, the sect leader bellowed for silence. Do you have any idea how serious this crime is? He raged. The heavens haven't even finished punishing her yet. Since Feng Yin won't speak, Feng Shimong, you tell us what happened. Yun Ming, upon receiving the command, solemnly recounted the events. After hearing the whole story, the sect leader magnanimously offered Di Yanka another chance. Feng Yin, he said, do you have anything else to add? Despite his generosity, Di Yanka remained stubbornly silent, her brow furrowed. Finally, Zichu, grasping at straws, suggested, let's wait for his martial brother, Zichua, to wake up and see what he says. What if they're actually in love? Then I'll take him as my disciple, and they can become Tao companions. The sect leader clutched his head, groaning. Zichu, are you trying to drive me to an early grave? What about Feng Shimong? Are you suggesting we let the three of them be together? Di Yanka, after a prolonged silence, finally succumbed to the sheer absurdity of the situation. What in the world is going on? She thought, utterly bewildered, still met with silence. The sect leader finally declared, Feng Yin, since you've confessed your guilt, someone take them to the 9 layers of purgatory. Di Yanka's heart leaped with joy at the mention of the 9 layers of purgatory. A thrill of excitement coursed through her. I've heard that out of 10 people who enter the 9 layers of purgatory, none survive. The longest anyone has lasted is 3 days. Just 3 days. I'm already on the verge of death. With the added bonus of the 9 layers of purgatory, this will be the perfect opportunity. The female elder, her voice softening, questioned, Sect leader, isn't the 9 layers of purgatory a bit excessive for a simple case of lust? Almost fainting, the true person paled and agreed, yes, the 9 layers of purgatory is incredibly dangerous. Instead of sending him there, why not confine him within the formation, forever unable to reincarnate? It's filled with formations. I guarantee he won't escape in this lifetime. He can also devote his remaining strength to the sect. Zichu, also restless, chimed in, Sect leader, please calm down. Mein Gu Thursday Peak can also ensure he never leaves. Finally, the sect leader silenced everyone with a single command, restoring peace. He coldly walked towards Di Yanka and declared, I know you all have designs on Feng Yin. Don't worry, elders, I will personally escort him to the 9 layers of purgatory. Feng Yin, let's go. To everyone's surprise, Di Yanka cheerfully followed the sect leader. As soon as they left, the murmuring began. How many days do you think Feng Yin can survive in the 9 layers of purgatory? I heard that since its creation, none of the 28 people who entered have lived past 3 days. Xiao Ju, overhearing snippets of the conversation, rushed over and grabbed someone by the collar, yelling, what did you say? What is the 9 layers of purgatory? Tell me, what is the 9 layers of purgatory? The disciple, trembling under Xiao Ju's imposing aura, stammered, as a disciple of the Xianlai sect, how can you not know the meaning of the 9 layers of purgatory? The suffering there is a combination of the first 8 levels. It makes life worse than death. The living enter, only to die. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ju froze, stunned. What? He then abruptly left, his destination unknown to anyone. Meanwhile, back at Yubu Peak, Yuhua seemed to have regained consciousness, though still weak, and was listening to Yun Meng recount the events. Tears streaming down her face, she sobbed, and then he, Yuhua, unable to bear hearing any more, asked in astonishment, Yun Meng, did he really? Their disjointed conversation was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Ju, who appeared out of nowhere. Feng Yin didn't assault you, he declared. The Shadow Stone recorded everything that happened. He was only trying to heal you after you were struck by the sword. That's why he removed your clothes. Yun Ming took the Shadow Stone and carefully examined it, then asked in surprise, wait, why does he only have one hand? Both Yuhua and Yun Ming were bewildered. Impossible. With his weak cultivation and a missing hand, how could he have saved me? Was it the severed limb restoration pill with Master? Finally, Yuhua, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by embarrassment, confessed, when I saw Yenner's missing hand, I traded for a pill from the sect leader. Yiming finally realized that Di Yanka was the one who had saved her twice. She sorrowfully held the Shadow Stone. Lost in thought, she mused, he must have been at a loss for words, which led to my misunderstanding. But even though I treated him with disdain and harmed him, he never held it against me. He saved me twice. Many have admired me before, but no one has ever been so devoted, so willing to risk their life for me, to love me like this. and I continuously wronged him. Feng Yin, I will save you. Yin Ming immediately set off. Deeply grateful to Xiao Zhu for revealing the truth, she was determined to rescue Di Yanka. Unable to stand idly by, Xiao Zhu and Yun Ming stormed the purgatory. He held off the guarding disciples while shouting to his companion, "We must get Feng Yin out." Yun Ming, brimming with confidence, replied, "I will do it." Meanwhile, within the 9th level of purgatory, Di Yanka was contentedly lying on the ground. Frowning slightly, she thought, "I just need to wait until they're done with me, and then I can go home." While enjoying the sensation of impending oblivion, everything around her suddenly stopped, causing her to sit up in annoyance. A moment later, Di Yanka erupted into a flurry of agitated movements and shouts. "Are you insane? The torment of this purgatory is bad enough, but now healing too." She quickly covered her nose with her hand and chuckled, thinking, "As long as I don't breathe it in, I can die in 2 days." She was concentrating on finding a comfortable position when suddenly something heavy, like a deer, fell from the sky, causing Di Yanka's ancient spine to crack. Unfazed by the weight on top of her, she had a sudden realization. The great Emperor Yu Hua is actually cultivating within my subconscious. She angrily cursed her nascent soul. "Isn't that proof that spiritual energy can enter my body? This way I can't die. How annoying." After a while, she angrily struggled and yelled, "Get off me. So annoying." Di Yanka grumbled, "I can't even die properly. And on top of that, I've broken through to nascent soul." While still fuming, a crack suddenly appeared on her face. Di Yanka realized that something was wrong with the mask Yu Hua had given her. After much effort, Di Yanka finally sighed and muttered, "How boring." Meanwhile, in the Xianlai sect leader's room, 3 elders vehemently argued in Di Yanka's defense. "Sect leader, we've investigated. While Feng Yin is lecherous, he didn't succeed. Didn't succeed and succeeded are 2 entirely different concepts. If you're still angry, why not confine him in my medicinal cauldron instead of the 9 layers of purgatory? He can't even achieve liberation there." Their united front crumbled with the next suggestion. "Not the medicinal cauldron. Confine him in my heavenly formation cauldron." Elder Zich Zhan declared, "The formations of my beast-taming peak are no worse than the heavenly formation peaks. I guarantee that brat won't escape." Elder Zich retorted. The sect leader, exasperated by the noise, roared, "Can you all be quiet for a minute? I'll release the brat if Zichhua agrees." Elder Zichzhan quickly replied, "Zichhua agrees. I already asked my junior brother. He said he agrees to forgive him this time, but Feng Yin can no longer be his disciple. He'll belong to my heavenly formation peak from now on." Elder Zichyu and the female elder were dissatisfied. "You're lying. When did Zichhua say Feng Yin belonged to the heavenly formation peak? There's an order to things. If he truly belonged to your sect, he would have told us." Despite the indignant glares from his fellow elders, Zichzhan continued smugly, "Wouldn't being in my heavenly formation peak be better than being surrounded by cats and dogs, sisters?" Predictably, the 3 elders erupted into another squabble. "Who are you calling cats and dogs? Who are you calling sisters? Whoever asked, that's who. What are you going to do about it?" The sect leader, utterly disgusted, pointed at them and yelled, "Shut up. Do you still want to save him?" The 3 elders instantly became amiable and lowered their voices, saying in unison, "Save him. Of course we'll save him. Sect leader, let's go get Feng Yin out now." Resigned to his bickering elders, the sect leader sighed. "That brat, I don't know what's so good about him." The group then proceeded to the purgatory. Upon arrival, they frowned. All the spiritual energy is gathered at the purgatory. "What's going on? Hurry, little Feng Yin is still inside. Something might have happened to him." The sect leader entered and questioned the purgatory elder, receiving only a vague answer. "I'm not sure. It might be related to the 2 who broke in. Unfortunately, we only caught one." The sect leader angrily ordered, "Bring the intruder here immediately." Seeing Xiao Zhu, he was stunned. "Why is it you? What are you doing here? Who was the one who ran inside?" Xiao Zhu seriously reported, "Grand Elder, Feng Yin didn't do anything inhumane to Yun Ming. If you're going to ignore it, we have no choice but to rescue him ourselves. Yun Ming has already gone to the 9th level to find him." After hearing this, the sect leader calmly asked Xiao Zhu, "Besides that, what else did you do?" Understanding the implication, Xiao Zhu scoffed and replied, "So, unable to find the cause of the spiritual energy outburst, you want to pin the blame on me. You're truly hopeless. While the two sides were bickering, the Purgatory Elder suddenly yelled in terror, "Run! This place is about to be destroyed." Just as he finished speaking, a powerful explosion rocked the area. However, as the tremors subsided, they saw Di Yanka emerge, carrying Yun Ming in her arms. Nestled in Di Yanka's embrace, Yun Ming, with a touch of girlish wonder, thought, "So this is Feng Yan's true appearance." It turns out his real face was hidden by the mask Yuhua gave him. The sect leader, completely bewildered, shouted, "Who are you? Release my disciple. Otherwise, don't blame us for overwhelming you." Xiao Ju calmly clarified, "He is Feng Yan." Elder Zichzhan exclaimed in surprise, "He's really Feng Yan. Everyone else who enters purgatory dies. How could he break through to nascent soul?" Elder Zich, you couldn't help but praise, "This kid truly has talent." Everyone was astonished, thinking he actually overcame the limitations of his bloodline and broke through to nascent soul. Yin Ming jumped down and hurriedly reported to the sect leader and the elders, "He didn't threaten me, he saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have already died on the 9th level of purgatory." Di Yanka now openly faced the situation. However, upon seeing the purple mark on her forehead, the Xianlai sect leader exclaimed, "This is the curse of fate. You're afflicted by the curse of fate." How did this happen? While he was agitated, Di Yanka calmly replied, "That's right. I am the one cursed by heaven. My presence here brings you misfortune. Now, I'll be leaving." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Ming shyly grabbed her hand, then released it, stammering, "Wait, you just hugged. Anyway, you can't leave." Before Di Yanka could understand what was happening, the sect leader continued, "Feng Yin, I won't interfere with matters of the heart. However, before the peak rules in purgatory are restored, you cannot go anywhere. Also, the Xian Lai sect's spiritual energy has been completely absorbed by you. You must restore everything for me." With that, he turned and left with a stern face. Meanwhile, behind him, the atmosphere was warm and lively as everyone crowded around Di Yanka. The elders laughed and said, "Well done, Feng Yan. Sect leader senior brother is tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. He actually doesn't want you to leave. You're intelligent and capable. Why not become my disciple? That way, even if you want to be with Zichhua, there won't be a problem." Elder Zichzhan whispered mysteriously in her ear, "However, you can't use forceful methods. Junior brother is easily swayed by gentleness, not force. You must win him over with your actions." Upon understanding, Di Yanka shuddered and let out a startled gasp. Suddenly, Elder Zichu chimed in, "Choose me, choose me. Not only will I not interfere with you and Zichhua being together, but even if you want to be with Feng Hai Mong or Yinju, I won't interfere either." Before Di Yanka could respond, the two old men, Zichu and Zichzhan, bumped into each other, shouting and bickering, "I've never liked you. Spending all day with beasts, you have no humanity. You dare compete with me for a disciple." Di Yanka watched them fight with a cold sweat, thinking, if I had known I wouldn't die, I definitely wouldn't have done something so stupid. Overwhelmed, she finally spoke up. Could you stop for a moment? "Thank you for your kindness, elders," Di Yanka said, "but I find my master quite agreeable. I don't wish to switch mentors at the moment." Elder Zichu, astonished, scolded, "Are you stupid? How can you be with Zichhua like this? Do you want to be thrown back into the 9th layer of purgatory?" Elder Zichzhan, eager to make his mark, quickly added, "He's right. Today, you must choose one of the three of us as your master." Even the lone female elder nodded in agreement, saying, "I concur with this suggestion." Only Di Yanka was speechless, standing there with a foolish grin. After a period of discussion, the three elders finally settled on a demanding schedule for Di Yanka. They declared in unison, "All right, it's decided. Every 3 days, you must come to my wine and elixir peak for rigorous alchemy training. You must also attend the beast taming peak. And we can't neglect the heavenly formation peak either." Bored by the tedious negotiations, Di Yanka stifled a yawn and muttered, "Whatever." After much effort, she finally managed to send the three ancestral figures on their way. With the departure of the demanding trio, another troublesome figure, Xiao Ju, appeared, declaring, "You're very strong. I will definitely catch up to you. Then we'll have another duel. Dianka didn't refuse. She readily agreed, adding, all right, but next time, if there's any dangerous place, you must call me. We'll explore together. And so, she successfully saw off the male lead as well. Before she could even rest, Yun Ming, her fated nemesis, arrived, shyly saying, Senior brother, I don't know how to fly a sword yet. Could I go back with you? Dianka, not wanting to dwell on past grievances and genuinely viewing Yun Ming as a good friend, replied, of course. Let's go. Yun Ming happily clung to Dianka, exclaiming, Senior brother is the best. Their affectionate display caused Xiao Ju to scoff and mutter under his breath, truly incorrigible. Such a flirt. Consequently, after the incident, Yun Ming continued to cling to Dianka the following morning. Dianka, however, paid little attention, her mind preoccupied with other matters. Now the other Peak Lords have a good impression of my cultivation level. It seems I can only find a breakthrough with Yuhua. He must really hate me. I'll go test my luck. She imagined some terrible confrontation. While Yuhua was diligently cultivating, a loud banging on the door interrupted him, followed by Dianka's dramatic wailing from outside. Master, your disciple knows her wrongs. I won't covet your beauty anymore. Please forgive me this time. Yuhua only glanced at her before coldly saying leave. Don't appear before me again. Upon hearing this, Dianka's eyes darted to a nearby pillar. Ignoring Yun Ming's attempts to stop her, she clung to the pillar, dramatically declaring, Master, don't send me away. If you don't forgive me, I'll bash my head against this pillar right here. With that, Dianka closed her eyes and rammed her head into the pillar, shattering it into pieces. It was unclear whether it was her head or the pillar that cried out in pain. And just like that, UP crumbled in an instant. Dianka sat dazed amidst the rubble, nursing her throbbing head, lamenting seriously. Yuhua, struggling to extricate himself from the debris, roared furiously, nah, NHI. As if on cue, Dianka lunged forward, clinging tightly to Yuhua, crying, Master, if you don't want this disciple anymore, then just kill me. Only death can separate us. Yun Ming witnessed the entire scene, her thoughts in turmoil. He likes Master that much. He's willing to die for him. How adorable. But he also risked his life for me, right? He saved me several times, so I definitely can't just stand by and watch him die. That's why she also added her 2 cents, saying, Master, please forgive Senior brother this once. I will definitely keep an eye on him in the future. I won't let him cause any more trouble. Besides, the sect leader has already spoken. He wants Senior brother to go to another peak to study. If you kill him, how will we explain it to the sect leader? Yun Ming's words sent a chill down Dianka's spine. She cursed under her breath. What is she doing? Yun Ming, oblivious to Dianka's inner turmoil, cheerfully winked, mouthing, Senior brother, for your life, I had no choice but to lie. Play along. Finally, Yuhua reacted. He shoved Dianka away, saying coldly, as you wish. While Yun Ming celebrated her supposed good deed, Dianka dejectedly watched Yuhua's retreating figure, muttering, that's it, another failure. Then, she clung to Yun Ming, asking sheepishly, Senior brother, are you all right? She replied, I'm fine, but her mind was already scheming, her thoughts a stark contrast to Yun Ming's. Yuhua is a dead end, she thought. Who knows when the female lead will capture his and Xiao Ju's hearts? But no matter how I look at it, Xiao Ju seems to despise me. She mentally labeled him a naive idiot, deciding he was unlikely to be of any use for now. With a cold demeanor, she turned to leave, but Yun Ming, ever the chatterbox, followed close behind, chirping, be careful, Senior brother. There's a lot of broken rubble here. Walk slowly. A flicker of confusion crossed Dianka's mind. I remember in the original plot, Xiao Ju went against the Xian Lai sect for Feng Yin, and the sect suffered many terrible calamities. But I can't quite recall the specifics of those calamities. She sighed internally. It seems I can only take things one step at a time. I'll turn the Xian Lai sect into an impenetrable fortress. Sect protection, grand technique. Mountain protecting, grand formation. I'll try them all, and then figure out how to prevent any future disasters. Lost in thought, Dianka allowed Yun Ming to lead her to a resting area. Yun Ming, ever curious, inquired, Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Since she asked, Dianka answered honestly, I'm thinking the 9 layers of purgatory are a bit lacking. It should have at least 18 layers to be truly effective. Yunming shuddered at her words, trying to dissuade her. Senior brother, 9 layers are really enough. But Dianka remained unconvinced. How is that enough? 18 layers are auspicious. 18 layers bring good fortune. The original 9 layers are designed well enough, so we can leave them be for now. But on the 9th layer, we can add some extra punishments like cutting out tongues, chopping off fingers, and throwing them into a fiery furnace. I've even come up with a name for it, 18 layers of hell. Junior sister, what do you think? By this point, Yunming was thoroughly terrified. Still, she stammered out, I think it's quite good. Pleased with the response, Dianka sprang to her feet. I think so too. I'm off to the discipline peak to get started on these purgatory renovations. Yunming breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to herself, oh heavens. Today's episode has concluded. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support my channel so I have the motivation to continue. With that strange aside, Dianka, using her signature super stylish wooden plank, flew straight to the discipline peak. Upon spotting a disciple, she greeted him cheerfully, busy. The disciple, however, immediately recoiled, avoiding her gaze. Dianka paused, slightly bewildered. Am I really that scary? It turned out things were even worse than she thought. The 2 disciples whispered loudly enough for everyone to hear, go, go, go. The pervert is here. Don't provoke him. Who knows what he'll do? Undeterred, Dianka strode towards true person Zichlu's quarters, calling out to a disciple, is Zichlu there? Before she could finish her sentence, the disciple bolted, yelling, I don't know anything. Dianka stood there, feeling a little lost. I only broke through to the nascent soul stage in the 9th layer of purgatory. Is that really so terrifying? She entered the quarters herself. True person Zichlu was nowhere to be found, but she did encounter her master, true person Zichhua. Yuhua lifted his eyelids and asked coldly, what are you doing at Discipline Peak? Before Dianka could answer, he launched into a tirade. You want to be my disciple? Fine, but I don't want to see you. Go away. I won't go back with you. From now on, if we meet, pretend we don't know each other. Dianka, utterly dumbfounded, could only manage a bewildered, Realizing the disastrous misunderstanding, she awkwardly clarified, Master, is true person Zichlu here? I have something urgent to discuss with him. She took a step forward, only to have Yuhua jump up and yell, what are you doing? His overreaction forced her to take a conciliatory step back. I have urgent business with true person Zichlu, she repeated. Do you know where he is? Yuhua coldly replied with 2 words, don't know. He was as aloof as he had been during their first encounter. Used to his temperament, Dianka didn't bother arguing. She sat down on a nearby chair and said, all right, I'll wait for him here. Yuhua stubbornly clung to the belief that Dianka was seeking out Zichlu to persuade him to return to Yubu Peak with her. The misunderstanding deepened. Just as she was about to speak, true person Zichlu returned. Not wanting to delay the important matter, Dianka excitedly greeted him. True person Zichlu, you're back. I suddenly had an idea about renovating the purgatory. Intrigued, true person Zichlu asked if she could share a little. Ever generous, Dianka readily agreed. I was thinking, she began, 9 layers of purgatory are a bit few. I want to expand it to 18 layers. For the first layer, we could. And so, the 2 of them, finding themselves on the same wavelength, entered the purgatory to discuss each layer, leaving Yuhua alone and bewildered. 2 hours quickly passed. They finished their discussion, and the usually demanding true person Zichlu was quite pleased with her ideas. Dianka amiably concluded, it's settled then. I'll come back tomorrow. With the purgatory matter handled, she turned her attention to the sect protective formation and headed towards Heavenly Formation Peak. But to her surprise, she found Yuhua sitting there. Astonished, she asked, Master, why are you here? Yuhua, in his usual terse manner, warned her, stop following me. I won't go back with you. Dianka realized this coincidence was creating a huge misunderstanding, and his misinterpretation wasn't entirely unfounded. To clear things up, she turned to the elder of Heavenly Formation Peak and said, actually, I'm here to see true person Zichon. Noticing Yuhua's coldness, the elder whispered, Zichhua, Feng Yin cares about you so much. Why don't you go back? You can't stay with us forever. You're practically draining all the spiritual energy energy from our peak. Pressured by his own junior, Yuhua suddenly erupted in anger. What do you want from me? Yanka, stunned by the outburst, stammered, well, actually, Master and I were quite happy at your peak. She meant well, but Yuhua twisted her words, thinking you're using Yunmeng to threaten me. Finally, he stood up and declared coldly, fine, I'll go back with you, but stay away from Yunmeng. A thoroughly confused Yanka watched true person Zichua storm off. She turned to true person Zhang for help, but he seemed equally unhelpful, adding fuel to the fire. Fengyan, he said, Zichua is just Sundara. Coax him a little, and he'll be fine. But don't forget to become my disciple after this is settled. That way, you two can be together openly. The more true person Zhang spoke, the more bewildered Yanka became. Finally, she exclaimed in frustration, what in the world is going on? With a sigh, she pushed the confusing interpersonal drama aside and focused on the task at hand. Let's put that aside for now, she said. There are more important matters to discuss. Uncle, I actually came to talk to you about the mountain's protective formation. In my free time, I've drawn up this blueprint. Take a look and see if it's all right. If it is, we can implement it quickly. True person Zhang carefully unfolded the blueprint and meticulously examined every stroke. His eyes lit up with admiration. Excellent, excellent. Fengyan, you truly are a genius. I'll have people set up the formation according to this blueprint. And so, a month passed by like a fleeting dream. As Yanka approached, a disciple from Discipline Peak greeted her respectfully. Senior brother Fengyan, do you see anything else that needs changing? Yanka looked at the reddish building before her and nodded in satisfaction. Overall, it's good. There are just a few minor details that need attention. Bring me the purgatory blueprints. I'll clarify them for you. After the disciple left, the talisman within Yanka suddenly glowed brightly. From within came the desperate plea of Feng Hai Mong, Senior brother, help me. Upon receiving the message, Yanka immediately flew towards the scene on her wooden board. Before her, Yuhua was surrounded by a pack of demonic beasts. Yanka quickly unleashed her magic, assessing the enemy. The aura of these demonic creatures. Why are they at Xianlai sect? With a single, devastating blow, she obliterated the group of demonic beasts. Standing back to back with Yuhua, she cautioned, Master, be careful. These demonic beasts are not normal. After the rescue, as they flew back together, Yanka asked with concern, have any of you encountered demonic beasts like these before? Especially you, Master Yuhua. Were you touched by any of them during the fight? You must tell me the truth. It's a matter of life and death. As soon as she addressed him, Yuhua increased the speed of his flying sword and left behind a single, indifferent word. No. Once at a safe distance, he muttered to himself, if she wants something from me, she'll get it. After helping Yunmeng land, Yanka gave her serious instructions. Help your sister get treatment. I'll report the attack to the sect leader. Ever cautious, Yanka had collected the remains of one of the demonic beasts as evidence. Upon seeing it, the sect leader frowned. If this is true, and demons have returned to the world, then the world will face another calamity. Fengyan, leave this matter to me. You don't need to worry about it. Seeing Feng, Yin obediently accept his orders. The sect leader was pleased. He continued, your most important task now is to prepare for the 6 Great Sects competition. Noticing Yanka's confusion, he explained patiently, this is a tradition of the 6 Great Sects. It cannot be easily canceled. If there's a problem, I'll find a solution. Yanka, still puzzled, asked, wouldn't it be bullying for a nascent soul cultivator like me to participate in a competition for newcomers? I'll be labeled a dream crusher. Upon hearing this, the sect leader helplessly revealed his scheme. When you became a disciple of Xianlai's sect, you didn't have any cultivation. Moreover, you weren't even 30 years old, so why wouldn't you be eligible? At least we're not like certain despicable sects who seek outside help just for a competition. Yanka's face darkened as she inwardly scoffed, realizing the old man had been thinking about that all along. Seeing his high expectations, Yanka reluctantly agreed to participate. She thought smugly, isn't it just fighting? I'm very good at that. And so, day after day, she busily ran back and forth between Discipline Peak and Heavenly Formation Peak, personally supervising the entire construction process and the setting up of the formations. Several months flew by in the blink of an eye. Just like any other day, Yanka woke up, stretched, and greeted the sunlight, muttering great. The purgatory renovations and the sect's protective formation are finally complete. While enjoying her post-deadline bliss, she was suddenly drawn to the formations and the clanging sounds coming from Yuhua's room. Yanka rushed towards the sound, exclaiming, "Damn formations. Didn't he never use formations before? Why are there so many set up in his room?" She was so anxious that she kicked the door open instead of knocking, yelling Yuhua. As soon as the door opened, Yanka saw him standing rigidly, his eyes and aura seemingly tainted by demonic energy. Yuhua didn't seem to recognize her. He lunged towards her with lightning speed, clearly intending to attack. Despite Yanka's attempts to dodge and her desperate cries for her master, Yuhua remained fixated on her, intent on harming her. Helplessly restraining his wrist, Yanka sincerely asked, "Can you hear me?" He tensed up, continuously muttering, "Get off me. Please get off me." Yanka quickly found an opening and, aiming to knock him unconscious, sighed, "Good thing he's still somewhat conscious. I'll knock you out first, and then see if there's a way to control the demonic energy within you." However, Yuhua, in his confused state, suddenly surged with strength, breaking free. With the regained freedom, he lunged at Yanka again, seemingly wanting to tear her apart. Just then, true person Zichhua intervened, forcefully shoving Yuhua against the wall with such force that it cracked. Before he could do anything further, Yuhua, struggling to control himself, pleaded with her to knock him out. But no one's foolish enough to bathe in the same river twice. This time, Yanka used an acupuncture needle to strike a pressure point, and Yuhua instantly collapsed. Calm as ever, she muttered, "Consider handled." But why the sudden outburst? "I'll have to investigate this." Meanwhile, the young woman whom Yuhua and Yunmeng had rescued had awakened. The two girls chatted in the courtyard. "I'm so glad you and true person Zichhua were there last time. I really didn't know what to do." Yunmeng replied firmly, "If you want to thank me, I'll accept it, but you should express your gratitude to master yourself." However, as they approached Yuhua's quarters, both girls froze. The rescued girl, slightly embarrassed, said, "It seems we've arrived at a bad time." They had inadvertently stumbled upon a scene where Yanka appeared to be taking advantage of true person Zichhua. Immediately, both girls covered their eyes and exclaimed, "I didn't see anything." "Right, I didn't see anything." Feng Haimong feigned nonchalance and said to the other girl, "Let's go admire the flowers on your peak." Meanwhile, Yanka, completely oblivious, remained focused on healing Yuhua. She sighed, muttering, "There's no other way. I'll have to seal your consciousness and nascent soul, then suppress you here. I'll figure out a solution later." With practiced ease, Yanka hoisted Yuhua over her shoulder and carried him towards her room. "Your room's a mess," she explained to the unconscious man. "Stay with me until I fix it." She remembered Feng Haimong was currently caring for Lu Tian and wouldn't be back for a while. Gently, she settled Yuhua onto a wooden plank, looking at his sleeping form with a worried frown. "We'll deal with this later," she murmured. A few days later, at discipline peak, a crowd, including the sect leader, had gathered early in the morning. True person Zich Lick nervously commented, "I'm not sure how effective it will be." Just then, cries erupted from below. "Master, we know we were wrong. We know we were wrong. Please don't send us back to the purgatory. We'll do anything, just don't send us back." A pair of disciples wailed. Zichlik observed the two youngsters below, a pleased expression on his face. These two are notoriously stubborn, he thought. Their master has had quite a headache with them. Just a short time in the purgatory, and they're already terrified. Dianka, also pleased, looked at the sect leader. "So what do you think?" He of course was delighted, but the peace didn't last long. Suddenly, he had a thought. "Feng Yin," he said, "tonight, you and Zichua come here. I have something to discuss with him." Dianka froze, completely taken aback. Struggling to find the right words, Dianka stammered, making up an excuse. "Master, well, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. He's currently in seclusion." The sect leader, not wanting to push her, relented. "Is that so? Tell him to focus on his recovery." Relieved, Dianka thought that was close. Worried that staying longer would expose her lies, Dianka quickly excused herself. However, due to the inherently deceptive nature of both her and the sect leader, he still felt something was amiss about Feng Yen. Therefore, he gave Zich Lik an urgent order. Later, have Xiao Ju from Fengqing Pi come here. Soon enough, Xiao Ju arrived at the sect leader's private quarters. The sect leader personally greeted him and even gave him a tour before finally saying, "Xiao Ju, I have a task for you." Seeing Xiao Ju's curiosity, he couldn't hold back any longer. I hear you and Feng Yin are quite close. I wanted to find out about the relationship between Feng Yin and Zichua. Xiao Ju was taken aback. You call me here for this? He muttered. Can't I just be concerned about my fellow disciples? The sect leader replied calmly. He failed to notice Xiao Ju's darkening expression. However, Xiao Ju responded politely, understood. I won't disappoint you, sect leader. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Ju slumped against it, a troubled look on his face. Yinta, he thought, you're still up to your old tricks. He nervously summoned his sword, Shang Wu, to accompany him on this mission. Meanwhile, at Yubu Peak, Dianka had sent Cheng-Chi back. Yun Meng, upon seeing her, was overjoyed. But Dianka immediately asked, why are you back? Yun Meng, blushing, asked hesitantly, should I not have come back? Dianka, simply wanted to hide Yu Hua's situation, honestly replied, you should stay with Lu Tian for a few more days. The room isn't ready yet. Yun Meng obediently agreed. However, no one could understand what was going on in the mind of a Fujoshi like Yun Meng. Master hasn't left the room in so long, she thought. Senior brother is really strong. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Dianka was met with a fierce glare from Yu Hua. She quickly sliced her palm, drawing blood. Good thing I got back in time, she muttered, or he'd have gone completely berserk. Without any warning, Dianka slapped her bloody hand across Yu Hua's face. A gruesome, bloody handprint now marred his features. Finally, he stilled. Dianka immediately pulled out her acupuncture needles. That's better, she said, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Be good and let me examine you. With a serious expression, she began to apply her acupuncture skills, hoping to find a way to heal him. After some probing, she reached a conclusion. Wherever her needles pierced his skin, the black, demonic qi seeped out. A headache throbbed behind Dianka's eyes. If the qi is mobile, she thought, this will be difficult. If it spreads through his blood and bones, will I have to replace them entirely? The thought barely formed before excitement lit her face. Replace his blood. What if I exchanged his demonically tainted blood and bones with my healthy ones? Then, she continued her internal monologue, her excitement growing. I'll go mad, and the entire sect will find out. Finally, for the safety of the sect, Yu Hua will have to dispose of me. A determined glint entered her eyes. A promise is a promise. Dianka, you said you'd do it. Immediately, she began casting the blood exchange spell. Two streams of blood, hers and Yu Hua's, flowed out, swirling together before flowing back into their respective bodies, now exchanged. Gradually, as the demonic qi left his system, Yu Hua began to regain consciousness. He opened his eyes and weakly called out, Yanka. Before he could finish, another surge of blood, directed by Dianka, slammed into his forehead, cutting him off. Tears welled in Yu Hua's eyes, a rare sight. To save me, you exchanged your own blood and bones. Since he'd asked, Dianka quickly fabricated an excuse. Of course, she said brightly, I still am master. Taking care of you is only natural. Seeing Yu Hua fall silent, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Almost made him too emotional. But then, her ancestor spoke in a low voice. Am I suffering? I know my own body. I won't last much longer. Despite his despair, Dianka remained calm. Don't worry, master, she reassured him. I'll definitely save you. They continued this back and forth, one offering to sacrifice themselves, the other refusing. Rather than linger like this, I'd rather die, Yu Hua lamented. No way, Dianka stubbornly insisted. I have to save you. Finally, he softened, whispering, Yinner. His expression was so endearing that Dianka couldn't help but laugh. It would be a shame for a villain like you to die, she teased. Besides, I love doing research. Back in school, I always loved being in the lab. That feeling of accomplishment after solving a difficult problem. Trailing off, she withdrew the spell. This should be enough, she murmured. My blood is inside you now, becoming your spiritual energy. Master, don't move. Let me check you. For some reason, Yu Hua suddenly said something puzzling. I've cultivated the path of ruthlessness. I'll never have a female companion. Don't waste your time on me. Besides, we're master and disciple. Focused on her examination, Dianka casually replied, path of ruthlessness. No wonder you always have that cold expression. Then, realizing something was wrong, she froze. Wait, path of ruthlessness. But he likes the female lead. Despair washed over Dianka. But just as quickly, she bounced back, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. Maybe this is true love. Even if cultivating the ruthless path means having no emotions, Dianka mused, he still loves her. I need to go pick up Feng Haimong. Once Yuhua is stable, I'll entrust Yun Ming with his care. Feelings develop over time, right? I'm so brilliant. Having devised her plan, she promptly set off to put it into action. After she disappeared from the room, Yuhua frowned, thinking to himself, Yinner, don't blame your master for being cruel. This is for your own good. Elsewhere, Yun Ming and Lu Tian were enjoying the flowers like any other young women. Suddenly, Dianka arrived on her flying sword, looking incredibly dashing. The moment she landed, she tried to drag Yun Ming back to Yubu Peak. However, Yun Ming, understanding the situation, softly said, wouldn't it be inconvenient if I were there? Upon returning, Yun Ming went straight to Yuhua's room to check on him. Seeing him still lying in bed, she hesitated. Dianka, seeing this, quickly launched into her prepared speech. Master's health hasn't been good lately, and I'm quite busy, so could you perhaps look after him? Feng Haimong, stunned, asked me. Look after him. Dianka repeated her request, and finally, Yun Ming agreed. If it's senior brother's request, then I suppose I must. Dianka was overjoyed. She felt like a successful matchmaker. However, part of what she said was true. She was indeed extremely busy with the final stages of constructing the protective formation for Xianlai sect. Standing in the center, Dianka received reports from those around her. No problems on my side, Master Uncle. All good here. Seeing that everyone was ready, with the perfect timing, location, and people, Dianka immediately ordered them to activate the formation. Beams of light shot up from all around her, soaring into the sky. They converged at a single point, gradually forming a thick shield. The shield slowly expanded into a circle, encompassing the entire territory of Xianlai sect. The barrier was so perfect that the sect leader, the elders, and the disciples all stared in awe. Finally, they erupted in cheers. It's done. We did it. Master Uncle Feng, Yin is amazing. By the time they realized it, she had vanished without a trace. Where's Master Uncle Feng Yin? They wondered. True person Zich Zhan, seeing the commotion, said let her go. She's tired. Let her rest. Meanwhile, Dianka, on her super stylish wooden board, soared through the sky at breakneck speed. She reinforced the formation, successfully trapping the three of them inside. Dianka rushed toward Xiao Ju, her voice hoarse. Xiao Ju, can you hear me? Master is infected with demonic energy. Touching him might infect you too, so get away. After being tricked by Dianka numerous times, Xiao Ju had developed a serious case of trust issues. He stubbornly continued towards Yuhua, muttering, trying to trick me again. I won't fall for it this time. He cried out, I believe you. But true person Zich Hua kept swinging his sword, threatening to lop off various limbs. Xiao Ju had no choice but to dodge frantically. Their swords clashed with a resounding clang. Xiao Ju finally saw Yu Hua's eyes, devoid of pupils, and a chill ran down his spine. He wasn't lying, he realized with a jolt. Amidst true person Zich Hua's frenzied attacks, Xiao Ju finally felt fear and retreated. Dianka seized the opportunity, swiftly striking his pressure points with acupuncture needles. Yuhua collapsed unconscious. Dianka quickly caught him, hoisting him on her shoulder. She gave Xiao Ju a cool glance. Do you believe me now? Xiao Ju didn't reply, only letting out a huff. A moment later, when he looked up, demonic energy swirled in his eyes. Yin Ming, trailing behind Dianka, cried out in alarm, Senior brother, you're back. Master suddenly went berserk. I did as you said and trapped him in the formation, but then Xiao Ju barged in and broke it. Dianka, without a word, began seriously treating Yu Hua with acupuncture. Then her voice grave, she asked, you didn't touch Master, did you? Yin Ming answered honestly, no, absolutely not. While you were gone, I stayed outside his room. I never once was alone with Master. I only went in when I saw him go crazy. Dianka continued her acupuncture, carefully reminding her, good. I've taken care of the sect matters for now. You worked hard these past few days. Go and rest. But Yin Ming refused to leave. Senior brother, I'm also a member of Yubu Peak. Let's take care of Master together. Unable to refuse, Dianka agreed. After a moment of thought, she instructed, wait here, I need to go to the scripture pavilion. Please look after Master, but you could go back first for now. However, Feng Haimong stubbornly refused to leave, wanting to share the burden with Dianka. Exasperated with the girl, Dianka simply said, as you wish, and then hastily pulled open Yuhua's robes. Upon seeing his muscled torso, Yun Ming shyly hid her face in her hands, exclaiming, "Senior brother, is this how you normally treat master's injuries?" Ignoring her, Dianka sliced her own hand with a knife and began the blood exchange ritual. Yun Ming finally found the courage to watch as Dianka's blood flowed into true person Zichua. She realized with astonishment that it was the spiritual blood of a cultivator. Hesitantly, she whispered, "Senior brother, are you?" Before she could speak, Dianka's attention was caught by a commotion outside. "Not good," she exclaimed, rushing out to investigate. As luck, or rather incredibly bad luck, would have it, she was met with the sight of Xiao Ju in his demonized form. A chill ran down her spine at the sight. "Xiao Ju," she called out cautiously. Predictably, the moment she spoke, he bared his fangs, snarling. Dianka sighed internally. "This is a headache I don't need," she thought. One raving lunatic inside wasn't enough. Now she had another one outside. However, Xiao Ju was proving more resilient to the demonic influence than Yuhua. He retained enough control to seal himself in place, roaring, "Yanka, get out of here." Instead of heeding his warning, Dianka approached him with a confident smirk. "Don't panic," she said. While Xiao Ju continued to snarl and threaten, Dianka calmly inserted an acupuncture needle into his neck. Just like that, Xiao Ju joined Yuhua in a land of unconsciousness. When Yunming rushed out, she found Dianka already hoisting Xiao Ju over her shoulder. "Senior brother," she asked hesitantly, "is he infected too?" Dianka carefully laid Xiao Ju down beside Yuhua, a perplexed frown on her face. "Yes," she muttered. "How strange. The protagonist and antagonist look almost peaceful lying next to each other." Exhaustion evident in her voice, Dianka turned to Yunming. "You should go back," she advised. "I'm afraid you might." Yunming, ever curious, interrupted, "Senior brother, if I become like them, will you take care of me too?" Dianka's reply was short and cold. "Yes." This, however, seemed to satisfy Yunming, who cheerfully declared, "Then I have nothing to worry about." Dianka stared after her, momentarily bewildered by the girl's logic, before shaking her head. "No time to think about that now. Saving Xiao Ju is more important." With that, she pulled out her dagger and sliced her other hand, using her blood to create a simultaneous transfusion for both men, temporarily suppressing the demonic energy within them. After a considerable effort, the makeshift treatment was finally complete. Dianka slumped against the wall, exhausted. Seeing her state, Yunming rushed forward, concerned. "Senior brother, you can't keep giving them your blood like this. You'll become anemic." Dianka straightened up, forcing herself to stand. "I'm fine," she insisted. "I'm going to the scripture pavilion. For safety, I've sealed their senses. You don't need to stay and watch over them." Despite this, Yunming, brimming with inexplicable enthusiasm, declared, "I'm fine. I want to face this with you, senior brother." Dianka's pale and weary appearance caused those observing from the heavenly Tao to feel a pang of sympathy. And Mo Changlu, unable to bear it any longer, turned to Yuhua, who was beside him. "You were awake the whole time," he accused. "He's so good to you. Why did you still?" Before he could finish, Yuhua, his gaze fixed on Dianka as she entered the scripture pavilion, softly interrupted him with 3 words. "You don't understand." Mo Changlu scoffed, his expression contemptuous. "Oh, so being favored by him makes you special. I see you're well on your way to becoming just like Luo Xingam and Long Yantan." Meanwhile, Xiao Ju, also secretly observing the past, clutched his head in anguish. Why don't I have these memories? Did he take them from me, like he did from Luo Xingam? But why? Thus, several agonizing days passed. The 2 large, unconscious men remained confined within Dianka's formation, receiving regular treatment every day on the dot. Yunming, not to be outdone, diligently attended to Dianka's well-being, ensuring she ate proper meals. Peeking into the room where Dianka tended to the 2 men, she couldn't help but admire her senior brother. Truly, he's not like ordinary people, she thought. Yunming gently placed the food down and reminded her senior brother, "You've been busy for days. Why don't you rest for a while?" Hearing this, Dianka closed his book and spoke seriously. "You've also worked hard these past few days. You don't need to worry about me for now. The set competition is in a few days. The rewards are quite generous, so you should focus on training and try to achieve something." Dianka pulled a ring from his sleeve. He earnestly instructed his junior sister. Inside this ring, ring are spiritual herbs, spirit pills, and magical artifacts I've collected. They will be beneficial for your cultivation. Feng Haimong stared, momentarily stunned, at Dianka, who seemed to radiate a dazzling aura. She accepted the ring and said happily, "Thank you, senior brother. I'll definitely do my best." Then she continued, following his instructions, "These are all rare and precious treasures. Please help me exchange them for spirit herbs that spirit beasts like to nourish them. They're my spirit pets, but their bodies and strength are truly pathetic." Little Hua, hearing his master scolding him for doing nothing but eating and sleeping all day, sulked and knocked over a stack of books beside her. Dianka picked up the little pig, laughing and scolding, "You dare hold a grudge against me? All right, go play." After saying that, he put the little pig down, but didn't forget to pat its bottom. Suddenly, with an unexpectedly serious expression, Dianka asked, seemingly both serious and playful, "Feng Haimong, say I can only save one person now. Who should I save first?" She glanced towards the two unconscious men and pondered. "Although my first reaction is to save Master, since Senior Brother asked, this matter isn't simple. I heard that before joining Xianlai's sect. Senior Brother knew Xiao Ju for a long time. It seems their relationship is unusual. Despite her inner conflict, Yun Ming, ever the loyal junior sister, looked seriously at Dianka and said, "Senior brother, just follow your heart. No matter who you save, I'll support you. Even if you don't save Master, I'll be fine." Her expression turned sorrowful as she thought to herself, "Besides, Master becoming like this is all my fault. If he hadn't saved me, he wouldn't have been infected by the demonic chi. If Master's situation requires an explanation, all the responsibility is mine. I can bear it alone. Senior brother has done everything he could. It's not right to give up the person he truly loves because of my mistake. Moreover, he's willing to go this far for me and Master. How can I not be brave for him once?" Dianka continued to read, then seriously instructed Yun Ming, "Go outside now. No matter what you hear, don't come in." She gently replied, "All right, I'll wait outside, Senior Brother." The events of that time were so suspenseful that even the gossiping crowd hundreds of years later, watching through the heavenly Tao mirror, couldn't help but discuss excitedly, "Who do you think the Demon Emperor will save?" "I think he'll definitely save Great Emperor Yuhua. After all, he's his master." Another countered, "But he saved that demon Xiao Ju so many times. He definitely has feelings for the demon. I bet he'll save Xiao Ju this time." Their argument escalated into a full-blown quarrel. "I'm telling you, do you even have a stance? Which side are you on? What's it to you? I ship whoever I want. I ship one pair, then I ship another. So what? You'll be the death of me. All right, just you wait." The crowd, already divided into two vehemently opposing factions, suddenly fell silent as movement appeared on the screen from Great Emperor Yuhua's side. They stopped their commotion, surprised. "Hey, isn't he really saving Yuhua?" one exclaimed. Then the other went pale, quickly covering his mouth. He glanced behind him and muttered, "Oops, almost forgot the person involved is right here." The fragments of memories from the past gradually unfolded. The person Dianka ultimately chose was Xiao Ju. Great Emperor Yu Hua's heart ached silently. He thought sadly, "In the end, you still chose him." Inside the heavenly Tao mirror, Dianka once again stabbed a dagger deep into her palm. Her blood flowed, gathering on Xiao Ju's body, forming a complex array. The power of this array was so terrifying that even the idle onlookers watching the drama went pale. He's carving an array onto the great demon lord with a needle. This is the blood transfer array. I can't believe it could be used like this. And I can't believe she's using her own body to power it. Isn't the blood transfer array a demonic array? Everyone within it gets their blood drained dry. After a long moment, someone finally understood. "I get it. He wants to drain all the demonic energy out of the great demon lord's blood without harming him. But how does she know the demonic energy is in his blood and not somewhere else? Don't tell me she's using Xiao Ju as an experiment." This shocking scene from the past unfolded, completely unknown to Xiao Ju. He frowned, thinking, so many things happened back then that I knew nothing about. "Dianka, what were you thinking at that time?" Back within the heavenly Tao mirror, Dianka finally succeeded in forcing the demonic energy out of Xiao Ju. She quickly captured it within a small bottle. Dianka beamed, looking at the treasure she now held. But then, To everyone's astonishment, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed it. This way, I can study it slowly, she thought gleefully. If an ordinary person absorbed this demonic energy, they would explode from the sheer force of it. However, with this guy's cultivation level, he can refine it and convert it into his own energy in no time. And just like that, a moment passed. During that time, Dianka diligently channeled her energy into Xiao Ju. Seeing him whole and healthy once more, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he's completely refined it. Not a trace remains. Although I have a lot of spiritual energy, I used up quite a bit just now. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. And the sect competition is in 2 days. I don't know if I can get back in time to save Yihua. If I can't make it, then there's nothing I can do. I've done my best. Dianka hoisted Xiao Ju onto her shoulder and tossed him to Yunming. Find somewhere far away and throw him away from me, would you? She instructed carefully. Yunming, being a small young woman, had limited strength. Struggling to drag Xiao Ju by his feet, she grumbled, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't barged in, Master wouldn't have gone berserk. If Master hadn't gone berserk, Senior Brother wouldn't have had to use his blood to save you. I'll drag you to your death." Weak as she was, Yunming finally managed to drag Xiao Ju to the foot of some nameless mountain. He woke up groggily, dizzy, and disoriented. How did I get here? And why does my back hurt so much? Xiao Ju struggled to recall the missing piece of his memory. But Yunming, irritated by his presence, urged him, "If you're all right, then get lost. Don't ever come to our Yubu Peak again. You're not welcome here." But then, noticing the bloodstains all over his palms, he couldn't help but ask, "What did I just do?" The bewildered man ended up scaring himself with his own answer. "I remember now. I was sent by the sect leader to investigate Dianka and his master. As soon as I entered, Yuhua discovered me and beat me up. Then I ended up here. But what happened in between? I don't have any memory of it, and my back is injured. How strange. Could be that I couldn't fight back, and true person Zich Hua knocked me unconscious and threw me here." After a rather flamboyant monologue, Xiao Ju finally paused and seriously asked Yunming, "By the way, do you know what I mean? What's the relationship between Dianka and his master?" She rolled her eyes, utterly disgusted. "What's it to you?" Xiao Ju adopted a dejected expression. "But the sect leader ordered me to find out, so I can report back." The more he spoke, the angrier Yunming became. "My senior brother is a man. Master is also a man. What kind of relationship could they possibly have?" To her astonishment, Xiao Ju's face lit up at her words. He took off running, shouting back, "That's great. I'll go tell the sect leader they're just master and disciple." Yunming couldn't fathom what the idiot was so happy about. Suddenly, Xiao Ju stopped in his tracks. He turned back to Yunming with a serious expression. If they really are something that you have to stop them. Yunming glared at him. "You should worry about yourself. I hear the female disciples of Jinlai Peak are quite fond of you." He hadn't been thinking about it, but her words brought back uncomfortable memories. He recalled being surrounded, questioned relentlessly about his relationship with Dianka before joining Xianlai's sect, and the rumors of his failed pursuit. Panic rising, he decided discretion was the better part of valor and sprinted away. His hasty retreat only cemented Yunming's suspicion that he was hiding something. No sooner had she sent that troublesome spirit on his way than the talisman within her robes began to glow. After carefully examining it, Feng Haimong muttered in confusion, "Why would the sect leader summon me?" As it turned out, Dianka had also received a summons. Yunming tried to dissuade him. "Senior brother, maybe you shouldn't go. The sect leader suddenly summoning us must be because of the sect competition. You're weak right now. It'll be dangerous to participate." Despite her pleas, Dianka calmly replied, "I'm fine." Then he summoned his oversized wooden sword. With an air of nonchalance, he pulled Yunming onto the sword and they soared into the sky. Worried that his junior sister might fall, Dianka held her tightly throughout the flight. However, it seemed he was destined to be disliked. Those watching from below frowned at the sight of the wooden sword. Such an arrogant disciple, showing off in front of the sect leader and elders. And look, he even has a beautiful woman with him. I hate these innocent-looking types the most. Above them stood an elder from the Tula sect, looking down with disdain. "You have such lax rules here. In our Tula sect, he would have been punished already. And your earthly prison seems rather ineffective. It can't even hold a cocky brat like him." Despite the slight, the Xianlai sect leader remained unfazed. "This is the disciple I'm most proud of. I've invested a great deal in his training." He stroked his beard with pride. "Look at him. Not only is he handsome, but his strength is also exceptional. Most importantly, this child is incredibly determined. Once he sets his mind on something, he gives it his all. Isn't he outstanding? The two arrived and paid their respects to the sect leader. Noticing D. Yanka's pale complexion, the sect leader inquired about his health. D. Yanka maintained his usual composure, explaining that he had been conducting some new experiments that had depleted his energy. He assured the sect leader there was no need for concern. Confidently, he declared, "The champion of this sect competition can only be me." Those around them scoffed. Who does he think he is? Another sneered, "With a scrawny body like his, one punch would be enough." Another added, "Confidence in youth is a good thing, but overconfidence will only lead to self-destruction." D. Yanka glanced around, noting that most were at the nascent soul stage. It's just a match for newcomers. It's like this. This isn't simple at all. She now understood why the sect leader was paying so much attention to this competition. Below, her fan club waved and cheered. "Master Fengyan, you look so dashing." "Master, you can do it." A representative from a rival sect spoke up. "Keeping someone with a heavenly Tao curse will only bring destruction to your entire sect sooner or later." The Tula sect elder interjected smoothly. "Let it go, Brother Zichjin. Please forgive him. My disciple isn't very good with words." D. Yanka wasn't about to let someone talk down to her. Cultivation itself is defying the heavens. A mere heavenly Tao curse. I've never taken it seriously. If the heavenly Tao dares to pressure me, I'll split the heavens open. This retort left her opponent speechless, face reddening in frustrated silence. Her fan club, hearing this, erupted in even louder cheers and praise. "Master Feng Yin is so rebellious and domineering. So cool. Master Feng Yin, I love you. I want to bear your monkey children." The thought of someone wanting to bear her monkey children filled D. Yanka with a strange mix of amusement and horror. "If my identity is revealed, things will get complicated." The referee announced, "The 6th Great Sects competition will now begin. First match, Yun Ming of Xianlai sect versus Yu Hui of Lingsu sect." Shui Sha, brimming with murderous intent, looked at D. Yanka and declared, "Let's see how long your arrogance lasts." She simply replied, "At least I'll live longer than you." This infuriated Shui Sha, nearly causing him to lose control. Fortunately, the Tula sect elder intervened, reminding him, "Don't let small matters ruin the bigger picture." Shui Sha reluctantly swallowed his anger and sat down. Not long into the match, senior brother Yun Ming was severely injured by a Tula sect magical artifact. His fellow disciples cried out in worry. "It's just a competition. Why would they use such a vicious artifact?" D. Yanka rushed over and observed Yun Ming's condition. His meridians were completely destroyed, his golden core shattered, and his body was charred black. The Tula sect's methods are truly ruthless. The two holy physicians of Xianlai sect arrived to assess Yun Ming. After a thorough examination, one declared, "I can do nothing more. Perhaps only Tian Xianzi could save him." Unfortunately, Tian Xianzi has been missing for years. Hearing this, D. Yanka offered, "Let me try." Another Xianlai sect elder, rarely seen, immediately took a disliking to her. "So it's the boy Feng Yan. Although you are a rare talent, your skills need more focus. In terms of medical arts, you are not even a fraction of what I am." Insulted, D. Yanka snapped, pointing at the critically injured Yun Ming. "Can he be saved or not?" "Let me see." The elder stubbornly shook his head. "Healing cannot be taken lightly." D. Yanka cursed inwardly, another stubborn old fool. Seeing no other way, she sighed and said indifferently, "I'll be honest, I am Tian Xianzi." Sure enough, the name of the celestial healer of the Xianlai sect still commanded respect from everyone, from stubborn old men to young maidens like Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi, the young medical maiden, was secretly delighted. Celestial healer Tian Xianzi has hidden their identity for so long, and finally, they've revealed themselves. Yun Ming, however, noticed something amiss in Lu Tianyi's expression. She wouldn't have a secret crush on senior brother Feng Yan, would she? Feeling a pang of sympathy for her good sister, Yun Ming offered some consolation. "It's normal for love to go unrequited, Tianyi. Sometimes, it's not that we're not beautiful enough, but that senior brother is just too handsome. You have to look at it from a broader perspective." Putting aside the two young women's romantic musings, the Xianlai sect's medical elder remained stubbornly unconvinced, looking down on on Yanka with disdain. Boy, I know your array formations and swordsmanship are excellent, but Celestial Healer Tian Xianzi is someone I deeply admire. He has always shunned fame and fortune, seeking only to perfect his medical arts. Don't you dare slander his name. Unable to bear the elder's rebuke, Lu Tian seethed inwardly. How dare the holy medicine peak master speak of Celestial Healer Tian Xianzi that way? I must defend his honor. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of righteous indignation, Feng Haimong quickly stepped forward to stop her. A moment later, they heard Yanka solemnly declare, "I am the 888th generation inheritor of the Celestial Healer lineage. All of our inheritors bear the title of Tian Xianzi. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with me claiming that title." The holy medicine peak master flew into a rage. "Do you know what you're saying? You are a disciple of the Xianlai sect. If you're also a disciple of the Celestial Healer sect, joining two sects simultaneously, do you understand the consequences? Disciples who join another sect will have their cultivation base crippled and be expelled." These words gave Lu Tian a pause, forcing her to seriously consider the implications. So that's why Feng Haimong stopped me. She was afraid I'd expose Celestial Healer Tian Xianzi's identity. She magnanimously thanked Yunming. Meanwhile, the observant princess, clearly a product of palace intrigue, immediately deduced that Tian Yi and Xiaoju knew each other before joining the Xianlai sect. From this, she surmised that this junior sister must know something about her Feng Yan. Lu Tian Yi, still in awe of Yanka, thought to herself, so Celestial Healer Tian Xianzi concealed their identity for self-preservation, not to distance themselves from me. Suddenly, the injured young man on the ground groaned weakly. "Grandmaster, let's senior Uncle Feng Yin try." Upon hearing this, Yanka's face lit up with excitement as she rushed towards him, gesticulating wildly. "Research, you say? I love research. Here, here, and here. Press here too." The holy medicine peak master's face turned pale as he watched her flurry of movements. However, after witnessing the results firsthand, he inwardly acknowledged her skill. Yunming's qi and spiritual energy are indeed flowing again. Healed someone with destroyed meridians in such a short time. If he isn't Tian Xianzi, then who is? No, perhaps he's even surpassed Tian Xianzi already. With this level of skill, the other 5 great sects will surely be restless. A tall tree catches the wind. We must protect this young Feng Yan. With that, he rushed forward and shoved Yanka aside. "What are you doing? You almost tormented him to death." This ambiguous accusation left both the recovering Yunming and Yanka utterly bewildered. Yunming sputtered, "Peak Master, you're defending Feng Yan." Before he could finish, he received a signal, like a hawk summoning a sparrow. Yunming, stunned, stared blankly for a moment. He then, with a sudden flash of enlightenment, cried out, "Ah!" Having already uttered the "ah," Yunming seized the opportunity and dramatically wailed, "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Martial Uncle Feng Yan, please save me. It hurts so much." Yanka, initially confident in her medical skills, became wary as she observed Yunming's sudden transformation. "What's going on here?" she wondered. The holy medicine peak master immediately ordered Yunming to take her senior brother back to their peak. He then instructed Yanka to accompany them to Holy Medicine Peak. Yunming, concerned, asked Yunming how he felt. Her senior brother, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, continued to moan in pain. "Where did I go wrong?" Yanka pondered. Suddenly, the sect leader appeared behind them and gravely interjected, "Wait." After a dramatic pause, he continued, "Yanka needs to participate in the competition. You take Yunming back first." The holy medicine peak master hinted, "Sect leader, Feng Yan's treatment was disruptive. Yunming might experience complications." However, the sect leader remained firm. "Zichua, Yanka must stay and compete." True person Zichua inwardly cursed his brother, Zichjin. "You idiot." Finally, the ever-resourceful Yanka stepped in to smooth things over. "Martial Uncle Zichua, how about I visit Holy Medicine Peak to apologize after the competition?" This appeased the old man, and he finally agreed to return to his peak. After the commotion subsided, the referee announced the official start of the competition between the 6 great sections. This round was a free-for-all, and opponents would be determined by drawing lots. Yanka joined the throng, and after drawing her lot, sighed dramatically. Looking at the 2 characters on the slip, she muttered, "Xiao Ju." How cliché. The matchups were then announced. Feng Yin of the Xianlai sect would face Xiao Ju, also of the Xianlai sect. Besides Di Yanka, there was another person cursing the heavens. The sect leader, his face pale, lamented, "Why them? They're the two strongest disciples in our sect. Them fighting each other means we lose one guaranteed champion. This is a huge loss for the Xianlai sect. The only solution is for one of them to forfeit." However, Xiao Ju and Di Yanka were already on the arena. He summoned his Thuong no sword and spoke to her earnestly. "Martial Uncle Feng Yin, how about we both use our sword hearts? Let's have a true duel. I may not have a sword heart, but I have this unparalleled sword." Since he had made such a sincere request, Di Yanka summoned her sword heart and agreed to his proposal. The two then lunged at each other. Undaunted by the male protagonist, Di Yanka boldly declared, "Come on, junior nephew. Let's have a good fight." The sect leader stroked his beard and mused, the unparalleled sword Dao versus the invincible sword heart. Moments later, he clutched his head and wailed, "I regret this. I should have sent Feng Yin with that old Zich Hua to Holy Medicine Peak." The clash of their swords unleashed a powerful shockwave. Even the sect leader felt a tremor of apprehension. However, the two combatants on the arena, oblivious to everything else, were completely engrossed in their duel. Their destructive power was so intense that the sect leader ordered the other disciples to retreat. The disciples of the two lost sect, terrified, scurried away like mice. A neighboring sect leader, observing the scene, scoffed, "What a bunch of cowards." On the arena, Di Yanka managed to push Xiao Ju back, creating a brief respite. She then complimented him, "Junior nephew, you've improved greatly." Xiao Ju seized the opportunity, lunging towards her with renewed vigor. "Martial uncle," he chided, "how could you be so careless in front of me?" Their swords clashed once more, the impact so fierce that the force of it rippled outwards, uncontrollably surging beyond the arena. The unintended shockwave injured several spectators, throwing the scene into chaos. "Run, run," they cried. "My arm, it hurts." Even the two lost sect leader was sent sprawling. As one of the few still standing after Xiao Ju and Di Yanka's devastating exchange, he hastily ordered, "Someone get true person Zich Shang. We need a healer." While issuing commands, the sect leader couldn't help but steal worried glances at the arena, silently praying, "Oh heavens, please let my two most prized disciples be all right." After what felt like an eternity of earth-shattering tremors, the battle between Xiao Ju and Di Yanka finally concluded. The Xianlai sect leader, burdened with anxieties, remained alone, lamenting, "This is going to be the death of me." He cautiously approached Xiao Ju, checking his pulse. With a grave expression, he instructed, "Go to the infirmary. You need to rest for at least half a month." Thankfully, it's nothing serious. "Yanka, are you all right?" Di Yanka, ever radiant, waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. I could fight a few more rounds if needed." The sect leader breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. That's good to hear." The dust-covered two lost sect leader then stormed over, his voice laced with indignation. "Zich Jin, you owe us an explanation." The Xianlai sect leader, unyielding, retorted, "And what explanation would that be?" Emboldened, the irate two lost sect leader pressed on. "Either you heal our disciples, or you hand her over to us." Upon hearing these outrageous demands, true person Zich Jin finally understood. So that's why Zich Shang wanted to take Yanka back to Holy Medicine Peak. The other sects were planning to steal her. Meanwhile, Di Yanka, oblivious to the political machinations, thought to herself, "What's going on? Xiao Ju and I were both fighting. Why are they only focusing on me?" The Xianlai sect leader, rubbing his furrowed brow, muttered, "I must be getting old and senile." Nevertheless, he stepped in front of Di Yanka, his voice firm. Injuries are inevitable in competitions. There's no other explanation needed. He was prepared to fight all 5 other sects if necessary, but he would not surrender Feng Yin. The two lost sect leader roared, "Zich Jin, are you willing to start a war with all of us, just for a newly admitted disciple?" Standing tall and resolute in the Xianlai sect square, the sect leader declared, "Bring it on. Feng Yin is my disciple. If there is any fault, it is for our sect to address." Unsurprisingly, this did not sit well with the two lost sect. Their leader, enraged, prepared to attack. "Don't say I didn't warn you," he bellowed. Suddenly, an unfamiliar old man appeared, chuckling. "Old too, you're in the wrong here. You're trying to trade your useless disciples for our genius. Quite the bargain, wouldn't you say?" At the sight of the old man, the two lost sect leader faltered. You Sue, this doesn't concern you. Aren't you Zich, Jin's lapdog? The newcomer laughed heartily. What a warm welcome. So, are we fighting or not? A bunch of grown men squabbling like this. The Tula sect leader continued his tirade. If this isn't resolved, the Tula sect will not let the Xian Lai sect off. Neither will the Wan Fa sect, nor the Yu Jin sect. Hearing them ganging up like this, the Xian Lai sect disciples erupted in indignant shouts. Anyone who dares to harm Martial Uncle Feng Yin will answer to us. We don't care which sect you belong to. If you harm Martial Uncle Feng Yin, you're making an enemy of the entire Xian Lai sect. Bring it on. We're not afraid of you. Dianka, standing behind the sect leader, felt a surge of warmth. I never thought I'd find so many people who care about me in this strange world, she thought, deeply touched. Finally, a smile touched her lips as she made up her mind. I must protect this Xian Lai sect. Dianka stepped forward, her voice ringing with confidence. Aren't these just minor injuries? I've already sent word to Holy Medicine Peak. No need to trouble the senior brothers and sisters there. I can handle this myself. The sect leader's eyes widened in alarm. These people have broken limbs. How could she possibly handle it? He sighed inwardly. Forget it. Let's get them to Holy Medicine Peak first. Old Chow will surely have a solution. True person Zich Jin made the final decision. Take the injured to Holy Medicine Peak immediately. Yanka, you go with them. Those with minor injuries, return to your quarters and take healing pills. The competition is postponed. The rest of you, come and help. He had barely finished speaking when the Tula sect leader cut him off with a cold laugh. Hold on. What's this about Holy Medicine Peak? Didn't she say she could handle it herself? I'll stay right here and watch her handle it. Before the sect leader could react, Dianka strode forward, picking up a severed arm. Fine, she said coolly. Before she could take another step, true person Zich Jin intervened. Wait, he said, addressing the other sect leaders. What if Yanka can heal them? The Tula sect leader, a smug look on his face, immediately replied, if she can, I'll kowtow and apologize to you. How about that? The Xian Lai sect leader scoffed. Kowtow to me. Forget it. Just kowtow to Yanka. The Tula sect leader snorted. Let's see her heal them first. With the wager set, Dianka quickly placed the severed arm against its owner and began to heal. Midway through the process, she faltered, a conflict arising within the injured limb. Dianka broke out in a cold sweat, cursing herself inwardly for boasting. It shouldn't be too difficult, she thought. It's just a dozen or so broken arms. It'll take a lot of energy, but I shouldn't collapse. Besides, if I collapse, wouldn't that be even better? Meanwhile, outside the heavenly Tao mirror, the commotion mirrored the scene within. The Demon Emperor is truly the Demon Emperor. He must be holding back. He's already severely injured from the battle, and now he's healing others. And not just ordinary healing. Anyone with a bit of medical knowledge knows how much energy reattaching limbs takes. Healing 5 people is already pushing his limits. It's all because of that devil Xiao Ju. If he hadn't provoked him, the Demon Emperor wouldn't be in this mess. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Xiao Ju, memories flooding back, felt a pang of guilt. If he hadn't been tainted by demonic energy saving me, he wouldn't have been injured in that fight. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't be so weak now. It's laughable that I actually thought my cultivation was so high that the competition was unfair to Dianka. Seeing Dianka cough up blood, Xiao Ju's heart clenched. Stop healing. Dianka, stop. Inside the mirror, Dianka quickly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, thankful that no one had noticed her moment of weakness. But the peace didn't last long. The Tula sect leader sneered, reminding her, little girl, are you about to collapse? If you can't do it, just say so. Just kneel down and beg, and maybe I'll let you off. True person Zich Jin, as the sect leader of Xian Lai sect, couldn't stand idly by. He interjected with concern, Yanka, my child, if you're tired, rest for a bit. I'm here today. Let's see who dares to touch a single hair on your head. The Tula sect leader snapped irritably, annoying old man. All you're good for is interfering. Suddenly, true person Zich Jin watched in bewildered horror as his beloved disciple rummaged through her pouch and pulled out a handful of pills. He was so terrified he nearly had a heart attack, yelling, you can't take that many pills at once. Dianka. But Dianka, opening her mouth wide like a hungry hippo, swallowed the pills and said calmly, don't worry, Gramps. I'm fine. This shocking scene even made the two Law Sec leader break out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, after swallowing the pills, Dianka's strength returned in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, she continued her healing. Whosever limb it was reattached to its owner as if it had never been severed. Those who were healed rejoiced, and Dianka thought to herself, most of them are healed now. My own problems aren't that serious. I'm not going to die. She hadn't even taken a full breath when the elder of the Wanfa sect, followed by a group of disciples, stepped forward and said sharply, I'm afraid it's not that easy, girl. You've healed the people on the stage, but what about the ones below? Lu Tian-e down below shouted angrily, you despicable man. This Wanfa sect elder is too much. Yinming tried his best to restrain the young Lu Tian-e, but she was too furious to be held back and rushed onto the stage. Dianka, seeing her, was taken aback. Tian-e, what are you doing here? Lu Tian-e, pulling out a ring, poured out a pile of medicinal herbs. Her actions were delicate, but her words were sharp. Your sect is truly dirt poor. If you don't have the necessary ingredients, our Xianlai sect has plenty. Such minor injuries, and you need to trouble my senior brother. Don't make yourselves a laughingstock. Indeed, the disciples of the Wanfa sect, accustomed to poverty, were drooling at the sight of the mountain of medicinal herbs Lu Tian-e had produced. They took turns grabbing large handfuls, then left happily, magnanimously declaring, forget it, forget it. These small injuries are nothing to me. I won't stand on ceremony, as if we actually wanted him to heal us. The Wanfa sect elder, embarrassed by his shameless disciples, coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. If everyone's healed, let's continue the competition. Lu Tian-e looked at Dianka with concern, her eyes welling up. Tian Xianzi, Martial Uncle Feng Yin, are you all right? Supported by Tian, she struggled to take a few steps when the detestable old man from the Tu La sect chimed in, making things difficult. The Wanfa sect leader is right. Let's resume the competition. It's getting late. We need to finish the competition and return to our sects quickly. The Xianlai sect leader flatly refused. That's impossible. Yanka just expended a lot of energy. She needs to rest properly. The Tu La sect leader was relentless, provoking her. Little girl, are you scared now? You were talking about taking first place earlier. What happened to that? Dianka, thoroughly annoyed with him, retorted coldly, fine, let's fight. These minor injuries aren't even enough to bother me. True person Zich Jin ordered Lu Tian-e to go back down. Dianka continued, her voice full of conviction, I'll fight, but before we start, you have to kowtow and apologize to me. A promise is a promise. The loud-mouthed elder's face fell, muttering about being outsmarted by this kid. True person Zich Jin seized the opportunity to defend his disciple, addressing the Tu La sect leader. If that's the case, let's postpone the competition. Your disciples are injured as well. Let them rest for a few days, and then we could discuss a new date. He appeared cheerful, but his mind raced with cunning thoughts. He's the leader of a sect, after all. I don't believe he'll actually kneel. If he doesn't kneel, Yanka doesn't have to compete. I'm a genius, the pride of Xianlai sect. However, his smugness was short-lived. Before he could finish his self-congratulatory thoughts, the Tu La sect leader actually kowtowed to Dianka. Dianka wasn't afraid. She felt a flicker of disdain. He's going to such lengths just to get me eliminated. Impressive flexibility. Since the opponent had kept his word, Yanka calmly continued, not bad. In that case, let's compete. But I must warn you, swords and blades are merciless. If anyone gets injured or dies, the Xianlai sect will not be held responsible. This statement clearly pleased the Tu La sect leader. Struggling to his feet, he let out a cold laugh. You're right. Swords and blades are merciless. Neither side will be held responsible for any casualties. His triumphant demeanor made true person Zich Jin uneasy. However, Yanka remained unfazed. Don't worry, sect leader. I'll be fine. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake. Her confidence irritated the Tu La sect leader. He angrily muttered, this damn brat. Showing off. Finally, he revealed his hand. A Tu La sect elder flicked his wrist, summoning a man with fiery red hair. The newcomer only grunted, unable or unwilling to speak. The Tu La sect leader had to speak for him. I'll leave him to you. A great reward awaits you if you succeed. Even someone with Feng Haimong's limited cultivation could sense the danger radiating from the red-haired man. Deeply worried for Yanka, she urged, Senior brother, maybe you should forfeit this match. But Yanka stood firm, stretching his limbs. Don't worry, I'm Fine. You're my junior sister. You have to trust your senior brother. Lu Tian-e, ever supportive of Dianka, cheerfully advised Feng Haimong, Sister Yunming, You should listen to senior brother. Don't distract him. Seeing her hesitation, Tion E continued, don't worry. Martial Uncle Feng, Yin is the most persistent, resilient, and outstanding person I've ever met. We have to believe in him. The red-haired man pulled a staff from within his robes and swiftly unleashed a technique with a name as sinister as his appearance. 10,000 Ghosts Secret Curse. It was then that Yanka realized her opponent was a genuine demon. Her senses sharpened. I figured they'd bring in outside help, but I didn't expect them to summon a demonic cultivator. This overwhelming demonic energy, who knows how many lives have been lost at his hands. But Yanka refused to be intimidated. She quickly regained her composure and summoned her mysterious little gold. A powerful bolt of lightning crackled down, obeying her command. Yanka intended to destroy this demonic cultivator. Her power caught the demon's attention. Golden heavenly lightning. How can a nascent soul like hers wield such divine lightning? Yanka ignored his shock, focusing her intent. Strike him down. The arrogant, cruel demon could only watch, his hair standing on end as the lightning slammed into him. The spectacular display left the disciples below awestruck. This single strike brought immense pride to the Xian Lai sect leader. Conversely, it was the Tula sect leader who was drenched in a cold sweat. True person Zich Jin, seizing the opportunity, couldn't resist taunting him. In front of our girl, you're all just little brothers. The sect leader, still trembling in disbelief, stammered, How is this possible? After the match, Yanka respectfully reported to her sect leader, I have completed the task. I'll leave the rest to you. True person Zich Jin looked at her with affection. Go on, Yanka. You've worked hard. Go home and get a good rest. Yanka then turned to Feng Haimong and called out, Junior sister, let's go. Left alone, Lu Tian sighed wistfully. If only I had recognized Senior Tian Xianzi sooner. Then I would have cultivated diligently and been chosen by true person Zich Hoa. I could have spent my days on Yu Biao Peak with Senior. However, the two siblings had only gone halfway when Yanka suddenly stumbled. She coughed up blood, then said with difficulty, Yin Ming, junior sister, could you please help me back? Yin Ming, shocked and worried, rushed to her side. Senior brother, are you all right? Yanka managed a weak smile. It's nothing serious, just a little tired. I'll be fine after some rest. The girl beside her, having finally mastered sword flight, supported Yanka. Leave it to me, the princess declared reliably. True to her word, she safely escorted Yanka back to her room. Upon entering, they saw her 3 spirit pets sprawled on the floor. They assumed they were merely napping, until they heard Wai Noyet Ho's chilling voice. My dear disciple, you're back. Noticing Yun Ming's innocent attempt to approach, Yanka quickly intercepted her, saying in a low voice, Junior sister, I think I dropped something in the square. Could you fetch it for me? Yun Ming's Fujoshi mind lit up. With a mischievous grin, she said as she left, was I too forward just now? Too unrestrained. My apologies. I'll be right back. The moment Yun Ming left, she started running around, loudly proclaiming, a minor victory is like a honeymoon. Unrelated personnel, clear out. Once the naive junior sister was gone, Yanka, a chill running down her spine, looked at the piglet and asked, what did you do to them? Ingwit hua sim li juka. Those beasts dare to stop me from leaving. Their deaths are insignificant. After hearing his frank confession, Yanka sighed. Taking his hand, she said, all right, let's go. True to her word, Yanka summoned a black hole within the room and gently pulled him in. She brought Wai Noyet Hoa to the 16th level of purgatory. Upon arrival, he furiously grabbed her by the throat. What are you planning? He choked her so hard that Yanka couldn't help but spit in his face. He recoiled in disgust, releasing her. What are you doing? He demanded. Yanka sat on the ground, wiping her mouth as she calmly explained, it's nothing, really. I just use a transportation array to bring all the items from Yu Biao Peak here. Take a guess where we are. Intrigued, Wai Noyet Hoa looked around. Realization dawned on him, and he froze, then erupted in fury. This is purgatory. Are you insane? Yanka smiled. Master, it seems your memory serves you well. Indeed, this is purgatory. Level 16 through 18 were personally crafted by me for you. I wonder, are you pleased? We are currently on the 16th level. That will make you, Master, feel like you're constantly in a steamer basket. Of course, it's a bit different from the fiery hell of the 4th level. As for where the difference lies, Master, you'll find out as you experience it. But rest assured, I will always be here with you until you recover. The demonic energy within Wai Noyet Hoa suddenly erupted outwards. His entire body burned so intensely that he angrily cursed Feng Yin. "I want to drop you." But then, Master Coldface eagerly inhaled an irresistible fragrance. A moment later, he vomited a rainbow. A month passed by just like that. Dianka remained constantly by the side of her three spirit pets, sighing dejectedly. These three, who knows when they'll wake up? Suddenly, Wai Noyet Hoa, looking like a walking corpse, shuffled over, indicating his desire to negotiate. Seeing him, Dianka greeted him cheerfully. "Master, why are you here? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need acupuncture?" However, Wai Noyet Hoa shook his head and said, "Just let me go. I promise I won't harm anyone from a Xianlai sect." Upon hearing this, Dianka flatly refused. "That won't do. Even if you don't harm the Xianlai sect, you'll harm others." Finally, Wai Noyet Hoa, unable to contain himself, erupted in a noisy tirade. "So what do you want? Just let me go." Dianka remained calm, continuing to address her ancestor. She circled him, saying, "Just thinking about when you'll disappear. By the way, where are you exactly? How can a black bone like you cause such a drastic change in someone's personality? Moreover, your current state is so similar to Master's, but not truly him. How did you control a Master? Was it by controlling his central nervous system or by merging with his consciousness? It's truly unimaginable." Wai Noyet Hoa, scrutinized and examined like a lab rat, frowned in displeasure. Thus, he once again resorted to his usual tactic. "I want to see if you can endure this longer, or if I can. My beautiful homeland, so picturesque and full of love." From the melodies of folk songs to composed ballads, Dianka had truly come to see the Xianlai sect as her home, staying put on Yu Biao Peak for 3 whole years. Now, even the male disciples, filled with curiosity, surrounded Lu Tian Yi, asking, "Senior sister, can you tell us the story of Martial Uncle Feng Yin and true person Zich Hoa?" Liu Tian Yi Sikit Vearidi. "Haven't you heard enough after 3 years?" The eager group of youngsters replied, "Tell us again." We haven't gotten tired of it yet. Just as they finished speaking, a large tremor shook purgatory, putting everyone on alert. Lu Tian Yi, sensing the turbulent spiritual energy of purgatory, ordered the new disciples, "If you finish cleaning up, quickly return to your peaks." She then flew off alone on her sword to investigate. Along the way, Lu Tian Yi was lost in thought. "Where are you, Senior Tian Xianzi? For 3 years, Feng Haimong and I have searched far and wide, yet we haven't found a single trace of you. Could it be that you never left the sect? Are you still in purgatory?" Meanwhile, on the 16th level of purgatory, Dianka had indeed tied up Wai Noyet Hoa, lifted his robes, and declared, "Do you know why I'm only dealing with you now? Because I wanted to see how long you could hold out. Come to think of it, you've been more persistent than I imagined. All right, no more stalling. You've occupied this body for 3 years. It's time to face your tribulation and disappear." Her words caused Wai Noyet Hoa's pupils to constrict. He then spoke seriously, "Actually, I am your master. I have merged with him. If you destroy me, he will also die." Dianka, unmoved, asked indifferently, finished. Wai Noyet Hoa bashfully confessed, "Actually, I've had feelings for you for a long time. I know you like me too, so I'm willing to live in seclusion with you. We'll ignore all worldly affairs. Just the two of us, what do you say?" This public display of affection, reminiscent of Noyet Hoa Great Emperor's past, was witnessed by everyone under heaven, captivating them all. Wai Noyet Hoa, slightly embarrassed, explained, "But it's not a big deal. Why are you all looking at me? Those were my true feelings. I was being controlled." Mak Trong Lu, naturally, seized the opportunity to tease his ancestor relentlessly, saying with feigned understanding, "You don't need to explain. We understand." Dianka, upon hearing this, stood frozen in place. "What did you say?" A moment later, she shuddered, her face turning pale. She exclaimed, "This thing said he likes me. My current identity is male. I'm a super villain. You actually like men." She trembled inwardly, thinking, even if he does like me, given his aloof personality, how can this be true? He must be controlled. Having reached this conclusion, Dianka gave Wai Noyet Hoa a resounding slap. "Very clever, daring to deceive me with feelings. I really overthought things. You like men, huh?" Wai Noyet Hoa, looking slightly wronged, murmured, "Yani, you really are." He quickly realized his advantage and immediately put on a charming, innocent expression. "Master, why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing that Wai Noyet Hoa was clearly not well, Dianka promptly knocked him unconscious again. Then, with a serious expression, she inserted the final acupuncture needle, as if the heavens were answering her prayers. The moment the golden needle went in, the demonic energy within Wai Noyet Hoa surged out. She swiftly used a bottle to capture the unsightly substance, breathing a sigh of relief. It's done. But then, Wai Noyet Hoa furrowed his brows and let out a loud roar, writhing in agony. The demonic energy thrashed violently, managing to break the seal on the bottle and return to true person Zich Hoa's body. Dianka, wary, asked, "You were pretending." Pretending. If your foolish master hadn't become despondent after his confession was rejected, this seat wouldn't have found such a rare opportunity. Don't worry, this seat will send you to meet him now. As long as you die, no one in this world can stop me. Just as his attack suddenly struck towards Dianka, her sword heart unexpectedly appeared, shielding its owner. Worried for her sword heart, she warned, "Be careful." The blocked attack startled the demonic energy, making it hesitate. Then, illuminated by the radiant light emanating from Dianka's sword heart, the demonic energy obediently withdrew from Wai Noyet Hoa's body. It was then trapped within the sphere, earning a scolding from Dianka. "Now, where do you think you're going? Enjoy this." With that, she dripped her blood into the sphere. Once again hoisting Wai Noyet Hoa over her shoulder, she dragged him away, thinking with a headache, "I've actually been tainted by this demonic aura. This cursed heart will never rest. If I can't completely eradicate it, I'll have to use his flesh and blood to pave the way." Dianka brought true person Zich Hoa straight to the 17th level of purgatory, also known as the demonic stone purgatory. She placed him at the center of a spirit-gathering array and began activating it. All the blood within Wai Noyet Hoa's body was drawn out and exchanged with her own. Dianka prayed silently, "Master, the demonic energy on you can no longer be separated. This is the only way to separate the two of you. Please endure it." The scene before him caused Wai Noyet Hoa to roar in a frenzy. "Feng Yen, I'm going to drop you." It was at this moment that great Emperor Wai Noyet Hoa finally understood. All those years ago, Dianka truly hadn't wanted revenge. She had, in fact, spent her entire youth trying to save his aging body. The tragic irony, the tangled web of misunderstandings, was so profound that Wai Noyet Hoa could only laugh. Mak Truong Lu, sensing Wai Noyet Hoa's mental instability, asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Seeing his ancestor collapse to the ground, Mak Truong Lu rushed forward to help him up. But before he could do anything, Wai Noyet Hoa regained his composure and declared arrogantly, "I won't be like them, trapped in this hellish place." This level of drama left Mak Truong Lu speechless. Yet, deep within his heart, a powerful longing lingered. Wai Noyet Hoa glanced at Dianka on her throne and thought, "This way, I won't see her again." We are once again treated to the sight of Wai Noyet Hoa's rippling muscles being tempered within the 17th level of purgatory by Dianka. Suddenly noticing his furrowed brow, Dianka remembered the agonizing pain of countless spiritual energies erupting within his body is no less than the torment of shattered bones. I, unable to feel pain since birth, hadn't considered this. But ultimately, this can only rely on Wai Noyet Hoa himself. A moment later, Dianka cast aside her guilt, thinking, "He probably won't blame me." Indeed, within his subconscious, Wai Noyet Hoa was truly absorbing the spiritual energy. In this situation, he was wholeheartedly cultivating with utmost seriousness. Outside of purgatory, the earth trembled violently due to true person Zich Hoa's activity within. The sect leader, stroking his beard in astonishment, stammered, This isn't a tribulation transcendence, is it?" His words were followed by a startled jump. "Everyone, retreat immediately before it's too late." As predicted, after a series of earth-shattering tremors, the Xian Lai sect's purgatory crumbled into dust before the three transfigured individuals. The sect leader stared in stunned regret. "My purgatory." Within the rubble, Lu Tian miraculously found Dianka. Her face lit up with joy as she gazed upon Dianka's youthful, heroic form. She thought excitedly, "Senior Tian Xianzi, you really were in the Xian Lai sect. Menger, you can rest easy now." The sect leader, still dazed, asked, "What does he intend to do?" "My dear disciple." Outside the heavenly mirror, great Emperor Wai Noyet Hoa, unable to contain his grief any longer, cried out, "Yenner." He finally realized how much he had failed her. Mak Truong Lu, sensing the drama, approached to taunt Wai Noyet Noyet Hoa. Regretting it now, are you? Want to go to purgatory to calm down a bit? The once mighty ancestor coldly replied, No, I want to stay here with her. Don't worry, I won't be like those two fools, causing chaos when they know they shouldn't. Mac Trong Lu scoffed contemptuously. Who are you calling fools? You haven't earned the right to speak yet. Yanka soared into the sky, seeking out her familiar friends, the purple and golden lightning tribulations. She greeted them cheerfully. Big brother, why are you alone? We're little brother and little Jean. The clouds, delighted to see her, gathered around and chatted excitedly. I'm in charge of all the lightning tribulations, including the 9 heavens divine lightning, the ascension lightning tribulation, the fate tribulation lightning, and the world-shaking thunder. For example, if someone defies the heavens, boom, punishing the wicked and overseeing tribulations for demonic beings. The other lightning tribulations only handle the smaller stages. I, Big Brother, am the boss. You can tell just by hearing how impressive I am. However, Yanka reached out and grabbed 2 fluffy purple balls of lightning. She squeezed their cheeks despite their annoyed protests. I'm not here to fight you this time. Now shoo, or I'll fight you anyway. Oddly enough, their threats were ineffective. Instead, Yanka opened her mouth wide and swallowed the lightning tribulations whole. She even complimented their taste. After swallowing the lightning tribulation, Yanka's body surged with the power of thunder. She cheerfully exclaimed, 不愧是大子, truly worthy of being Big Brother. Such immense destructive power. True person Zich Hoa, watching from below, couldn't help but marvel this kid actually wants to resist the heavenly tribulation. Audacious. Lu Tian Yi, also observing from below, was mesmerized, thinking Senior Tian Xianzi shielded me like this all those years ago. And so, Yanka fully immersed herself in the game of chase with the heavenly tribulation. Growing impatient, she called out, Stop running. My core is fractured. I'm about to die. Just strike me already. The clouds, seemingly intimidated by her audacity, hastened the process, culminating in the final bolt of lightning. The sect leader and true person Zich Hoa, watching from below, couldn't help but sigh, this kid truly has a hard life. The moment Yanka landed, Lu Tian Yi rushed towards her, excitedly exclaiming, Martial Uncle Feng Yen. Martial Uncle Feng, Yen is back. Then, her gaze fell upon true person Zich Hoa lying amidst the ruins of purgatory. Suddenly, Yanka realized something was amiss. Where's Feng Haimong? She asked. Upon hearing the name, Lu Tian Yi burst into tears, recounting how Feng Haimong, while searching for Yanka, had mistakenly entered a secret realm and been attacked by 3 nascent soul demonic beasts. Mortally wounded, she had perished. Suppressing her grief, Yanka asked, Did she leave any last words? Lu Tian Yi shook her head. No, but she was the princess of Namdu. She came to the Xian Lai sect to cultivate diligently, seeking a way to save her kingdom. If she had any worries, it would have been for her nation and its people. Yanka, understanding her friend's devotion, embraced Lu Tian Yi tightly. Don't cry, she murmured. This isn't your fault. The 2 elders of the Xian Lai sect, however, were preoccupied with true person Zich Hoa. From the looks of it, Junior Brother is about to ascend, one observed. The Xian Lai sect has finally broken the 1,000-year curse of no ascensions. This is truly cause for celebration. Junior Nephew, the sect leader addressed Yanka. Now that Zich Hoa has ascended, you are the new peak lord of Biao Peak, an elder of our Xian Lai sect. Yanka, suddenly burdened with responsibility, hesitated. Is this appropriate? Master has just ascended, and I still have matters to attend to in the mortal realm. I may be gone for a long time. The sect leader, unfazed, presented Yanka with his own protective bracelet. My cultivation requires me to remain in seclusion for over 150 years, he explained. If you wish to go to the mortal realm, then go. But if you don't accept this token, do you think your martial uncles will let you leave? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, they will dig you out to take you as their disciple. They have the patience. Seeing the wisdom in his words, Yanka accepted the bracelet. The sect leader beamed. That's right. That's a good girl. With that settled, Yanka climbed on her signature wooden plank, taking Lu Tian Yi with her. They set off for Namdu, the kingdom of her junior sister, Yunmeng. Yanka vowed silently, Yunmeng, I will fulfill your wish. That's all for today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel so I can keep making more.